The land they called home was more than a continent. It was the core of an empire that dominated everything beneath the heavens. This empire stood firm because of four great powers, each controlling a different side of the world. The first was the noble house of the Golden Lion. This family ruled the path of martial arts and swordsmanship. Their soldiers advanced like an unstoppable force, and their blades represented absolute might. Next came the assembly of subjects and priests. They served countless gods spread across the continent. Through belief and ritual, they unified the people, and their reach was so extensive that they became known as the Protestant Alliance. Hidden from the public, I was the Inspection Bureau. This organization handled intelligence and assassination. Any threat to the imperial family was erased before it could surface. Spies vanished without ever knowing they had been exposed. The fourth pillar was the Magic Tower. For more than 1,000 years, it stood above all magical forces. At its highest level was one family whose name defined the tower itself, the Melvinger family. 30 years earlier, when demons threatened to wipe out the world, a hero from the Melvinger bloodline led the final confrontation. The demons were defeated, but the aftermath shattered the family. His father declined after the war. His mother, a renowned magic instructor, passed away not long after. In the end, only two siblings were left, the younger brother and his older sister. Once their strength faded, the family's retainers turned against them. Those who once pledged loyalty moved to claim what remained. The boy witnessed it all. From that moment on, he decided to become a powerful mage and reclaim the Melvinger name. But reality did not follow his resolve. He was born with blockage disease, a condition that completely sealed his ability to use magic. In an instant, the heir of a legendary family became known for his inability. Training halls rejected him. The tower ignored him. Even so, he continued searching for a solution. He studied endlessly, tested methods without rest, and sought help from every source available. Healing spells failed. Magic formations collapsed. Potions produced no result. Then, one day, something unnatural appeared. As he looked up, the clouds parted. A colossal dragon descended from the sky, its body falling toward the ground. And standing atop the dragon's lifeless form was a figure shrouded in darkness. A demon appeared before him. The Demon King looked down and spoke with certainty. "You will become my new vessel." He spoke as though the result was already set in stone. He offered power, true power, in exchange for one thing, a body he could use to escape his ancient seal. Black waves of demonic energy rushed forward, polluting the space around them. The boy's sight dimmed. His body shook violently. It felt as if his soul was being dragged away piece by piece. And then, something responded. Instead of yielding, the boy forced himself to endure. "No, Elric Melvinger, will not be taken like this," he said. A violent force erupted outward. The demonic energy was pushed away, completely denied. Light collided with darkness, stopping the Demon King from seizing control. If Elric had known this encounter was nothing more than a trial left behind by the demon dragon, he would never have pursued it. But as he stood beneath the distorted sky, one fact became impossible to ignore. This boy, frail, powerless, and ridiculed by everyone, was not like ordinary people. Something hidden within him had finally begun to move. Elric had been cursed since birth. He suffered from a rare condition that sealed his mana before it could even circulate. Because of it, he spent his life trapped inside a body that refused to awaken. At that moment, Elric sat inside the Royal Magical Hospital, facing a doctor who could only let out a long sigh and shake his head. "I'm sorry. There's nothing more we can do." Elric lowered his head and stared at the floor in silence. At Aston Academy, a glowing communication orb floated in front of him. From within it came a gentle voice, calling his name. "Elric, how are you feeling? Did they find a cure?" He responded in a steady tone, trying to put her at ease. "Sis, calm down. Don't worry so much. I'm not a child anymore. I'll recover soon." As he spoke, voices sounded from behind him. His classmates were calling out. "I'll talk to you later," he said. "They're waiting for me." The connection ended. Elric tightened his grip. He couldn't say it, that he might never return home. Before long, noise spread through the academy corridors. The rankings are posted. The final exam results are out. Students hurried toward the notice board. Elric followed at a slower pace. When he found his name, the result was clear. Fail. For the fourth time. According to academy regulations, repeated failure meant expulsion. Elric left the office without a word. He had studied relentlessly, forcing himself to keep up with the academy's harsh system. He memorized theory until night turned to morning and trained until his body reached its limit. Even so, it still wasn't enough. He paused and looked around. Other students talked among themselves, some laughing, some celebrating. "I thought I was different," he said quietly. From the ceremony platform ahead, the patron's voice echoed. "Elric is not only intelligent, his sensitivity to mana far exceeds that of others." That assessment was accurate. When it came to theory, perception, and understanding the flow of mana, Elric stood above most students. But knowledge alone meant nothing for a mage who couldn't form even a single magic circle. Nearby, students began the most basic ritual, drawing mana from the air, guiding it inward, and shaping their first circle. Elric attempted the same. Nothing happened. Whispers began to spread. Poor guy. He works hard and still can't form one. Why doesn't he just become a scholar instead? Elric walked away without responding. A scholar. Yes, that was the highest path available to him. Because with his condition, true magic would always remain out of reach. Later, he found himself standing before a massive monument. A statue of his grandfather, the hero of the Demon War. Elric Melvinger, the man who created star magic. A power so destructive it could rip through even the deepest layers of hell. A spell great enough to bring an entire war to an end. Elric stood beneath the monument, looking up, born into a legendary bloodline, yet burdened with a body that refused to respond. A question surfaced in his mind. If his grandfather were standing here now, what judgment would he give? The monument rose high above him, carved in the image of a hero who once saved the world. Elric spoke under his breath. The finest National Magic Academy carries his name. From a nearby window, voices drifted down. Isn't that the director's eldest grandson? What a disgrace. Born into a great family, but can't even use magic. Laughter followed. Elric remained where he was. He didn't turn around. A group of students passed by, still whispering. Elric spoke without raising his voice. Hey, you two. They stopped. He stepped closer. Your first year's from the physical magic department, right? The boys hesitated. Yes. Elric continued calmly. Do you know Professor Sean? I was looking for him. He added one more question. And what are your names? The two exchanged looks, then bowed quickly. Sorry, we're busy. They hurried away. Elric watched them go, then turned back to the statue. His hands tightened. I won't stop here, he said quietly. No matter what, I'll fix this. Scene change. Elric sat at a table in the academy library, reviewing his earliest research notes. There was no progress, no solution. He dropped the papers onto the table. Then, mana surged somewhere behind him. Students nearby stepped back. Elric turned. What now? A tall man advanced toward him. Elric, the man said sharply. Why did you call my name like that again? Elric spread his arms. What's wrong? No greeting. This doesn't feel like the Sean I know. Sean stopped in front of him. He was not entertained. A short while later, they sat across from each other at a cafe table. Elric ordered drinks. Sean stared at him in silence. Elric spoke first. I warned you before. He paused briefly, then continued. Don't push me. After the collapse of Elric's family, control of the Magic Tower had been divided among 6 royal bloodlines. The hexagram. Sean belonged to one of them. He was the direct heir of the Nemister family. Elric watched as Sean pulled a folder from his bag, unable to hide his surprise. Sean had graduated ahead of schedule, risen to become a professor, and earned recognition as a high-ranking mage. Everything Elric had once aimed for. Sean spoke under his breath, almost irritated. Even if you're walking the wrong path, I'm still backing you, idiot. He pushed the folder across the table. Take it. Elric frowned as he opened it. A research proposal. Diamond Dragon. He took a sip from his cup and looked up. Why give this to me? Sean leaned back, folding his arms. Because the object tied to the research wasn't merely rare. It was ancient. A pitchfork relic from a forgotten era, recently uncovered, and near the excavation site. Evidence of something far more alarming. A dragon's nest. Sean leaned forward, his voice steady. That's why I want you involved, Elric. Elric tightened his grip on the papers, scanning each line carefully. Diamond dragons are supposed to be extinct, he said. If this is real, then what you found could be their legacy, the origin of magic itself. Sean gave a short laugh. And if you manage to secure the artifact, the Academy might pretend your expulsion never happened. Elric froze. Shock, doubt, and anticipation clashed as he stared at the report. If the nest existed, if the artifact truly remained, then there was a chance, however small, that it held a solution to his condition. He slammed the paper onto the table. Bang. Sean recoiled. Hey, why slam it like that? Elric didn't respond. His breathing grew uneven. Then, he laughed, loudly, unrestrained. His head tilted back as the sound echoed through the cafe. Sean stared at him. What is wrong with you? Elric pointed at the map on the document. A single red marker stood out. There's no nest there, he said, still smiling. Around them, students were buried in books, talking quietly, completely uninterested in what was happening nearby. No one noticed them. Perfect. Elric clenched his jaw, relieved that their discussion hadn't drawn any attention. Do you have any idea how many professors are tied up in this? Sean whispered sharply. Elric leaned back in his chair, lifting a brow. So does Real. Sean shot him a hard look and immediately smacked him on the head. Moron. Elric shielded his face. Is that how the heir of the Nemister family is supposed to act? Sean ignored him and gestured at the magic orb between them. Just watch. One glowing fragment on the map flared to life. The light spread outward, flooding the entire region in blue. The space around them twisted. Whoosh. In an instant, Elric and Sean were dragged into another realm, suspended above a massive rift where two layers of reality crash together. From me poured an endless torrent of raw mana, cascading like a luminous waterfall. Elric narrowed his gaze. So that's why everyone mistook it for a dragon's nest. He glanced at Sean. Do you remember the rule of the 3 mana streams? Sean snapped back. Are you trying to be funny? Of course I remember. Elric pointed forward. The flow always moves from top to bottom, from wide fissures to narrow ones. They drifted deeper into a cavern where heat and cold overlapped unnaturally. It always shifts from hot to cold, Elric said, indicating the crystalline icicles forming in the air. That's the sign. Sean listened as Elric continued. You assumed it was a dragon's nest, because of the overwhelming mana density. But look closely. Elric pointed at the main fracture. Magma runs through that crack. It's too hot. Nothing gathers there. No energy, no mana buildup. Dragons can't survive in a place like this. Sean stared ahead, unable to respond. Below them, molten lava surged from the volcanic depths, sparks of heat scattering in every direction. At that moment, everything Sean believed fell apart. Elric studied the scene once more, eyes widening. Magma, from Akron volcano, spreading beneath the entire continent. Sean answered instantly, his voice reverberating through the distorted space. We detected a dragon's mana wavelength nearby. There's no chance the nest isn't here. Elric raised a brow. I never said it wasn't. A faint, confident smile appeared. The nest is here, just not where you were looking. He pointed to another glowing mark on the map. Karagul Cave. That's the real location. Scene shift. A colossal dungeon gate stood before them, golden light pouring out from within. Beyond the doorway, heaps of treasure filled the space. Gold stacked high like a true dragon's hoard. Sean stopped in front of it. How am I supposed to write this up? He muttered, rubbing his forehead. As his hand brushed the golden gate, Elric barked, Don't touch it. If the dean finds out, we're both done for. They moved quickly down the corridor, until Sean halted without warning. Inside a training room, Elric stood by himself. His clothes were soaked, his teeth clenched as he tried to force mana through a body that refused to respond. Each attempt failed. Each breath shook. Blockage disease, the condition that had followed him his entire life. Sean watched closely. Within Elric's mana circulation, something faint but distinct appeared. He might actually fix it, Sean said quietly. Scene shift. Dean's office. Papers shifted in Barricks's hands as he stared at Sean. You're asking for my incorrect search report, he said. Why? Sean answered evenly. I wanted to hear the dean's opinion. It seemed like a good chance. Barricks's gaze sharpened. I don't know how you reached this conclusion, but if you're wrong, the consequences won't be small. Sean swallowed. Even as a member of the Nemister family, one of the hexagram, Barracks was not someone who overlooked mistakes. Mana pressed down on the room, dense and overwhelming. 7th circle mana. Sean stiffened. At that moment, the door opened. Elric stepped inside. Sorry for interrupting. Barracks turned toward him. So this was your plan? Applying to be an assistant? Elric nodded. Barracks laughed. Impressive. Even the dean didn't expect an ordinary student to suggest this. His tone shifted immediately. But your theory has no proof. It's nothing more than speculation. Elric answered without hesitation. It's common sense. Even a 3-year-old would reach the same conclusion. The air froze. Elric met the dean's gaze without backing away. Silence filled the office. From the side, Sean felt his legs weaken. Why would he push him like this? Barracks suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Huh? You're nothing but a failed student. He pointed straight at Elric. You can't even condense a single drop of mana. The word struck the room heavily. Elric didn't move. He looked at Barracks and asked, So, you're saying my conclusion was wrong? Barracks clasped his hands behind his back. There are only a few people in this world who are truly fortunate, he said quietly. Elric responded calmly. Being called trash no longer affected him. It only pushed him forward. He was about to answer, yet his stance remained unchanged. His posture stayed steady. Barracks spoke again. As a professor, I can't simply dismiss a student's theory. Elric remained silent. Then Barracks continued. In that case, let's make a wager. Elric paused. A wager? Barracks stepped closer. If your theory is correct, I'll grant you everything a full team receives. Artifacts, records, authority. All of it. Elric stopped speaking. But if you're wrong, Barracks pressed a finger against Elric's chest. We take the single heirloom left by the first director. A priceless artifact. Something that had only ever been passed down through the Melvinger bloodline. Scene shift. Voices echoed inside the academy carriage as Elric turned the pages of a book. Sean moved back and forth, unable to stay still. Elric, what were you thinking? Elric lifted a hand, casually. Calm down. They said they won't interfere as long as I locate the nest. Sean grabbed the book from him. That's exactly the problem. What happens if you don't find it? They'll take your heirloom. Elric stopped and looked down at the pendant resting against his chest. This one. Sean answered immediately. That pendant is only passed down to the head of the Melvinger family. Elric let out a short breath. Strange. The old man never wanted it anyway. He leaned back against the seat. And you're still backing me? Sean rubbed his face. If this goes wrong, I'm finished too. Elric leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees. Do you think I accepted the bet because I had no choice? Sean paused. Elric continued, voice steady. If Barracks is willing to risk the Melvinger heirloom, then he's also putting his position as dean on the line. Sean stared at him. I forgot, he said quietly. You've got 2 titles. He listed them off. The shame of the Melvinger family, and the worst of the Melvinger family. Elric responded with a simple shrug. Elric leaned back as memories surfaced. 7 years earlier. First year. The training hall was noisy, filled with students attempting to form their first mana circles. 15-year-old Elric sat alone in the corner, eyes fixed on the floor. Voices carried through the room. Are you sure he's even a Melving? He can't do anything. Maybe they found him on the street. One student pointed at him. You can't even form mana like we can. Back then, Elric had answered lightly. Maybe I was picked up. But his gaze never lifted from the ground. The others eventually turned away, leaving him alone. Elric's hand moved slowly. Before anyone noticed. Bang! A glowing magic orb flew straight at them. The group stumbled back in shock. Elric stood where he was, unmoving. They recovered quickly and spat out the same word. Cripple. Later that day, Elric was summoned before the discipline committee. A rigid-looking professor stared down at him. You struck a child from the Viscount's family. Do you deny it? Elric answered evenly. He insulted the head of the Melvinger family. I acted in accordance with imperial law. Murmurs spread across the room. Did he say head of the family? He actually fought back. That can't be right. Sean watched from the side. Several professors studied Elric again, as if reassessing him. But the academy's rules were absolute. All students were equal. No exceptions for noble blood. With no grounds to punish him, the committee dismissed the case. From that day onward, no one approached Elric carelessly again. Back inside the carriage, Sean grabbed his head. Elric, what is that? Elric lifted his gaze from an ancient, dust-filled tome. This, a forbidden text on physical augmentation effects. Sean's voice rose. If anyone sees you with that, they'll execute you on the spot. Elric replied casually. I'm only researching. Sean let out a long breath. You're beyond reason. Elric leaned back slightly. You remember the Beast King's invasion. Their beastmen relied on body enhancement artifacts. During the war, I struggled more than anyone. My condition couldn't endure their amplification. His fingers tightened. After the Empire drove them back and raised the wall, those artifacts disappeared. Sean responded immediately, and no researcher has managed to restore them. I restored them years ago, Elric said. I just don't know how to apply them in my own body. Sean stared ahead. I'm done being shocked. The carriage suddenly lurched to a halt. Both of them leaned toward the window. Why did we stop? A group approached from outside. Faces Elric recognized at once. It's been a while, one of them called out. Elric paused. I didn't expect to see you here. The group laughed loudly, boasting about their past ties with him. Sean cut in sharply. Enough already. That's not helping. One of them spoke up. The dean ordered us to assist you. Elric stiffened. He sent you. Sean leaned closer and spoke quietly. Can you sense it? Their mana reserves. They're concealing an absurd amount. Elric opened his tinzit without hesitation. I made preparations as well. Sean froze. Where did you even get all of this? Elric replied lightly. Not far away. Barracks fixed a sharp stare on his assistant. The same one who had secretly delivered the breath of Gehenna and the Azure Sky Lord armor in Elric's hands. Elric raised 2 jars packed with terrifying power, treating them like harmless trinkets. Across from him, Barracks, the Academy's dean, could only stare, frozen in shock. How? How did you get your hands on gear capable of wiping out an entire city? The office door slammed shut. Inside, Barracks clenched a newspaper, his jaw locked tight. If the other candidates discovered this, if they found out Elric now carried weapons that could erase a city, everything would spiral out of control. He glanced aside, trying to collect himself. Elric, meanwhile, flipped through stacks of research notes, as if he had all the time in the world, quietly humming. He was already preparing to locate the dragon's nest. At last, Barracks broke the silence. Well, not bad. Blood doesn't lie. A Melvinger will always be a Melving. Irritation flashed through him. He slammed the newspaper onto the desk. That worthless research group, he shouted. They dare call themselves scholars. Yet they overlook details even first-year students can spot. Turning away, his posture relaxed. A slow, assured smile formed. With people like this, he muttered, I'll fully grasp magical bias. And once I do, his fingers tightened, crushing the paper. The position of director will be mine. A low chuckle escaped him. Even if Elric wins the wager, it doesn't matter. As long as he dies before collecting his reward, the victory is still mine. Elric calmly turned the pages of his book while everyone else stared at him, as if he didn't belong there. One student shut his eyes. The air trembled. Power surged. Then, boom, a column of golden light erupted, piercing through the entire region. The ground lit up. The sky distorted. Sean's mouth fell open. He was right. No one moved. The dragon's nest, the real one, had revealed itself. Elric showed no reaction. I expected this, he said plainly. Move, someone shouted. We have to reach it before the pillar fades. Sean grabbed his equipment and took off. Elric followed right behind him. The rest rushed after them. Wait, Sean, Elric, stop. Too late. They were already far ahead, reduced to distant blurs. The others eventually caught up, gasping for breath. Riven leaned forward, drained. Why didn't you wait for us? He muttered. Elric and Sean didn't respond. Their attention was locked straight ahead. Yellow streams of mana twisted through the air, but the nest that should have been there was gone. Riven turned sharply toward Elric. Just like a Melvinger, wherever you go, trouble follows. One student flexed his fingers. This is our opening. Let's crush his skull and be done with it. Elric snapped around. Don't even think about it. Before anyone could react, Sean and Elric moved together, tearing open a massive hole in the ground. Sean murmured ancient incantations. A portal flared to life. Elric activated a flash spell. Boom! Light burst outward. Objects were thrown aside. The entire area shook violently. When the dust cleared, a colossal cave entrance stood before them. Sean stared inside. This is what we uncovered. Elric studied it carefully. A cave this large means one thing. The dragon that lived here was enormous. Suddenly, blue mana spiraled upward like a raging storm. Students screamed. Professors shielded their eyes. No one could comprehend what was happening. The mana flooding out of the cave was beyond anything humanity had ever encountered. One student froze. A massive hand-shaped imprint protruded from the cave wall, as if something gigantic had forced its way through. Elric stepped forward without hesitation. That's just compressed mana, he said. It must have exploded outward when we opened the passage. He raised his hand and pointed into the cave. Move, all of you inside. The others paused, but the tone in Elric's voice allowed no hesitation. One by one, they followed him into the darkness. Icicles lined the cavern, faintly glowing. With every step forward, the cold deepened. Even active fire spells failed to raise the temperature. Sean and Riven shook as they walked. Elric, what do you see? Sean asked. Elric stared ahead, an uneasy sensation spreading through him. Something's wrong, he said quietly. I can feel it. At that moment, the Melvinger medallion at his chest began to shine. The professors tightened their grip on their staffs. Between the jagged rocks, a faint outline lingered, a distorted grin, watching. The path finally opened into a vast chamber. At its center stood a massive door, ancient and towering. A golden dragon painted across its surface from edge to edge. The students froze. Should we push it? Riven asked. Flames gathered in the professor's hands. We can force it open. Stop, someone shouted. Elric stepped forward and pointed at the door. Look closely. That's a dragon seal. If you damage it, there's no telling what will happen. Silence filled the chamber. Riven nodded stiffly. I understand. They began examining the door, carefully. Then Riven's eyes widened. Wait, look, he said, pointing. There's a lever. Elric turned sharply toward him. From this point on, one acts on their own. He reached out to inspect the mechanism. Hey, Riven shouted. Don't touch it. Flames erupted from the door's seams. Elric gritted his teeth as the shockwave slammed him into the ground. What the? Symbols ignited across the door, glowing violently. Even the professors backed away, unable to make sense of it. Elric's eyes widened. It's a trap, he yelled. The next instant, boom, an explosion tore through the chamber. Fire swept outward. Block it, someone shouted. Sean threw up barrier after barrier, his body straining under the impact. Elric, what do we do? Sean yelled. Elric forced himself to steady his breathing. Wait, give me a moment. I need to read it. He shut everything else out. The blasts, the shouting, the surging mana. In his mind, he returned to a quiet classroom, facing an exam. This is just a test, he murmured. A test. A problem to solve. His eyes opened. His hand moved swiftly, carving counterglyphs into the dust, mirroring the symbols burning on the door. Boom, boom, boom. More explosions rocked the chamber. Sean, drenched in sweat, held the barriers firm, blocking every wave of fire. And Elric, focused and unshaken, began decoding the ancient trap, line by line. Elric continued without pause, his hand racing across the glyphs with exact control. At the same time, his free hand pressed firmly against the mechanism set into the door. I'm not making a mistake, he muttered, refusing to pull back. He closed his eyes and spoke an ancient counterspell under his breath. And then, silence. The explosions faded away. The fire vanished. The cave fell silent. Sean dropped to his knees and looked up at the ceiling. I thought I was dead, he said. Elric ran to him. Sean, are you all right? Sean let out a long breath and gave a short laugh. Thanks to you, yeah. I'm still here. You're unbelievable. Elric, don't scare me like that. Elric replied. Around them, everyone tried to steady themselves. Then a student screamed. A line of sharp icicles shot forward. Before anyone could move, one professor's hand began to disappear. No. His arm vanished. Then the rest of him followed. His body turned to dust in seconds. Elric stood frozen, but the attack didn't stop. Hundreds of ice spikes flew through the air like arrows. Blocked, someone shouted. Barriers rose everywhere as students and mages poured out mana with everything they had. Elric tightened his grip on the paper, covered in glyph formulas. Hurry, hurry, Sean shouted as he fought against the ice storm. Elric focused. In that moment, it became clear. The trap wasn't powered by normal magic. It was fueled by dragon tongue magic, a living source, a dragon's will. He didn't pause. Glyph after glyph filled the page. The ice barrage grew stronger. Elric now, Sean shouted. Elric thrust his hand forward, forcing weapon magic into the mechanism. A surge of blue light exploded outward, the Azure Sky Lord armor forming around him instantly. That can't be right. Riven shouted. You can't activate it alone. An icicle flew straight at Elric and shattered the moment it touched the armor. More spells rushed toward Sean. Elric moved without hesitation, stepping in front and pushing the armor shield forward. Power flooded through the armor, pressing down on him. Then, whoosh, the icicles vanished into the air. The blue light faded. The trap shut down completely. Elric dropped to the ground, breathing heavily. I thought that was it, he said with a shaky laugh. Sean sat down beside him. You're out of your mind, but you pulled it off. Every professor turned toward the entrance. The door creaked open. Golden light poured into the cave. Elric pushed himself upright. Beyond the door, treasure, endless piles of gold, rare artifacts, ancient relics sealed away for thousands of years. Gasps filled the cave as everyone rushed forward to see it for themselves. Riven nearly broke down when he saw the shelves lined with preserved ancient books. Elric looked around the chamber, taking everything in as it finally felt real. One of the professors stepped toward him. You're incredible. Elric paused, clearly not expecting that. Behind him, another professor waved excitedly, calling out to him. Sean pulled Elric into a tight hold. You did that. You really did that. Elric didn't answer. The dragon's nest had opened, and with it, the true journey began. Elric let out a breath and explained to the hero that he hadn't done anything remarkable. He treated it like an exam. He broke the situation apart using geometric logic, applied elemental theory, and reached the solution. That was all. The protagonist could only stare at him. As Elric kept talking, the hero drifted away, thinking about actual exam problems, completely lost in thought. Sean bumped him and asked what he was zoning out over. Before Sean could say anything else, the hero grabbed Elric by the shoulder and spoke firmly, almost like a reprimand. Today isn't a day for explanations. It's a day to enjoy. Sean added that after today, no one would be able to overlook him ever again. Elric stood there, watching it all, as if a completely different world had opened up in front of him. Riven stepped forward, holding a glowing magic orb with both hands. The hero looked at it and paused. Before anything else could happen, someone grabbed Elric by the wrist and pulled him away. A professor had arrived, telling the hero to report directly to the lab. Sean laughed, saying the kid had finally made it. People were already calling him leader, but Riven's expression changed. He lowered his voice and said that beyond the treasure, there was a dragon's corpse. Sean answered immediately. Then let's take a look. He was already moving. The group followed, the atmosphere growing heavier with every step. They reached it. A massive skeleton lay before them, larger than anything they had ever encountered. Elric stopped short, then suddenly turned and ran, as if he'd realized something terrible. The hero called out, asking what they were doing. Elric spun back, voice sharp, demanding the same question from them. The professor replied calmly, saying it wasn't anger driving them, only responsibility. The hero answered just as evenly. His work came first. Sean and Riven stood closest to the remains. Sean stared at the massive skull, certain it had shifted. He looked around sharply. Where did everyone go? The boys spoke in low voices. None of them had ever witnessed anything like this. The professor stepped forward and aimed his magic at the hero. Elric's breathing stalled as pressure flooded the space, building like a rising tide. Then, the spell struck the ground. The chamber itself shook. Magic surged in all directions. Voices shouted as people scattered in every direction. The hero recoiled, unable to grasp what was unfolding. The professor dropped to one knee, his hand pressed firmly against the floor, magic still blazing beneath his palm. And then, a sound echoed through the cavern. A deep, ancient rumble. Two boys burst in from opposite sides, shouting a single word that seemed to lock the air in place. Dragon. The corpse moved. Bones grated together as the skeletal dragon raised its skull, growling directly at Sean and Riven. The hero tightened his fists. No, this isn't how this should be. The dragon released a thunderous roar. Sweat slid down the hero's face as he controlled his breathing. Another trial. This has to be another trial. Riven dropped to the ground, shaking, and the rest of the expedition staggered backward in disbelief. But the hero wasn't focused on the dragon. His thoughts were on the nest. If the corpse is moving, the nest can't be far. Elric suddenly inhaled sharply, realization striking all at once. He spoke under his breath, stating the one fact that mattered for survival. We can't fight the dragon, or we die. The hero faced the creature again, its jaws stretched open, lightning spinning inside its throat like a compressed storm. He didn't move. He stood still, running calculations in his head. Dragon language magic is still magic. Dragons are powerful, not invincible. Sean is unharmed. Riven is still reckless. Absorbing raw mana won't solve this. Breath attack. I need time before it fires. He turned sharply, voice echoing through the cavern. Everyone, regroup. Defensive formation. Shield bearers rushed forward, locking their shields together. Their captain shouted orders. Shields up. Hold position. Sean and Riven moved behind the formation, chanting in unison and drawing out the last of their mana. Hold your ground. Don't move. A glowing barrier spread across the shield wall. Elric stiffened. It's starting. The dragon's jaws snapped fully open, releasing a blinding surge of lightning. The barrier shook as the attack crashed into it. Fractures spread across its surface. The hero calculated rapidly. 20 seconds. Survive that long, and we live. Sean forced mana into the barrier without pause. Hold it. Don't let it break. Behind the shield line, a partially open door became visible. Elric glanced toward it, running numbers in his head. 17 seconds to reach it. 3 seconds to close it. Perfect timing is the only option. He looked forward again, and stopped moving. A bolt of lightning broke through the fractured barrier and struck one of the expedition members. The man vanished instantly, reduced to bone and ash. Where did the shield go? Elric shouted. The barrier collapsed completely. Entire sections disappeared, and the dragon's magic tore straight through the formation. We have to move. Now, Elric yelled. The dragon halted, power gathering again. Run, he roared. Riven was already sprinting ahead. Move. Faster. Someone near Sean shouted. If we get caught, it's over. The hero ran forward at a steady pace. If we keep the speed, then... The thought cut off. A shadow dropped in front of him. The ceiling cracked overhead. The man running ahead was struck down instantly, his body collapsing as blood scattered across the ground. Elric skidded to a stop. The body twitched once, then fell still. Before a sound could leave him, another teammate flew past, torn apart midair. This can't be happening, he said quietly. Then the true threat revealed itself. Armored figures emerged from the darkness. Massive, silent, advancing without pause. They charged straight into the scattered group, sealing off every route of escape. The path ahead vanished, as one of them stepped directly in front of the hero. The moment its form became clear, his breathing locked. Sparks, the ancient guardians created solely to protect the dragon. No words came out. Then, a blazing fireball streaked past his shoulder and exploded against the Spartoi, forcing it backward. The hero turned. Sean stood behind him, bloodied, holding off 2 Sparts at once. Get a grip, Sean shouted, blocking a spear at the last possible moment. Another strike sliced through the space where Sean's head had just been. Blood ran down the hero's face. He wiped it away. No more retreat. No more delay. If anyone could handle this, it had to be him. Behind them, the dragon rose again, its movement shaking the cavern. 2 Spartoi stood before it, unmoving, forming an absolute barrier. The amulet at his chest swayed, glowing faintly, as he surveyed the battlefield with focused eyes. He steadied his breathing. Every problem has an answer. The amulet flashed. Pain tore through his head without warning. He clutched his skull, jaw clenched, unable to grasp what was happening. When his eyes opened, the world was no longer the same. Everything was woven with green lines. A glowing network covered the ground, the air, every movement, every possible action. What is this? He muttered. He could see routes, angles, intent. Sean's mouth was moving, clearly shouting, but no sound reached him. The world had gone silent. Then a sharp voice tore through the void. Dodge! He froze. The warning felt distant, warped, yet clear. He turned slightly. Something was there. For a moment, it didn't register. Then he saw it. A Spartoi suspended midair, spear raised, dropping straight toward his head. Understanding hit. He threw himself aside. The spear smashed into the stone where he had been standing, shattering it on impact. The Sparta stopped short. So did he. He had dodged it. The monster swung again, a wide, crushing arc. The hero moved without thinking. His body slipped into a precise gap, avoiding the strike by inches. His eyes burned bright green. This wasn't reflex. This wasn't chance. He could see it. The web showed every movement the Sparts would make, and every route that kept him alive. Each attack came closer. Each step was exact. Blades cut through empty air as he moved like someone repeating a moment he already knew. Then he noticed them. Small, glowing green points scattered along the ground ahead. If I go there, I live. A sudden doubt surfaced. What if they're wrong? Sean staggered under another wave of attacks, blood running from his cheek as he barely held his position. Around them, the rest of the group was collapsing, shouting for help as they scrambled in every direction. And yet, the hero calmly avoided strikes from 3 Spartoi at once. There was no time left to hesitate. Another attack surged toward him, packed with mana, crashing down like a meteor. He jumped. The blow missed by a hair. He landed hard, spun forward, and broke into a full sprint. Twisting back mid-run, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, follow me. If we stay here, we die for nothing." Two members hauled a wounded companion between them and staggered after him. Sean, covered in dust and blood, ran while shouting, "Hurry! Move!" Riven dragged himself forward, half crawling. "Wait, take me with you." Another member shouted back, "Hold on, we're coming." Elric never slowed. His voice was steady and firm. "We move where I can see. Don't stop." Behind them, the dragon released another violent shockwave. Spartois rushed forward like living steel, their spears slicing through the air. Elric slipped through their attacks with precise movements, the green glow in his eyes tracking every strike. He called out commands without pause. "Duck now. Jump left. Turn. Turn. Keep running straight." Then he saw an opening. "Sean, fireball, left leg. Now." Sean reacted instantly, launching a fireball into the Spartoi's leg. The creature staggered, creating a narrow path. The group rushed toward the door. "We're almost there," someone shouted. "Just a bit more." A man in a cap burst through the partially open door. "We're out." Elric followed close behind, thinking, "We made it. Just shut the door." A scream echoed through the corridor. "Help! Please help!" Riven had fallen. He scraped at the ground, reaching out as multiple Spartois closed in behind him. Elric stopped. If the door closes now, he's left behind. He clenched his jaw. Riven, useless, always slowing everyone down. A sharp realization crossed his mind, unexpected and unsettling. Then a Spartoi lunged toward the boy with glasses. Elric moved. "Even if he slows us down, I won't let it end like this." He turned back and reached out. A spear dropped toward him like a blade. "Elric!" someone shouted. For a single moment, everything stopped. Riven opened his eyes. A shimmering yellow barrier stood in front of him, stopping the Spartoi's spear just short of his head. Elric stood over him, breathing heavily, mana sparking around his body. "It looks like," he said between breaths, "they can't cross this boundary." Riven fell back, air rushing into his lungs. "I'm alive? I'm really alive." Sean rushed over at once. "Are you crazy?" Elric withdrew his hand, sounding relaxed. "He's the one who can't run. Why are you yelling at me?" The Spartoi stared at the barrier, then slowly stepped back. The others followed, retreating in silence while watching from distance. Elric watched them go. So they really can't leave this area. He raised his head. Above them stood the massive door, its surface glowing and humming with power. A thought crossed his mind. There were traces of damage inside the dragon's lair. From above, were we the only ones who entered? Or did someone come here before us? Before he could think further, the dragon lurched forward across the shattered bridge behind them, stone breaking under its weight. Elric focused and stopped. Something was embedded in its head. A thin metallic needle, driven deep between its scales. "What is that?" Then, boom, the ceiling tore apart. Rocks crashed down as the cavern shook violently. "What's happening?" someone shouted. Riven looked up, shouting in panic. "The Spartois. They're dropping down." More voices erupted. "What the hell is going on? Why are they still coming after us?" A Spartoi slammed down behind Elric with a metallic impact. Its gaze locked onto the group. "Run. Just run. Didn't we already get out? Why is this still happening?" But Elric already understood. Sean turned back and froze. Elric had stepped past the threshold, back through the gate, into the lair. The massive door began to close. "What are you doing?" Sean shouted, rushing toward him. Elric looked back, calm and steady. "Sean, keep going. Don't joke with me." Sean yelled, reaching out. The stone door slammed shut between them. "Elric! Elric!" Sean struck the door again and again. "You're insane. Why won't IT open?" "Elric!" No matter how hard he hit, there was no response. His hand started to shake. His breathing lost its rhythm. Then, little by little, the past came back to him. 7 years earlier, right after Elric was punished and stripped of his status, Sean stood before a boy sitting alone in silence. "Are you Elric?" He reached out his hand. "My name's Sean. Nice to meet you. Do you want to be friends?" Elric kept his gaze lowered. After a pause, he raised his head. Sean stopped moving. A library under pale moonlight. Elric sat by himself, reading. A hand appeared in front of him again. Sean's hand. "I'll ask again. Want to be friends?" A long hallway. Footsteps echoed behind him. "Elric, wait, get lost." Sean halted before finishing his sentence. Under a dark sky, filled with stars, the two stood a short distance apart. "Can we be friends?" Sean asked. "Off." Sean let out a short sound. "I didn't even finish talking." A mountain training settlement. A teacher's voice thundered across the area. "A real magician needs stamina. Rankings will be decided by arrival order. Move." Sean and Elric stood side by side, catching their breath. They weren't close, but they weren't far either. The instructor shouted again through the mountain path. "Remember, anyone who uses magic is disqualified." The signal sounded. Students burst forward all at once. Some shoved, some fell, some scrambled desperately. Riven was knocked straight into a bush, yelling as he disappeared. One student moved differently. Sean. He cut through the crowd with clean steps, slipping between trees as if the path belonged to him. He glanced back while running. I'm already halfway up. Should I turn around and drag Elric along? 2 seconds later, his foot caught. His body pitched forward. Boom. An explosion detonated behind him, hurling him into the air. Then another, and another. Blasts tore through the forest in succession. Sean slammed into a rock. Blood ran down from his head. His body hung over a cliff, fingers clenched around a jagged ledge. Is anyone there? Help someone, please. 3 figures appeared above him. They looked down. Riven stepped closer. Just use magic and climb up. What's taking you so long? Sean's grip weakened. His vision wavered. He didn't know how long he had been hanging, or how much strength he had left. I could die here. Just use magic. Even if I'm disqualified. If I get expelled, how do I face Father? Drops fell into the darkness below. His grip failed. He fell. Damn it. A hand seized him. Sean went rigid. Elric, teeth clenched, caught him with one arm, pulling with everything he had. You, Sean muttered. You came back. Hold tighter. Elric shouted, muscles straining. With a final pull, he hauled Sean up. They dropped onto the ground, lying apart, breathing rough. Sean's leg was bent the wrong way. Broken. Why you should go? Sean said through clenched teeth. Don't wait. You'll be late because of me. Elric slowly opened his eyes. He wasn't looking at Sean's face. His gaze stayed on the broken leg. Without saying anything, he turned and lifted Sean onto his back. Wait. What are you doing? I told you to go on. Elric looked back. Weren't you the one who kept asking me to be your friend? Sean froze. Why yeah, but you told me to F off. That doesn't count. Forget it, Elric said. Just give me some artifacts from your family later. Sean stiffened. What? You're charging me for saving me. Elric replied calmly. Same price is fine. We're friends, right? Sean stared. You're scamming your friend. Elric shifted him higher on his back. I'm offering a premium service. Sean snapped. Premium? Put me down, you damned. Elric kept walking, unfazed as the forest stretched ahead. No refunds. Sean nearly lost consciousness from anger. Elric once told Sean that since he had saved him from drowning before, Sean owed him a reward. As they walked through the forest, Elric added casually, by the way, your hair looks better when it's messy. Why don't you ever push your bangs back? Sean straightened proudly. Pushing my bangs back is a matter of honor. A warrior never abandons his style. Elric had dismissed it without comment. That was the past. Now, back in the present. Sean stood before the sealed door as Spartwa pounded from the other side. He struck the stone with his fist. That idiot. That absolute idiot. Even if he's weaker than me, who does he think he's protecting? Behind him, the remaining expedition members screamed as Spartwa shattered the floors above. Help, please. Sean grabbed the door with both hands, shaking violently. Elric, just hold on. I'll get the elders. Or my father. Just hold on. Then he turned and ran the other way. But please, he said under his breath, words breaking apart, don't die. That's all I'm asking. Just don't die. Inside the sealed chamber, Elric stood with his back pressed to the massive door, listening as Sean's voice faded farther away. His lips shifted slightly. Thank you, Sean, but I won't let you get pulled into this. He pushed himself up. Then he ran straight toward the dragon. Dozens, no, hundreds, of Spartwa filled the space ahead. Spears glowed. Armor burned red. Elric slid beneath the first strike, sparks tearing across the floor. Who do you think I am? He shouted. Green light burned in his eyes as he took everything in. Lines, routes, openings. Then he noticed it. Something no one else saw. The Spartwa were striking each other. There it is. He twisted away, avoided 3 spears in a single motion, and charged straight into the center. Another weapon slammed down beside him. He rolled, stretched out his hand, and seized something buried under the debris. Magic detonated. Flames swallowed him whole. When the fire dispersed, he stood there, holding the breath of Gehenna, glowing like liquid heat. He spoke quietly. Well, whatever happens, happens. His eyes shifted to crimson. You want to feel it on your own skin. The breath of Gehenna flared to life. Fire engulfed his entire right arm. Blood leaked from his eyes as his life force surged. This artifact was never meant for someone without mana. He ignored that fact. If burning himself was the price, he would pay it. The forbidden skill activated. A violent wave of fire tore outward. The Spartwan never had a chance. Their bodies vanished into ash. All of this, the hero muttered, is nothing more than another dragon's trial. Flames roared around him in a raging vortex. The dragon answered with its own breath. A scorching flood meant to wipe everything away. Elric moved aside, the fire passing just behind him. If this really is a test, then the solution has to be inside it. The dragon drew in air again, preparing an even stronger blast. Elric fixed his gaze on its head, on the object wedged between its scales. He lowered his stance, then leapt. straight into the torrent of fire, landing atop the dragon's massive skull. Fire surrounded him as he stood only steps from the strange object. At that moment, the truth became clear. High above, Elric focused on the spear driven deep between the dragon's scales. Maybe this spear is the answer, like the final solution to a problem with only one correct result. Below him, dozens of Spartois climbed over the dragon's body, scrambling upward toward him. Elric looked down, enemies closing in from every direction. If this guess is wrong, if this really is nothing but a cruel setup, then this is where it ends. Turning back was never an option. He was a Melvinger. Elric reached for the spear. Hands seized him, Spartois grabbing, pulling, trying to drag him down. Then, boom, an overwhelming surge of power exploded from his body. The Spartois were hurled away, scattered like dust. Elric remained where he stood, looking ahead. What is this? The space around him twisted, colors distorted, sound faded away. He blinked, and the dragon was gone. He was no longer on its back. He was inside a memory. Before him floated an enormous dragon, alive, enraged, looming over a single human figure. The dragon inhaled, gathering destructive breath. But the figure below was no ordinary human. The man turned. The Demon King. Elric froze. Did he just notice me? Can something within a memory perceive an outsider? The demon raised his spear. Purple energy spiraled tightly, forming a growing sphere in his grasp. A lethal scarlet aura burst from his body, so dense it made the air quake. The dragon fired its attack, a massive beam capable of wiping out a mountain. The demon laughed and swung his spear. The beam was split cleanly in two. The dragon staggered back. Then the demon advanced. His figure vanished, closing the distance in an instant. Each strike rocked the cavern. Each clash reduced stone to rubble. Elric raised his arms, barely able to endure the pressure. This mana, this is an eighth circle. No, this is on a completely different level. The demon slipped through the dragon's attacks, relentless and overwhelming. The dragon roared, unable to follow his movements. The ceiling caved in. Walls fractured and collapsed as the chamber was torn apart. With a savage grin, the demon lifted his spear, then drove it down with force that seemed to warp the world itself. The spear punched straight through the dragon's skull. Silence followed. The demon stood still, one foot planted on the dragon's head, his spear embedded deep. Elric could only stare. He killed a dragon. By himself. The demon turned and looked straight at him. "You're the one who released me from that pathetic seal," he said, his smile stretching unnaturally wide. "So you'll be my next vessel." His body broke apart in a swirling black mist. "That's right," the voice whispered as it drifted closer. "Let me fuse with you, and together, little human, we'll conquer the world." Elric locked in place, his body shaking as fear surged through him. Then, he noticed something behind the demon. Something shifting. Something the demon hadn't realized yet. The dragon's corpse moved. The fallen body revived and roared, releasing its attack straight at the demon. Chains of pure magic snapped into existence, wrapping tightly around the demon's limbs. The dragon turned its glowing gaze toward him, its ancient voice trembling with fury. "Demon King Mephistopheles." Elric stiffened. "Demon King?" He heard that correctly. He's the Demon King. Radiant light wrapped around the dragon's skeletal form, holy and raging. "You and I will be sealed here together," the dragon declared. But those same chains began to coil around the dragon as well. Mephistopheles let out a low chuckle. "Chinook, even if you imprisoned me beside you thousands of years ago." Dark power erupted from Mephistopheles and shot straight toward Elric. This time, it won't end the same. A violent black haze tore through the air and slammed into Elric. It forced its way through his eyes, his mouth, every opening in his body. Elric gagged, clawing at himself, trying desperately to tear the darkness away. This was never the dragon's trial. It was a snare, a scheme laid out by the Demon King. The dragon's holy radiance wavered. Its life force, its mana, drained from its bones and poured into Elric. Elric dropped to one knee as demonic power and dragon mana tore through his body at once. Mephistopheles burst into wild laughter. "Shun's mana will turn your body into the perfect vessel, stronger, limitless." The black fog spiraled into Elric's chest. A curse formed within him. Then, everything disappeared. A sky filled with stars. Coffins. His parents' lifeless bodies lying side by side. Elric watched from the darkness, a child witnessing the scene. He remembered. His grandfather. His uncles. His retainers. All offering their lives in the Great Demon War. All falling to push the monsters back. When his parents died, when the Melvinger bloodline stood on the edge of collapse, only he and his older sister remained. He saw the two of them sitting by the sea, holding each other beneath a fading sunset. Just the two of them, facing the world alone. Shadows closed in around them. Figures watching. Voices filled with hidden intent. The Imperial family. The Magic Tower. The people sworn to their house. Each revealed their true motives. A man stepped forward from behind. Someone Elric had trusted completely. A figure concealed in darkness. A cruel smile forming. Even him. Even the one I depended on most. Elric reached for the insignia on the man's uniform. The mark of a loyal vassal. His sister held on to him, pleading, "Uncle, please help us." The uncle pulled away, turned his back, walked off. He left his sister on her knees. He left Elric with the truth. Their uncle had abandoned them. Reality surged back. Elric cried out as his body twisted under unbearable strain. Inside the memory, the uncle turned as a stone struck his back. Young Elric stood shaking, another stone clutched in his hand. His sister wrapped her arms around him, calling his name. What could I have done? I was too small, too weak. The mansion door slammed shut, leaving the two children outside. Alone, cast aside, forgotten, and in the present. Elric screamed once more as dragon mana and demonic power ripped through him from within, the seal forcing him toward becoming the next vessel. The hero understood one thing with absolute clarity. This was far worse than he had ever imagined. Even as demon power and dragon mana ripped through him, he held on to a single resolve. No matter what, I will fix my sealed mana. I will bring my family back. His awareness began to slip. Faces of those who turned away, those who betrayed them, flashed through his thoughts. No, I haven't begun yet. I can't end like this, not here. Then, BADUM. His heart slammed hard against his chest. Once, twice, then faster, heavier. One word surfaced in his mind. Melvinger. His amulet reacted, shining with a brilliant golden glow. The hero's eyes snapped open, his body shaking. No, I won't let someone like Mephistopheles take me, he said. You're a bad person. Golden symbols burst into the air, rotating like ancient runes stirred awake after ages of silence. Light spread across his entire body. His eyes blazed with intense green radiance. Voices echoed from the darkness. Old, distant, filled with sorrow. We pray that one day, in the distant future, our voices will reach our descendant. A surge of green energy exploded outward, forcing the demon fog to retreat. Mephistopheles' smile wavered. What kind of power is this? The hero slowly raised his hand, as though guided by another will. He pointed directly at the demon. Green light poured forward, engulfing Mephistopheles' essence. Half aware, half overtaken, the hero released an immense wave of magic. Another voice echoed softly. By the ancient covenant, this is the place where the first demon shall be absorbed. Elric floated upward and snapped his fingers. Blue magic erupted in a violent burst, tearing through the black fog as if it were nothing. Mephistopheles screamed, "This can't be happening. This can't be happening." Green mana devoured him, ripping apart his shadowy form piece by piece. Just before vanishing completely, he cried out, "Everything has gone wrong." Silence followed. A burning mark carved itself into the hero's arm. Mephistopheles was gone. Inside the void between worlds, Elric lowered his gaze to his hands. They were see-through, breaking apart like drifting mist. Where am I? A man stood in front of him. A worn white robe hung loosely from his shoulders. His eyes looked exhausted, yet calm. Below them floated a radiant book, suspended in the emptiness. Elric stared at him. "Why do you feel so familiar?" The man turned and answered evenly. "We were once scholars, pursuing perfect magic." Elric stiffened. That voice. I've heard before. A crimson sphere formed nearby, pulsing with raw power. Dark energy flooded into it, deepening its color into scarlet. Our desire for strength went too far, the man continued. We were defeated by demons, and our failure brought ruin to the world. The sphere absorbed more corrupted power, swelling slowly. To atone for our sins, to repay the destruction we caused. The man gave a faint smile. His golden hair glimmered softly. We created a family. The scene shifted. A massive demonic shadow rose into the sky. A dark sphere clutched in its grasp, while a lone man stood at the edge of a vast abyss. Elric's breath caught. Is that the demon king? No, this is the demon god. The man's voice continued. We created a family to exterminate demons. He extended one hand. His skin shimmered, half human, half swirling cosmos, as if the universe itself was etched into his arm. Far away, birds flew beneath a glowing sky. The heavens shook. Dragons appeared overhead, ancient, immense, divine, hovering above the robed figure. He looked up and spoke quietly. Eliminating demons. That is the role of the family we created. He raised his other hand. It bore the same star-filled pattern, radiant and vast. The ground below cracked apart. From the rubble, a demon emerged, towering, its presence crushing the air. The man remained unmoved. However, he said calmly, demons will never vanish completely. They will return time after time. Behind him, demons appeared, dozens, then hundreds, eyes burning red. That is why. He lifted both hands, forming ancient signs. Steam erupted from a glowing fracture in the earth. We must absorb them again and again. until not a single demon remains. He pulled his hood over his head. The demon screamed and rushed forward. The man stretched out his hand, and his entire form shimmered like a living constellation, forged from starlight. In the distant future, demons and dragons will clash once more. The land rippled like water, as if reacting to the weight of that inevitable war. And when that day arrives, our descendants will carry our resolve forward. The demon's outline twisted. Chains and seals wrapped around its body. Its shape dissolved into shadow, yet two bright eyes stayed locked on the man. From the darkness, a massive hand emerged, reaching toward the hooded figure. The scene distorted. The space itself bent and cracked. Elric stumbled. What? The image is falling apart. Something reached for him. Watch out. He blinked. His hand was suspended in the air, shaking as it grasped at nothing. What just happened? Light poured in through a nearby window. He was lying in a bed, letting out a long breath. He wiped his chin. That was when he noticed someone sitting next to him. Sean. He was on a small stool, leaning forward, head lowered. Elric stared. Sean? What are you doing here? Sean snapped upright. Huh? What do you want? Elric narrowed his eyes. Were you crying? Sean stiffened. You seriously think I was crying? His body trembled slightly. Why do you have to wake up now? Sean muttered. And why is that even something you'd say? Elric let out a small laugh. I still think you were crying. Sean didn't answer. That's fine, Elric said. You're allowed to cry if you want. He added, casually, you did the same back in the nest. That crossed a line. Sean spun around. What did you just say? Elric immediately backed off. Wait, my fault. Later, back at the academy, Elric learned that Sean had personally led a full rescue team to get him out. Sean confirmed it while Elric rolled an egg over the large swelling on his forehead. That's exactly what I did, Sean said. Elric frowned. Couldn't you have used healing magic instead of an egg? You should be grateful, Sean shot back. At least I gave you something, your mother. Elric froze. As the head of my family, hearing your mother this and your mother that is kind of... Sean slammed the table. What did you just say? Elric tried to explain what he meant, but Sean cut him off immediately, shaking his head as if to say he wasn't listening. The look he gave Elric made his warning clear. If you ever pull something reckless like that again. Then Sean's attention shifted. He suddenly stood up, energy surging through him. Get up. Now. Elric blinked. Why? What's going on? Stop talking and stand, Sean ordered. Fine. The instant Elric stood, Sean lifted a hand beside him, lining it up as if comparing heights. Hey, did you grow? He grabbed Elric and pulled him toward the mirror. Look, you remember how tall you were before, right? Elric's vision shook. He didn't get it. Did this happen because someone tried to take over my body? Before he could sort it out, Sean leaned closer, voice pressing him for answers. What happened in the nest? What actually went down in there? And the dragon, what about it? Elric turned his head away. He couldn't answer. Not yet. I'll explain when the time comes. Sean let out a breath and placed a hand on Elric's shoulder. All right, I'll believe you. Just don't do anything stupid. Then he shoved Elric aside right away, muttering, and I'm still annoyed that you never tell me anything. Elric wrapped his arms around Sean from behind. Come on, don't be like that. Sean pried him off and pushed him away. Yeah, enough. Anyway, what happened to the nest? He cracked open an egg and started eating. My family's guarding it. Elric sat on the windowsill. So they're excavating it already? Nope. Sean sat beside him. They're guarding it so nobody gets in. Elric stiffened. What? Why? Sean swallowed before answering. Because it's yours, idiot. You're the one who discovered it. My family can't just claim it and do whatever they want. Men in formal suits shook hands in front of an enormous door sealed with chains. Elric's thoughts filled in the rest. By law, the one who finds a dragon's nest becomes its owner. But major research groups never back off. They buy access, excavation rights, research rights, anything they can secure. Sean spoke again. The Magic Tower and the Academy are going crazy trying to get their hands on it. Elric looked at him in silence. Sean reacted instantly. What? Why are you staring at me like that? Elric lowered his head slightly. Thanks. Sean turned away. You're annoying, he said. And don't say stuff like that again. Their fists bumped together. Sean added. You seriously think this is funny? You're insane. Elric snorted and shoved Sean's shoulder. I'll take that as praise, you son of a dog. Sean stopped. What? Before Sean could respond, Elric changed. The smile vanished. His gaze hardened. Something long forgotten snapped back into place. The dean. That slippery old man. Elric could already picture him pulling favors, abusing connections, scrambling to secure a license before anyone else got near the nest. A quiet heat flickered behind Elric's eyes. Then, slowly, an unhinged smile spread across his face. So Barracks tried to kill me, and now he wants a license. He let out a low mutter. He really had the nerve, huh? Sean saw it instantly. The smile, the atmosphere, the warning signs, and shouted while pointing wildly, as if begging for witnesses. Hey, what is he about to do now? I know that look. Every time he makes that face, something crazy happens. Elric turned to him, completely calm. Sean, don't. You better not. Sean backed away at once. But Elric kept walking toward him, that dangerous smile glowing brighter. I need a small favor. I can't. I'm not listening. Lala lala. Spread the word that I'm critically injured. Sean dropped into a chair, burying his face in his hands, as if surrendering to destiny. Why do I always hear things I shouldn't hear? Elsewhere, boots echoed against stone. A man in gleaming armor approached the entrance of the magical Imperial Hospital, his family crest fluttering on his cape. Guards stood watch at the gate. Barracks was among a gathering of scholars, nobles, and opportunists, his expression twisted with barely contained rage. What did you just say? He demanded. A man with glasses leaned out from behind the gate. Cadet Elric Melvinger is in a coma due to severe injuries sustained inside the dragon's nest. Entry is forbidden. Please leave. Barracks shook. I came all this way, and you're telling me to turn back. A gray-mustached man pushed forward. What about the excavation rights? Another voice shouted. Are you abandoning the nest? The crowd erupted. Why is the Nestor family blocking the hospital? Let us in. This is outrageous. From a hospital window above, Elric watched the scene unfold. Idiots, he said quietly. The door behind him opened. A man stepped inside, carrying a wooden tray. Carl Donitz, a representative of the Nestor family. Sir Elric, he said, please rest. Your condition comes first. Elric didn't respond. He continued staring out the window as the fading evening light filled the room. Carl gave a short bow and quietly left the room, closing the door behind him. As soon as he was gone, Elric released a breath. Perfect. He turned his attention forward, addressing the unseen presence directly. Mephistopheles, are you planning to keep watching? Or are you finally going to speak? How long are you going to drag this out? A low growl spread through the space. The demon responded sharply. Mind your manners. You are speaking to the king. Fragments surged through Elric's thoughts. Mephistopheles, standing atop endless corpses. The former demon king who once drowned the world in chaos. The ruler whose name alone terrified entire continents. Yet now, that same being lingered inside Elric's mind, observing everything, commenting on everything, judging everything. Elric paid none of it any attention. He casually picked his nose, completely disregarding the presence looming over him. Well then, he flicked his finger aside. I'll just call you Felis. The legendary demon king, once the terror of eras and destroyer of nations, stopped cold. For the first time in 1,000 years, he had nothing to say. No threats. No response. Because at this moment, Mephistopheles was nothing more than an irritated evil spirit hovering around Elric like a bothersome insect. Without warning, Mephistopheles rushed forward, striking Elric repeatedly from behind. Die. Die. Just die already, human. Elric remained unmoved. Feels like cotton, he said. Not bad. Kind of relaxing. Mephistopheles let out a shrill scream. Imperial Hospital, beyond the fence. Far from the noisy crowd, Elric rested against a sealed wooden door, one hand pressing against his chest. Well, whatever it is. A faint vibration answered him. A glow seeped through his skin, blue and steady, beating like a rhythm made of mana. So it wasn't just in my head. Inside him, the dragon's heart, the core of the ancient dragon race, the symbol of absolute authority. It was alive. The memory returned clearly. The moment Mephistopheles drove his spear into the ancient dragon, the instant the dragon released its final roar. Right then, the heart abandoned its body and entered Elric. Even now, the dragon's mana moved inside him, circling his own heart as if it had become part of him. I remember everything up to the point where Mephistopheles tried to seize my body, Elric said quietly, rubbing his chin. Within his mind, scenes unfolded like pages from an old sacred record. Between brilliance and shadow stood two towering gods. At the side of the demon lord, the god of darkness, stood 4 figures. Finus, the eastern dragon whose flames erased worlds. Insaner, the winged beast whose cries shattered reason. Fornications, the warped man crowned with twin serpents whispering destruction. Est originale peccatum, the skull-faced fire wolf howling toward the heavens. And above them all, the one who stood at the peak, the strongest demon to ever exist. Mephistopheles, the greatest demon king in history. The same being currently shaking with rage behind Elric like an irritated lapdog. Elric's thoughts broke apart as Mephistopheles jabbed a finger into his forehead. I said it already. My name was granted by the demon lord himself. He stepped closer, voice echoing. I'll tear you apart. Elric let out a breath. You really don't stop. Mephistopheles stiffened. Elric continued in an even tone. Are demon kings always this dense? Or is it just age catching up to you? Maybe you can't hear anymore. The demon king froze. Elric flopped onto the bed and scratched himself without concern. Behind him, Mephistopheles hovered, his form trembling. 1,000 years. 1,000 years of waiting. And his mana had been taken by this kid? Behind Elric, Mephistopheles' distorted shadow twisted upside down. A demon who once believed the entire world existed only to bow before him. Now he was reduced to bickering with a kid lying sideways on a hospital bed. Mephistopheles clenched his jaw until his thoughts rang. As his awareness weakened, memories forced their way back, carved deep into him like marks in stone. A battlefield rose before him. Mountains of bodies lay scattered below, and he stood above them all. At that time, the scene beneath his feet was not chaos. It was reason. It was the purpose he existed for. Then the sound came. A thunderous roar split the sky. A massive shape crossed the full moon, wings stretching wide enough to swallow the heavens. Closer, closer. Each scale reflected light, like tempered steel. Shaynark, the Dragon King. The ancient dragon opened its jaws, power gathering for a breath meant to erase everything in its path. Mephistopheles did not retreat. With one swing of his spear, he cleaved the attack in half, scattering the force as if it were nothing. The dragon roared again. From its mouth burst heavy chains, divine restraints created for demon kings. He remembered every moment. Shaynark blocking his advance. The dragon charging forward, the chains wrapping around them both. The crushing force followed as the dragon dragged him down, pulling both of them deep beneath the earth. That time, there was no body nearby, no human shell to escape into, no soul to take over. So he waited, and waited, and waited. Time passed in endless darkness, until a group of heroes entered the cavern. Firelight pierced the shadows, and among them stood a boy. In that memory, a single thought surfaced. Finally, the vessel has arrived. He remembered the boy looking upward, as though sensing something sealed beyond reach. Yes, this child would release him. A vessel that cleared every condition meant for a demon king. He remembered how close he came, how near he was to consuming the boy's body and soul. And then, the bloodline awakened, a power he had never encountered, a force that did not submit. Instead, it swallowed him whole. 1,000 years of preparation collapsed in an instant. Back in the present, Mephistopheles drifted weakly near the window. What remained of him was little more than fragments, thin traces of demonic power barely holding form. What was that power? He murmured. The memory of being absorbed echoed through him, unshaken, unresolved. Elric lay on the bed and glanced toward the amulet holding the demon. Stop pretending you're untouchable. You're not that strong anymore. That line shattered whatever restraint Mephistopheles had left. The demon erupted. How dare a mortal descendant speak to me that way? If I were 1,000 years younger, I would. This is what's wrong with you Melvingers. Always acting like you're divine. In my era, I stood against the entire world. Elric didn't bother responding. He narrowed one eye and stared into the amulet, letting the outburst fade into background noise. Within the crystal's reflection, fragments of memory surfaced, the words that had echoed through his dreams. One day, far in the future, our voices will reach the descendants. The scene returned, the moment demons nearly overwhelmed him, the instant that unknown power surfaced from within. He rolled the amulet between his fingers. An image formed in his thoughts, his grandfather, and the unidentified man from those visions. Could that have been his voice? He muttered. Then another memory struck. The instant Mephistopheles was absorbed. The voice that followed, clear and absolute. According to the contract, the first demon shall be absorbed. Elric paused. Everything aligned. A single thought followed the realization. If Mephistopheles was absorbed, then his power was taken as well. Elric rose from the bed and gripped the pendant, examining it carefully. So this pendant, it's an artifact that absorbs a demon king. He looked again. No, not just demon kings. His voice lowered. It absorbs demons. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He turned toward Mephistopheles. The demon met his gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Elric didn't answer. He compared the pendant and the demon in silence. If that was true, then beings like Mephistopheles could also be absorbed. More images followed. The 4 great demons. The first demon. Ancient entities scattered across different worlds. If there was a first, then there would be more. A second. A third. A fourth. An entire line. The pendant emitted a faint, unsettling glow. I struck gold, Elric said quietly. Kings, you're already finished. Mephistopheles stiffened as a chill ran through him. The space around Elric felt off. Too still. Too deliberate. And far too dangerous. Later, Elric and Mephistopheles stood facing a wide stretch of mountain ranges, the Riven River cutting cleanly through the land. The wind moved gently, but the space between them felt tight. Mephistopheles blinked. Why are we suddenly walking out here? Hey. When an adult asks something, you answer. Elric exhaled. You're loud. Be quiet for a bit. He took off his cloak and placed it neatly on the ground. Then he sat down, legs crossed, hands folded together. Before I figure out how to use this pendant, he said, there's something I need to check. He slowed his breathing and closed his eyes. Everything went still. Color surged outward all at once. Blue light flooded the space. Elric sensed flowers nearby. A small insect moving through the air. A ladybug settling onto a petal. The flower behind it scattered apart. petals lifting upward like glowing feathers. Then they sped up. They rushed toward Elric, spiraling through the air as if drawn by an unseen pull. With his eyes still closed, he spoke quietly. I can feel it. The movement of the wings. The wind brushing the petals. The scent in the air. I can sense all of it. His eyes opened. If I'm right. He extended his hand. His fingers met something unseen. A shimmering green weave of condensed magic. Shadow crossed his face. Slowly, his fingers curled, then tightened into a fist. His heartbeat echoed. Thump, thump, thump. A spark appeared at his fingertip. Then, burn, whoosh. A towering column of fire surged upward, distorting the air around it. Elric froze, staring ahead. What? Mephistopheles stood motionless. That is. His voice faltered. That's dragon magic. The flames continued to roar, as Elric stood with his finger raised, unmoving. Mephistopheles stared at him. This makes no sense. A human using dragon magic? Even for a Melvinger, this exceeds all limits. The fire faded, breaking apart into glowing fragments before disappearing. Elric lifted his head. A short laugh escaped him. The scorched air lingered in front of him. He looked at the space where the flames had been, then pressed his lips together. Because he understood now. He could use magic. Not imitation. Not something borrowed. His magic. And that led to a single conclusion. The curse that had sealed his life away. The illness that choked his mana. The flaw that made the world label him worthless. All of it was gone. His thoughts drifted back to his childhood. The words that had followed him everywhere. Shame of the Melvinger family. Probably picked up from the streets. Trash. A failure who doesn't know his place. On countless nights, he had heard them all. Every whisper. Every insult. Every laugh meant to grind him down. Now, beneath the fading sunset, heat from lingering flames reflecting before him, Elric released a slow breath. Those who betrayed his family. Those who looked past him. Those who trampled on the Melvinger name. His resolve settled, unshaken. I'll make every single one of them pay. Along the riven bank, reporters gathered as sunlight shimmered over the water. Cameras adjusted, lenses focusing in. We have new information concerning the student, Elric Melvinger, one reporter announced. An official statement about the dragon's nest excavation will soon be released by the Magic Tower. Footsteps rang through the corridor. Carl, the servant burdened with degrading work ever since Sean's temper spiraled out of control, moved down the hall in a rush. He had spoken falsehoods to the Imperial family. He had misled the Magic Tower. All of it traced back to Sean's insistence that everything would be fine. Sean said he could handle it. Carl tried to accept that, but the aftermath could be severe. Carl returned to the room and asked about Elric's whereabouts. He's gone, came the reply. He left without saying anything. Carl stopped cold. What? Only a small note remained behind. Carl opened it, and a color left his face. He turned at once to Sean. We're in trouble. Sean let out a long breath. What now? Before Carl could explain. Bam! The doors flew open. A young woman entered, faint flames dancing around her hair. Sean stared. Sister. She stepped closer, her voice cutting through the room. Why do you look so shocked? Are you unhappy to see me? This was Tasha Nestor, the Firebird Witch, the youngest Grand Mage in the Empire's history. A rare talent shaped by the Magic Tower, the Imperial family, and the Protestant Union. One of the Empire's 3 new stars. Her gaze locked onto Carl Donitz. Did you do what I told you? Carl stiffened. Yes. Yes, Lady Tasha. Sean pressed his fingers to his head. Why did you come here? Tasha folded her arms. I heard about the situation, she said, and I wasn't about to stay away. Carl swallowed. If someone like her had stepped in, the situation had already crossed a dangerous line. Sean understood immediately. If Tasha entered and didn't find Elric, things were already critical. His sister picked up on problems instantly. He needed to keep her from digging any deeper. Then she asked the one question he feared most. Is everything true? Sean forced a smile. Well, you should go. You'll interfere with the doctors. Tasha stopped. Did my younger brother just try to order me around? She moved closer. Tell me the truth about the dragon's nest excavation. Sean almost lost his breath. Of all things, she remembered that. Of course she did. Tasha had chased anything related to dragons since she was young. No one took the dragons, right? She asked. Sean kept his voice steady. I'll take care of it myself. Her hand closed around his wrist. Call me the moment your friend wakes up. Sean stiffened. As if I would, he thought. Tasha leaned in. Or I'll beat you. Sean jolted. Yes, I will. Definitely. Absolutely. I'll probably call you. His thoughts spiraled. Elric, think of something, please. Just then, Carl stumbled into the room. His clothes were torn, his body covered in marks. It's finished, he said. A rumor is spreading that the Melvinger family's heir is in a coma. Sean nearly collapsed where he stood. Meanwhile, Elric. A long coat followed behind Elric as he walked through the town's main street. He stopped beside Sean's newspaper stand and looked at the newest issue. The front page showed a familiar face. Dean. Elric stared at the print. The man in the photo wore a confident smile. Too confident. So you made the headlines already. Congratulations, Elric said quietly. The dean hadn't wasted any time. Plans were already in motion. Inside the magic tower, the dean stepped into the director's office, posture straight. At last, I have the authority to do everything I planned. The elderly director didn't lift his head. Don't rush. The elections haven't begun. The dean frowned. You were careless. I didn't realize how determined you were to shield that boy. The director let out a breath. I'm not director yet. He paused. What about the student, Elric? What is his condition? The dean's lips curved. Unfortunate. If he wakes up, it will be inconvenient. We may need mercenaries to deal with him. Slam. Enough. The director's voice filled the room. The dean lowered his head immediately. I apologize. Please forgive me. The director leaned back, cigar in hand. A professor's seat will open soon. The dean looked up. Who will fill it? You will. The dean froze. I can't be a professor. I don't even know what's happening beyond the academy. Silence followed. Then he straightened. Still, I will meet your expectations. Smoke drifted through the room as the director observed him without a word. Nightfall, dark night city. The city rested beneath a silent veil of darkness. Elric moved through deserted streets, each step measured and unhurried. He stopped. Should I begin with the third eye? His focus sharpened. The surroundings faded, and another layer emerged. A different world overlapping his own. He needed somewhere concealed. A place with no disturbance to guide Manhwa through the dragon's heart. A location stable enough to rip open the boundary between worlds. Power gathered. Boom. A violent blast tore through a distant cliff. Flames and debris shot upward, cutting against the moonlit sky. A figure stood there, a cloaked man, perfectly still, watching from afar. The air turned cold. But who was that? Elric fixed his gaze on the distant outline. In the next instant, the silhouette dissolved into the night, disappearing like smoke. He lowered his hand and drew in a slow breath. So I can use magic without complex spells. The realization surfaced once more. Finally, Shangle. He released a breath and looked up at the night sky. This was the starting point. Only a short distance away lay everything he sought. Revenge, power, and the truth. To carry out his plan, he needed greater strength. Far greater. Elric fixed his gaze on the distant horizon and moved forward, taking his first step into the unknown. He glanced upward, mana gathering around his feet. Then, he kicked off the ground and leapt. I'm at the starting line. From behind him, the Demon King spoke. That jump. After I gave you my power. Elric shut his eyes. He's right. I need more speed. More strength. What are you doing with your eyes closed? Mephistopheles shouted. In my time, humans, demons, and dragons all trembled before me. But Elric's thoughts drifted elsewhere. The dragon's seal. The ancient knowledge he had glimpsed inside the nest. Among the dragon's arcane language. There was a technique known as soul speech. He reached into the surrounding mana, and a radiant symbol appeared before his palm. Elric spoke a single word, shaped entirely from magic. Mephistopheles fell silent. The symbol flared, and power burst outward. Elric clenched his jaw as his body rose from the ground. Slowly, higher, higher. Then, whoosh, he surged into the sky, propelled by pure mana. What? Mephistopheles shouted. You created flight. Elric streaked above the rooftops as the city shrank beneath him. The streets below spread out like a glowing diagram. I'm too hot. The spell was simple, yet overwhelmingly effective. And he continued. He cast it once more. Mephistopheles chased after him, disbelief in his voice. A beginner using soul speech and stacking the spell twice. Even within the Melvinger bloodline, such aptitude was unheard of. There had only been one exception. A man whose face was always concealed. The predecessor of the Melvinger family. A mage who smiled like a monster. Mephistopheles remembered him clearly. And now this child. The Demon King fell quiet. If Elric continued to grow at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he became something truly dangerous. Which left only one conclusion. Mephistopheles couldn't wait any longer. He needed to seize control. Crush the boy's goals. Secure the vessel before it slipped beyond reach. He moved closer, searching frantically for a solution. Ahead of him, Elric continued forward, the wind roaring past. Soul speech was extraordinary, but mastering it alone wasn't realistic. He tightened his hands. To get stronger, I need true dragon magic. His gaze hardened. And for that, I need a teacher who won't talk. One thing was certain. The academy was already under Barak's grip. There wasn't a single mage left who was both capable and reliable enough to guide him. Elric landed, steadying himself. He lowered himself to the ground and crossed his legs. Someone at least Castellan rank, he said quietly. Names passed through his mind. His grandfather. His father. His uncle. Powerful mages. All gone. Mephistopheles lingered nearby, watching without a word. Then Elric spoke. Mephistopheles. The demon paused. What is it now? Elric looked straight at him. Teach me magic. Mephistopheles stared. What nonsense are you spouting? Elric didn't look away. After a brief pause, the Demon King responded. What do I gain from this? I'll create you a new vessel, Elric replied. Through alchemy. Mephistopheles regarded him as if he'd heard something absurd. A human creating a vessel capable of holding me? Impossible. Then proposed something else. Elric said simply. Mephistopheles fell silent. No, he continued calmly. Why would I hand over my knowledge? If anything, you should side with me. Then I might consider it. He waited for a reaction. Elric hesitated, and Mephistopheles let out a short laugh. You couldn't even absorb me. That's how weak you were. Then his tone shifted. But if I teach you a fragment of dark magic, it will seep into your soul, bit by bit. And in the end, I'll take you anyway. He leaned closer. Kneel. Ask me to accept you. Elric paused. So did Mephistopheles. Forget it, the Demon King said. No deal. Elric tilted his head slightly. You really don't understand. If you keep refusing, you gain nothing from me. Elric released a faint ripple of magic. The demon's body jerked. Hey, what are you? Elric kept his gaze ahead. Shut your mouth. Mephistopheles' jaws snapped closed at once. So it responds better than expected, the protagonist said. The demon struggled violently, forcing out broken sounds through sealed lips. You, MF, MMM. You can't bind me with just soul speech. Mephistopheles tried to shout, but only a dull growl escaped. Elric lifted one finger, turned into a cute bunny. Everything fell silent. Soft pink bunny ears appeared on Mephistopheles' head. A small, sparkling mark formed on his cheeks. His entire presence shifted into something harmless and absurd. Elric froze. Mephistopheles froze. Elric suddenly gagged, turned away, and retched. Allured. He spat onto the grass. Why did I ever say that? He clutched his stomach, staring at the result of his own command. Mephistopheles remained standing there, bunny ears still in place. An image that would forever mark the lowest point in Demon King history. Elric wiped his mouth and faced Mephistopheles. I don't want to see that either. If you've reconsidered, he pointed at the notebook. Write a complete explanation of soul speech. Then he stood up, stretched his arms, and chose to spend the time training instead. Mephistopheles growled. I will not obey you so easily. Night arrived. Under the moonlight, Elric trained without stopping, carving runes through the air, repeating patterns, and refining spells. Sweat soaked his clothes as his focus never wavered. Mephistopheles floated nearby with his arms crossed. I might forgive you, he said casually, if you admit you were wrong. Elric didn't respond. The next day came. Elric trained again. Mephistopheles waited, expecting Elric to ask for guidance. He didn't. Another day passed. Elric pushed himself even harder. Mephistopheles kept watching in silence. What is wrong with this kid? Many days later, Mephistopheles slumped in place, still watching Elric practice. At last, he decided to pretend to comply, just to test him. Elric showed no reaction. He sat beside the fire, writing steadily, filling pages with symbols, spell structures, and fragments of incantations. Mephistopheles growled. I can't just obey you. Elric continued writing. Mephistopheles finally shouted. Why are you acting like a dog? Elric didn't look up. The foundation of soul speech is ancient knowledge that doesn't exist in books, he said. His notebook was already packed with diagrams and layered spell formations. Mephistopheles tried to speak again, but the soul speech seal cut his voice short. Elric held up a sheet of paper. If you want to talk, explain this spell. I might allow it. Mephistopheles muttered curses under his breath, barely audible. Elric raised the page again. You'll need to write more than yesterday. Don't fall behind. Mephistopheles stopped moving. Elric smiled. If you write several pages a day, I'll lift the spell for 3 days. The Demon King clenched his fists until they cracked. You brat. The dark magic in those texts would destroy your body and soul, he snapped. What you've studied so far is nothing but the opening. Elric didn't step back. He looked at the frost-covered spell circle he had completed. There's an incredible amount of power here. Mephistopheles stared at him. There were no signs of corruption, no distortion, no backlash. By now, the effect should have appeared. Elric noticed the pause. What's with that look? Elric said. You were expecting my body to change, but nothing happened. Mephistopheles turned his head away. I don't know what you're talking about. Elric smiled. I broke through to a new stage, didn't I? Mephistopheles' eyes widened, then tightened. He knows. He knows it all. Elric flipped to a fresh page in his notebook, clearly surprised by how far he'd gone. Mephistopheles shouted a curse. You damn. Elric activated soul speech again. Silence. Mephistopheles' mouth snapped shut once more. Elric blinked. Still effective. The demon's posture slumped. Fine, he said at last. There's nothing left I can teach you, except true speech. Birds crossed the sky above them. Elric kept his eyes forward. The highest form of soul speech, he said quietly. Beyond all others, except divine speech. The voice of God. Mephistopheles didn't deny it. He spoke evenly, stating that at Elric's current level, this was beyond him. And unlike humans, he added, demons do not lie. Elric continued staring ahead. The demon went on, explaining that the Melvinger family had always understood one truth. Magic only becomes real on the battlefield. That belief had guided the Melvingers as they defended the continent from demons for generations. A memory rose. His father stood on war-torn land, holding a young Elric in his arms. He never spoke of the damage left behind. Even so, Elric could sense how much his father longed for the battlefield, for the days he fought alongside Elric's grandfather. Young Elric tugged at his father's clothes and said that when he grew up and won a fight, he'd use magic just like Grandpa. His father looked away without answering. His sister leaned in with a cheerful smile and asked what he needed to become a powerful mage. Irritated, Elric said he needed to study. She laughed and told him he couldn't suddenly become ridiculously strong like their father. Their father clicked his tongue, telling her not to speak, as if he weren't right there. Their mother pushed the stroller and scolded him for acting so full of himself. Elric listened as his father finally began to explain how magic truly grows. Then the memory broke apart. Everything faded to white, and his father's figure disappeared. His mother's voice followed, telling him to read a study on the relationship between the ancient geometric system and the language system of the new era. But Elric suddenly shouted that he wanted to play with father instead. His father replied that studying mattered, but children also needed time to play. His mother immediately scolded him, saying he was spoiling Elric and letting bad habits form. The scene shifted again. The house was filled with crying. Elric and his sister sat beside the bed where their parents lay. Their father's illness had worsened, and the mother who stayed by his side soon collapsed as well. In the end, their father used what little life he had left to keep her alive just a bit longer, so they could leave the world together. Their father told her that she had always shone brighter than anyone else. She answered that ever since meeting him, she hadn't spent a single unhappy day. They held each other's hands and thanked their children. Their mother weakly turned toward her daughter, asking if she was there, telling her to take care of her little brother. Their father then looked at Elric and said the illness that sealed his magic was his own fault. Elric screamed through tears, asking how his father could leave him behind like this. He didn't know what to do. His father placed a hand on his face and said that he was lucky to have lived with a son like him. Elric froze. His father continued, telling him he didn't need to become a mage, only to be surrounded by people who made him happy. Then his hand slipped. It slowly fell away. Elric stared at the still hand, intertwined with his mother's. He turned his head aside as his vision blurred. Outside, the boy looked at the world with empty eyes. He whispered that the world didn't work the way his father believed. If you weren't strong, you were discarded. That was reality. He clenched his fists. He would become stronger, so strong that no one could ever overlook him again. With that resolve, Elric repeated the truth engraved in the Melvinger bloodline. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. He needed a place where he could grow stronger, a place harsh enough to force his magic forward. The first place that came to mind was the ghostly Crimson Forest, home to countless ghost-type monsters. The second was the Goblin Cave, but it was always crowded with adventurers. Then he remembered his father's words. Ancient shelters scattered across the continent, left behind by their ancestors. Elric turned toward the demon beside him. "We're leaving," he said, "to the Yeti Highlands." Morning light slipped through the trees as Elric washed himself in a cold stream. He rinsed his face and spoke quietly. "If someone recognizes me, that'll cause trouble." He lifted a hand and summoned water magic, a thin mist wrapping around him and soaking his hair. Then he followed it with cutting magic. Strands dropped into the stream, and the flowing water carried them away. When he was done, he activated transformation magic, adjusting his features just enough to conceal his identity. With his appearance altered, Elric stepped out of the water. Voices drifted over from the nearby guild house. "Hey, the kid's timing is good. We're heading out now." A man gestured ahead. "But the Yeti Highlands? No one goes there anymore. And he's going by himself." Elric shook his head. "Not alone. A few others are coming with me." Two boys stepped forward with a small child beside them. Four herbalists stood nearby. Behind them waited 3 monster hunters. 5 more adventurers remained silent, their presence restrained. The child approached first. "I'll introduce myself. In our clan, names come from the month we're born. I'm Mingma. It means the second dawn of the week." Behind Elric, the Demon King floated in the air. "This kid talks nonstop," he muttered. Elric lowered himself slightly and addressed the child. "What's your?" He paused, then asked whether there was anywhere nearby to buy a crystal communication sphere. The boys all shook their heads at once. There wasn't a single one in the village. "If you need to contact someone, just send a dove or write a letter," one of them said. Mingma spoke again. "Let's just go. I'll explain everything on the way." Elric didn't answer right away. "If I don't contact my sister soon, this won't end well." The group moved deeper into the Yeti Highlands. Mingma continued talking without pause, jumping from one topic to the next. The Demon King walked ahead across the rocky ground, muttering that the terrain felt familiar. "This is Yeti territory," Mephistopheles said. Elric looked at him. He had always thought Yetis were simply monsters. He never considered they might be connected to demons. Mephistopheles stopped with his back turned. "They were insignificant beings," he said, "but their former king had his uses. Because of that, The demon lord chose to spare him. His end was different from the others. Lighter, almost merciful. Elric paused. The Yeti had a king. Mephistopheles gave a small nod. His grave should be somewhere nearby. Elric looked at him. Then you know where it is. No. Mephistopheles replied without hesitation. Elric frowned. If the Yetis truly had ties to demons, then the grave of their king had to be linked to his family's ancient hideout. His father's words surfaced in his mind. The hideout exists to guard our legacy. The memory came back clearly. His father standing firm, the pendant resting against his chest. When you become the family head, Elric, the first place you must visit is the Yeti Highlands. You must verify our legacy and pay respect to those before us. Elric lowered his gaze to the amulet hanging from his neck, wondering if it carried secrets he had yet to uncover. They continued onward, Mingma still talking non-stop as the others listened in silence. Then something changed. A dark, unfamiliar energy began seeping out from the sword at Elric's side. The demon's voice cut through sharply. Can you make that thing stop already? Elric glanced at the blade, puzzled. Not a single Yeti had shown itself. This area was supposed to be full of them. Mingma finally stopped and flashed a grin. We should move faster. The path ahead won't be easy. Night arrived. Fires were lit across the campsite, their lights spreading through the clearing. Elric walked over to one of them. Mind if I use this? He crouched down, tired, letting the warmth reach his hands. Looking at one of the older boys, he spoke quietly. Your strength. It's close to that of a noble knight. The boys exchanged looks and murmured among themselves. Their posture shifted slightly, but Elric noticed. They weren't here because of him. They had their own objective. A hidden one. One figure stood apart. Their leader. His presence carried weight, sharper than the rest. Elric slowly lifted his hand and pulled back his hood. He froze. The moment his face was revealed, everyone else turned away in a rush, clearly unsettled. Isabel stepped forward with an easy smile, saying she was simply using things the way they were meant to be used. One man let out a low whistle. Another adventurer moved closer, laughing as he asked why she had been hiding such a pretty face. Their attention stayed on her, unable to look away. But not everyone shared that mood. One man stood still, gripping his sword so hard his hand began to tremble. Magic exploded outward, fast and uncontrollable. Before anyone could respond, one of the heroes burst forward like a beam of light. His blade stopped inches from a man's throat. That can't be forgiven, he said coldly. You'll die for it. Shouts broke out immediately. Several people screamed at him to lower the sword. Elric and the demon watched the scene in silence, both clearly lost. Neither of them understood what had just triggered this. The group regrouped near the fire, the air still heavy. The enraged hero kept his sword trained on the shaking man. Let him go, Isabel shouted, her voice carrying across the camp. The swordsman paused, then slowly pulled the blade back. The man stumbled away, keeping his head down, avoiding everyone's gaze. From beside the fire pit, Elric suddenly shouted at them all, ordering them to stop before they wiped each other out. The figure who had started everything stiffened, unsure how to respond. No one else moved. The camp went still. Then it happened. The man lifted his sword to defend himself, and attacks poured in from every direction. Mingma's voice cracked. What is going on? Blood sprayed, as someone was taken out in a single strike. Protect the princess. Elric yelled. The formation collapsed, as everyone moved at once. Icicles rained down from above, sharp and countless. Elric dashed forward, slipping through the falling ice. More attacks rushed toward him in waves. He raised shield after shield, blocking everything he could. Ice shattered on impact as he stood between the enemy and the others. Cries rang out. Steel collided again and again. One adventurer dropped after being pierced straight through. Another fell moments later. The numbers thinned rapidly. Elric clenched his jaw. Behind him, the demon hovered calmly, observing the carnage. Ah, the Crimson Eyes tribe, Mephistopheles said with a laugh. Always this brainless. Elric froze, reflected in his vision, shapes in the snow. Dozens of Yetis emerged, weapons ready. I thought Yetis move in groups of 10, he said quietly. This wasn't 10. The creatures advanced in formation, disciplined and relentless. This is insane. Elric shouted. We'll wipe them out. One man yelled, swinging wildly. The Yetis charged. Massive hands crashed down on the adventurers. Bones snapped. Bodies were sent flying. The demon grinned. Hardcore difficulty, he said. The highest setting life offers. Shut up, Sean shouted, slamming another silent spell onto him. Mephistopheles' eyes widened as the magical seal snapped back into place. Elric kept his eyes forward, his jaw locked tight. The Yetis were advancing. Despite everything happening around them, it was clear they were just as stunned. Power burned in their eyes, raw mana spilling out without restraint. Weapons, guns and blades alike, were hurled across the battlefield, as if space itself had been torn apart. Elric lifted his gaze toward the sky. I'd like to watch this a little longer, but the time amp won't last. A frightening truth settled in. One mistake, and everyone here would be wiped out. But if he struck first, clean and decisive, the balance would shift instantly. Debris crashed in all directions. Light flared from within Elric, his entire body reacting at once. He activated information cancellation. The weapon's energy was pulled inward, redirected straight into him, condensing at his core. Elric dropped straight into the center of the enemy line. Dozens of Yetis stood before him in perfect formation, caught between hesitation and confusion. One of them flinched. Its eyes flicked to the side, sensing something it couldn't identify. Elric didn't hesitate. He surged forward and drove his fist into its head. The formation shattered. The Yetis roared in unison and rushed him from all sides. Elric gritted his teeth, releasing waves of magic to slow their advance. Then, boom! A violent blast rolled across the highlands, the ground trembling beneath it. He turned. More Yetis were still closing in. Fine. He would incinerate them all. Elric activated burning magic. Flames burst outward, twisting and circling like living creatures. Cold debris shattered through the air, reshaping into razor-sharp ice. The Yeti stopped, watching the storm form around him. He released piercing force. The shards launched forward in a dense barrage. Blades of ice ripped through the Yetis one after another. In moments, silence. The battlefield emptied as bodies fell. Only 2 Yetis remained standing. Elric walked toward them. "Where do you think you're going?" They didn't respond. Elric activated binding force. Both Yetis froze in place instantly. He let out a long breath and dropped to the ground, looking over the fallen bodies. I really am an unbelievably handsome man," he muttered, sitting down on one of them. "All right," he said, brushing off his hands. "Now we talk." Mephistopheles. The demon appeared at once, staring at Elric with his head tilted. "Why are you still mute?" Elric asked. Mephistopheles raised a finger and let out a long scream, as if he'd been holding it in all day. "Shut up." The demon froze mid-motion, finger still raised. Elric turned away. "We don't have time. You're translating." Mephistopheles clicked his tongue. "Why me? Just do it." Elric faced the Yetis. "Tell them if they speak, I'll spare them." Mephistopheles crouched beside the monsters and spoke in a rough, unfamiliar language. One of the Yetis replied. Mephistopheles stood and turned back. "He says he'll talk, if you untie him." Elric raised his brow. "And why should I believe that?" Mephistopheles added. "This is the point where negotiation works better than threats." Elric snapped his fingers. "Fine. Release them. Make it quick." Mephistopheles leaned in and whispered to the Yeti. He continued whispering. Elric narrowed his eyes. Something wasn't right. Without alerting anyone, Elric activated his translation ability, and he heard it clearly. Mephistopheles wasn't translating. He was telling the Yeti, "Let's send this annoying human straight to hell together." Elric barely reacted in time. A massive, bear-like Yeti lunged forward, charging on all fours. Elric was sent sliding backward, but he stayed calm. While moving across the ground, he pointed his finger and released an ice block, slamming the Yeti hard into the snow. He remained there briefly, breathing heavily, arms still raised. That was close. He looked toward Mephistopheles and the restrained Yeti. Then his expression changed. "So," he said quietly, "shall we continue our conversation?" A scream rang out through the forest. Some time later, Elric sprinted across the snow, chasing a fleeing Yeti. He clicked his tongue. "Because of you fools, all the decent Yetis ended up dead." Mephistopheles walked beside him, saying nothing. "You're the one who killed them," he thought, bitterness weighing heavily on him. Without warning, Elric grabbed his chest. For a split second, his heartbeat vanished, an icy, razor-sharp pause that sent fear through him. The dragon's heart, infused with the mana of a dragon and a demon king. I can only draw out about 3%. If I push beyond that, my body will shatter. The Yeti village appeared ahead. Elric released a slow breath. "If I fight the way I did before, I could die." His hands tightened into fists. "But I can't retreat. Not now. If I turn back here, my family will never return." His gaze hardened. Then another thought cut through him. That noble lady, is she safe? Elsewhere. Blood stained the snow. Chun lifted his head, gasping, surrounded by the few survivors still standing. A blue-haired girl staggered forward, her voice shaking. One person is missing." Chun wiped the blood from his lips and spoke quietly. "Either he fell while escaping, or he's hiding." He forced a faint smile. "Let's believe he got away." The girl scanned the ruined battlefield, her voice trembling. "I hope so. I really hope he's all right." Back with Elric. He stood at the edge of the Yeti settlement, his presence cold and sharp. Large shadows moved. Dozens of towering Yetis emerged, slowly closing in around him. Elric crossed his arms, a faint smirk forming. "No need to spill blood for nothing. Just bring me your leader." Low growls answered him as the Yetis stepped closer. Then, a deafening roar thundered from behind them. "Moo!" The Yetis instantly scattered. A massive foot slammed into the snow, the mountain itself shuddering. Elric stopped. From the darkness came a figure that dwarfed them all. A colossal Yeti, its body covered in scars carved by countless battles. It stared down at Elric, its expression grim. Elric stepped forward, meeting its gaze. I need to ask you something. The leader growled quietly, studying him. Elric reached into his pocket and pulled out a small blue crystal. His jaw tightened. I hope this doesn't go that far. If talks fail, I'll have to kill him before he can act. Before he could speak again, the massive leader lowered itself and spoke. Green eyes, what is your name? Elric blinked. Elric Melvinger. The leader watched him for a long moment, then gave a slow nod. Follow me. Elric moved forward alongside the Yeti leader, several guards following him behind them as they disappeared into the snow-covered paths. Without any lead-in, the leader spoke. Our tribe carries an old legend. Elric glanced over. A legend. The reply stopped him cold. Long ago, a king ruled this mountain. Elric turned at once. Mephistopheles was already standing nearby, his presence sharp, as if he had anticipated this turn. The Yeti leader lowered his head before continuing. The legend says the king acknowledged only one human as his friend. A scene surfaced in Elric's thoughts, a massive Yeti monarch standing beside a lone man. That human had pale green eyes, the leader said. His name was Melving. Elric stiffened. So someone from my bloodline. The leader's tone became firm. Our former chief swore an oath to that king, an oath to guard the Melvinger household. Elric drew a slow breath. Then tell me, he said, where is he now? The leader hesitated, jaw tightening. Below. He guided Elric to the edge of a towering cliff. They leaned forward together, looking down into the endless dark. Far beneath them, something faint came into view. There is a house beneath this mountain. Elric focused on it, disbelief mixing with awe. A powerful current surged upward from the depths. An updraft. Even the Yetis withdrew a step. Once each year, the leader said, the wind ceases. That is the only time we can descend. Mephistopheles appeared beside Elric, his voice edged with mockery. You can barely endure the cold with your magic, he said. And you plan to go down there? At your level? It can't be done. Elric remained still, his gaze fixed below. Mephistopheles continued. If you go, you... Elric cut him off silently. He's not wrong. This is dangerous. But turning back now means never moving forward again. He stepped closer to the edge. If those before me are watching, then this is my answer. He took one breath. Then I'll show them. And he leapt from the cliff, dropping straight into the abyss below. Above him, Mephistopheles shouted at the top of his lungs. You've lost your mind. Elric plummeted downward like a blazing projectile, the wind roaring past him. I'm going to die. He clenched his jaw and forced himself to stay focused. The fall only grew faster. This was far beyond what he had imagined. Mephistopheles finally rushed alongside him, his voice sharp with irritation. Focus, you moron. If you don't, you're finished. Elric pushed his legs downward, correcting his form mid-descent. Right, this is how it works. He fixed his posture, keeping his body steady despite the violent drop. Still too fast. Slowly. I have to slow it down. Far below, the small house appeared, barely visible in the void. He activated thread, mana erupting beneath his feet. The structure rushed closer, then filled his vision. A yellow light flared at his heel. A magic circle ignited as he kicked off the cliff wall, turning the fall into a sliding descent. One more push. Another release of mana. Almost there. He struck the ground with overwhelming force. Boom. Rocks shattered and scattered outward. Elric straightened, glaring ahead, then immediately fell onto his back. I really thought that was it, he said, breathing hard. Mephistopheles drifted down beside him, staring in silence. I don't even know what to say, he muttered. Only feelings. Elric let out a short laugh and looked toward the old house. Still, this place is oddly plain. He walked up, reached for the handle. A violent purple seal flared to life. Ancient magic. Elric stepped back. I didn't expect this to be easy, he said. Mephistopheles shook his head. Try converting the mana pattern into language. Elric placed his palm against the glowing seal. A noble mage family. A demon king, a demon hunter. A yeti, a squirrel delivering bread. History. He paused. Nothing happened. This isn't a mana diagram, he said. There has to be a trigger. Then realization struck. The family crest. What if it responds to the Melvinger emblem? He took it out and pressed it into the circle. Flash. The door shone brightly, then slowly opened. Beyond it stretched an enormous hall packed with relics, scrolls, devices, and artifacts. A vault of ancient magic. Elric pulled a book from a shelf and froze. Then he completely lost control. He dashed through the library, shouting as he went. This is basic magic theory. Fairy magic. Beastman magic. Black magic too. Mephistopheles hovered nearby, watching him spin around in disbelief. The winter sage must have lived here, he said in a low voice. Elric leaned around the corner, eyes widening. What are you talking about? For once, Mephistopheles fell silent, his head lowered as seconds passed. Someone who knew the Yeti King. Someone who knew the Melvinger bloodline. Someone who stood between both worlds. At last he spoke. Which book did you just take? Elric raised it. A thick volume, heavy in his hands, its cover elaborate and ancient. Something meant to endure legends. He brushed away the dust and opened it. The history of the Melvinger family, he murmured. The pages were yellowed and worn, but the words struck him instantly. The extermination of demons is the sole duty of our bloodline. Elric stiffened. That wasn't what he had heard in his dream. He turned the page. A faint green light seeped from the ink, rising into the air. A voice resonated directly from the text. This shall become the vessel, once all conditions are met. Green seals appeared, spinning around him. The hall was flooded with an unnatural emerald glow. Elric kept reading. The debt bestowed upon our family by the heavens may be repaid. The light intensified, saturating the chamber. Elric narrowed his eyes. If demons could be absorbed completely, including the ones within me now. He turned the page again. Only then will a new harmonic form of magic be born. A heavy pulse followed. The space itself trembled. The words pressed into his mind. Consume, absorb, devour, fill yourself with demons. The old family seal began to shine, then cracked, then shattered. In its place, a new seal emerged, refined, complex, embedded with rare jewels. The Shin seal. At its center, a massive crystal erupted with light. Visions flooded Elric's senses. Memories, battles, bloodlines, endings, beginnings. The descendant who clears the first trial, claims the first pendant, and absorbs the first demon, awakens the true lineage. Everything faded to white. Some time later, Elric lay on soft grass, staring up at the sky. Where am I? He sat up. A voice spoke from behind him. So you are the descendant, the one chosen to inherit our fate. Elric turned sharply. A tall man walked toward him. A monocle rested over one eye. Light stubble framed his chin. His presence was sharp and composed. Elric stood. Who are you? The man placed a hand over his chest. I am Otto Han Melving. His gaze hardened as the words settled. I'm the one who guides and tests the heirs who come after us. Elric's body tensed. Otto Han. The name stirred old memories. The founders of their magic. The 5 ancestors who built the Melvinger system. Otto Han gave a faint smile. So you've heard of me. Elric nodded slowly. You're the revered ancestor. The Winter Sage. Otto Han blinked. Then his expression darkened. No one alive should know that title. Unless someone told you. Elric lifted his hand, awkwardly. Mephistopheles mentioned it. Otto Han's face drained of color. Mephistopheles. The demonic king of original sin. Yes. Elric replied without hesitation. Otto Han suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Elric by the shoulder, and burst into laughter. He laughed until he could hardly breathe. To think the first demon you absorbed was that one. He wiped his eye, still grinning. Our descendant is exceptional. Maybe I should raise the difficulty of your trials. At the same moment, Mephistopheles trembled with rage, fists clenched. Who dares mock the great king? He thundered. I'll tear them limb from. Back with Elric. Elric lifted his hand. So, about the trial. What exactly am I supposed to? Otto Han placed his palm on Elric's head, cutting him off. You must be full of questions, he said, smiling with closed eyes. And yes, I've often wondered why our family insists on being so complicated. We could just leave instructions behind. But we don't. Elric stared, speechless. Otto Han extended his hand. Lightning crackled across his fingers. A white seal formed in his palm. Because, he said, we created something like a wheel. Power surged outward. With a flick of his wrist, a glowing mass shot forward, spinning faster and faster as its force multiplied. Once it begins to turn, Otto Han said, it cannot be halted. Something like this can't be entrusted lightly. That's why every heir is tested, no matter how long it takes. He faced Elric again. And since you passed our trial, the decision belongs to you. Elric looked at the white seal floating before him. Whether you stop the wheel, Otto Han said, or set it spinning once more. He repeated calmly. The choice is yours alone. Elric didn't respond. He simply stared at the seal. Jaw locked, veins tense. If I choose wrong, everything I have could collapse. The image of the seal formed clearly in his mind, carrying the full weight of his family's history. Then, without pausing, he closed his hand around it. This is my final chance. Otto Han let out a slow breath. Good, he said. I acknowledge your choice. Elric met his gaze directly. I will restore our family. Otto Han went still. Elric continued. I will fulfill my grandfather's wish and the will of every ancestor who fought before me. Scenes surfaced in his mind. Melvinger heroes clashing with towering demons, standing firm against hopeless battles. I will leave my name in history, he said evenly. As a great magician of this land, he imagined the distant future, himself standing before an enormous statue bearing his likeness, rising above the capital. Elric raised his hand. A magical seal formed in his palm. He pressed it into the ground. At once, it began shaking violently, jerking side to side at extreme speed, as if something inside was struggling to escape. Elric and Otto Han watched without speaking. Then Otto Han's eyes widened. A broad smile spread across his face. He slapped Elric hard on the shoulder. Excellent. That kind of resolve truly suits our successor. Elric flinched. That actually hurts. Ottohan paid no attention and lifted his hand. The next instant, flash, the world changed. Elric stumbled as frigid winds slammed into him. They now stood atop frozen mountains, endless snowfields, jagged cliffs, and a cold that pierced straight through his body. He shook uncontrollably. H, how do we get here? What is this place? Ottohan crossed his arms. This is the trial ground. Here, you will face your first task. Elric clenched his teeth. A test in a place like this, then I'll come out stronger than ever. Ottohan glanced at him and noticed the grin forming. You're smiling? Good. You'll need that attitude for what's ahead. He pointed into the distance. Look there. Where? Elric asked. Further, Ottohan replied. Look deeper. Elric focused. Far beyond the storm. Something pulsed within the blizzard. Dense, oppressive energy. His vision distorted. A massive silhouette rose within his mind. A gigantic yeti. What is that? Elric asked. Ottohan raised his hand, and visions of multiple yetis appeared. That, he said, is the king of the icy mountains, the first and last ruler to unite every yeti under one banner. He went on. He tried to return the yetis to their former place as demons. But in the end, ambition swallowed him whole. It corrupted him, and he crossed the line, becoming a demon himself. Elric stared at the overwhelming energy ahead. Ottohan spoke again, unhurried. That is the second demon you must take in. Elric turned sharply, rage bursting out as he pointed into the distance. I'm supposed to deal with that. Ottohan shook his head. No, you are not to kill him. He gestured toward the roiling darkness. You will absorb him. His tone dropped. From now on, you will consume demons and strip away their seals, the source of their existence. He continued. Within a demon's mind, fear, despair, and sorrow gradually condense into ego. That ego gives rise to evil intent and ambition. That is what defines a demon. Elric lowered his gaze. Dark patterns were spreading across his hand, coiling beneath the skin like creeping vines. Ottohan nodded. Every demon has its own desires and nature. That is why their personalities, ranks, and symbols differ. He indicated the spreading marks. The origin of their corrupted thoughts, the core of their warped soul, is known as a seal. His voice sharpened. The seal of original sin, the embodiment of Mephistopheles itself, stood before them. Elric stood still, staring at his hand. The symbol glowing there was unmistakable. The seal of the tiger, the ancient crest of the demon king of mountains. Before he could react, Ottohan seized his wrist, his voice crashing through the frozen air. From this moment on, he said, you will hunt demons, and you will take their seals, their very lifeblood. Ottohan's hand pressed down on Elric's shoulder. As their energies connected, a violent surge tore through Elric's body. Ottohan roared, drawing in the demon's essence in a single instant. Elric faced forward, unable to move. Ottohan, his ancestor, stood firm, his voice carrying immense weight. All of their powers will become yours. Secondus looked up at the massive storm of dark energy twisting ahead, dense, oppressive, endless. If he could absorb something like that, the possibility alone made his pulse thunder. He lowered his head, breathing faster as power gathered within him. Then, boom, energy erupted outward. Elric shot into the air, his aura surging as weapon manifestation activated. In a single burst, he dashed forward like a falling star, fist drawn back, charging straight at the enemy. Ottohan's voice cracked across the battlefield. Remember, you do not kill them, you absorb them. Elric slid to a stop, teeth clenched. Absorb, not kill. But how? He turned toward the mass of darkness and studied it carefully. The twisting shadows, the enormous presence hidden inside. That was when it appeared. A towering outline. Massive. Overwhelming. The Yeti King. Elric stiffened. This man, could it really be Mephistopheles? Mephistopheles reacted at once, his presence sharpening as the Yeti King issued a mocking challenge. The air trembled as the Yeti King demanded a response. Ottohan ended it with a single, cold glance. Elric surged forward again, speed tearing through the frozen air, then stopped abruptly. Darkness blocked his path. From within the storm, hundreds of black figures stepped forward, standing in formation like executioners awaiting an order. Their mere presence weighed heavily on the battlefield. The Mountain King's warriors, he said quietly. There were far more than he had anticipated, and each one carried power far beyond his previous opponents. Then he noticed one figure in particular, a gigantic yeti with a thick beard, gripping a sword nearly as tall as a tree. Especially that one. Can I really defeat something like that? His gaze shifted to the mark on his hand. If only he could use the seal of original sin. If he could activate it, this battle would be over in moments. Even the king of the icy mountains wouldn't stand long. But he couldn't. He didn't know how. For now, that power remained out of reach. A thunderous roar shattered the air as one of the warriors charged forward, its voice shaking the mountain itself. Elric lowered his hand. No shortcuts. No forbidden strength. This is the first test, he said under his breath. Using that seal would just be cheating. He raised his palm. A flame ignited there, burning brightly against the frozen world. The instant Elric released burst, the battlefield shook. A split second later, a raging fireball crashed into the closest Yeti warrior. The explosion so fierce, it almost consumed Elric along with it. He stumbled back and stopped cold. A blade appeared directly before him. Time seemed to stall. His body refused to move, breath locked tight. Then, crack, blue lightning ripped through him. His instincts flared, and he twisted away at the last possible moment, escaping the fatal strike by the narrowest margin. He let out a sharp breath, his chest rising and falling. The Yetis forced their way through the blast, stepping out of the flames like creatures born from nightmares. They closed in almost instantly. Elric raised one hand, then slammed both palms together. Raise and penetrate. Ice spikes exploded upward beneath the enemy line, hurling several Yeti warriors into the air. The rest were torn apart by a storm of razor-sharp fragments. Elric's gaze steadied as more shadows surged toward him from afar. So, you were once part of the demonic society, he said quietly. And then you were cast aside. One of the Yetis snarled, jaw locked tight. Elric stepped forward. I understand. You're afraid of being abandoned again once you lose your strength. The Yetis roared and rushed him together. Elric didn't hesitate. If this trial is what it takes for me to become stronger. He drove his hands forward. Then I'll face it as many times as I need. A huge crimson sphere formed between his palms, swelling and pulsing, heat warping the frozen air around it. It detonated in an instant, releasing a flood of destructive force. The charging Yetis were erased on the spot. A blazing beam tore across the battlefield, leaving nothing behind. Then disaster. A gigantic Yeti warrior drove its sword into the ground. The shockwave slammed into Elric before he could react. Blood spilled from his mouth as he was hurled backward, rolling across the icy surface. He struck the ground and lay there. Slowly, he lifted his head, vision unsteady. At this rate, I'll lose. Mana escaped his lips like mist. No, not like this, he growled. I won't fail the first trial this badly. A violent aura burst from his body. He forced himself upright, every part of him screaming as power poured out unchecked. Even if his body couldn't endure it, even if it ripped him apart. He kicked off the ground with all four limbs, launching forward like a feral beast. The distance vanished in an instant. I'll draw out more mana, no matter the cost. The massive Yeti looked down and swung. Elric twisted past the blade, sparks slicing across his cheek as he looked up. That feeling. His pulse thundered. It's coming from the demonic heart. The Yeti struck again, faster, much faster than before. But Elric moved first. He slipped beneath the swing, rushed straight in, and drove a ruthless, perfectly placed strike into the monster's core. An attack sharp enough to end a demon on the spot. Elric lifted his hand once more and spoke the next command. Bloom and scatter. The enormous body locked in ice instantly. A split second later. Crack. Countless ice spikes burst outward, ripping through the frozen form and halting the creature mid-charge. Elric lowered his head. His shoulders shook as a dark aura leaked from his body like drifting smoke. His breathing faltered, air catching in his chest, before his legs gave out and he dropped onto the icy ground. For a brief moment, he didn't move. Then he opened his eyes and looked across the battlefield. What was that? He said. He turned and saw it. A massive concentration of dark energy rising behind him, dense and suffocating. No matter how you see it, this is far too brutal for a first trial. He glanced at the fallen monster and pressed a hand to his chest. His heartbeat felt unstable, pounding far too hard. Were the Guardians coming back? What was he supposed to do now? The dark aura drifted closer, moving like a living shadow. Elric thrust his hand forward. A blue flame ignited, cool, steady, and clear. He stared at his palm as the seal carved into his skin flared brightly. The dark energy was drawn toward it, swallowed into the glowing mark. A new seal, he said. It wasn't comparable to the seal of original sin, but the power within it was real. Somehow, the mana from his demonic heart had settled. Footsteps echoed behind him. Adohan approached, his voice calm and deliberate. Demons invoke seals by their true names. To wield a demon's power, you must know that name. Elric spoke without turning. And how am I supposed to learn that? It's not like they'll explain it themselves. Adohan looked toward the gathering ranks of Yeti guards. You don't need to concern yourself with that. When a moment arrives, you'll know. Elric closed his eyes and lowered his head. Energy formed between his hands, slowly at first, then spinning faster and faster. The Yeti's true name, he said quietly, is cruelty. He couldn't explain the certainty. He simply knew. The seal responded, pulsing in answer. Snow fell heavier across the mountains as Elric rose to his feet. Dozens of Yetis pushed forward through the raging storm. He watched them without blinking. If they're cold, then they're heartless. A thin beam of ice shot forward, piercing through several of them in a single strike. The survivors lifted into the air, barriers forming around their bodies as they dove toward him. Boom! A violent blast of ice swallowed the battlefield. Elric stumbled back, struggling to remain upright. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Mana consumption is higher than expected, he said under his breath. Then, a massive seal formed beneath his feet, spreading outward in a flash of blue light. Every enemy caught within its range froze instantly, locked inside crystal-clear ice. This is the seal's power. The magic circle continued to expand, covering the entire battlefield. One by one, the Yetis were frozen solid, their bodies cracking apart under the overwhelming pressure. Elric stared at the field, now filled with frozen remains. Now I just have to. Guh. Blood spilled from his mouth. He dropped to his knees. Then his body gave way. His vision dimmed. His thoughts scattered. The world dissolved into noise. Why is this happening? Darkness swallowed everything. Elric snapped awake. Air rushed into his lungs as his chest rose and fell. Sweat ran down his face. The battlefield was gone. He was sprawled across the cold stone floor of a library. Books lay scattered in every direction, shelves rattled, and cracks spread through the tiles beneath him. He slowly took in the scene. What was that? A voice answered him. Mephistopheles stood nearby with his arms crossed. Looks like you ran into a pretty rough test, he said. The demon turned slightly aside and clicked his tongue. Your pendant went wild the moment you passed out. That was enough to tell me it wasn't pleasant. Elric lowered his head. A task. It had to be one. Which meant, I'm not dead. He lifted his hand. The blue seal was still there, glowing faintly. The realization struck him all at once. I relied on the seal too much, he said. That's why I slipped up. The instant his mana ran dry, his consciousness gave out. He remembered standing atop that enormous magic circle. Remembered the flood of power surging through him. That power was far beyond what I expected. He stared at the seal. If an incomplete version was already like this, then a fully awakened seal of original sin. The thought alone sent a chill through him. Mephistopheles glanced over. So that's the seal of cruelty. The snow sage handed you something troublesome. Elric looked up. Then how am I supposed to use the seal of original sin? Mephistopheles answered without hesitation. I let a friend ask my true name once, he said coldly. You really thought I'd give that up so easily? His voice sharpened. No matter what you put me through, I will never speak even a single syllable of my true name. Elric let out a breath and turned away, rubbing the back of his head. So much for solving it by asking. His gaze dropped again. He had half expected Mephistopheles to answer, but that was impossible. A demon's seal name was everything. Elric stared at the enormous shadow carved into the seal of original sin. If I gave him complete control over the original sin seal, he'd lose everything that makes him a demon. No wonder he's guarding it. For now, he needed to pull back. Elric concealed the blue seal and let out a slow breath. And besides, he thought, that one belongs to a demon king. If I couldn't even endure the Yeti seal, then the king's power is on a completely different level. He pushed himself upright, brushed the dust from his clothes, and reached a hand toward Mephistopheles with a sharp grin. You know the king of the icy mountains, don't you? Mephistopheles turned, his gaze wary. Why the sudden interest? Elric's grin deepened. Because this place is his grave, and I need to win. Mephistopheles froze. Then he burst out laughing, his mouth stretching wide. I knew Otto Hahn was insane. He scoffed quietly, shaking his head. Letting a kid chase an existence, even he acknowledged? Absurd. Elric, meanwhile, only smiled. I've got a few solid ideas, he said. Mephistopheles drifted aside, eyes narrowing. Every one of your ideas is terrible. Elric spread his arms. Oh, come on. You're not even part of the demonic race anymore. You could help a little. Mephistopheles snapped. You fool, he roared. Revealing a seal's secret means exposing the weakness of an entire race. It's no different from tearing out a piece of the demon king himself. Elric calmly raised 3 fingers. I'll give you 3 days of exemption. Mephistopheles' brow twitched. He shut his eyes. And that's supposed to impress me? Elric lifted his whole hand. Fine. 5 days. Mephistopheles clenched his teeth, veins standing out. You dare disrespect me like this? Elric waved him off. Forget it, then. That did it. Mephistopheles suddenly smiled, a wide, vicious grin, as he extended his hand. Even if it was rude, he sighed, my generosity knows no limits. I'll help you just this once. His tone turned cold. Listen closely. With the seal you have now, you can forget the trial. You won't even come close to the Mountain King. Elric blinked. Then what should I do? Mephistopheles crossed his arms, smiling again, this time with something sharp behind it. Well, I wouldn't say there's no solution. The icy mountains appeared once more. The wind cut like blades. The cold wrapped around him like iron chains. Elric narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Damn, I really didn't want to come back here. A swirl of dark energy floated ahead of him. Left behind as a reminder, a clue, a hint Mephistopheles had given. Elric sprang forward, reaching toward it as the demon's words echoed in his mind. Seals are ranked by rarity. Simple but advanced, precious, unique, mythical. Even seals of the same rank, Mephistopheles had said, can differ completely. Achievement levels decide how much power they truly show. Elric twisted midair, narrowly avoiding a heavy downward strike from a Yeti warrior, and the rest of the explanation came back to him. The seal of cruelty was precious ranked, not weak, not worthless, but its achievement level was barely over 1 star. A Yeti guard lunged, blade aimed straight for his neck. Elric slipped past it smoothly, his movement clean and precise. And the Mountain King, he recalled, has all 10 stars. The guard was destroyed in an instant, ice exploding outward in every direction. That was the difference. 10 stars versus 1. Mephistopheles' final words burned into his mind. To challenge the Mountain King, you must raise your seal to 10 stars, or push its rank up to unique. Elric tightened his fist. 1 star. A single spark facing a frozen god. His grin sharpened. Then I'll raise it, he said, no matter what it takes. Confidence flashed in his eyes as he activated the seal on his hand. The mark ignited, glowing fiercely. With one sweep, the dark matter around him was torn apart like mist in a raging storm. Some time later, Elric knelt in the deep snow, each breath turning into white vapor. Before him, an immense dark aura loomed like a mountain. So we finally meet, he murmured. The king of the icy mountains. The mass shifted, twisting and reshaping, its presence crushing the air itself. Elric set his jaw. No matter how many foes I defeat, the achievement level won't pass 2 stars. Which means there's only one option left. Face the king head on. The pressure intensified. He stared straight into the storm. What kind of demonic power could reach this level? How strong was he in life to leave something like this behind? Fear flickered. Not from hesitation, but from recognition. Ottohan's smile crossed his mind. And then he understood. Of course, he whispered. Only someone from my family could be this terrifying. An ancestor, not an enemy. Later, within the icy mountains, Elric stood firm as snow lashed against him. I still have to try, he said quietly. It won't be easy, but I won't turn back. He dipped his head, then lifted it again. A smile formed. I'll win, no matter what. Mephistopheles watched from the side, drawn to that unyielding resolve. Then, Elric opened his eyes. The mountains were gone. He was back on the library floor. Books lay scattered everywhere. Cracks spread beneath him. Seriously? He started laughing. All that effort, all that fighting, and I died before I could even touch her. Still sprawled on the floor, he muttered. And I thought I could actually beat her. Mephistopheles floated down, arms crossed. You finally understand? Give it up. You can't absorb a seal at that level. Elric's eyes suddenly lit up. He pointed straight at Mephistopheles, wearing a smug grin. The seal of original sin began to tremble violently. That brat. Mephistopheles snapped. He's doing it again. Elric raised one finger. I didn't expect the king of the icy mountains to be a woman. Silence. Then Mephistopheles' face twitched. He turned away, refusing to look at him. Why are you staring at me like that? He shouted, pointing back. What's with that look? Elric watched him for a moment. So that's how it was. There was definitely something between Mephistopheles and the Mountain Queen. He pushed the thought aside. His gaze dropped to the faintly glowing seal on his hand, the mark of his own bloodline. One thing mattered more than anything else. Absorbing her power. He extended his hand as energy spiraled around him. He didn't know the method yet, but his instincts surged. His vision flashed. Countless scenes bursting behind his eyes. If I force the truth out of her, he muttered, I'll figure it out eventually. Much later, Elric surged ahead. Electric arcs wrapped around his arms. Thunder roared with every step. His charge split the snow like a falling star. Lightning ripped across his body as he forced his way straight through the Mountain Queen's strike. Then, in the next instant, crack, his body locked up completely. Frozen solid. He dropped straight down, slamming into the ground. No movement. No air. That was only the first try. More than 100 followed. 100 deaths. 100 brutal endings. Every time his awareness slipped away, the same thought repeated. It hurts so much. On another run, a gigantic sphere of ice flew toward him. This time, Elric set his foot and drove his palm forward. Boom! The attack bounced back. Through the raging snowstorm, he caught sight of her, the Mountain Queen, and his pulse spiked. I can't believe this. I'm actually closing the gap. Her crimson gaze tightened. Her strikes didn't slow, didn't weaken, didn't pause. Elric pushed on, jaw clenched. So this is it. The seal of cruelty. This is how the Mountain King fought. But I've only just awakened mine. I can't compare to someone who refined it for centuries. The Queen lifted her hand. Elric did the same. Their palms met. In that moment, he reached out, grasping her movements, her patterns, her principles, her every instinct. K.E.A. boom. A colossal blast ripped through the mountain. The shockwave gouged deep lines into the snow. Elric's arm shattered from the impact, cracks spreading up his skin like tangled roots. Even if I have to take it all from her, I'll take everything. Another blast hurled him skyward, ripping him apart. Mephistopheles observed from a distance, arms crossed. Most people would shatter, he said quietly, after dying 100 times without real progress. Elric lay ahead, limbs torn away, body destroyed. And he was laughing. Mephistopheles released a slow breath, eyes sharpening. He's not just gifted, his will is unbreakable, a desire to grow that never ends. Another attempt. Elric charged, his head severed in an instant. Another attempt. His hand melted into black energy. Still, he returned. Again and again. He stomped the ground, the seal blazing violently. I've already hit 3 stars, he shouted. He twisted aside as a massive axe swept past his head, missing by a hair. The Mountain Queen's blade sliced through the air with flawless accuracy. Elric ducked beneath it at the final instant and threw a punch in return. She won't even give me a moment to recover. The Queen rotated her weapon, shifting her grip with absolute control. A lethal frost erupted from the blade, colder than anything Elric had faced. Elric halted, then immediately thrust both hands forward. Protective barrier. For a brief second, it endured. Then, crack, the barrier shattered. Her strike landed cleanly. Elric stumbled back, teeth locked tight as oppressive dark energy pressed down on his body. Is this really as far as I go? Stealing alone wasn't enough. Copying wasn't enough. Studying wasn't enough. He looked up as the Mountain Queen lifted her weapon once more, power surging unchecked. And the answer became clear. To defeat her, to take in her seal, to break past his limit. Technique alone wouldn't work. He needed control. Elric gritted his teeth. To bring down the Mountain Queen, I have to restrain her. He stopped. No, that still falls short. He burst forward, lightning exploding beneath his steps. I have to become her. Dark energy wrapped around him like a raging storm, crushing from all sides. The seal on his hand blazed wildly, burning too fiercely to endure. Color drained from his vision. Did I die again? He murmured. The world warped, then stabilized. Mephistopheles floated above him, arms crossed, looking down. Then prove it, he said. Elric blinked. What are you doing here? Mephistopheles' gaze sharpened. Prove you deserve to stand among our kind. Everything changed. He was no longer himself. He was her, the sovereign of the frozen mountains. Elric found himself within the Mountain Queen's body, palms pressed against icy ground, her seal glowing beneath them. When he opened his eyes, a towering yeti stood before him. She extended a small hand. A child's hand. What is this? Elric muttered. Nearby, a shaman raised his arms toward the sky. The Lord of all demons has delivered an oracle to us, he declared. An elderly yeti lifted a small child high into the air. Our queen, the one destined to rule the highlands. A tiny yeti girl lifted her hand. The shaman continued. These mountains shall belong to her. Understanding struck Elric all at once. She was born to rule, bound by fate to command the frozen range. As the young girl gazed into swirling dark matter, the Mountain Queen's thoughts flowed directly into him. This was her past. The girl grew. Her gaze sharpened. Her will solidified. She became the first ruler in the history of the frozen mountains to unite every tribe. But dominance over one land was never enough. Her crimson eyes burned intensely. I must reclaim the peaks that were once ours. I must restore what our ancestors lost. She faced her warriors, massive yetis prepared for battle. Listen, she shouted. We were once part of the great demon army. She lifted her axe, and the mountains shook. And we will reclaim what belongs to us. Her forces charged forward, overwhelming knights and demons alike. Snow soaked red. Peaks shattered. Cities collapsed. Beneath a darkened sun, swallowed by an eclipse, triumph surged through her. At last, we are acknowledged again as demons. But the instant her ambition peaked, her warriors fell, one after another. The battlefield went silent. Then something far greater than the mountains descended. Mephistopheles, the original sin, the demon king. He stood before her, smiling, his shadow swallowing the world. Her body shook. An absolute wall. He advanced, seized her, forced her down. In that moment, she understood. There would be no victory, no escape, no resistance, only submission. Lowering her eyes, she looked upon the icy mountains she once swore to rule. Yet even as defeat wrapped around her, a single thought burned relentlessly. I must cleanse my name. I must refine my seal. She stared into the dark aura churning beneath her feet. This is only the beginning. She turned away, resolve blazing within her crimson eyes. Just a little more, and Mephistopheles would have acknowledged me. I was so close. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the sky. Stop. A girl descended from above, a knight landing beside her. The queen felt her chest tighten. My path is sealed. Knights rushed forward, weapons drawn, and then she saw him standing at their front, Ottohan. A presence so overwhelming it stole her breath. Compared to him, even Mephistopheles felt distant, unreachable. The queen of the icy mountains pulled out her axe and shouted, all units attack. But the instant she turned, her army vanished. One after another, her followers crumbled into dust. No screams. No struggle. They simply disappeared. What is happening? She shouted. A figure flashed past her, cutting through her troops with a single swing. Thousands of Yeti warriors were erased in an instant. Even their bones shattered like nothing. A panic cry rang out. Save me. I don't want to die. Others stumbled back, terror draining the light from their eyes. A colossal demon rose before them, roaring like a living catastrophe. Then, something crashed down from the heavens like a falling star. The shockwave ripped apart the snowfield. The queen raised her axe to block, skidding backward through frozen debris. Even so, she steadied herself, braced her stance, and shouted to those still standing. Do not fear. We are the great demon race. There is nothing we cannot overcome. She drew in a breath and released a roar that shook the peaks. Let them feel our fury. The very next moment, splash, blood burst across the battlefield. The queen's eyes shook. What is this? The heads of her remaining allies flew off at once, blood spraying skyward. Their bodies collapsed like lifeless dolls. She stood alone, unable to grasp how death had claimed them faster than thought. Adohan stepped forward and raised his hand. Behind him, the world burned. The queen staggered, her voice breaking as she spoke. We lost the war against the humans you led, and were forced back into these mountains. Despair twisted her expression. Why? Why must this happen to us? She glared toward the distant human forces. They already have everything they could ever desire. Why won't they allow us even the smallest share of what we want? She dragged herself forward, fingers clawing into the snow. A mark appeared on her hand, and from deep within her chest, an immense dark power erupted outward. Elric watched without a word. He didn't move, didn't speak. He only observed her, the weight of countless years pressing through her sorrow. After a few moments, he stepped closer. This is her burden, her fate, her responsibility. He spoke softly, even after all that despair. Elric looked at the violent dark energy surrounding the mountain queen. You still stood alone. He moved closer, his voice calm and unwavering. You endured all of it. Within his thoughts, the image surfaced, himself as a child, walking through endless snow toward her, and the queen doing the same, reaching out with that same solitary resolve. Endless trials, endless losses. He reached his hand toward her. For the sake of restoring your people's former glory, you kept moving forward, even when it destroyed you. The queen's eyes shook. They cried together, two existences from different ages, carrying different responsibilities, yet bearing the same crushing weight. Elric pulled her into an embrace. This burden is heavier than anyone could ever understand. The sound of clashing steel echoed, far away. Elric remembered. After that day, Adohan remained in the frozen mountains, watching over the queen. They fought again and again, their blades meeting so often that hatred slowly dissolved, replaced by mutual regard. They were no longer enemies, nor were they comrades. They simply understood. They shared time. They shared the mountains. They shared silence. Even so, the darkness within the queen never faded. Demonic energy burned around her. Her eyes shook with rage, still filled with lingering desire. I must reclaim our race's honor, she murmured. Her voice faltered. She couldn't escape the temptation. Her ambition became shackles. Her resolve turned toxic. And in the end, she became a monster. Adohan brought his hands together, dark power gathering between his palms. He clapped them, releasing a devastating shockwave. Did he enter life that day? Even Elric couldn't say. His eyes narrowed, then snapped open. A voice spoke. So, you must be that descendant. The mountain queen stood beside him, dignified, composed, chin lifted. One-armed Adohan told me about you, she said with a faint smile. Considering you burned through most of my mana, and even took my arm, your name wasn't empty praise. Elric stepped forward and extended his hand. I feel sorry for you. The queen lowered her head, then turned away sharply. I may have fallen in disgrace, unable to abandon my ambition, she said. But I was a queen, and I was a warrior. Her gaze hardened. So, I will not accept pity from an opponent. Elric stiffened at her words. The Ice Mountain Queen smiled, cold and weary. It seems our battle is approaching its end. She looked up toward the sky. I owe an apology to those who gave their lives for me. I must honor them. Elric clenched his fist. The queen spoke in a low murmur. Why did I cling so fiercely to returning to the demon army? Dark energy surged outward from her body. Why, when staying with those close to me, should have been enough. Her cry split the surrounding mountains. The black aura detonated and spread in all directions. Elric watched without moving. Then he spoke quietly. She's being overtaken by demonic power. His gaze sharpened. What happens next? Before the thoughts settled, crimson energy erupted around her. A violent red aura swallowed the mountain summit. Elric clenched his jaw. No, stay focused. My opponent is the Ice Mountain Queen, the sovereign who unified the chaotic tribes of the mountains, the ruler whose resolve reshaped the frozen north. The queen raised her head. Power overflowed from her eyes. The ground shook beneath her presence. Elric looked straight at her, the queen of the Ice Mountain Yetis. To him, she was not merely a beast. She was the strongest among them, an existence worthy of absorption, an existence he must absorb. Demonic energy rolled off her as she advanced. Elric raised his hand, body steady. Holding back even slightly would deny her power. So he released everything. His aura detonated outward, the air quaking as he took his stance. They charged at the same instant. Two beasts rushed straight at each other, neither slowing nor turning aside. Elric sensed the weight of her oath, the pride she upheld, the debt she intended to repay. The queen slammed her foot into the ground, the impact cracking the earth. Elric answered by hurling himself forward, both of them cutting through the frozen air like meteors. Their gazes met. They struck. Demonic power surged from her like a storm. Elric drove his strength forward to meet it. The clash rocked the mountain, pressure shredding the air. Her massive axe crashed down. Elric snatched a broken axe from the ground and blocked it head-on. The impact forced her back several steps. He pushed forward again. I need power greater than hers. I have to. They exchanged blows at impossible speed. Steel rang against steel. Power collided with demonic force. At times they were nearly touching, neither yielding, both striking to end the other. The queen stomped once more, placing everything on this fight. Elric mirrored her movement, launching forward without pause. Light erupted between them. The shock wave shattered stone, hurled boulders skyward, and split the ground. Every vibration coursed through Elric's body. He raised his hand to strike, sensing something unfamiliar stirring within him. The queen drew her arm back. Another flash detonated. Elric was thrown aside, his vision blank for a moment. She pursued immediately, axe sweeping down. He barely deflected it and twisted away. She followed without stopping. Elric turned, opened his mouth, and released a roar that shook the land. The queen was forced back. Both kicked off the ground again. Both rose. Both landed, facing one another in mirrored stances, worn down, unsteady, yet prepared to end it. Elric clenched his teeth. Across from him, the queen stood just the same. This is the limit, he thought. This final charge will decide everything. They moved. In an instant, they crossed paths, power detonating outward. And at that moment, Elric understood. The technique she was about to release, the strike that once crushed countless races beneath her rule. This was the hidden art of the queen of the Ice Mountains. The queen faced forward, killing intent spreading through the air like frozen pressure. She raised her palm, vast, icy, and overflowing with destructive force. Elric raised his own hand in response, power surging to match hers. The instant their palms met, the world detonated. An overwhelming blast erupted between them, illuminating the mountains, as if another sun had risen. The ground beneath shattered, fractures racing across the ice. For a brief moment, everything was swallowed by dust and raging wind. Then two figures emerged from the haze. Elric stood in place, his arms still extended. The queen's massive body shook as a hollow wound tore through her form. Elric stared ahead, frozen by the result of his strike. The queen remained still for several seconds. Then she lifted her head. Laughter echoed across the battlefield. She spoke quietly, saying this would be the last time. Her words ran through Elric's body like a shock. He lowered his head, jaw locked tight. Then she spoke once more. Thank you. Elric's eyes widened. The queen turned away and dropped to one knee. As sunlight pierced the icy sky, its warmth fell upon her. She looked forward one final time. Elric stood before her, unable to move. Then her body broke apart into glowing fragments and dispersed into the wind. Silence followed. Elric looked down at the seal on his hand. Blue energy flowed around it, steady and calm. A mountain-shaped mark etched itself into his skin, the symbol of the Ice Queen. At his feet, two small green leaves appeared on the frozen ground. A stem slowly rose between them. A bud formed, then bloomed into a vivid flower. Elric spoke softly. Rest in peace, Queen. And with that, his first trial ended. Clapping echoed from behind him. Well done. You really absorbed the queen of the Ice Mountains. Remarkable. Elric turned around, worn down from the battle. Wasn't that excessive for a first trial? He said. Han laughed. I told you, everything about our family is extreme. If you can't clear something like that, you've got no right calling yourself a Melving. Elric exhaled quietly. So that's where the rumors come from. Han stepped closer, his tone shifting. But honestly, I didn't expect this. Even with talent, taking down a mountain queen usually takes 1 to 3 years. Yet a beginner, someone who barely understands magic, did it in a single month. Elric paused. 1 month. Han nodded. Exactly. Elric raised his hand. No, wait. I've only been learning magic for 1 month total. And I've been trapped here for another month. That means I started 2 months ago. Silence spread between them. Han stared at him. That's not funny. I'm serious. Han's eyes widened. You're not exaggerating? This isn't some overblown Melvinger speech. Before Elric could respond, Han grabbed his shoulders and burst into laughter. I knew it. My instincts never fail. Elric groaned. Didn't you just say, even with your talent? Han laughed even louder. You little bastard. Hey, stop. That hurts. And your beard. Elric shouted. Han only laughed more. They stood together, looking out at the distant frozen mountains. The battlefield had gone completely still. After a long pause, Han spoke. So how was it? Her final moment. The camera closed in behind Elric as the cold wind passed. She was smiling. Han let out a slow breath. That is good to hear. Elric lowered himself in a respectful bow. Thank you for everything. Han replied calmly. Safe travels on your return. Elric hesitated. I don't think I'll be able to come back often. Han nodded. I understand. Carrying the family name isn't light. Elric turned and walked away. Han watched his back in silence. Then, Elric stopped. He turned around and looked back. Han blinked. Huh. Elric rubbed his cheek. How do I leave this place? Han extended his hand, confused. You've gone back plenty of times already. How do you not remember? A sudden flash swallowed everything. Elric stared ahead as the scenery dissolved into white. Then his body slammed straight into the ground. He groaned and looked up at the ceiling. That old man. Mephistopheles hovered nearby. He should have finished you off when he had the chance. Elric shot him a sharp look. You can't just kill someone without warning. Mephistopheles drifted closer. So, did you manage to absorb the Queen of the Ice Mountains? Elric raised his arm, revealing the mountain-shaped mark. It literally just happened. Mephistopheles let out a loud laugh. Excellent. All thanks to my guidance. Naturally. Elric replied flatly. Of course. Best demon lord in existence. Mephistopheles froze. Best demon lord? He stared at Elric in silence. Calling this boy a genius wasn't enough. He defied common sense. Elric lifted a finger. But there's one thing I want to ask. You had some kind of connection with the Mountain Queen, didn't you? And why didn't you turn her into a demon? Mephistopheles paused and looked away. How did you figure that out? I saw fragments of her memories, Elric said. So answer me. The demon lord's thoughts drifted back to a mountain made of bones. I'm a demon lord, he said. She was nothing more than low-grade demon trash. At the time, I was simply killing time. He turned his gaze toward the snowy peaks. I heard rumors that someone in the ice mountains might become a demon, so I went to check. The scene shifted. Mephistopheles holding the horned creature by the chin, examining her. She wasn't even close to qualifying as a demon queen, but her will and her techniques were acceptable. A slight curve formed at his lips. In the end, she was fortunate to encounter someone as merciful as me. If it had been Azazel or Lilith, he gave a short chuckle. They would have shredded her without hesitation. With a casual motion, Mephistopheles brushed the memory aside. And when it was over, come find me again once you're stronger. Those were his words to her. After saying that, the demon lord Mephistopheles simply turned his back and walked away. Elric froze. That's it. That's the end. You never met her again. Mephistopheles reacted instantly. Why would I ever see her again? Why would I go back for her? But the memory answered for him. A snowstorm covering the ice mountains. Fresh snow marked only by a single trail of footprints. Someone standing alone, a massive axe planted in the ground, waiting. Mephistopheles clenched his jaw. Elric caught it. He struck his fist into his palm. Oh, now I get it. Mephistopheles barked back. Get what? Elric leaned in slightly. You're just like those annoying boys who pick on the girl they actually like. The reply came instantly. I'm not a child. And don't you dare say anything about unreturned feelings. Elric laughed. So that explains it. 1,000 years later, and you're still alone. Mephistopheles pointed at him. You insolent bastard. You dare ridicule Mephistopheles. The scene cut sharply. Elric lounged against the desk, tone casually cruel. Face it, you're probably meant to stay alone forever. Completely alone. I hope you die. Mephistopheles roared. Behind them, Han's clenched fist radiated heat. Otto Han stood quietly, smoke drifting around him. An unusual child, he thought. Leaves passed through the air as Han lowered his head. His voice dropped to a whisper. She felt the same, didn't she? Did she carry the resentment to the end? The atmosphere shattered. Hands soaked in blood. A man holding a lifeless body. His voice trembled. How could I do this with my own hands? Bodies lay scattered around him. Otto Han spoke. The Queen of the Ice Mountains. The man's eyes flared. A scream ripped through the air as smoke burst outward. Kill me. Otto Han stepped forward, half his figure swallowed by shadow. He brought his hands together. Forgive me. A single strike followed. The creature's chest was pierced clean through. Otto Han released a breath, his monocle catching the light as he looked ahead. Thank you. Rest now. Leave what you couldn't let go of. Your wishes to this child. Tears formed as he continued. Perhaps in another life, we'll meet again. And I hope the world you see then is kinder than the one we left behind. He turned toward the sinking sun, allowing the wind to carry the moment away. Back inside the library, Mephistopheles frowned as books and shelves lay in disarray. What exactly are you digging for? You've overturned the entire place. I'm searching for something. Elric replied without looking up. And what could possibly justify wrecking a library? Elric finally straightened, holding an object that emitted a pale glow. Mephistopheles stiffened. That Don't tell me it's what I think it is. Elric raised the stone, cold light spilling from its surface. An ice crystal. Han gave a small nod. Take it. Go and find the god of Camellia. Elric narrowed his eyes. The god of what now? Still uncertain, he studied the crystal in his hand, then pointed at it. So this camellia flower thing, that's all there is to it. Otto Han nodded, as if nothing about this needed explanation. Then he added calmly that the one tied to this flower would become Elric's next teacher. Elric rubbed the back of his head. Hold on. This is the trial? You're serious? Otto Han affirmed it immediately. Elric looked down at the crystal again. How long is this supposed to take? At this pace, I'll be ancient before it's over. Otto Han's demeanor shifted. Until you reach the level of the progenitor. Elric stopped cold. What level is that? Otto Han didn't answer directly. Beneath the heavy, gray sky, he spoke instead. In time, everything will become clear. The progenitor carried out countless responsibilities and left just as many behind. For this world, and for you. Both of them gazed up at the swirling clouds as Otto Han continued. We created trials so you could follow the same path. All you need to do is walk it, without faltering. Elric clenched his hands. I won't let what he left me be wasted. Otto Han's voice softened. I regret placing this weight on you. But this road is yours alone. Elric, head of the Melvinger house. With that, he turned away and told him to begin at once. Elric glanced back at the crystal. So in short, I just need to deliver this ice crystal to the god of Camellia. That single sentence set Mephistopheles off. He burst into laughter, eyes gleaming. If it's the god of Camellia, he said, grinning, then he's trying to bring back winter. Elric blinked, staring at the crystal in his palm. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? Mephistopheles scoffed. It means the same 4 seasons. The ones who used to hunt demons like us. Elric shot up from his seat. Tell me everything. Don't leave anything out. Mephistopheles lifted an eyebrow. And what makes you think I should? Elric raised 4 fingers. 5 days of freedom. The demon scoffed. You really think that's enough to buy my mouth? Elric's smile widened. Then I'll add silence release. That's my last offer. Mephistopheles paused. Then his tone shifted instantly. Deal. He leaned forward, voice dropping. Listen closely. There are 4 powers that once stood behind your bloodline. 4 existences whose strength helped establish the House of Melvinger. 4 figures. Elric didn't blink. They're called the 4 seasons. Demons gave them that name because their abilities and natures mirror the seasons themselves. And among them, snow and wind surged into view behind Mephistopheles. Otto Han represents winter. The storm raged as he continued. And the fact that someone like him personally designed your trials should tell you enough. Elric went still, staring at him. Mephistopheles smirked. There's only one conclusion. He plans to hand over the power he once wielded. A chill ran down Elric's spine. If he cleared this trial, if he lived, would he be allowed to face the others as well? A shadow passed through the clouds overhead. Elric clenched his fist. If I'd taken the power of all 4 seasons, wouldn't that put me on the same level as the progenitor they once served? An image crossed his mind. A marked hand belonging to someone who stood at the summit. And if I continue absorbing seals stronger than the seal of cruelty, his brows lowered slightly, then maybe restoring my family isn't out of reach. He looked back at Mephistopheles. So what makes that ice crystal so special? Why would the god of Camellia need it? Against towering frozen cliffs, Mephistopheles answered. That crystal is the heart of winter itself. It only forms deep within mountains buried under eternal snow. Which means lightning split the sky. It's a spirit's egg. Elric stared, stunned. The camellia only blooms during winter, Mephistopheles continued. And there's no better vessel for that flower than an ice crystal. He shut one eye, waiting for Elric's next question. So where am I supposed to find the god of the camellia? Elric asked. Mephistopheles shrugged. Most likely, the flower temple. Somewhere deep in the northern lands. Elric staggered back. The flower temple? That place is a legend. Doesn't it only exist in stories? Oh, it exists, Mephistopheles replied. And that loud fool is probably standing guard there as we speak. Elric stared at him, uncertain. He would need to verify this in the Imperial Library. His eyes narrowed. Why are you being so cooperative? What are you planning? Mephistopheles stood with his arms crossed. To Elric, his spiritual form seemed oddly brighter. Madness flickered in Mephistopheles' eyes. So he noticed. A fragment of my power has returned. These trials are restoring my demonic energy as well. Even if Elric realized the truth, could he actually stop it? Far within the void, Elric remained silent, thinking. I don't have a choice, Mephistopheles thought. If he keeps clearing these trials, I'll only continue to recover. Elric lowered his gaze, understanding at last. Each trial strengthened him, but it also returned more power to Mephistopheles. An image of the demon lord at his peak flashed through his mind. Don't tell me, Elric thought. I'm helping bring back the Lord of Demons. And if that happens, Mephistopheles murmured, the world will descend into true chaos. Elric stared at the ground, shoulders heavy. Mephistopheles observed him quietly, then smirked inwardly. Such a fitting reaction. Fear suits him. He clicked his tongue. I'm not exactly happy about the Melvingers growing stronger, but my recovery takes priority. Clear enough. Then Elric slowly lifted his head and smiled. Mephistopheles frowned. Why are you smiling? Elric's grin sharpened as his thoughts raced. If the trials restored Mephistopheles' power, then Elric could take even more of it in return. If he kept advancing, the demon would eventually be forced out of his body. All he had to do was keep moving forward. Elric's smile deepened. A chill ran through Mephistopheles. This brat is already dangerous enough. Stop enjoying this. Elric clapped his hands once. Good. If that's settled, then shouldn't we get going? A spark lit the snowy sky. Then another, brighter than before. Elric moved forward without hesitation. Strange, a month ago, this journey felt impossible. Now it barely feels like a challenge. You're insufferably full of yourself, Mephistopheles muttered as distant snow thundered down the mountains. Elric paid him no mind. If I need directions, we might as well stop by the Crimsonite tribe. A faint smile crossed his face. Maybe it was the long battle with the Yeti, or maybe it was the seal he'd taken from the Queen, but he found himself wanting to see them again. Then, Elric stopped. The smile vanished. The village was gone. Huts lay smashed apart. Blood seeped into the snow. Bodies were ripped open and discarded like waste. Elric stared. What happened here? A crimson figure was pinned to black ice spikes. Mephistopheles hovered beside him, his gaze cold. From the wounds alone, they didn't die quickly. Whoever did this took pleasure in it. He shook his head. I don't know what kind of creature was responsible, but it's more grotesque than most demons I've encountered. Elric said nothing. Mephistopheles watched him from behind. Elric finally stepped forward, deeper into the ruins. His teeth clenched. Yes, Yetis were monsters. They could be killed. He'd done himself. But playing with them like this. His voice dropped. This is disgusting. The surge inside him wasn't his own. It was the Queen's power howling within him. Elric shut his jaw tight. I need to calm down. I'm not a Yeti. Their emotions aren't mine. Then, he froze. His eyes widened. Shadows moved in the distance. Elric advanced carefully, fell to his knees, and brushed the snow aside with trembling hands. He dug deeper, then stopped. It looks like someone new has arrived. A small child peeked out, hands raised in innocent excitement. But a voice cut through the moment. The road ahead will only grow harsher. Before you continue, you should prepare yourself. Mephistopheles stood behind Elric, expression flat, as bodies jutted from snowdrifts, buried upside down like broken stakes. Elric's jaw tightened. This was their doing, wasn't it? Mephistopheles nodded. Elric stared ahead, breath unsteady. So, they're the reason I feel this twisted rage boiling inside me. Before he could think any further, the scene changed. 3 cloaked figures ran through a raging snowstorm. Isabel struggled to breathe. Her legs gave out as she crossed a snow-covered ridge, and she fell hard to the ground. Lady Isabel, are you hurt? The 2 men rushed to her, panic clear in their voices. I'm fine, she said through clenched teeth. Don't waste time on me. We don't know when those assassins will attack again. Finding the grave comes first. One of them tried to make her stop and rest. She tightened her grip on the snow. I am the daughter of the Blue Lion. I will not slow everyone down. The man froze, startled by her words. Isabel forced herself back up and moved forward unsteadily. Too many had already fallen. Chased down. Killed. Also, she could survive. She couldn't allow their deaths to mean nothing. It had been a full month since the pursuit began. A month spent searching for that single grave. She stared at the frayed map in her hands. Her body pushed past its limits. Where is it? Where is this grave supposed to be? Her voice wavered. Father. A flag snapped loudly in the wind, pulling her mind into the past. The estate of the Blue Lion family. A noble house built on power alone. A place where weakness had no place. Isabel walked down the corridor as quiet murmurs followed her. Only the strong walk beside lions. The second young lady should stay silent. What if the Blue Lion hears? The whispers soon turned sharp. She raised her training sword. She swung. The blade slipped from her grasp and stabbed into the floor with a dull sound. She gasped for air, her body unsteady. Why can't I do this? Why can't I even swing a sword properly? She clutched her head as voices closed in from every direction. The Blue Lion's only daughter can't even hold a weapon. That family's future is finished. They were cursed with a girl as their successor. What could they expect from a woman? She doesn't even try. Isabel shook, the pressure crushing down on her. How can I even say that I'm the Blue Lion child? Footsteps echoed behind her. A man with a thick mustache came into view. He was no stranger. He was her father, Herman Weil. Later that night, they sat beneath the cold moonlight. Herman Weil let out a quiet sigh. I'm sorry for placing such a heavy responsibility on you. Isabel lowered her gaze. The truth is, I'm just not good enough. Herman Weil laughed softly and shook his head. You don't have to walk the same road as me, he said gently. You don't need to become the next Blue Lion. Isabel looked up, confused. Then what should I become? Herman Weil smiled, pride clear in his voice. You are not the Blue Lion, Isabel. You are the honorable daughter of the whale family. He raised one of his massive arms in an exaggerated pose. And look at this. I'm still at my peak. Go on. Feel these steel muscles. Isabel stared at him in silence. Father, that's armor. Herman Weil kept smiling as if nothing was wrong. Anyway, don't worry about your father. He paused briefly. No, don't worry about the blue lion. Tears welled up in Isabel's eyes. Herman Weil reached out and patted her head. Just like always, I'll keep chasing my dream. I'll become the greatest swordsman on the entire continent. Isabel finally smiled, but it didn't last. The corridor was quiet. Far too quiet. Isabel sat beside the bed, holding her father's unmoving hand. Why hasn't he woken up? The doctor stepped forward, his tone heavy. He's showing symptoms similar to ceiling disease, he said. His mana circulation has collapsed. He overused his aura. Herman Weil lay still, his breathing faint. If this continues, the doctor added, his muscles will begin to deteriorate. Isabel felt her chest tighten. There is a way, the doctor continued, if his mana flow can be restored. But with the amount of mana your father possesses, it's nearly impossible. Isabel lowered her head. In cases like this, the doctor said quietly, the only remaining option is magical items. Isabel mounted her horse, her resolve unshaken. I'll save you, father, no matter what. The peak of a towering spire glimmered in the distance as she rode. Ordinary items won't work on him, she thought. So I went to the Academy's magic tower and begged for help. A cloaked mage waved his hand with a frown. Even their rarest artifacts were useless. So Isabel continued the search. Across the continent. From one border to the next. Weeks passed. Nothing. The fortress in the highlands stood silent. No answers. No hope. Then, voices drifted out from a nearby tavern. I've never heard of the tomb of the king of the icy mountains, one man muttered. You know, the king who once ruled the Yetis. If his tomb really exists, it must be filled with treasure. Magical items beyond belief. Isabel stopped cold. The man continued, excitement creeping into his voice. If we could get even one of those relics, we'd be set for life. Maybe. His companion struck him sharply, cutting him off. Idiot. That's just a fairy tale. But Isabel had already turned back, her eyes wide. Fairy tale or not, it was a lead, and she had nothing left to lose. The drunken man slammed his palm on the table and laughed loudly. If that tomb really exists, I'll let a Yeti eat me before I believe it. The others glanced at him, and he hurriedly waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. It's nonsense. Let's drink. The laughter stopped the moment Isabel walked up to their table. That nonsense, she said steadily, is the only thing I could hold on to. The tavern went silent. I began investigating, she continued, and I confirmed that the tomb of the king of the ice mountains does exist. I even found its exact location. A quiet murmur spread behind her. Someone tightened their grip on a cup. But there was a problem, Isabel said, her voice low. My uncle found out. The memory returned clearly. Guards burst into the hall, faces drained of color. Lady Isabel, you must run. Hands seized her arms and pulled her away. Her uncle, Paul, the man who coveted the blue lion's position, had ordered her death. The rightful heir, back in the present. Isabel clenched her jaw over the map. How can someone be so cruel? All because I'm the heir. Lady Isabel, a guard shouted. Hide now. Another guard grabbed her wrist. Before she could respond, shadows closed in. We finally found you. A cloaked figure stepped into the moonlight, a faint smile on his lips. Isabel felt her blood run cold. The sixth squad of the Blue Wolves. Her uncle's hidden elite unit. Knights trained solely to eliminate his enemies. The man let out a short laugh. If I'm here, then the young lady can't be far. The guard standing before Isabel shook with fury. You bastard. I'll make you pay for killing my comrades. Yet in his heart, there was only one thought. Run, Lady Isabel. Don't look back. He tightened his grip on her arm and shouted. You can't fight them. We can't handle this squad. Isabel struggled, kicking against him. Let me go. He'll die out there. The other guard is risking his life to buy us time. He yelled back. Do you want his sacrifice to mean nothing? Isabel tried to speak. Then a cold voice cut through the falling snow. Lady Isabel. She turned, her body stiff. The cloaked man was holding her loyal guard by the hair. Your knight is about to die, he said calmly. Why don't you come out and watch? He drove his blade straight through the guard's chest. Blood scattered across the snow. To think the lady abandoned her glorious knight, he said with a sneer. Lady Cruelty. He raised his sword again, ready to finish it. Stop, Isabel shouted as she stepped out from behind the rock. If I'm the one you want, she said, her voice shaking, then take me. Take me, and let them go. She stood alone in the open, unmoving. The cloaked man tilted his head slightly. I'm sorry, he replied flatly. That won't work. Isabel froze. We were ordered to kill everyone even loosely connected to this affair, he continued. She tried to speak, but the sight before her cut her off. Bloody handprints smeared across the snow beneath the bodies. If you hadn't run for so long, the man went on, maybe all these people wouldn't have died. How pitiful. The drag stains across the ice stretched toward her. Isabel stood still. They died because of me? The assassin stepped forward, lifting his sword. Then let's end this. Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted the howling wind. All right, I've heard enough. The cloaked man whirled around. What? Who's there? A branch creaked above them. Snow slid down. Something hidden dissolved. Transformation magic breaking apart. A leg appeared first, then a full figure, sitting casually on the branch. Elric. The assassin clicked his tongue. Elric folded his arms and spoke casually. Just Satan passing by. Then he looked down at them. You disgusting bastards. He dropped from the branch and rushed straight at the cloaked man. Elric stepped in, taking over the moment. The assassins reacted instantly, moving to strike back, but Elric raised his hand toward them. Scum like he doesn't deserve mercy. A clear, crystalline light pulsed in his palm. The ice crystal. After clearing his first trial, Elric had been commanded to recreate winter. He was already preparing to leave the icy mountains. But something had stopped him. The scene soaked in blood. Yeti corpses. Human corpses. Slaughtered without restraint. He couldn't ignore it. At the same time, Isabel had been racing across the continent, searching for the tomb of the king of the icy mountains to save her father. And her uncle, Paul, had released the blue wolves to erase her existence. Elric appeared at the exact moment the assassin's blade swung. Right before everything was about to end, the cloaked man sneered. Satan? What a stupid joke. Did you crawl out of some cult? He spat onto the snow. You should have run while you still could. Rage flared, and he lunged forward. Elric didn't move. Mana surged. The cloaked man recoiled in shock. Magic? What the hell is this? He jumped back, sinking deep into the snow. Who are you supposed to be? The injured guard and Isabel stared, stunned. Elric glanced back at them. You two all right? Yes. The guard answered breathlessly. Isabel nodded, unsteady. And you? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Elric replied. Nearby, the assassins whispered among themselves. Mages usually fall like that. Maybe he slipped? Could be. But getting back up. They were wrong. Elric rose slowly. His gaze turned cold. Killing intent surged outward like a storm. He steadied himself, shaking slightly. Not from fear, but irritation. If the snow weren't this deep, that landing would have looked way better. Before he could dwell on it, Isabel stared at him. W8. Isn't he the man everyone says disappeared? Her chest tightened. She couldn't let another person get dragged into this. You, she shouted. Run away. This has nothing to do with you. The cloaked assassin cut her off. Already told you. No witnesses survive. His expression twisted. Kill this Satan first. The squad rushed forward. Isabel screamed. Elric didn't move. He whispered softly. Trash. His eyes lit up a vivid green. Trash like you doesn't deserve mercy. Gust activated. Snow detonated beneath his feet as he vanished into the air. And a blinding flash ripped across the battlefield. The assassins looked up, but it was already over. Elric's fist dropped like a falling anvil. A cloud of blood burst into the air. The nearby guard froze, unable to process what had just happened. Why are you standing there? The cloaked man shouted. Kill him. Don't let him cast. Elric didn't pause. He turned, raised his hand, and spoke calmly. Slash. Power surged outward in a single wave, cold locking everything in place, pressure crushing down, then a violent release. Ice spears tore up from the ground, piercing the squad before they could move. Block it. Block. The scream was cut short. Blood splattered across the snow. The cloaked commander reached forward, voice breaking. Help. Someone. Another spike drove through him, bursting out his back. He staggered, body shaking, rage spilling out with his words. Where did you come from? Do you even know who we are? Elric laughed. I don't care who you are. Lower your heads before me. From behind a tree, Isabel leaned out just enough to watch. The blue wolves were wiped out without effort. Who was this man? There was no time to linger. She needed to move. The final assassin rushed toward the fallen man. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Elric narrowed his gaze. He's quick. Don't get close. Isabel shouted. Elric's eyes flared once more. Armament enhancement. Ice wrapped around his arm, forming a solid layer. The assassin struck. Elric stepped forward and lifted his hand. Cleave. A massive surge of ice exploded ahead, ripping the ground apart. The cloaked man twisted away with a growl. You think magic like that can stop me? He forced his way through the frozen storm, roaring as he charged. You're done. His blade came down, and stopped the instant it touched the rising wall of ice. Elric moved without delay. Penetrate. A thick slab of ice erupted inches from the man's face, sealing off his attack. The assassin froze. Why want to break? Elric's voice came from the other side. You should be thinking about something else. He brushed his hair back. I'm about to drive your head into the ground. The cloaked man realized it too late. Elric vanished. Boom. One strike. When the snow cleared, scraps of the assassin's cloak drifted through the air. The remaining guard shook. He wiped out the blue wolves instantly. Another swallowed. A mage like that just walking around the mountains. Isabel stood still, eyes fixed on Elric. He looked no older than her. How could someone that young possess that kind of strength? Snow whipped through the air, the wind blurring his figure. With power like that, was he on the same tier as Tasha? One of the 3 rising stars. Then why had she never heard his name? Elric remained still. After a moment, he shut his eyes, leaned his head back, and released a long breath. The image of a child and the Yeti crossed his mind. He opened his eyes and spoke quietly. May the dead rest in peace. Mephistopheles appeared at his side. Hey, everyone's staring at you, like you're about to blow something up. You might want to say something. Even I'm uncomfortable. Elric stiffened. He had no idea what to say. Are you listening to me? The demon snapped. Isabel blinked, caught off guard by his sudden clumsiness. Elric turned toward them. It's been a while, hasn't it? The guard's expression hardened. He may have saved us, but he's still a stranger. If he has his own agenda, he's no different from the Blue Wolves. He glanced toward Isabel. Isabel stepped forward and bowed. Thank you. Truly. Lady Isabel, the guards exclaimed. You don't need to bow to him. Elric's eyes widened. No, please don't. That's really unnecessary. Isabel didn't respond. She turned to the guards. They stepped forward together and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving us. Elric went rigid, completely unprepared for this. And no, really, anyone would have done the same, he said quietly. Please just stand up. Mephistopheles let out a short laugh. At least Isabel understands gratitude. Can't say that about the other 2. Isabel straightened. This may sound impolite, she said after a pause. But, may I ask something of you? Elric let out a breath. It's time for me to leave. Isabel reached out, folding her fingers over his palm. She hesitated, then spoke. I would like to hire you. Elric lifted an eyebrow and slowly looked toward the night sky. A short while later, a horse-drawn chariot sped through the snowy mountains. Inside sat Elric, Isabel, and the guards. Mephistopheles floated behind them, frowning. Tisich, even I can tell the corners of your mouth are lifting, he muttered. If you're trying to hide it, put in more effort. Elric rested his hands behind his head. Well, that was only natural, he thought. He held a small brown object in his hand. No, it wasn't a stone. It was a gold emblem. Isabel had given it to him just moments ago. Gold, bearing the blue lion's mark. Elric looked at her. So you're from the whale family? Yes, she replied quietly. Although, I'm not really deserving of the name. Elric observed her under the flickering light. That explains her refined appearance. In his mind, stained glass panels shimmered, each etched with a blue lion crest. Isabel, the so-called scentless flower, beautiful enough to stand beside a crown prince. Yet her engagement had been annulled, labeled talentless. A faint blue gem glowed in his thoughts as he continued. In the whale family, a lion without fangs or claws has no worth. He remembered the whispers tied to her silhouette. After the engagement was broken, she withdrew into her estate, unseen by the world. Isabel lowered her head. Elric smiled softly. My name is Rick. It's an honor to meet the Blue Lion's only daughter. She stiffened. Why would meeting someone like me be an honor? Elric shut his eyes. You should trust yourself more. The resolve you showed earlier proves it. You deserve that title. Tears welled in her eyes. Thank you. Elric reached out his hand. You mentioned hiring someone. She nodded without hesitation. Yes, but I don't have any payment with me right now. After a pause, she looked up. Would you come with us to the imperial capital? Lady Isabel, a guard protested. We still haven't recovered what we came for. Isabel turned firmly. I won't sacrifice your lives for my own desires. Before anything else, I need to resolve matters with my uncle. Elric glanced back at the bloodstained ground. Her uncle. These guards all bore similar markings. There was deep conflict within the Blue Lion family. He tapped his chin. Come to think of it, wasn't the Blue Wolves' leader rumored to suffer from reflux? The symptoms matched mana blockage almost perfectly. Elric's eyes sharpened. The pieces were falling into place, and the picture was anything but pleasant. He paused. Then a slow smile crept across his face. Wasn't this the ideal opportunity? If he handled this properly, he could make the head of the Blue Lion family owe him a favor. And if the revived Melvinger house joined forces with the Blue Lions, that alone could change what was meant to come. The vision formed clearly in his mind. The Duke of Melvinger shaking hands with the Blue Lion patriarch, both smiling as if they had always stood on the same side. Voices murmuring through the crowd. A Melvinger cured a Blue Lion heir of a deadly curse. 2 dominant powers, mages and warriors, locking themselves into an unbreakable pact. Elric curved his lips. Thinking ahead felt good. A shiver ran up his arms. Across from him in the chariot, Isabel spoke carefully. The coin she offered didn't match his ability, she admitted, but once they arrived, she would pay him twice the amount. Elric glanced at the coin. Before he could respond, she quickly added, Do you have a problem with that? He reached forward, took her unsteady hand, and smiled with certainty. I'll make sure you arrive safely. You have my word. Beyond the chariot window, the night sky slid past. Mephistopheles' voice echoed inside his head, irritated as ever. There's a mountain of treasure sitting in that temple. Why bother with scraps like this? Elric rested his chin on his hand, replying through their silent link. Because I have a plan. And unlike you, I've known what it's like to starve, to sleep in the cold. Humans need food and shelter. You don't. You're already dead. The demon twisted with annoyance. You humans are unbearable. Elric laughed inwardly. This sound link is amazing. No lips moving, barely any mana spent. Mephistopheles snorted. Don't get full of yourself. I only taught you because your silence drove me insane every time someone showed up. Elric answered evenly. That explains why you lost it when I shut you up earlier. The demon muttered a curse. Outwardly, Elric hadn't spoken a word in several minutes. Isabel watched him, puzzled. He hasn't said anything. Did I offend him by hiring him? She pressed her lips together. With her uncle already sending assassins, and possibly stronger wolf squads next, they wouldn't survive without him. The chariot continued forward into the darkness. Scene shifts. Tall towers loomed over an enormous estate. A man sat upon a throne, fingers tapping steadily as a report was delivered. The 6th wolf squad has been annihilated. His gaze sharpened. The man in the dark cloak dropped to his knees, forehead nearly scraping the frozen floor as he rushed to explain. But the master of the estate didn't bother to listen. With a casual sweep of his arm, a thin arc of blood streaked across the marble floor. He remained turned to the side, unhurried, and spoke evenly. Where do you think AEL is going? One of the men hesitated before replying. She has left the icy mountain region. That has been confirmed. The doors to the hall opened, more figures entering with lowered heads. Most likely, the man continued, she will head back to the imperial capital. The Lord's voice turned icy. Then that means she plans to reach out to him. The captain of the 1st Blue Wolf squad bowed his head. It appears so, my lord. The uncle's grip tightened around his sword. AL, foolish girl. Disdain colored his words. How dare someone so weak think she can bargain with me? He turned, his cloak brushing the floor, and settled back onto the throne. Hilton, he called out, his voice carrying through the hall. You are being given one chance. Scene transitioned. The horses slowed and came to a halt. From the slope ahead, Elric and the group looked down at a stone city filled with movement. They had reached Lyseni. Isabel pressed a hand to her shoulder. Her body felt rigid. They hadn't stopped even once, yet they arrived in only 2 days. Mephistopheles dropped to the ground with exaggerated flair. My entire body hurts. Why didn't we take a single break? Elric let out a laugh. That's rich, coming from a ghost. The demon shot him a sharp look, still unaware that hanging upside down the entire ride was the real problem. As they passed beneath Lyseni's towering gate, Elric noticed guards stationed there, all wearing blue robes. Inside the fortress hall, mercenaries knelt in formation before Hilton. Dispatch the 2nd Blue Wolf squad, Hilton commanded. One man cautiously lifted his head, his voice unsteady. Oh, Lord Hilton, must we really use one of our strongest squads? The young lady returning could be taken as a sign of surrender. Crack! The sound echoed. Blood scattered. The pack acts together, Hilton growled. If she's traveling from the icy mountains to the imperial capital, Lyseni is unavoidable. Elric's eyes widened. So this was the ambush. Hilton's lips curled. Let Lyseni land to the Blue Lion banner. Become their burial ground. Isabel clenched her teeth. I expected trouble under his rule, but this goes beyond reason. Shin lowered his voice. Should we retreat? No, she answered immediately. They've already noticed us. Turning back will only draw more attention. One of the soldiers suddenly pointed at their carriage. Hey, over there. Isabel turned quickly to Elric. We need to slip out quietly and find another path. No need, Elric interrupted. A dangerous smile appeared. She stiffened. What are you about to do? Elric raised his hand. Transfiguration. Moments later, the carriage passed directly by the Blue Wolf squad without issue. Their appearances had completely changed. Shun remained mounted, head lowered. Isabel kept her gaze down as they rolled through the gates. The glowing archway closed behind them. Soon, they were on the busy streets of the city, dust swirling around their steps. Isabel exited the carriage first, loosening her stiff body, then turned toward Elric. What spell was that? How did you hide us? Elric waved it off. Nothing impressive. Just an illusion that alters the exterior. It's fragile and easy to break, so don't depend on it. With that, he turned and walked away. Isabel lifted both hands and bowed slightly. Thank you. Truly. We only made it into the city because of you. Elric gave a short nod. You can stay here for the night. I have something to handle first. I'll be back. She told him to stay safe, as the group disappeared into the crowd. As Elric moved along the crowded street, Mephistopheles' voice rang inside his head. Why bother with illusion magic? You could have just wiped them out. Elric didn't slow down. I didn't know how many were there. I'm not burning mana on a meaningless fight. I'll need it if something serious happens. The demon folded his arms. And the seals. What's your excuse there? Laziness. Or self-justification? Elric gave no answer. Mephistopheles leaned closer, narrowing his gaze. Either way, shouldn't you be heading to the academy by now? Yes, Elric replied. But before that, there's something I need to check. A sharp curve formed on the demon's face. So much time has passed, and you still can't let it go. Elric recalled the name Dean, the one person he had confront. If I'm going to meet him again, I need the truth first. Mephistopheles clicked his tongue. I don't know who this Dean is, but if you're going after him, I almost feel sorry for the guy. Elric ignored him. Nearby, several children were sparring with wooden swords. A faint glow flickered around their bodies. Mephistopheles frowned. That glow, is that mana? Coming from them. They stopped. Elric gestured toward the light. That's an aura chain. You probably didn't notice when it formed. He raised a finger and spoke evenly. Mana originally belonged only to mages. But later, a technique was created that lets ordinary warriors draw mana into their bodies. Mages form magic circles within their hearts. Martial artists reinforce themselves by binding energy chains around their mana points. He continued, unhurried. A mage's power depends on the number of circles. A warrior's strength depends on how many links their chain has. For instance, Lady Isabel is a first-link novice. They resumed walking as the children's voices faded behind them. Are there only 5 ranks? Mephistopheles asked. Yes, Elric said. But there's one exception. His thoughts shifted to the outline of a towering figure. The Golden Lion. The only warrior who surpassed the 5th link. He's recognized as the strongest existence on the continent. Mephistopheles let out a short scoff. That's a pretty arrogant title for a human. Elric shook his head. In terms of sheer power, he stood on the same level as my grandfather, one of the finest successors of the Melvinger bloodline. Elric came to a stop. They had arrived at their destination. Mephistopheles folded his arms, glancing around. So this is the place. Interesting. I wouldn't mind meeting this so-called Golden Lion one day. Elric paid him no attention and walked up to a small counter, stacked with printed papers. The clerk looked up, puzzled. The old man is probably scheming again, but that can wait. Elric offered a polite smile. I'll take every newspaper from the past month. He needed information, everything that had happened while he was gone. Scene shifts to the academy. Inside the massive, castle-like academy building, the atmosphere was heavy. This matter, the dean said quietly, remains unresolved. A young man knelt before him. Riven. I apologize, he said. The Nestor guards have completely sealed off the infirmary. We haven't been able to approach it at all. The dean's gaze sharpened. Since news of the nest reached the academic journals, Barracks' reputation has surpassed every other candidate. If we fail to secure research rights to the nest, everything falls apart. He leaned forward slightly. I want a clear and decisive outcome. Riven's lips curved faintly. I will carry out your orders, regardless of the cost. The dean smiled. Scene shifts to Shonda. Sean sat alone at a table. The dean's words echoed in his thoughts. Continue pressuring the nesters. Do not relent. A servant stepped forward and bowed. The excavation rights for the nest are still being fiercely contested, sir. Many professors believe pushing further would be seen as a betrayal of a senior colleague. The servant paused. You seem troubled again, young master. Sean clenched his teeth. My sister keeps visiting every day, and that Elric bastard hasn't shown his face even once. He spoke bitterly. At this rate, the readers probably don't even remember me. I barely appear anymore. He slammed his hand on the table and stood. No, I've decided. I'll keep going until Elric comes back. Back to Elric. The newspapers were spread across the table as he skimmed through the headlines. The dean's name appeared again and again. Still slippery as ever. Elric said quietly. And Sean, he's paying the price for it. Mephistopheles glanced at Elric. That dark, dangerous grin was one he had seen before. Elric let out a low laugh. That fox, the older he gets, the better he is at twisting the press. His hand clenched tightly. Good. Let him rise as high as he wants. The higher he stands, the harder he'll fall when I return. He rested a hand against his chin. Still, Sean doesn't deserve this. I need to find a way to help him. Boom. A blinding flash struck the window. The building shook violently as a deafening explosion rang out. Elric shot to his feet. Firelight flared beyond the glass doors. Shouts filled the air. People ran in panic. Fire. Get water. A young girl screamed for her mother. Voices cried out for help. Elric burst outside, stunned, his breath catching. Something enormous was burning, and it was no accident. He rushed forward, then stopped cold. The city was engulfed in flames. Fire swallowed rooftops. Thick smoke rose into the sky, and the streets were filled with screams. Scene shifts to the inn where Isabel and the others were staying. A servant turned toward Isabel. My lady, do you truly place your trust in Elric? Isabel sat at the table with her hands folded. Yes, we owe him our lives. Chun stepped forward. He may not be working for Paul, but more than one faction wants your position. Someone else could have sent him. Isabel lifted a sheet of paper, considering his words. Chun continued. I'm not saying he's suspicious, but we can't be certain either. We need to stay cautious. She understood his concern. Since the incident in the icy mountains, Chun had been on edge. She turned toward him. What you're saying isn't wrong. As Chun tried to continue, Isabel raised a finger toward the paper. Just remember one thing. Questioning Elric meant questioning her decision. Both men fell silent. Isabel recalled Elric standing before her. The way he spoke, the way he reached out to her. I trust him. Someone like that doesn't act without sincerity. Shin hesitated. Even so, isn't he still a mercenary? Someone chasing payment. She shook her head. That was a performance. Shin looked up. An act. Isabel turned to the servants. From the start, he helped us without asking for anything. He never sought advantage. And when he realized we were from the whale family, his attitude changed immediately. The others listened without interrupting. She continued. After our family's name was ruined, he deliberately lowered himself. He didn't want me to appear weak. Ed straightened. Shin nodded. Understand. Isabel remained seated as firelight from outside filtered into the room. Scene shifts. A mountain overlooking the city, now engulfed in flames. A group of mercenaries observed the destruction from above. It's burning well, one of them said. Behind him, Blue Lion Knights stood in formation, the fire reflecting off their armor. Simonon let out a sharp whistle. A fourth circle spell, advent of heatwave. Worth every coin. Beskov glanced at him. You find this amusing? Simonon waved the scroll sharply. Don't start now. You agreed earlier. Do you know how much this cost me? Beskov rubbed his chin. With the young lady's temperament, she'll try to aid the injured. There was no better way to draw her out. Simonon's voice shook slightly. Should we increase the fire? Beskov shook his head. The 6th squad has already been eliminated. Hilton confirmed she isn't alone. At least 3 enemies are with her. One should be a mage. Don't be careless. Simonon tore off his hood. Calm down. I could have taken out the 6th squad by myself. He wet his lips once. He hadn't traveled this far without a reason. From the ridge, the blue wolves looked down at the city, swallowed by flames. Simonon let out a short laugh and shut his eyes. Maybe this time I'll finally meet someone worth killing. Behind him, soldiers dropped to one knee as commands rang out. Locate the princess. Kill everyone else. The scene shifted. Isabel lay sprawled across the wooden floor. Her ears rang as sound faded in and out. Cries echoed from outside. Hi now. That's the blue wolves. They came for you. She forced herself upright. Jun, Ed, answer me. Are you hurt? No reply. Outside, chaos consumed the streets. A burning tree collapsed. A house burst apart in flames. Smoke choked the air. A child screamed. A woman dropped to the ground, hands clutching her head. A girl ran past, blood trailing behind her. Bodies littered the road. The ground was soaked red. Isabel stood frozen. Is this what Paul wanted? A servant shouted her name. Boom. The explosion threw her back. She was launched through the air. From beneath shattered debris, Chin stretched out his arm. My lady, run. Please. She crashed down hard. Her hands scraped across the floor until her fingers closed around the sword's hilt. Ash drifted down from above. She pushed herself up. Running wasn't an option. Hiding. Relying on others. Living like that. She remembered Elric's voice. From your tenacity alone, you deserve the name Blue Lion. She wanted to stand where he once stood. A dim light appeared before her. Isabel rose to her feet. I'm a member of the whale family, she said quietly. Protectors of the Empire. Even if death stands before me. She lifted her sword high. I'll fight until the very end. Boom. Smoke blasted into the sky. Isabel shut her eyes, then slowly opened them. She stopped. The ground was covered in ice. It's glittering. What just happened? She lifted her head. Elric was standing in front of her. Behind him, a burning house froze over in a single moment. Snow drifted down as the flames vanished, sealed beneath clear ice. Fire died out wherever he stood. Voices rose around them as people realized the destruction had stopped. They were alive. A sudden flash split the sky. Stones crashed down as buildings collapsed. Elric, Isabel shouted. He remained where he was. She didn't know how long his path would be. Years, decades, or longer. But she hoped that one day, she could stand beside him. The ruins told the story clearly. Homes reduced to ash. Families erased. Cries that had already faded. Why? Elric said. Why do knights slaughter civilians? Mephistopheles appeared behind him. It's rare, he replied. But when a Melvinger truly loses control, that spark turns into an inferno. And once it spreads, stopping it becomes nearly impossible. He had witnessed it before, and now, he was witnessing it again. Before Elric could respond, the answer was already evident. When anger overtakes ordinary people, they break. When it overtakes Melvingers, it sharpens them. Elric stood atop the castle roof, looking down at the blue wolf units gathering below. Mephistopheles hovered nearby. There are many of them, stronger than before. Are you certain you can win? Below, the townspeople watched the lone figure facing an army. Elric released a slow breath. It won't be simple. My mana is limited, and I can't let civilians get caught in the fight. Light formed beneath his feet, circles spreading outward. Then why aren't you thinking about escaping? Mephistopheles asked. Green sparks flickered in Elric's eyes. My family has always believed in one thing. A memory surfaced. A Melvinger soldier holding a child amid a battlefield. Those with power, Elric said, must bear responsibility. That's why, he continued, in every war, Melvingers stood at the front. Flashback recap. Isabel attempted to negotiate with her uncle. Elric accepted the role of escort. Paul, enraged by the loss of his men, responded by dispatching an elite Blue Wolf unit to eliminate her. The outcome was clear. An entire city was set ablaze. Isabel was pushed into a corner, forced to draw her sword despite knowing it could cost her life. And just as death closed in, the scene shifted. Simonin clutched his head. My scrolls. That was fourth circle magic. I burned through everything. Beskov muttered a curse. Where did this kid come from? The magic tower? If we anger the tower, we're finished. He narrowed his gaze at the figure standing above. I know every tower affiliate. I've never seen him. Stay alert. His tone dropped. Kill the girl. Then retreat. Simonin tilted his head. And if that mage gets in the way. Blue light surged across the horizon. The scene shifted again. Isabel pushed herself upright as mercenaries rushed toward her. If he interferes, the captain said, lifting his weapon, we kill him too. Her body froze in place. Then Elric was there, taking hold of her hand. From above, glowing paths cut through the burning city as Elric moved across the streets. Isabel carried in his arms. Below, shouts echoed. Form up. Third squad move. Elric scanned the surroundings. Over 40 targets. Wonderful. Blue fireballs tore through the air. I need open ground. A sharp whistle rang out. Blue wolf soldiers poured in, sealing every escape. Elric disappeared and reappeared behind them. More mercenaries flooded in from the alleys, closing the circle. He lowered his stance and touched down. The encirclement was complete. One blue wolf spoke from behind him. Caught you. Simonin stepped forward, sword already drawn. My first mage hunt, he said. Where'd you stash the girl? Elric lifted his arms. You expect an answer? That's optimistic. His voice carried clearly. You're all chasing me exactly as planned. Simonin barked an order. Kill him. Bring me his head. Light erupted from every direction. Elric raised his arms as the flashes crashed down. He had already burned through too much mana, freezing a city that was already lost to flames. Elric tightened his fist. The dragon heart reserve inside the seal had grown, but if he forced it any further, his body wouldn't endure it. Spells ripped past him, carving deep scars into the ground. This wasn't a simulation. There was no reset, no retry. One slip, and it would end here. He swept his gaze across the battlefield. 40 enemies, all advancing together. Just like Yale warned me. They move as one. An axe formed his grip, his eyes fixed on a single figure. I take the leader first. He launched himself upward, but his body lagged behind his intent. It wasn't like the battle with the Mountain Queen. Mephistopheles drifted beside him as he narrowly avoided another strike. So, the demon said, did you really defeat the Queen of the Icy Mountains? Elric ground his teeth. In that fight, my body obeyed perfectly. I was furious. Mephistopheles scoffed. Moron. A blade slammed into the spot where Elric's head had been moments earlier. Stone shattered outward. Arms crossed. The demon continued. You honestly believe reality would function like that game Otto made for you? Then shut up if you're not helping. Elric snapped. Figures surged in from all sides. Move, the squad leader shouted. Steel collided with steel. Sparks erupted as Elric parried. Simonin charged in, eyes gleaming. Bad move, mage. Fighting us up close. Where's that ridiculous magic now? Elric's jaw set. Cut. A sharp flash. Simonin stumbled back, arms spread wide. That's it, he laughed. That's all you can do. He swung again, a brutal arc that forced Elric aside. The strike crushed the ground, stones splitting beneath it. Simonin's grin widened. Come on, show me something worth watching. A roar tore from Elric's chest. Flash. His blade scraped across the ground, sparks scattering as purple smoke burst outward. When it thinned, his silhouette stood firm, eyes burning. One mercenary clicked his tongue. So that's the result of all that running. You're surrounded. Trapped in a cage. Energy crackled through the air. Enough. The release came instantly. Boom. A blast like a firework tore open the night. Simonin blinked. What was that just now? Elric answered with a sharp grin. Glowing lines spread across the ground. Every route, every angle. He had drawn them all in. The entire unit was sealed inside a colossal magic formation. Simonin snarled. Enough of this nonsense. His words died in his throat. Above Elric, a massive wolf-shaped apparition took form, its presence crushing. Its eyes burned with an eerie green light. How can a human have eyes like that? Fear crept into his limbs. Blue wolves rushed in from both sides. Kill him before the spell finishes, the captain shouted. Elric let out a faint laugh. Simonin lifted his sword. The pentagram beneath Elric flared, light bursting outward. Kill me, Elric said calmly. Go on, try. Flashback. Earlier, when Elric was carrying Isabel. Back then, mercenaries had already closed in around them. Elric spoke in an even tone. I'll pull them all together. Then I'll erase them in one strike. Isabel reacted without thinking. A trap? That could work. Only afterward did she realize what she'd said. Elric then made a request. When the townspeople evacuate the square, blow the signal whistle. His objective was clear. Destroy the wolf's eye, the core sustaining the magic formation. Return to the present. The plaza was no longer stone. It was white, frozen solid. Ice sealed the entire city beneath a single layer. One warrior stood locked in place, halted mid-swing. Nearby, another blue wolf remained immobilized, frost gripping his arms. Cold air rolled through the square. Elric spoke casually. Magic circles really are efficient for gathering mana. His attention shifted to Simonin. The man's body trembled uncontrollably. Impossible. Elric adjusted his stance. How careless do you have to be to miss the magic circle under your feet? He extended a hand towards Simonin's frozen head. Don't come any closer, Simonin shouted. Elric's voice dropped. You won't be given a swift end. Suddenly, clang. A blade struck from the side. Beskov emerged from the shadows. This is where your fortune runs out. Elric turned. From behind, more figures advanced. Formation B. Every remaining unit closed in, sealing the square. The squad captain stepped forward. So that was it. He gathered everyone here to erase them all using the circle. Without flawless calculations and overwhelming confidence, such a plan couldn't succeed. Then the captain noticed it. Elric wasn't surprised. Did he know? Did he know they were waiting here? No. There was no sign, no detectable presence. If Elric had known from the start, he wouldn't have activated the circle this early. Lowering his voice, the captain spoke. We'll let you live if you give us the girl. Elric paused. That's it. The captain stiffened. Only now did he understand. They hadn't been chasing prey. They had walked straight into a predator's territory. Elric listened to the offer without interest. Spared. He had no intention of letting any of them survive. Suddenly, flash. Blinding light engulfed the entire square. Elric narrowed his eyes slightly. You've chosen poorly. Knights who abandon their honor are unworthy of mercy. Beskov surged forward, weapon raised. Reinforce your bodies with mana. Hold formation, he shouted. Steel rang out as weapons met. Elric stopped the incoming blade with his bare hand. A faint sheen wrapped around his fingers. Blunting magic. He withdrew his hand. So the curse failed. The mercenary had resisted it. Elric snapped his wrist. Impulse. A compressed shockwave burst forward. The enemy barely managed to deflect it. It's weaker. So is this spell. Elric slid back, boots scraping the ground. The seal of cruelty. Anything that isn't ice is being suppressed. Cold mist escaped with each breath. He glanced at his fingers. Ice crystals had formed across his skin. I need more seals. Only then can I use my full output. He brought his arm down. Frozen force surged outward, but it was nowhere near the storm he had unleashed in the highlands. Inside the city, the seal couldn't be released completely. Worse still, its mana consumption was excessive. Elric crossed one hand over the other. Sparks burst. Metal shrieked as weapons collided. Light flared as blades locked. He lowered his stance, feet planted wide. Rush. An icy vortex erupted, swallowing the entire squad. Beskov shouted, block it. Elric struck again. Steel screamed. The squad leader turned to intercept, but Elric slipped past him. A mercenary cried out as fingers were cut away and blood scattered. Elric raised his hand, 3 fingers extended. He closed his eyes. Boom. An explosion detonated behind the formation. Dust billowed. Beskov spoke through the haze. I'm done with your tricks. I won't waste any more time. He turned, preparing to give the execution order, and stopped. His view locked onto the battlefield. Formation B was freezing. Warriors halted mid-step as ice climbed over their arms, their torsos, their heads. How? Beskov muttered. Ice spread across his own body. Elric spoke calmly. The ice potion freezes anything it touches, even the smallest contact. You chose to block instead of evade. Beskov's voice shook. I've never heard of a curse like that. Elric replied. There's nothing strange about it. I simply merged a curse into my ice spell. Beskov let out a strained laugh. So the first commander misjudged this. He shouldn't have sent only us. The squad commander clenched his jaw. I'll admit it. You're beyond expectation. His voice hardened. But you'll pay for this, he shouted. The leader of the first squad will come himself and end you. Elric paused. So it was him. Elric turned his back on the frozen Beskov and lifted a hand toward him. The one who set all of this in motion, he said quietly, doesn't deserve a gentle ending. Beskov's frozen body reflected the moonlight like polished glass. Elric's eyes shone in the darkness, round and steady. Don't worry, he said softly, his voice carrying a chill. You won't be bored on the way down. It wouldn't take long. He would send in there soon. Scene change. The outskirts of the city, sealed and iced. 2 mercenaries staggered forward, dragging their feet towards Simonin. Yes, sir. Please take this. Simonin looked up. What is it? They presented a scroll. Thick, heavy, marked with the seal of the 6th circle. The fire burial spell, one of them said. They had escaped only because Beskov stayed behind. Simonin lowered his head. But we can't retreat. We're blue wolves. He slammed his fist into his knee. Run until your feet are torn apart. Set fire to everything you see. His grip tightened around the scroll. And if that still isn't enough, burn yourselves if you have to. his eyes fixed on the frozen city. It doesn't matter if the girl lives. We will turn this city into ASH. Scene shift. Behind a temple, a massive wall of ice dot. A voice rang out across the shattered city. Blue wolves don't run like beaten dogs. Elric stood on a cliff beside Mephistopheles. The same voice echoed again, now slipping into madness. Run until your feet are ground raw. Burn everything. And if that's still not enough, set your own flesh on fire. Mephistopheles gave a crooked smile. Sounds like they're about to do something horrible. Elric stiffened. What do you mean? His green eyes flickered. Kaboom! A thunderous blast tore through the silence. Flames and sparks burst into the sky, scattering over the frozen city. Elric ground his teeth. Humans. They truly were more unhinged than demons. Glowing embers drifted across rooftops, closing in on homes. No matter how carefully humans concealed themselves, their madness always surfaced in the end. Elric's voice sharpened. There are still 3 wolves left, but I can't sense any of them. His gaze swept the city. But the real danger wasn't the mercenaries. It was the scroll, that 6-circle curse. One wrong move, and the city would be reduced to fire. Far away, Simon laughed, flames dancing in his eyes. Will your magic save you this time, mage? Elric shot forward through the streets, sparks streaking past him. Simon lifted the burning scroll, laughter breaking loose. Too late. You can't stop it now. The incantation never reached completion. Elric spun, both hands raised, prepared to release a spell that would decide everything. Steel flashed. The mercenary froze in disbelief. His arm was gone. Elric stood firm, sparks spiraling around him, frost gnawing at the air. I noticed it back in the mountains, he said. But she doesn't hesitate. Isabel stepped forward, sword swinging cleanly. Elric let out a low chuckle. To cast a spell like that without pause, think about it. A plus grade talent. She earned it. Isabel stared ahead, grip steady. Simon screamed and charged, dagger raised. Die! A flash erupted. Cold surged outward. Simon froze mid-motion. Voices murmured nearby. How stubborn can he be? Why struggle when he's already dead? And what's with that look? He only lost an arm. Elric's eyes burned bright green. He stepped closer to the frozen Simon. I'm done with this, he said. The ice cracked. Simon's frozen lips moved. You really think this is over? Elric stopped. What? The word lingered. Had he truly forgotten the last 2? More sparks tore through the sky. Brilliant, lethal streaks, rushing toward the rooftops. Above the roar of fire, a voice rang out. While you were busy dealing with me, my men should have finished setting everything up by now. A blue wolf officer in robes stood atop a building. Even if we fall, he said with pride, we will not fail our master. Inside Elric's mind, a single image resurfaced, the 6-circle scroll burning. He had misjudged the timing. At this rate, the city would be swallowed by fire and screams. Elric released a slow breath and closed his eyes. Then he spoke, unhurried. I already took care of them. The frozen man jerked. What? Elric looked at him. You were curious earlier, weren't you, about my magic? Simon's memory replayed. The robed figure on the roof. Elric standing beneath a sky full of falling sparks. Elric turned. The spell began. Pierce. A faint smile formed. Burst. Flash. Light detonated across the sky. The air fractured. What is this? Simon screamed. Explosions erupted around them. I shattered. Sparks scattered like broken stars. The frozen mercenaries stared at Elric in terror. Their final card, the 6-circle scroll, had failed. All 3 blue wolves stood frozen beneath the open sky. Simon shook uncontrollably. This can't be real. This is a joke. It has to be. He turned toward Isabel in desperation. Wait. Please. If you spare me, I'll speak for you. To Mr. W. I swear. At first, we were only told to scare you and escort you to him. I'm the 3rd squad leader. He'll listen, he will. His voice broke. But mercy no longer existed for those who had tried to burn a city alive. Isabel stared straight at him. Do not dare, she said sharply, to stain the name of the Whale family. Simon trembled. Sparks circled him like drifting embers. Isabel lowered her head, suddenly flustered. Sorry. I lost control. Elric shook his head. It's fine. I was planning to leave him to you anyway. Are you hurt? Isabel covered her eyes, cheeks warming. And no, I'm fine. Elric stepped closer. Your body's still in shock. Don't move. He rested a hand on her shoulder. Warm light spread beneath his palm. Elric, she said softly. Yeah, he replied. Just a second. Then, a voice echoed through the frozen air. Leave, one of the blue wolves alive. Isabel froze for a brief second. Then memories rushed in without warning. Tall castle walls. Knights standing straight as spears. Men and women lowering their heads. Not out of respect, but because they had to. She was only the Lord's daughter. There was no warmth in it. No admiration. Only obligation. Talentless Ares. A disgrace to the whale name. The blue wolves appeared in her mind. Some acting courteous, some distant, others staring at her with clear disdain. Their eyes were hollow, Cold. Kneeling before her, Simon spoke in a trembling voice. Why are you sparing me? Isabel looked down at him sharply. Because someone needs to carry a message to my uncle. The remaining blue wolves stiffened. Fear spread through them. She walked forward without hesitation. Tell Paul this. The title of Blue Lion will never belong to him. Behind her, Elric stood silently, like a looming force, his eyes shining faintly. For an instant, a thought crossed her mind. Honestly, they're afraid of him, not me. The ice trapping Simon shattered and scattered across the ground. Elric lifted his hand and waved casually. A dull pain rose in Isabel's chest. If only I had his strength, his talent. Elric raised 2 fingers in an easy thumbs up, smiling. Isabel tightened her hand into a fist. No, I can't stay like this. I can't keep looking down on myself. If I want power, I have to change. She steadied her breathing. At last, the daughter of the whale family stood straight. Elric turned to her. So, where to next? Isabel answered with a small smile. I'm going to Karoe, to see my father. We need a new strategy. He nodded, already understanding. Want to boost your fighting strength? She met his gaze. Yes, I'll seek out my father's former companions, the ones still indebted to him. Elric's grin widened. A smart move. No one would dare challenge the fortress of the Blue Lion. Isabel pressed her lips together and stepped forward. She spoke softly, yet her words carried weight. An answer shaped by his presence alone. Standing across from him, her thoughts spun. If father doesn't awaken, we won't survive what's coming. With Elric, their odds would rise sharply. But lions were forbidden from, depending on magicians. And she already owed him too much. She lowered her gaze. She didn't want their parting to feel like this. But there was no other way. Then Elric moved closer and placed a bundle of papers into her hands. Take this. She stared at them. A thesis. They faced one another. Elric let out a slow breath. Forgive my presumption. I heard the symptoms of the Blue Lion resemble occlusion disease. I wasn't certain, so He closed his eyes, speaking with quiet assurance. Isabel could only watch. I believe this can cure him. What does that mean? The question repeated in Isabel's thoughts. She turned toward the men kneeling nearby. What does he mean? One of them started to respond, but Elric raised his hand first. Light gathered beneath his palm. Before that, he said, I owe you an apology for concealing who I am. Isabel stopped. Concealing. His form shifted. The unfamiliar details faded, replaced by a figure she recognized from old portraits and imperial archives. My name is Elric Melvinger, he said, and I'm the current head of House Melving. He folded his hands together. The Duke of the Shining Star. The title struck her instantly. A name granted only to the Melvinger who had defeated the demon army. The mage whose power once turned battlefields into light itself. The position carried no authority in court, yet its reputation stood above all else. The Duke of the Shining Star, Isabel said under her breath. Then another thought surfaced. You were said to be in a coma at the Imperial Magic Hospital. Everyone believed you. There are reasons I can't explain, Elric replied. But that part is true. I suffered from the same illness as your father. Her grip tightened on the papers. And what you're holding, he continued, indicating them, is the treatment I created after I recovered. Since the Blue Line affliction mirrors occlusion disease, it should be effective. Her thoughts stalled. And one more thing, Elric added. You have every right to deal with those who betrayed you. It wouldn't be fitting for the Blue Lion to fall at a time like this. She stood still, unable to respond at once. How can I repay this? She finally asked. Elric placed a hand lightly on her head. There's no need. She looked up at him, but he continued without pause. You'll understand later. It won't require effort. Neither of them spoke after that. They remained there together, surrounded by the remnants of broken buildings. Elric observed her in silence. After a moment, Isabel spoke again. Then at least let me return the favor this once. Even if it's small. She shifted her stance. So, would the great Elric allow me to turn him into a hero? The half-destroyed houses stood quietly around them, framing the scene. Workers hurried in every direction, calling out for room, asking people to wait, guiding the injured away from danger. The town moved as one, damaged, yet forcing itself back to its feet. Mephistopheles crossed his arms, irritation clear in his voice. Was it really smart to expose who you were so openly? Elric answered without pause. Paul W. won't ignore me either way. He'll come eventually. Around them, repairs continued, as if nothing were wrong. Elric scanned the streets, his thoughts drifting to the many blue wolves he had cut down. Someone like Paul wouldn't accept loss. Not without retaliation. He looked back at Mephistopheles. And my magic isn't exactly discreet. Once the academy is turned upside down, the truth will surface regardless. Mephistopheles narrowed his eyes. So you're setting things up in advance? Cheers echoed nearby as townspeople lifted rubble and rebuilt together. Elric raised his hand lazily. You could say that. Just saving the Blue Lion house alone will accelerate their recovery. Mephistopheles clicked his tongue. You even gained yourself a reliable ally. I thought your only talent was magic. Turns out you can plan ahead too. Elric didn't reply. His attention had shifted to a woman holding a child. She stepped closer. Are you really leaving? Can't you stay a bit longer? He shook his head. No, I've already taken more than enough from you. Soon, you'll all return to your ordinary lives. He glanced at the child asleep against her shoulder. The woman bowed deeply. If you hadn't taken care of those people... She stopped there. Elric turned away, uneasy beneath her words. I don't know how I could ever repay you, she said. His eye twitched. Why do you still look like that? I already told you. I only did what I was supposed to. A man stepped forward, striking his chest firmly. I am Chun, a knight of the whale family. I will never forget what you've done. Elric let out a weary breath and waved him off. That's enough. Please stop. It's not something worth thanking me for. Elric began, but Mephistopheles cut in sharply. There's no need to thank him. He only acts for his own benefit. Elric shot him a silent warning. Enough. He turned back to Chun, his tone calm. So what will you do now? Chun straightened his posture, his resolve clear. Even if Paul W. is the one directly responsible, the burden still lies with the entire family, Chun said. On behalf of the whale family, I'll assist with rebuilding here first. After that, I'll head to Karoi to bring the young lady back. Mephistopheles let out a low sound of displeasure. So that's their approach. Win public favor first, then smear her uncle's name from the shadows. He paused briefly. That woman is far more calculating than she appears. Elric parted his lips, a certain weight settling in his thoughts. Mephistopheles turned toward him. Responsibility. That's what nobles are meant to shoulder. The idea passed through Elric's mind. He looked out of the crowd. Voices called out in gratitude. Some asked him to visit again. Others spoke about wanting to follow his path someday. Hands waved toward him, open and sincere. Chun stood quietly, seemingly content. Mephistopheles scoffed. Go on. Bury that sense of duty. It's nothing more than a convenient excuse. Elric didn't respond. He turned and walked toward the distant light, toward the academy. It was time to meet the dean. A colossal building stood ahead, rows of towering pillars stretching upward like sentinels from another age. Inside, Riven bowed deeply before Barracks. The old man erupted at once. I told you to secure the excavation rights immediately, no matter who got in the way. What exactly have you been doing? Riven lowered himself further. I apologize, sir. Sean interfered. He blocked every route. From this point on, I won't allow him anywhere near the academy. Barracks spoke sharply. Then find another way. Use the media. Buy off officials. I don't care how, just fix it. His voice echoed through the chamber. He turned aside, his gaze settling on several newspapers spread across a nearby table, each filled with damaging headlines. Only 3 days left until the director election, he muttered. If approval doesn't come through by then, it's finished. Purple fire flared from his hand, reducing the papers to ash. The flames lingered near his face until the final sheet disappeared. Barracks turned back around. Repeat what you said earlier. The man beside him answered with a twisted grin. So, you're finally willing to work with us? A man lounged on the couch, one eye glowing blood red, watching the scene unfold with clear interest. Encased in a solid block of ice stood Elric. Behind him, the Blue Wolf squads lay in ruins, crushed as he cleared a path, protecting everything ahead of him. After the turmoil in the city finally settled, Elric revealed who he truly was to Isabel. The memory of those documents resurfaced in her thoughts. The cure for occlusion disease. He had placed the treatment in her hands, and calmly told her that this was where they would part ways. Now known as the hero of Lyseni, Elric set off toward the imperial capital, intent on settling matters with the dean. But the dean wasn't the only one preparing for his arrival. Inside the dean's office, Barracks leaned forward, tension thick in his voice. So, you'll ensure I become director, correct? And how exactly will you obtain the excavation rights? The man seated on the couch smiled faintly. Everything is already arranged. All that's left is your approval. So, have you decided to work with us? Barracks scowled. How do you plan to succeed where even we failed? The smile widened. If you distrust us that much, then perhaps a contract isn't necessary. Barracks' gaze hardened. You're aware there are other candidates for director. The man didn't deny it. The dean paused, then released a long breath. Fine, I'll take your word. What do you want in return? Nothing complicated, the stranger replied. Just your support. Barracks blinked. That's all. The man stretched out on the couch, clearly pleased. Yes, that alone will be sufficient. Sunlight washed over the streets of the imperial capital. Voices echoed between narrow alleys. Hey, did you hear the rumors? Rumors about what? A river cut through the stone roads as whispers spread. About that small town, Lyseni. They say the Blue Lion family caused a huge disaster there. Another internal conflict. That family always settles things with force, no matter who gets hurt. Someone passed by carrying a shield marked with a crescent moon. This time was bad. Lots of casualties. Half the town burned. That's terrible. Inside a crowded tavern, people gathered around wooden tables. And then, one person said, lowering his voice, a wizard showed up and wiped out every one of them. No way. Someone like that really exists. Who was he? At a nearby table, Three men spoke while eating. If the stories are true, one said with a laugh, he's just a kid. They're calling him the hero of Lyseni. A demon lay sprawled across the table beside him, staring straight at Elric with an irritated glare. Ever since we got here, the demon complained, people haven't stopped talking about you. Humans really lose all since the moment they hear the word hero. Elric closed his eyes and waved his hand lightly, as if pushing the noise away. I just came to eat, he said quietly. I haven't visited the capital in a long time, and try to keep things low-key. Inside, he let out a silent sigh. Mephistopheles definitely won't stay quiet. A thought lingered. Did he actually want to be called a hero? Isabel's face surfaced in his mind. With that calm smile, she had said, a heroic story is the fastest way to win the hearts of ordinary people. She was certain it would help him once his existence became public. Closing her eyes, she had added, I'll build a stable foundation. I'll keep pressure on Paul. You focus on the front lines. Elric wasn't convinced that this was really for his own good, but her certainty never wavered. Around him, the tavern buzzed with loud voices. I heard he even saved the lifeless flower. The Blue Lion's daughter? She almost became crown princess, right? Yeah, and now the hero of Lyseni is heading to the capital. If those two are together, then who's the third guy? They say the crown prince still has feelings for her, and the one behind the disaster was some trash from a major magic family. So that makes it a love triangle. Elric's eye twitched. Is this the benefit she was talking about? His deeds were already being twisted into cheap romance gossip. He pressed his fingers against his forehead. Forget it. I'll eat somewhere else, he muttered, standing up. Even so, he admitted it to himself. She really did lay solid groundwork. Whether it's hero tales or scandal, either way, my name spreads. He rolled his shoulders and released a slow breath. Isabel's abilities. They'd be invaluable for restoring his family. He just hoped she had reached Karoe safely. Turning back, he called out, Mephistopheles, get up. Before the words finished, a man appeared right beside him. I've finally found you. A violent shockwave burst outward. Tables rattled. People screamed. The man's fist drove straight into Elric's chest. Smoke billowed up from the street outside. Onlookers froze in panic. What was that? Did something just explode? Paul Wales' men. Are they really starting riots, even in the capital? Everyone get back. As the smoke spread, the fight came into view. A fist slammed into Elric again, mana bursting through the air. So that sent mana. The stranger stared straight at him. You really turned your back on me. Elric brushed the dirt off his face and answered with an easy smile. It's been a while, hasn't it? Inside, he let out a quiet sigh. All right, that might have been too much. The man tightened his fist, joints popping. Try imagining what I went through because of you, he said coldly. If there's even a little guilt left in you, take one hit. Just one. His stare hardened. Or what? Are you saying I'm the kind of guy who leaves his friend behind? Sean's eyes were fixed on Elric, full of pent-up irritation. Elric spread his arms wide, grinning shamelessly. Would you look at that? It's my incredible best friend, Sean. The people around them froze. That's how you greet someone. Not long after, the noise vanished. Elric, Sean, and Mephistopheles were seated at a table, as if the brawl had never happened. Sean clicked his tongue. Cleaning up after you is a hassle. But with someone like you, I guess that's normal. Elric shrugged. If I'm that hopeless, the least you could do is buy me a drink. Sean shot him a look. You're asking me for money when I own the nest. He raised a finger. Fine, just this once. But answer me. How's that flashy romance with the Blue Lion's daughter going? Elric almost choked. I'm kidding. And we're not like that, he thought. Sean let out a breath. Forget it. I'll pay. But don't think I don't notice things. The waiter arrived. Iced tea, RW knife beer, capra pasta, butter raisin bacon. Sean ordered without hesitation. Elric stiffened. Damn it. He forced a smile. He sensed the mana. He knows something. He's waiting for me to speak. Sean rested his chin on his hand, watching Elric's rigid posture. What's with that face? That doesn't suit you. Stop it. It's irritating. The food's here. Eat before it gets cold. Mephistopheles floated nearby, muttering. He's right. That face is unbearable. Their glasses met with a light clink. Elric leaned back in his chair. For the record, people around here call me handsome. Sure. And don't forget, you still owe me a punch, Sean replied. Elric took a long sip. That can wait. By the way, Sean added quietly, the preparations for the show, everything's moving just like you wrote. You really confident? What if the deal falls apart? Elric answered without pause. No need to worry. Right now, only two things matter, settling things with the Dean and restoring the Melvinger family. Completely. On my own terms. Sean studied the drink in his glass, then gave a short nod. I'll make sure both are taken care of. Elric lightly tapped his glass. Good. Then keep everything moving. Sean squinted at him, about to speak, but stopped. Because of you. Carl's in trouble right now. His teeth clenched. This isn't good. Not at all. That witch has definitely heard the rumors by now. Elric raised an eyebrow. You mean, Miss Tasha? He took another slow drink. Sean laughed under his breath. Yeah, if that dragon-crazed lunatic snaps, Because of this, the streets outside shimmer blue as mana surged through the city. The massive castle walls seemed to tremble, as if the capital itself were reacting. The entire plane could come crashing down. Tasha charged through the hallway, each step echoing sharply. The excavation rights. Were they handed over to the academy? A shaky voice answered. Yes, to the dean of the elemental magic faculty. Her hands clenched with a sharp crack. What? How'd this happen? We're going to the hospital. Now. She halted and turned back. Say that again, Tasha said coldly. Yesterday, every paper was tearing that old man apart. So what changed overnight? Hanabi swallowed hard. For some reason, all the newspapers suddenly switched sides. They're praising Dean Barracks now. She hurriedly read the headlines aloud. Dean Barracks reclaims excavation rights. Election for new director delayed. Nestor family withdraws excavation claim. Pressure from hexagram families. Academy steps back. Tasha lowered her gaze, anger simmering beneath the surface. Even with pressure from the hexagram, my father would never approve this. She stepped forward. What about Sean? Hanabi hesitated. He hasn't given a clear response. Tasha's voice dropped. What? He was talking about friendship earlier, then suddenly stopped responding. In the next instant, her presence changed completely. Hair, eyes, and aura surging with overwhelming power. We're changing our destination. Hanabi froze. Tita where? Tasha raised a finger. Didn't you notice? The excavation rights don't belong to our family, or the academy. The room went silent. How dare they play us like this? An image crossed her mind. Elric, along with the third son of the Nemister family. Tasha's lips curved upward, sharp and dangerous. It's time I pay those scheming bastards a visit. On the opposite side of the city, Elric clenched his jaw. So they decided to play me as well. Maybe it was time to see them face to face. Blue light streaked across the sky. Emergency signals rising near the headmaster's grounds of Uston Academy. At first glance, the academy's entrance looked ordinary. Just a grand gate welcoming students of magic. But in reality, it stood at the center of something far greater. The position of academy director carried authority equal to that of a marquis, a title that reached into both politics and scholarship. A seat so influential that even the hexagram family heads and the captains of the Imperial Magic Knights treated it carefully. A man in a black cloak walked along the red carpet, passing nobles and high officials without pause. His status alone placed him among the Empire's highest ranks. The hood slipped back. Magus of the Star, the legitimate successor of the Elric Melvinger bloodline. Today marked the election of the next director of Uston Academy. Inside the vast assembly hall, representatives filled every seat. Barracks stepped forward, bowing with deliberate politeness. Thank you all for gathering for this historic moment, he said. Then his tone shifted, confidence rising with a broad smile. As you know, the opening of a dragon's nest is an opportunity that comes once in centuries. And I, Barak Barracks, stand at the very center of it. From above, he looked like a man reveling in his own spotlight. If you choose me, I will build a system that allows us to uncover even greater discoveries, even greater accomplishments. But from the darkness, another voice cut through the hall. An impressive speech, the man said calmly. Though you speak as if the academy already belongs to you. Barracks continued regardless, even though not all candidates had arrived. Outside the hall, Sean leaned closer, his expression dark. Are you sure Elric can deal with this alone? His eyes flicked toward the voting charts. Barracks' support isn't even close. He's far ahead. Elric remained seated, relaxed. Sean lowered his voice. I know this was planned, but half the representatives were bought off. The risk is insane. Elric simply smiled. By tomorrow, they can do whatever they like. Across the chamber, Chin approached Barracks and bowed politely. Director, that was a remarkable speech. Barracks smirked and corrected him. The election hasn't ended yet, but you're already talking like I've won. He added quietly, with a knowing edge. Of course, I intend to work closely with the Siesta family. Elric's eyes narrowed just a little. A voice murmured beside him. It's time for the other candidates. We'll talk later. Elric answered evenly. I'm leaving it to you. Barracks walked off, confidence spilling from every step. Soon, I'll be the director, and troublesome brats like them won't matter anymore. Lazari also left the chamber, a dark curve forming on his lips. Once this ends, I'll stand on equal ground with the hexagram heads. Then why was Barracks backing an organization with no real support? Like Siesta? Sean smiled faintly. He already knew. A tiny red dot flickered across Barracks' face, an omen he never noticed. Barracks thought with certainty. The moment I take the seat, I'll wipe out those worthless pests. Elric smiled broadly. Exactly as expected. A voice rang out across the chamber. That concludes the speeches of all 7 candidates. Voting will begin shortly. Please take your seats. The enormous hall stirred as hundreds of representatives moved into place. Then, candidate, Elric Melvinger, head snapped around. A glowing emblem, a book paired with an owl, appeared over an empty seat, marking his name. Whispers spread instantly. Before the announcer could continue, a figure cloaked in black stepped into the hall, her heels striking the floor with sharp authority. Two men near the front stiffened. "H, how did she get in here?" The woman pulled back her hood. "Tasha." The gray-haired official stood up at once. "Miss Tasha, this area is restricted. Only representatives of the hexagram families may enter." Gasps rippled through the room. Several candidates stared openly. Tasha simply smiled. "I'm well aware," she said evenly. "Today, I'm here as my family's representative, as its head." Sean clenched his jaw, his teeth shaking. Tasha wasn't finished. "And honestly," she continued, lowering her voice, "I understand what's going on far better than any of you." Elric's pulse skipped. "She noticed me? Does she know something?" The announcer hurriedly tapped the microphone. "Everyone, please remain seated. Silence in the hall." Tasha lifted one hand with graceful ease. The entire chamber fell quiet. Representatives raised glowing crystals, each containing detailed records of the candidates. "These crystals allow you to review each candidate's profile," explained a bespectacled man. "You may also cast your vote through them. The system will calculate the results automatically." Elric released a slow breath. "I've been waiting for this moment for so long." Across the hall, a man with a curled mustache leaned back in his seat, confidence written all over him. "The promise I made, it drew in everyone tied to this academy. Enough to bring even the Magic Tower and the Imperial family onto my side." Holographic images of two other candidates flickered beside him, and, he thought with satisfaction, "I've already locked in deals with most of today's representatives." He tapped his crystal, barely hiding his impatience. "Announce it." "I'm ready." Riven stepped forward, sweat soaking through his clothes. I will now announce the election results," he said shakily. "Excluding the vote of the Melvinger family, who are not present today, the candidate with the highest number of votes is—" The hall fell silent. Sitting tall, arms folded, purple light glowing faintly in his eyes. "Barracks, this seat is mine." Riven drew in a breath, ready to declare the winner. "Stop." The words slammed into the room. Every head turned toward the entrance. A cloaked figure stepped inside, boots striking the polished floor with steady rhythm. The man with glasses froze. The dark-haired girl beside him stared, eyes wide. Whispers spread instantly. Who dares interrupt the director election? Two representatives shot to their feet, anger flashing across their faces. But Kasha? She only smiled, staring straight ahead. Sean leaned back, lips curling upward. "Go on, Elric." A pendant hanging from the newcomer's neck caught the light, swinging gently. The crowd erupted. That's Elric, the head of the Melvinger family. No way. Wasn't he supposed to be in a coma?" The man with the curled mustache glared ahead, his expression warping. Then the figure stepped fully into the light. "Elric Melvinger," he declared coldly, "Duke of the Shining Star, and a legitimate candidate in this election." Shock swept through the chamber. "I've come to exercise my right to vote." His smile cut sharply through the tension. People rose from their seats, voices overlapping in disbelief. "M. Melvinger? From that disgraced, noble line. What is happening? This can't be real." Riven's hand shook. "Elric." Elric walked forward toward the man with glasses, each step unhurried and firm. Bright magical flares shimmered behind him, a silent warning. "How did he get here?" Panic seized the mustache man's thoughts. A voice shouted from the crowd. "How can an ordinary intern interfere with an official election?" Elric stopped. The air itself seemed to lock in place. "Have the laws of the Empire lost their meaning?" he asked. He removed his cloak. "I am not an intern today." His voice echoed through the chamber, forcing complete silence. "I am a Duke of the Empire, and the lawful representative of my family." He raised his hand and pointed toward the empty seat at the center of the hall. "That seat is reserved for the Melvinger family, in honor of the Academy's founder." The head official let out a quiet breath. "I'm glad to hear the Melvinger head is in good condition. However, the vote has already concluded. What do you plan to do?" With his arms crossed, a supporter of Barracks spoke up. "The outcome is settled. There's no reason to delay." The official straightened and cleared his throat. "According to the Uston Academy Election Code, Article 7, Section 2. Elric slowly raised his eyes toward the candidates. "If a candidate raises doubts before final confirmation," the official continued, "a new vote may be held, should the majority of representatives agree." Murmurs spread across the hall. The official frowned. "Are you implying?" Elric placed his hand firmly on the man's shoulder and spoke in a steady voice. "I, Elric Melvinger, Duke of the Shining Star." The hall fell completely silent as every representative turned toward him. "Declare that candidate Barracks is unfit to serve as director of the Academy." A brief pause followed. Then Elric's lips curved slightly as he delivered his final statement. "And furthermore, I accuse candidate Barracks of falsifying personal records and orchestrating an attempt on the life of the Duke of the Radiant Star." Time seemed to stop. From above, the chamber was filled with hundreds of representatives frozen in disbelief, staring toward the center of the hall. Barracks stood up abruptly. Do you realize how grave that accusation is? Where is your evidence?" The official's tone turned stern. If you speak as the representative of a renowned magician family, you must obey procedure. Accusations without proof are punishable. Elric kept his gaze forward, unmoving. The announcer cleared his throat. Then we asked the assembly, does anyone here support the claim made by the head of Melvinger? Voices rose at once. Unfounded. He's bluffing. There's no evidence. Barracks crossed his arms. So he believes he holds something decisive. Very well. Let him present it. The outcome will not change. Several representatives looked toward Elric, uncertain. A candidate leaned forward. You said your words would be heard. What comes next, Duke? Barracks let out a short laugh. You're being hasty. There is still time to withdraw before the final ruling. Elric tilted his head slightly. You still persist, even while standing on sacred ground. Barracks prepared to respond, but Elric spoke first. The dragon's nest is right there. Silence spread across the hall. Elric lifted a crystal sphere, light gathering within it. A voice echoed from inside, cold and clear. There's no other option. Dispose of him as planned. Take his amulet as proof. The sound continued, unbroken and unmistakable. Elric spoke evenly. Despite the public announcement, Dean Barracks did not contribute to our discovery. Instead, he attempted to remove me and take my family's heirloom. Gasps followed from every direction. Does this still qualify as a baseless claim? Elric asked. Barracks slammed his hand against the table. False. How dare you mislead the public with forged magic? Elric answered at once. A forgery? Do you believe someone of your standing could deceive a seventh circle mage? Or are you claiming to have reached the eighth? No one spoke. No illusion, Elric continued, can fool an archmage, let alone this entire assembly. A quiet voice carried through the hall. A blockade patient suddenly reaching the eighth circle. That cannot happen. Two candidates averted their eyes. So the dean truly attempted to kill the duke, someone said. The chamber erupted into noise. When the shining star crest flared into view, Barracks froze. He recognized the crystal sphere immediately. It was the same one he had given Riven in the dragon's nest, the artifact he had ordered to be used to remove that man. And yet now, it rested in another's hand. The hall went quiet. On the stage, the man turned toward Riven, who stood stiffly behind the microphone. Riven cleared his throat and spoke, forcing his voice to remain steady. Due to these unforeseen circumstances, the election committee will enter deliberation. Please remain silent. Barracks clenched his teeth. That brat actually chose to turn on him. From a committee table, Sean leaned back and spoke in an offhand tone. Interesting timing. Yesterday, we caught someone hanging around the hospital. It was Riven. Someone nearby responded. I assumed Barracks sent him on another questionable errand. Sean took a sip through a straw before continuing. But this time, he said he was there to deliver something. He was waiting for someone to wake up first. The view widened to encompass the academy hall. Low voices spread through the crowd. Talk of manipulating the press, bribing officials, and how far the scheme might have reached. Barracks spoke under his breath. Do it. In a corridor, Elric stood without moving. He had already seen enough. Riven had been unreliable at first, but in the end, he kept the crystal ball. That alone was sufficient to overturn everything. Elric lifted his hand and spoke evenly. And why did Riven record the entire exchange? As a safeguard. He likely expected something like this. Rescuing him in the dragon's nest was not without purpose. Silence followed. Elric continued. There's more. Under Imperial law, the rights to relics from the dragon's nest belong to the first discoverer. However, Dean Barrack claimed excavation authority for himself, without my approval. Barrack wiped the sweat from his temple. So, Elric concluded, his offenses go beyond plotting against the Duke of the Shining Star. He attempted to seize the Melvinger family heirloom and unlawfully claimed excavation rights. I formally request that Dean Barrack be disqualified as a candidate at once, and that a full investigation into his actions be initiated. The committee members exchanged looks. What is the proper course? One asked. We deliberate, another answered. If his excavation claim is invalid, he offers nothing. An elderly member studied Elric closely. I sense mana from him. Has he recovered from his condition? Two others leaned closer. They said he was in a coma. Yet now, he appears fully restored. And perhaps, another added, Tasha can clarify that for us. The witch stepped forward, her lips curving slightly. Oh, I'd be happy to, she replied. But the Melvinger family's representative only ever speaks with my brother. Not me. She waved it off. In any case, that part isn't important. Barracks slammed his hand onto the table. I demand that crystal ball be verified. It's a fake. I'm absolutely certain of it. All it takes is an inspection. Even as he shouted, his options were shrinking. At this rate, losing the rector's seat will be the least of his problems. For now, denial is all he had. He could only hope Sia would step in. Barracks rose from his seat. That was when he noticed it. Lazuli was standing quietly behind Elric. Why was he positioned near Sean of all people? Elric turned slightly. Sean's assistant, the one with the red scarf, adjusted his glasses, clearly entertained by the situation. Sean lifted a hand in a relaxed gesture. Either way, Carl is already dealing with the fallout from all this. And honestly, calling you unstable doesn't even feel excessive anymore. Siesta might be a better title. Barracks clenched his jaw. The truth settled in all at once. Elric had arranged everything from the very beginning, and Barrack had fallen straight into it. Elric stepped forward. With that, all outstanding matters have been resolved, he said. Then, scratching the back of his head, he added, so let's move on to the re-election. Low voices spread across the hall. Now then, Elric continued. Who would like to run for the position of director? No one spoke. Elric inclined his head slightly. Thank you for entrusting me with the role of director of Uston Academy. Mephistopheles appeared behind him, clearly taken aback. I don't even know what to say. Was that courage? Recklessness? Or just nerve? Elric gave no reply. Only one thought crossed his mind. If he didn't take chances like this, nothing would ever change. He also remembered something else. He needed to end his academic leave and secure scholarship. Though, to be fair, he had no idea how that process even worked. Mephistopheles glanced to the side. So you're really letting him go? From where I'm standing, it looks like he's trying to slip away. Barracks took a hesitant step forward. Elric turned his head slightly. Barracks immediately looked away. His thoughts tangled together. Did he hear that? Were those words sent directly into his mind? Elric tilted his head, quietly amused. You know, Elric said, being a 7th circle mage is no small feat, even if you're starting to lose your hair. Barracks stiffened. And if you're wondering how I heard you, Elric went on, it wasn't because of skill. A surge of violet lightning snapped into the air above Elric's head. Barracks erupted. You disrespectful wretch. How dare you? A voice rose from the crowd. What is he doing? Before anyone could react, someone shouted, Get away. Barracks's mouth twisted into a distorted smile. Get away. He's not going anywhere. He's going to die right here. Elric's body went rigid. His gaze stayed fixed straight ahead. A deafening blast tore through the hall. Purple beams burst outward as Elric tightened his mouth, blue lightning spilling from his hand. The two forces crashed together, twisting and raging like overlapping tempests. Shock rippled through the crowd. That spell, a 5th circle, white blizzard. And it got stopped. From Barracks's palm, a sphere of violet energy detonated. Elric's lightning smashed into the ground, spraying countless shards of mana across the floor. A gray-haired mage froze in place. That magic belongs to the hero of Lucini. Nearby, the two boys from earlier gulped. He reflected a 6th circle lightning spell. So much for a noble magic family. Elric steadied himself with one hand on the ground, blue sparks floating around him. Somewhere in the noise, a voice whispered, a mana-blocking patient, casting spells like that. Elric let out a short laugh. He had assumed Barracks would be manageable alone, but even a balding old man was still a 7th circle mage. Returning those spells was draining his mana fast. With a roar, Barracks released a massive surge of purple lightning. Elric didn't move. Only one thought crossed his mind. He forgot where this is. A sharp crack rang out. A violent explosion of fire erupted in the center of the hall. Crimson flames spiraled upward, flooding the arena with blazing light. Tasha stood there, fingers still raised, looking down at Barracks without warmth. Elric smiled slightly. For someone your age, you've got no shame. Even the first years aren't afraid to shut you down. Fire swallowed the entire hall. At the front, Takis raised his guard against the heat. The phoenix, the witch's firebird, he murmured. Elric locked eyes with Tasha, the youngest 7th circle mage, the one who subdued the phoenix alone. He hadn't expected her to interfere, but now that she had, there was only one conclusion. This was finished. Turning back to Barracks, Elric spoke evenly. Any further attack from you will be classified as terrorism. And this time, no one will step in to save you. Barracks's body went rigid. And one more thing, Elric continued. The hexagram heads are present. The election committee isn't weaker than you. If you cause trouble again, they'll restrain you themselves. Barracks stared, jaw clenched so tightly the sound carried. Is he really cutting me off here? Right now? Elric adjusted his tie, gaze steady and cold. Barracks shook where he stood. Just moments ago, you acted like the world was in your grasp. And now, his voice wavered. So you lower your head in front of people like them. Elric had suppressed Barracks at every exchange. Even now, Barracks still couldn't land a clean blow. At most, he had only dirted Elric's clothes. That fact gnawed at him more than any spell. Why isn't he acting like before? Where did that reckless, overcharged version of him go? Without warning, a violent beam of purple energy slammed straight into Elric's face. Barracks pushed power through his body, violet light flooding his eyes. Boom! A blinding explosion of pink radiance ripped through the hall. The witch stood with her back to everyone, her gaze fixed on the floor. Sean and Lazary remained still, unable to follow what had just happened. Voices erupted across the arena. Riven wiped his brow, his voice breaking as he shouted, the head of the Melvinger family has been attacked. Restrain him immediately. The hall descended into chaos. Elric collapsed, his body unmoving. Mephistopheles looked down at him and spoke quietly. Seriously, Is this really someone who calls himself the king of demons? Elric lay still on the floor. The demon let out a short sound of contempt. If he'd been born among us, he could have become a great king. Elric's lips moved slightly. Did you really not notice? Across the hall, the man bound in chains writhed and screamed. Elric's focus sharpened. This is what awaits anyone who stands against me. Days later, the city was alive with rumors. Word of the incident at Uston Academy spread rapidly. Stories circulated about Elric, the boy said to be in a coma, bringing down a renowned magic family in front of the entire academy. Inside a bar, conversations overlapped. Is it true? They say Elric really did all of that. People are calling him the hero of Lyseni. At another table, men in formal suits exchanged information. Dean Barrick was expelled and arrested for attempted murder. The press hasn't let up since. And that Melvinger boy, Elric, the grandson of the founder of Star Magic. A faint purple light shimmered across someone's hand as they read the report. How did he cure an untreatable mana-blocking disease? Did he uncover some relic in the dragon's nest? Elsewhere, a blue-haired girl quietly watched the man sitting on a bed. It was announced throughout the city that Elric had transferred excavation rights to the Nestor family, the ones who stood with him. Sean raised a newspaper and laughed. The Melvinger family is shining again, like a star brought back to life. He read aloud from the headline. The rise of a hero who endured endless ridicule and suppression. Someone beside him dismissed it with a short remark. Why are you reading all that to me? Sean answered without hesitation. You're a patient. You need something to pass the time. Beyond the hospital gates, a crowd had already formed. Reporters packed the entrance, voices overlapping. Let Elric come out. Open the gates. We have a right to know what really happened. Inside the room, Elric sat on the bed, listening as the noise carried in. He's pretending to be sick, someone yelled. He's faking it. We need the truth about this fraud. Elric leaned back, unmoved. What waited outside was only the beginning. Not long ago, Elric was known as nothing more than a troublemaker, causing scenes, pulling pranks, doing whatever he pleased. And now, people were turning him into a legend. They speculated about who trained him, what kind of monster shaped him, and how he returned with such overwhelming power. Elric rested one hand on his knee and let out a breath. What did you expect, he said, that I spent months lying around doing nothing? Lysenta, the lady of the Blue Lion family. Sean's eyes widened. Elric quickly looked away, clearly caught off guard. You don't need to know about that, he muttered. Sean stared at him, puzzled. So, you're not planning to stir up more trouble, right? Elric hesitated before answering. Maybe. That didn't sound like a no, Sean said, frowning. Before he could press further, a voice spoke from behind him. Whatever you're planning, save it for later, the voice said. My father wants to see you. Behind him, a powerful hand glimmered with multicolored light. Elric's thoughts tightened. Sean's father, Guy Nestor, one of the great sages of the Ninth Circle, one of the strongest mages in the world, few enough to count on one hand. The head of the Nestor family, the master of the magic tower. Even my grandfather wanted him as a disciple. A red glow flared as a man wearing glasses stepped forward. A genius among geniuses. Elric swallowed. Moments later, they stood before something enormous. Sean gestured ahead. Elric stared. He knew Sean lived well, but this was on another level. If I'd known it was this bad, Elric muttered, I would have asked him for a lot more money. Before them rose an enormous, lavish castle, the fortress of the Nestor family. High above it, a portal throbbed with light, shining like a second sun in the sky. The strongest family of the magic tower. Elric let out a quiet breath and smiled. Someday, he would reach this height as well. And when that day came, he would stand as their equal. He moved forward without hesitation. White smoke curled around his feet, rolling like drifting mist. Thick fog closed in, swallowing his figure whole. A voice rang out from within. So, you're looking pretty hard. See something you like. Elric spun around. If you set your eyes on something that isn't yours, the man continued, smiling sharply, you should be ready to pay the price. Elric stiffened. Hey. Before he could react, Sean shouted from ahead. Hey, hurried up. Elric rushed after him. What awaited him next caught him completely off guard. His sister was there too. Only then did they hand him a neatly folded note. Sean clicked his tongue. Do you have any idea how much trouble you caused? Contact her right now. Elric opened the paper, written in his sister's hand. I heard you were invited to the Nestor household. Don't bother them again until I arrive. The sun sank toward the horizon, bathing the entire mansion in golden light. Ahead of them stood a girl holding a suitcase. Her presence was sharp, heavy enough to crush stone. Sean whispered, his face drained of color. If you try to run, you're dead. Just brace yourself. Elric stopped cold. Fear didn't even describe it. He was already dead in his own head. So, the Melvinger family had its own demon king. And even Mephistopheles didn't know. Who was this woman who made demons hesitate? Something worse than Satan. Something that made him regret every decision he had ever made. Sean, meanwhile, gazed at her with pure admiration. She's an angel. Elric slowly turned toward him, completely hollow. Yes, He was grateful she helped him enter the academy. But if Sean had ever seen her true nature, he wouldn't dare call her that. To Elric, his sister was far more terrifying. Sean's praise only sent a chill down his spine. Was she really called a witch for no reason? At that moment, a familiar figure approached. Ever since people began calling her a genius, she had only grown more frightening. She no longer moved like an ordinary person. As Sean kept talking, Tasha stepped right up to them, her presence direct and unavoidable. She was going to hit him. Elric swallowed. If he said even one more word, it would be worse. And it was. She struck him clean across the head, then turned away as if nothing had happened. Elric rubbed his face and hurriedly spoke. Thanks for helping during the elections. She brushed it off coldly. It was nothing. You could have handled it yourself. Sean stared at her, blinking in silence. Why would someone as stubborn as her step in like that? Was she actually paying attention to Elric? Elric's thoughts spun. Seriously? In front of my friend? Is she really going to act like this now? Tasha didn't respond. Instead, she spoke in a flat tone. Who lied to me first? Elric went still. They moved deeper into the Nestor domain, heading toward the true palace of the Blue Fob. To reach Sean's father, they had to pass through this maze first. Traps are everywhere, Tasha said. Even a six-circle mage can die here. Stay close. But when they turned back, Elric was gone. He stood several steps behind them, unmoving, his gaze fixed ahead as if caught between two spaces. Elric, where'd he go? Sean called out. Tasha called out. There was no reply. Elric looked left, then right. Where's this place? Where was Mephistopheles? Not that Mephistopheles would help much here. He moved forward and saw it. A portal. Not an ordinary one. It pulsed with raw power. The magic pouring out of it was immense. The Nestor family. Were they really capable of this? Every element existed together in the same space. Some were violent. Some were dense. Others felt sharp enough to cut. None shared the same nature. Yet they coexisted. Because wind bound them all together. Elric stood still, breathing shallowly. He didn't know what this place truly was. But one thought surfaced clearly. If he wished to, he could claim this entire space. As long as he examined the strange domain, a voice echoed from nowhere. Oh, you found something rather fascinating. Elric stopped. He slowly turned, scanning every direction. Was someone observing him? The voice spoke again, aged and calm. Do you even understand what you're looking at? Or are you staring without knowing a thing? Elric's thoughts sharpened. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't normal. He knew the rules. Taking another's magic, even unintentionally, was a capital crime. And anyone who could govern a space like this, at the very least, they were a seventh-circle archmage. What am I supposed to do now? The voice continued. Don't pretend you can't hear me. You reacted. I know you did. Elric set his jaw. From an objective standpoint, this situation wasn't his doing. He hadn't entered on purpose. So there was no reason to submit to questioning by some unseen old monster. He made his choice in an instant. Act like he heard nothing. Act like he saw nothing. Leave this place alive. He lowered his eyes and gave no response. Planning to flee. Do you think silence will save you? The old man's voice drifted through the space. Elric reacted immediately. Without pausing, he focused and triggered obscure. Dense white fog burst outward, swallowing everything around him. The voice hesitated. What? Even the one controlling this place could no longer see through the maze. Elric moved through the mist at full speed. He abandoned the half-finished magic pattern. Staying any longer would only invite danger. Yet something felt wrong. The gaze never left him. This was only the start. Sand suddenly surged up, coiling around his legs and locking him in place. If you reach for what does not belong to you, the voice resounded, then you must offer a price. Outside the labyrinth, in the outer hall, Sean looked toward his sister. What do we do? We need to inform father. Before either of them moved, a steady presence arrived. A man stepped forward. Guy Nestor, head of the Nestor family. The true palace of the blue mist has opened, he said flatly. What exactly is happening? Sean turned at once. Guy's gaze hardened. You haven't even entered the palace, and he's already disappeared. Their eyes shifted to the glowing pentagram. Guy's brow tightened. Father's magic. He interfered again. Why now? Has his condition declined further? Sean raised his voice. We can't just wait around. He's our guest. What if something happens to him? Tasha spoke calmly. So that's how it is. She lifted her head. The era of the Duke of the Shining Star. Interesting. Guy glanced between the two of them. His interest was clear. Brother and sister exchanged a look. They both understood. Whatever was unfolding inside the palace was far beyond their expectations. Deep within the labyrinth, Elric struggled to maintain control. A noble magic family, standing at the very summit of the magic tower. This was the true palace of the blue mist, the culmination of decades of work by that old monster. And yet, Elric had done more than decode the formation. He shattered it, then activated it again. Before disappearing, the old man had left something behind, a lingering regret, and a strange child he found interesting. Elric took one cautious step forward, then froze. The old man stood there with both arms spread wide. Show me everything you can do. Elric turned sharply. What is even going on? He folded his arms and muttered to himself, why were all old mages like this? Did age really drive them all mad? A barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. Elric drew in a slow breath. Stay calm. Understand the situation. He examined the barrier again. He hadn't created it. It was shielding him. The mana here wasn't tied to a single element. Yet the Nestor family was renowned for wind. The answer clicked. Wind was being used to shape other elements. Hot wind, mixed with fire, turned water into steam. A mild current gathered that steam into fog. Then wind fused with ice, stiffened the fog, halting its flow. If the old man could do this so casually, then summoning a typhoon would be effortless. Elric raised his shield. Even if this wasn't meant to kill him, it was still a challenge. Fine. He would decipher everything he couldn't before. Back in Lucina, he had sensed it. All of his elements were weak except ice. So he adjusted his approach. Convert mana, blend it with wind, then apply it to ice. Mana surged into his palm. If he modified the flow between his soul and the seals, he could lower the cost enough to... Elric swung his arm. Ice spread forward in an instant. But could he merge other elements into his ice magic? Smoke curled around him. A condensed sphere of mana formed before his hand. He threw it. The impact shook the ground. Patterns flared across his arm, burning bright. He reached out and seized something invisible. The wind exploded into motion. The old man tried to speak. No sound followed. Elric clenched his hands and vanished. When the fog cleared, he was already standing behind the others. They turned around all at once. A six-circle mage needs an entire day to escape this place. Even Tasha took 4 hours and 52 minutes. But Elric, 46 minutes. Mephistopheles stared, unable to hide his shock. The seal of cruelty, a 5-star, high-level formation. Even for a demon king, it was something worth acknowledging. Yet Elric hadn't merely destroyed it. He had taken it for himself. The moment Elric stepped out of the labyrinth, Guy Nestor hurried over, his expression unsettled. He looked at the gathered youths in confusion. What is going on here? You should all be preparing for the director election. And you, his gaze fixed on Elric. I was told you only just recovered from a mana-blocking illness. Yet now a six-circle mage stands before me. The crowd froze. He six-circle. He beat Tasha's record. Even Tasha was caught off guard. She had never imagined her time would be surpassed, especially not by someone who had only recently survived an incurable condition. Elric showed no reaction. He simply stepped forward and extended his hand. Apologies for the late introduction, he said calmly. My name is Elric. Guy returned the handshake. As he looked at the boy, his gaze softened. I'm sorry, he said quietly. You've carried burdens no one your age should have. Elric smiled. There's no need, he replied. It was an interesting experience. Sean and Tasha turned toward the palace entrance. Elric followed their line of sight. Their mother, along with the rest of the powerful Nestor family, was waiting inside. Elric lowered his head. He still wasn't used to hearing the word family, but he smiled lightly. I'll be going now. Above him, the Nestor family banner fluttered in the wind. Elric walked forward. Elsewhere, Isabel rushed into a softly lit chamber. Father, she threw her arms around him. To the outside world, she was a composed young lady. To him, she was still his child. He gently stroked her head. I don't understand it, he murmured. Even the doctors said it was impossible. Yet you woke me. Her voice trembled. It was Elric. He helped me. His eyes widened. As expected of the Melvingers, he said. A distinguished family of magicians. They've always been a light in the dark. She glanced toward the doorway. Where are you going? You just woke up. You need a rest. But he was already dressing, ignoring her words. How could I rest after hearing that? I need to meet this boy. She tried to stop him, but he continued fastening his coat. Even if I must cross the entire continent, he said, I will find him. A righteous child like that, in a world as corrupt as ours. That alone is reason enough. And with that, he headed out the door. Elsewhere, a man knelt with one knee pressed to the ground. The deaths of the Blue Wolves. Isabel's escape. His brother's recovery. The Blue Wolf who returned alive, only to explode before his eyes. Every incident, all of it, led back to a single mage. At the far end of the hall, an old man sat calmly upon a throne. The kneeling man bowed even lower. That mage, he must have placed a curse on me. The old man looked down. And your brother? He left with the Blue Hawks, the man answered. It appears he's trying to reach Elric, who is currently inside the Nestor family estate. Silence followed. I see, the old man finally said. Then our first move is not to strike him. He leaned back, a cruel smile forming. To summon his sworn brothers, he scoffed. No, the Blue Lion has grown weak. His brother and that cursed Elric must never cross paths. His gaze turned cold. And in the moment he leaves the Nestor estate, the man on the ground shook. He did not dare resist. His eyes dropped to his hand, where the mark glowed faintly. That mark was the only reason he still lived, and he would never forget it. Sean led Elric further into the estate, heading toward where their mother and the rest of the family were waiting. Mephistopheles drifted along behind them, talking without pause. Elric's leg moved restlessly. Mephistopheles narrowed his gaze toward Guy Nestor walking ahead. That thing. Is it even human? Elric's steps slowed. Mephistopheles kept analyzing out loud. If he's just a normal human and not a Melvinger, then how did he reach that level? Humans shouldn't be able to do that without assistance from our side. Elric looked back at him. While I was imprisoned, he said, humans were suffering as well. He raised his hand and began listing names one by one. The Magic Tower leaders, the House of the Lion Magicians, the Imperial Inspection Bureau, the Revolutionary Army, the Beastmen, the Protestant Alliance. His hand dropped. There are too many powerful groups. Why is this era called an age of monsters? Mephistopheles clicked his tongue. He wanted to explain that aside from the Golden Lion, the strongest on the continent, there were others at the same level, and some who surpassed them. He let out a laugh. There's a reason why I, the great Mephistopheles, awaken now. A time where countless beasts clash to claim the throne. Chaos spreading everywhere. Hatred driving them forward. Victory, destruction. Before he could continue, Elric turned away and walked on. Mephistopheles froze. Iche, don't just ignore me. Inside the dining hall, the children were already seated. Tasha pointed straight at Sean, who had dropped his food while staring at Elric. The youngest immediately shouted back at her. Don't call Sean an idiot. Their mother laughed lightly. What's with all this noise? Didn't I say good children stay quiet when Lyseni's hero is visiting? Elric stopped near the entrance. Scenes from another time surfaced. A different table. Endless arguments between siblings. Parents watching from the side. His father had allowed the noise, believing it helped them grow. His mother had always been concerned. She looked toward Elric. Is something wrong with the food? She asked. Elric paused. His gaze rested on the table. She shifted slightly, waiting for an answer. He shook his head. No, I was just surprised by the aroma. She nodded and turned back. Elric picked up his utensils and took a bite. The warmth spread through him. Eating together, it was something he had nearly forgotten, and it felt good. As the sun sank past the horizon, tea was poured into thin cups. The boys sat quietly on the sofas, the room bathed in soft light. Guy drank in silence, his gaze shifting toward Elric. The others exchanged brief looks. Guy spoke at last. Are you angry with me? His wife also turned her attention to Elric. Guy closed his eyes, thinking. The collapse of the Melvinger family. A lineage that had lasted 1,000 years. A house that once led an empire through endless victories. Something like that shouldn't have fallen so easily, yet it had. He placed his cup down carefully. Cast aside by the ruling family. Betrayed by allies within the hexagram. Used as a sacrifice for politics. You've been through more than enough. He opened his eyes. So tell me, are you resentful? Toward us? Elric answered calmly. Everyone has their own situation. I'm not resentful. Tea was poured beside him. The Nestor family hadn't caused the Melvingers' ruin. And politically, they had no power to intervene. He could accuse them of standing by. But if their positions were reversed, would he have acted? Mephistopheles hovered nearby, arms folded. Why is a Melvinger lowering himself before Nestor? He whispered. 1,000 years ago, these hexagram vermin were barely worth noticing. Elric gave a small smile. That reaction startled Mephistopheles. Pride and dominance had always defined Elric. Had he come here with an intention? The Melvingers had already lost everything. Their strength was gone, even if this was a friend's home. Elric knew he would eventually surpass this place as well. He needed to understand it all. Their systems, their order, the true standing of the Nestor family. Guy raised his cup once more. If there's anything you require, say the word. Elric looked up. Guy's eyes remained on the tea. The Nestor family will offer the Melvingers whatever support we can. Everyone stiffened. Sean nearly choked. It's a return for the excavation rights, Guy continued. And a personal gift, from a father to his son's friend. Don't feel pressured. He meant it. This was the judgment of a seasoned tactician. Was he building alliances? Trying to mend old ties? Or was this genuine support for a fallen house? Elric inhaled quietly. The proposal placed everything in his favor. With the Nestors backing him, his standing would soar. But the rest of the hexagram, and half the continent, would move to crush him. That path offered Guy nothing but trouble. Elric couldn't grasp why he would choose it. Then, a shadow formed beyond the window. A hand reached out. Crash. Glass exploded inward. The boys shot up from their seats. Harsh light flooded the room. Elric stopped in place. Who would attack the Nestor estate head-on? A man stepped through the shattered window. Each step carried weight. The air grew heavy around him. Elric focused on the figure and recognized him. The intruder raised one finger, pointed straight at Elric. The man advanced through the broken frame, closing the distance. The man had only one goal, to take the boy as his apprentice. Dark, ominous spirits leaked up from the floor as the pressure in the room intensified. Sean's warning echoed in Elric's mind. His father was obsessed with talent. More than 100 gifted individuals lived within the estate, not as subordinates, but as guests. The true power of the Nestor family wasn't in noble titles or military forces. It was in the Senate, a gathering of monsters wearing human skin. And at this moment, that Senate was being openly disrespected. The intruder was ordered to leave at once. Instead, He slowly pulled back his hood. The name struck like lightning. Augustine, head of the Senate, the supreme master who had trained every mage born into the Nestor bloodline. Elric stood still. He had heard countless stories about this man. Someone said to rival Guy, perhaps even surpass him. Augustine spoke, admitting he had arrived in haste and neglected etiquette. He offered an apology, but Guy kept his gaze fixed on him. There was only one thing that mattered. Why had he come? Augustine raised his hand and pointed straight at Elric. He had come for him. The audacity was clear, trying to take the boy sitting beside Sean as his apprentice. Before anyone else could react, Guy stepped forward. He revealed Elric's identity, one of the Empire's 4 dukes. Duke Melvinger. Elric stood, walked up to Augustine, and formally greeted him. Mephistopheles stared. Sean and Tasha froze in place. Augustine asked whether Elric recognized him. Of course he did. Elric's late father had spoken of Augustine many times, calling him a pillar strong enough to have saved their family from ruin. Their gazes met. Had Augustine known his father? Given his reputation, it was possible. Sean and Tasha remained silent. This old man clearly had a way with words. Perhaps that was why he wanted Elric as his apprentice. Elric treated it as acknowledgement. Then Augustine got straight to the point. Would Elric accept becoming his apprentice? Elric responded calmly. As the current head of the Melvinger family, being offered apprenticeship by the Nestor's great master was an extraordinary honor. Far too extraordinary. He asked Augustine to withdraw the offer. Augustine's tone sharpened. Elric wasn't content with the blue mist labyrinth, and now he dared refuse him as well. Elric asked for understanding. Back then, he had barely escaped with his life. Augustine had taken his magic without permission, and above all, Elric had been the one who suffered first. The old man ground his teeth, slammed his foot down, and shouted for silence. Magic surged across the floor. Even Guy recoiled in disbelief. Elric stared. The ground shimmered like a sky filled with stars. He rushed forward. No, that wasn't a night sky. The light was too pale. Then, in an instant, he was standing right beside Augustine. Teleportation? No, it wasn't. The old man had moved him. Who could relocate someone like that? Before Elric could react, Augustine appeared directly in front of him. In the same breath, he seized Elric by the tenzit and lifted him off the floor. The room went still. The boy stood frozen. Augustine laughed. A harsh, victorious sound. Elric belonged to him now. And then, they disappeared. Back at the estate, Tasha screamed at Sean, demanding why he was still standing there when his friend had just been taken away. Sean quietly closed his eyes. Did she really not understand? Elric was never the one being cornered. He was always several steps ahead. Mephistopheles let out a slow grin. Once again, Elric had exceeded expectations. Soon enough, they would be dealing with a monster, one bold enough to use that unsettling old man as a teacher. No, this was only the beginning. Elric opened his eyes. Augustine stood over him. He stepped back instinctively, but his body swayed. His vision spun, and he almost collapsed. Augustine caught him by the collar before he hit the ground. To think, the greatest master of the Nestor family had nearly lost his first disciple in 90 years. Elric's heart pounded, caught between fear and frustration. He had taken a gamble starting this dangerous exchange, but even he hadn't expected to be abducted and forced into justifying himself on the spot. And now, they were standing at the edge of a vast cliff. Had he chosen wrong? Elric clenched his teeth and focused. He tried to circulate his mana. Nothing moved. It felt wrong, as if the blocking illness had returned. He looked up. Augustine was watching. The old man had sensed it immediately. Elric's foot slid closer to the edge, just as Augustine finally spoke, saying he would explain everything along the way. Then he let go. Elric fell. Wind roared past his ears, tearing at his senses as panic flashed through Elric's eyes. The ground was rushing up far too fast. Before he could smash into the depths, Mephistopheles appeared beside him. Elric felt it instantly, an unsettling pressure. This guy matched him in ways that made absolutely no sense. How did he even get here? Mephistopheles didn't hesitate. There was no time for questions. If he didn't act now, both of them would die. He demanded Elric teach him the seal of original sin. Only that could get them out alive. Elric stared back at him, desperation clawing at his chest. His mana was completely sealed. He couldn't access a single spell, but the air around them was different. The atmosphere itself was overflowing with energy. Elric stretched out his hand. He reached, not inward but outward, and yanked at the flow around him. A violent ring of wind detonated beneath them, slowing their descent just enough. Shards of rock ripped free as a shockwave tore across the cliffside. They slammed into the ground with bone-shaking force. Elric gasped, lungs burning. He had nearly died because of this cursed mana seal. The sensation was identical to his old disease. Helpless, suffocating, powerless. But there was no time to rest. He forced himself upright and looked around. This place was nothing like the continent he knew. Fog rolled endlessly, thick and heavy, swallowing everything beyond a few steps. Then a voice echoed through the mist, cold and ancient. He was inside the labyrinth of blue mist. In the palace back home, the so-called Blue Mist Palace, was nothing more than a shallow imitation of this place. The voice continued, revealing the truth. Elric's mana had been sealed the instant he arrived here, completely locked away. And yet, despite that, he had still managed to pull raw energy directly from the atmosphere and use it. That alone was proof. Proof that he wasn't a poor choice. High above, Augustine stood at the edge of the cliff, staring down like a merciless judge. Elric stood on the rocky ground below, still struggling to catch his breath. He had been seconds away from death. Did this old man even realize what he'd done? Augustine claimed he wanted Elric as his apprentice. That part was true. But even so, he refused to teach him anything belonging to the Nestor family. Elric looked up, confusion tightening his expression. If Augustine wasn't going to teach Nestor magic, then what was the point of all this? The old man finally revealed the answer. Aside from being a senator of the Nestor family, he was also the head of the Grassland School, a school whose teachings were passed down to only one heir, teachings that had nothing to do with the Nestor bloodline at all. For Elric, everything shifted. He frowned and turned toward Mephistopheles, silently demanding an explanation. The demon chuckled, eyes gleaming with recognition. He hadn't expected that school to still exist. Those stubborn Eastern maniacs, they had annoyed him even back when he was a king. Elric leaned in, curiosity flashing across his face. Magic martial arts? He had never seen that phrase in any history book. Mephistopheles explained calmly. 1,000 years ago, in the East, the Grassland School had existed. Warriors who didn't rely purely on spells. Instead, they fused martial techniques with magical circulation. A hybrid art. A method that strengthened the body through mana itself, rather than brute force alone. And Elric desperately needed that. Grassland's true specialty lay in harmonizing different forms of mana, stabilizing the chaotic swirl of energy inside a person. Elric placed a hand over his chest. Different types of mana had always rejected one another within him. But wasn't that exactly why this was so terrifyingly perfect? His heart was wrapped in multiple kinds of magic. If he could master this art, he would gain something no book, no mage, no noble family could ever give him. Control. And the best part? It wouldn't bind him to the Nestor family. A perfect opportunity. So this was Augustine's plan, to teach him the Grassland School's magical martial arts. The old man stared down at him, momentarily startled that Elric even knew the name. There shouldn't have been any records left. This boy kept surpassing expectations. Augustine decided there was no reason to delay any longer. But before he could speak, Elric's gaze snapped sharply to the side. A wave of danger crashed over him. He raised a hand, shielding part of his face on instinct. They had crossed into the territory of the harsh wolves. Not ordinary wolves. These beasts were 3 times larger and 3 times stronger than anything outside the labyrinth. Augustine spoke calmly. Grassland arts could only be learned through real combat. Theory alone meant nothing. To learn it, Elric had to survive. The boy steadied his breathing. Then he stepped forward. A dark, gaping cave loomed ahead. His first trial had already begun. The wolves emerged one by one. Massive frames, glowing eyes, thick saliva dripping from bared jaws. Augustine remained at the cliff's edge, hands clasped behind his back, watching without a trace of concern. Elric's mana was sealed. What could a beginner, someone who hadn't even trained for 6 months, possibly do here? 2 figures stood behind Augustine. They didn't move. They didn't interfere. They only watched. To them, this wasn't cruelty. It was a test. The old man continued observing, expression unreadable. Elric lacked real combat experience, but experience alone wasn't everything. Skill mattered. And if these wolves tasted human blood, the entire labyrinth would descend into slaughter. A blur of silver furlonged forward. Elric was slammed straight into the ground, his body folding under the brutal impact. Blood burst from his mouth. This was bad. At this rate, he would die. But Elric clenched his teeth, palms digging into the dirt. He forced himself up, breath ragged, mouth opening as mana flickered weakly at the tips of his fingers. A spark, a blade, a chilling gleam of light. He slashed. The wolf's head spun through the air, blood spraying across the rocks as its massive body collapsed. In Elric's hand, a razor-sharp ice dagger shimmered faintly, cold vapor curling from its edge. Augustine lowered his chin. Yes, the boy could handle this. He might even be capable of fulfilling the wish the school had protected for more than 1,000 years. But it wasn't enough yet. He was still lacking. Tens, the former leader of the Revolutionary Army, finally stepped forward. Even the Imperial Inspectorate had never uncovered the identities of that army's members. Its leaders had once stood shoulder to shoulder with the Tower's greatest mages and the Golden Lion's strongest warriors, united by a single goal, to free the continent from the Emperor's tyranny. To some, they were terrorists. To others, the last remaining hope. And here stood their former king, a monster among monsters. Augustine looked almost delighted, thrilled to have a student again after so long. But Tens couldn't share that excitement. He was worried, because the old man might genuinely feel sad if Elric died here. Elric carved through another wolf, its body collapsing at his feet. Then he froze. A voice echoed inside his mind. He was deep within the territory of the fierce wolves, beasts 3 times larger and stronger than ordinary ones. He kept his ice dagger raised and listened. Grassland arts weren't learned through theory. They were learned through practice, through survival, through killing. He had to wipe them all out. Elric lifted his head. Blood soaked the ground around him. His breathing shook, but his eyes burned with stubborn resolve. Mephistopheles' voice cut through the chaos. Elric had survived this far only because of luck, and that luck had already run dry. A massive wolf emerged from the fog, its purple fur rippling like smoke, muscles swelling with every slow breath. Mephistopheles' tone hardened. This one knows you're trying to exterminate them. Luck won't save you now. Elric stared at the monstrous beast for several seconds, his grip tightening around the dagger. Mephistopheles was right. He could pull mana directly from the atmosphere. He had done it once. He could do it again. All he had to do was kill this thing, even with his mana sealed. Even if it meant killing it twice or more. Elric narrowed his eyes, jaw locking in place. For the first time since the icy mountains, he desperately wished he still had the weapons he used back then. Because this monster was nothing like any wolf he had ever faced. If he had known he'd be thrown into a nightmare like this, he would have trained harder, much harder. Then, without warning, an image flashed through his mind. A book, a manual on physical cultivation, detailing the principles of strengthening the body. He froze. Right, the body refinement art he had once studied. That counted as training too. A grin slowly crept onto his lips. If that was the case, he only needed to imitate it. Elric extended his hand. The Tiger King's legacy, passed down through countless generations, surged back like a forgotten instinct. He stared at his right hand as the memories snapped into place. A combat technique that hardened bones like steel. A technique that multiplied physical strength 7-fold. A technique that taught its wielder how to fight like the king of beasts. He dropped into a stance. According to the tigers, the rulers above all beasts, the human body was a miniature world shaped by God's own hands. The massive wolf crept closer, muscles coiling, eyes glowing. Elric inhaled. A deep, overwhelming breath. Just as mana circulated through nature, air flowed through the body, reshaping it depending on breath, focus, and will. He filled his lungs to their absolute limit. In that instant, countless instincts awakened inside him, one rising above all the rest. He moved. His fist tore through the air, swinging straight toward the beast as his thoughts sharpened into a single truth. When a body changes, it moves on its own. No hesitation, no illusion, only reality. The wolf lunged, jaws gaping wide. Elric's eyes gleamed. He slipped past the attack as if he had vanished. Instinct, intuition, fused into one relentless fighting art. The wolf spun around, snarling, but Elric didn't need a plan. He didn't need a reason. He inhaled again, dragging in every scrap of air around him, and stepped forward. His choice was always right. His fist crashed into the wolf's skull with monstrous force. The massive body flew like a rag doll, smashing into the ground. Tiger-style combat. Mephistopheles stared in disbelief, his voice trembling. This guy, he's a sick bastard. The giant wolf lunged again, jaws ready to tear him apart. But Elric moved like lightning. His fists blurred, unleashing inhuman, beast-like blows. The wolf shrieked in agony as each strike landed. Elric's eyes darkened, a murderous glint burning within them. He drove his fist into the wolf's stomach, folding the monster in half. Mephistopheles was left speechless. How could a human fight like a wild beast? A heartbeat later, the wolf collapsed, lifeless. Elric staggered, breath ragged, surrounded by a field of corpses. He fell to the ground, chest heaving as he stared blankly at the destruction he had caused. Then a calm voice echoed in his mind. Exactly what I expected from my student. He had already killed 2 wolves. Apparently, that still wasn't enough. The difficulty would have to rise. Elric continued gulping down air, each breath sharpening his instincts further. Otto Hahn's voice echoed again, faintly amused. Since he had tried so hard, he deserved a hint. Find a moss growing on the shaded side of the cliff. Use it. Nearby, Mephistopheles ground his teeth in irritation. This old man was insane too. He actually enjoyed watching Elric struggle. Elric whispered back, refusing to be lumped in with this lunatic. Stepping forward, tightening his belt, he muttered that Otto Hahn had only said one thing. Kill them all. His eyes narrowed, voice turning cold. Then let's see who wins. He dashed forward. 2 massive wolves lunged at him at once. Elric lowered his stance, studying their movement. Time blurred. 10 days passed like this. Long enough to break an ordinary person, yet just long enough for Elric to adapt and evolve. We shift to later. Elric stood at the base of a rocky slope, eyes fixed on a strange flower blooming stubbornly from the cracks in the stone. It contains magical energy, he said quietly. Mephistopheles leaned in, studying it with narrowed eyes, then nodded. Strange place for it to grow, demon territory of all places. Before the thought could settle, another pack of wolves rushed in. Elric moved without hesitation, tearing through them, obliterating anything foolish enough to cross his path. If it has magic, he muttered as bone and blood scattered. Maybe I can replenish my mana by eating it. Mephistopheles floated closer to the petals. For humans, it's just a medicinal herb. But for seals, he paused. Yeah, it might work. Elric crushed another wolf skull, crimson splashing across the ground. Mephistopheles clicked his tongue. Actually, no. It'll probably raise the level of your seal. Elric plucked the flowers anyway, turning them slowly in his fingers. Mephistopheles sighed. The old man wouldn't send you here for no reason. Think about it. Where would a flower like this come from? This place might be tied to demons. Elric's eyes sharpened. An opportunity. He glanced at the trail of blood stretching behind him. He was still irritated. After all, the old man had literally thrown him off a cliff. But as he stepped forward, it dawned on him that this situation might be useful. If the seal grew stronger, so would his mana reserves. Behind him lay a mountain of wolf corpses. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Even he had started relying on body cultivation again, forced back to fundamentals by his sealed mana. He stopped before a massive stone and looked down, exhaling slowly. It's about time to end this farce. A gigantic wolf stood before him, a stone lodged deep in its skull. Elric raised his head. So, you're the last one. Then he froze. A silhouette sat atop the wolf. A man. A rider. Elric's voice dropped to a whisper. A man's leg. Instinct screamed. He twisted to the side, fear crawling up his spine, just as a voice spoke calmly from behind him, saying he never failed to amaze. From the shadows, a massive white tiger emerged. Another voice followed, relaxed, almost amused. The speaker said he'd heard from the boss that Elric was the best student in the entire academy. Elric looked up. Tin stood on the giant wolf's back, arms crossed, gazing down at him with clear approval. I didn't expect this level from you, Tin said. A moment later, he leapt down, landing heavily as dust exploded around his feet. Elric frowned as Tins stepped closer. Then Tins made his decision. If you can handle this stern wolf, he said calmly, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it with a grin, I'll accept you as my apprentice. Before Elric could even react, another presence crashed down from above. Dust exploded outward in a violent wave. Augustine. The old man stabbed a finger forward, fury blazing in his eyes as he rounded on Tins, shouting that he had no idea how much effort it had taken to finally find Elric. And now this bastard wanted to steal him right in front of his face. Elric and Mephistopheles stood there in silence, watching two ancient monsters argue like petty children. Tin snapped back instantly, his voice even louder. He demanded to know if Augustine had any clue how difficult it was to raise wolves like these. The old ones were all dead because of Elric, which meant he now had to travel to the southern lands of the dragons, capture new cubs, and feed them resurrection flowers for 5 straight years. Mephistopheles crossed his arms and muttered that somehow, Tin still felt like the worst option between the two. Elric didn't know what to say, until Tin suddenly stepped over, smiling casually, and placed both hands on his shoulders. They weren't even asking his opinion. Elric voiced that exact thought. Tins laughed and apologized, admitting he'd rushed things a bit. But Elric's talent was simply too great to ignore. Besides, he already knew exactly who Elric was from the wanted posters. He wanted Elric as his disciple, a student of the King of Monsters. But Elric shook his head. Turning toward Augustine, he said that although Augustine was eccentric, he was still his teacher. He couldn't just betray him like that. Tins cut him off mid-sentence. He raised one hand, grinning broadly. He would teach Elric Mirage Eyes, pointing at his own eye. He said that with this art, Elric would be able to command beasts freely, the same power that made Tins the king of monsters. Elric hesitated for a single heartbeat. Then he smiled. The rule about having only one teacher, he said calmly, was made by narrow-minded people. He met Tins' gaze without flinching. If you don't mind, teach me your techniques too. Augustine went pale. Bastard, he muttered under his breath. Mephistopheles let out a slow exhale beside him. I knew it. He has no concept of honor. Tins burst out laughing, shouting that he already knew the Melvingers were straightforward, and that he liked it. Elric smirked. Then, he said, teach me the eyes. And then, Tins lifted his hand immediately. No. He turned toward his wolf, then glanced back over his shoulder. Had Elric misheard him? Tins spoke again, calm and absolute. He would only accept him as a student if he defeated the stern wolf. Still smiling, Tins added that without mastering the Mirage Eyes, Elric would never reach the level required to handle the Grassland School's magical martial arts. Arts that demanded flawless mana circulation and extreme physical reinforcement. His smile sharpened. Looks like you absorbed mana from those flowers on Sunday, he said lightly. Good. But this is your final test. He pointed forward. Defeat this wolf, using only magical martial arts. The wolf vanished. One moment it stood calmly behind Tins. The next, it was already in front of Elric, slamming him into the wall with such force that the ground shook violently. Elric lifted his head. Tins watched with clear interest. Beside the white tiger, Mephistopheles released a long, deeply displeased sigh. Then, Elric smiled. So that's what all this was about. Tin shrugged. That's right. Augustine stepped forward without a word. Elric turned toward him, smirking. Finally, someone who actually enjoys watching me suffer. He glanced at his teacher. So, happy now? Augustine stared at him for several seconds. Then he placed a hand on Elric's shoulder. Good job. A yellow aura bloomed across his palm. It seems we can finally begin. Elric blinked, staring ahead as the rising sun painted the mountains in gold. Augustine continued calmly. I can now teach you the grudge of the Night Chronicle. Before Elric could even respond, countless flowers suddenly bloomed around them, glowing softly in the dim light. Elric stepped forward, scanning the surroundings. Where are we? Augustine answered. This is the sanctuary of the Night Chronicle. Elric halted. The sanctuary? The moment he stepped closer, a wave of red, demonic energy washed over him. Oppressive, heavy, almost suffocating. Why is there a demonic domain here? Mephistopheles stiffened beside him. Only demon kings could create something like this. His expression darkened. So that's why we found resurrection flowers here. This energy. His gaze sharpened. Isn't this his territory? Elric, in a task, didn't turn around. Mephistopheles continued quietly. As far as I know, he's in the east. Augustine suddenly asked, what do you feel? Elric stepped forward. I think the Melvinger family's demon hunter training lets me sense it clearly. Then tell me, Augustine pressed, why is there a demonic domain inside the sanctuary of the Night Chronicle? He placed his hand on the doors. Seals flared across his palms. I believe I know the answer, he murmured. The Night Chronicle isn't from this land. His eyes narrowed. It came from the far east. They walked through a long, enormous corridor. At its end stood a gigantic painting, covered in Eastern symbols and unfamiliar structures. Elric narrowed his eyes. Eastern architecture, Eastern writing. Augustine turned toward him. The founder of the Night Chronicle, Augustine said quietly, was an alchemist from the Far East. Once, the founder had been nothing more than a wandering alchemist, traveling distant lands in search of rare herbs. Standing before the ancient painting, Augustine continued. The king of demons stole his wife and daughter. Blinded by revenge, the founder chased that monster all the way to the Far East. They walked deeper down the long stone corridor until another massive mural came into view. This one showing a lone man, standing against an overwhelming darkness. Augustine spoke again, but the enemy was too powerful, so he changed his path. He fused Eastern and Western magic, and even absorbed the power of a demon to break past his limits. Elric let out a slow breath. So, he never got his revenge? No, Augustine replied calmly. He waited nearly 1,000 years. Elric looked at the old man's back, his voice steady. Since you accepted me as your student, justice will finally prevail. Augustine shook his head. You're mistaken. Justice has already prevailed. Elric blinked. What do you mean? Who prevailed? Augustine gestured forward. Elric stepped into the narrow passage and froze. A labyrinth of glowing seals filled the chamber, light weaving through the air like chains. A voice echoed from the darkness. Me. Mephistopheles stared ahead, shock widening his eyes. It's not that he's special, he muttered, but I can't believe someone managed to seal him. Whoever did this is a true master. Elric swallowed. If Mephistopheles recognized this demon king, then how terrifying was the monster bound here? And how powerful was Augustine, the man who defeated it? Augustine lowered his head slightly. Don't praise me so lightly. There were too many variables in that battle. Deciding the true winner is impossible. He looked up at the chains of light binding the enormous form. But as the founder wished, the truth must be revealed. It's time to see who truly won. From the darkness, a colossal demon emerged, restrained by countless seals. Its presence alone made the air tremble. Augustine gestured toward it. My future successor, the one who walks my path, will help me finish this. Elric's breathing grew heavy. Sweat slid down his cheek as he stared at the monster. You can do it, Augustine said quietly. Elric stepped forward. Who is stronger? He murmured. The massive creature opened a single crimson eye. Augustine's voice echoed through the chamber. Stronger than him, or stronger than what I will teach you. Elric stood beside the others, already knowing this wasn't the end, just a moment before it. Someday, he would face that monster. But not yet. Augustine turned away from him and toward the seals. I'll handle the barrier, he said calmly. You prepare yourself. Mephistopheles froze. Even the blonde apprentice nearby forgot how to breathe. Augustine raised his hand, slow and unhurried. I know your fears, Elric. I know your doubts. Elric clenched his jaw, heat rising in his chest. He didn't answer. Mephistopheles stayed silent too, watching wary. A dark aura coiled around Augustine's arm. Black markings crawled across his skin like living things. His cloak rippled as the hand fully transformed. Pitch black, carved with ancient runes. It was the hand of a dark elf. Light elves lived beneath endless sun, deep within sacred forests. Dark elves survived where light itself died, in the deepest dungeons. and Augustine carried both. Dark elves had once been known as demon followers, and in the end, they were erased from history. Augustine lowered the transformed arm, his voice steady. Transplanting body parts from another creature, especially a demon, is forbidden dark magic. He clenched the blackened hand, lifted his thumb slightly, then continued, almost casually, but we learned each other's weaknesses. He closed his left eye. All of this was for your training. A sharp thrill surged through Elric. Mephistopheles understood exactly what that meant, and it only pushed Elric further. They faced one another, the tension between them heavy and unyielding. Tin stood nearby, his massive white tiger watching in silence. Elric reminded himself of one simple truth. He couldn't reject a master who was leading him straight toward what he desired. He stepped back with his right leg, cracked his fingers, and lowered his stance. I'm ahead of my family, he said quietly. The blonde apprentice smiled. Augustine nodded, pleased. Elric looked up. What's the Demon King's name? He asked. The one whose seal I have to swallow. Augustine replied without hesitation. He bore many names, but the chronicle records only one. The air grew heavy. They called him the cruel beast, you. Elric stepped forward. Augustine grinned. The blonde whispered, he's starting. You, a demon king acknowledged even by Mephistopheles, stood sealed before them. Elric straightened and asked, how do I absorb him? Mephistopheles' face twisted. Do you ever think before you speak? Absorbing a demon king seal for the first time. Elric didn't listen. He reached for the seal. His magical pendant stayed silent. Then another thought struck him. He grabbed the seal and absorbed it. Sparks erupted around his body. A dragon-shaped silhouette ripped through the air. Tin staggered back in shock. Augustine's eyes widened. The paper talismans anchoring the seal tore free all at once, spiraling violently as if caught in a storm. And at the center of it all, Elric stood alone, smirking. Weeks of merciless training hadn't been for nothing. The blonde apprentice exhaled, equal parts frustration and awe. He linked the seal with the speech of the soul. It has to work. Then, the world twisted. Elric found himself standing inside a dark forest. Fog clung low to the ground. No birds. No insects. No sound of life. Was anything alive here at all? Only the wind whispered through the trees, joined by the wet, bubbling churn of distant swamps. Leaves rustled. Something felt wrong. Too close. A predator. Elric glanced over his shoulder, unease creeping in. Trees. Nothing but trees. He started running. Movement flickered at the edge of his vision. Or was it the wind? The ground? Something else? His expression tightened. I don't sense anyone, so how? A monster appeared behind him. A low growl rolled through the forest like thunder. Well, a voice rumbled, amused. An interesting human wandered in. Meanwhile, a girl carrying a suitcase walked calmly toward a glowing portal guarded by 2 sentries. Her face didn't change. The blonde apprentice muttered under his breath. Why didn't he answer my sister? Back inside the forest, Elric stood facing the massive shadow looming before him. Should he fight it like he fought the queen of the ice mountains? Watching from the outside, the blonde whispered, I don't know. Elric still didn't know how to absorb the seal, but the answer came from the monster itself. A giant eye opened right in front of him. The Melvingers, it growled, don't ask questions. They win first. Elric froze. How did this thing know exactly who he was? The monster leaned closer, fangs scraping together. Tell me, whose seal rests upon your hand? The blonde apprentice stared in disbelief. To him, Elric was nothing more than food. And that was perfect. Elric needed the creature to keep believing that. He stood atop a floor stained red. Blood? Magic? He couldn't tell. The monster's jaws spread wider, rage spilling from its voice. My time has come. The Melvinger child will soon devour me. Elric stopped moving. His eyes lit up. Behind him, a white beast symbol formed, sharp, divine, and utterly terrifying. The monster released one final growl. We'll meet again. Darkness swallowed everything. Then, Elric gasped. Reality slammed back into place. People rushed toward him, shouting, asking if it was over. The blonde apprentice could only stare. How? How did he obtain the seal so easily? Mephistopheles crossed his arms, unimpressed. The monster didn't have a choice. It can always reincarnate later. Elric lowered his gaze to his hand. A new seal had formed, deep blue, twisting and writhing like a living flame. Something new had awakened inside him. The wicked god. Augustine leaned in, studying it closely, then nodded. His status dropped the moment he lost. That's why the seal manifested. Elric looked up at his teacher. What was Mephistopheles refusing to tell me? Augustine's expression darkened. The levity vanished. This is the seal of rage. You was originally closer to an evil spirit than a true demon king. With this seal, you'll sense your enemy's weaknesses far more quickly. The blonde student blinked. That sounds broken. Augustine suddenly burst into tears. Do you have any idea what this means? He cried. By circulating your mana, you can awaken the 6th sense. Elric just stared at him, completely lost. Augustine wiped his face, straightened up, and spoke with pride. It's called the sense of evil. Information on seal ranks and their applications doesn't exist in ordinary textbooks. This knowledge has been passed down for thousands of years. Elric's hand glowed again. Smoke curled up behind him. Lightning snapped through the air. Somewhere far away, a faint light flickered, and he felt it. He swallowed. That strange pressure in my chest. That trembling feeling. Is this the sense of evil? The blonde apprentice shivered. Why am I feeling it too? Everyone turned at once. Sean stood at the entrance to the sanctuary. Augustine and Tins moved instinctively, tension rising. Elric froze, unsure how to react. Outside, a massive mansion loomed over the courtyard. A maid burst through the doors, panic written across her face. Lady Tasha must see it herself. Don't let her in yet. But the girl with the suitcase stepped forward, calm and composed. I'll handle it personally. Magic circles ignited beneath her feet. The stones around her began to glow. Somewhere else. Sean was sprinting through the courtyard after Elric, nearly tripping over himself. You have to stop Tasha. A red-haired boy was practically shaking with rage. Because of you, her competitive spirit woke up. The city shimmered beneath the blazing sun. Tasha ran at full speed, praying, really praying, that nothing irreversible would happen. Bitterness twisted in her chest. The Duke's sister had sacrificed her entire life for him, and now, everything was unraveling. From the red-haired girl's words, one truth became painfully clear. The Duke feared his older sister more than anyone alive. At the gate, a girl stood calmly with a suitcase in hand. Where's my brother? She asked. The guards exchanged a tense look. He is inside, but you may not enter. Hayes narrowed her eyes. Call Sean. The guards didn't budge, lowering their spears in unison. Entry is forbidden, Lady Hayes. Before the sentence could finish, someone stepped out from behind them. Tasha. Hayes turned slowly. The red-haired girl introduced herself with confident ease. Tasha responded with a slight bow, stating her own name, praising Taka as if trying to smooth the air between them. But Hayes wasn't interested in pleasantries. Tasha hurried to explain, we can't allow just anyone inside. Hayes kept a small, polite smile, the kind that hid something sharp underneath. Then how do I prove who I am? She asked softly. Tasha stiffened. She didn't trust this girl, and she wasn't hiding it. A faint flame of hostility flickered around Hayes. There was only one answer. A duel. First blood decides. Taka snapped her fingers. With a thunderous crack, Hayes' suitcase burst open. The verification had begun. The guards retreated instinctively. Tasha grinned. Hayes reached into the cloud of smoke and pulled out a massive warhammer. The ground shattered beneath its weight. A blinding pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Tasha rolled her shoulders. I've only ever done this as a kid with Sean. She began chanting, muscle memory kicking in. She had never once lost to her brother. Hayes smiled. Then she lifted the hammer and hurled it with terrifying force. Tasha's eyes flew wide. She snapped her head back as confusion and shock crossed her face. The glowing sledgehammer, marked with a black skull, tearing through the air toward her. Light exploded. The duel was over. Hayes had won. The shockwave blasted both girls apart, leaving them momentarily dazed. From afar, the blonde apprentice burst out laughing. Wow, this looks hilarious from the outside. Meanwhile, Elric was nearly lifted off the ground, fingers tightening around his throat. Sean sprinted toward him, panic written all over his face. The blonde smirked. So, how's your sister doing? Hayes stepped forward, calling Sean's name, her expression sharp and serious. The slight parting of her lips made one thing clear. She wasn't here to exchange greetings. Tasha studied the document in her hand, still unable to fully process it. Hanabi asked softly, Is that everything? The red-haired girl answered without hesitation. The black skull is the highest grade proof of guilt. It only answers to the Great Lion. It refuses to be wielded by anyone else. Takan nodded gravely. That's why we must maintain good relations with Hayes' family. At that same moment, Elric was running. The sledgehammer roared through the air. Hayes chased him down relentlessly, determination blazing in her eyes. Have you settled in well? She asked sweetly, while trying to crush him. You can resist me now, can't you? She swung again. Elric barely dodged. If it weren't for the sense of evil, he thought grimly, I'd already be dead. And then he realized it. She hadn't changed at all. Then, Mephistopheles arrived. Elric had never seen him this terrified. He wasn't reacting to Hayes' mana, just her presence. Her aura alone was enough to shake him. The blonde turned back. Hayes stood opposite Elric, hammer raised high, like a judge preparing to pass sentence. She swung. Elric tried to block. A shield burst into existence at the last second, barely saving him from being crushed. Are you insane? Elric shouted. Mephistopheles muttered darkly. At this rate, his bones really will break. Elric opened his eyes, breathing hard. Hayes stood right in front of him now, the hammer's head pointed straight at his chest. He was sitting on the ground, legs weak, breath unsteady. Mephistopheles whispered, She still thinks her brother has the blocking disease. Elric swallowed. Hayes' voice shook. You didn't contact me for 6 months. Tears welled up in her eyes. She had always been like this. Overprotective, strict, scolding him for every reckless move. He used to hate it, but their parents died, and she raised him alone. She was forced to grow up far too soon, giving up everything for his sake. Only now did Elric truly understand how to revive his family, how to protect what remained. Hayes' tears fell freely. Mephistopheles wondered quietly, will the demons return? Hayes didn't know. None of them did. But Elric had already chosen his path. He was heading north. Whatever fate waited for him there, he would face it head on. He would do what his grandfather once did, so the family would not disappear, so the world could be purified, so every land, every corner of the continent, would shine like the stars. A single tear slid down Hayes' cheek. She smiled softly. Don't leave again without saying a word. Mephistopheles stood behind them in silence. Honestly, he kind of wished she'd hit Elric one more time. People really did get emotional over the smallest things. 3 months ago, at night, a masked man halted with a sealed box bearing red wings. Inside slept a statue. He murmured, for the resurrection of Master Azazel, his voice barely breathing. Daylight spread across a cloudless sky as a lone bird cut through the air. Below, Elric sat on a rock, 3 months younger, quietly training. The bird suddenly folded its wings and dove straight at him. Elric didn't move. A blindfold covered his eyes. Then, one eye glowed beneath the cloth. He raised a hand. The bird slowed, settled, and landed gently on his palm. Tins, watching from the side, let out a low whistle. I didn't think you'd reach perfection this fast. Augustine stepped forward. Without warning, the two of them attacked together, testing him. Elric countered with one hand. Just one. His fingers brushed Augustine's chest lightly. Augustine froze. So you've fully mastered the sense of evil, he said. Tins nodded. Then it's time. You need real battles now. Elric dropped back onto the rock and grinned. Tins and Augustine stood before him, pride clear on their faces. I've learned a lot from you, Elric said calmly. Tins smirked. Bring souvenirs when you come back. Mephistopheles added lazily. Try not to meet me again too soon. Elric smiled. Augustine and Tins exchanged looks. It's strange hearing that, Augustine muttered. Back then, we were young, and we wandered the whole continent together, Tins laughed. Stretching his arms behind his head, he grinned. Wouldn't it be fun if our unfortunate little student comes crawling back soon? Augustine snorted. We're not old men yet. And that bastard didn't leave. He abandoned his mentors just to go sightseeing in the north. Elric, showing not a shred of guilt, had already transferred excavation rights for the nest to Tasha. She was practically shaking with excitement, muttering nonstop about ancient dragon secrets. He gained one more thing as well, a debt. The lady who promised to contact him seemed to have forgotten him entirely. Far away, Herman stood amid corpses, sword still in hand, disappointment heavy in his eyes. You rushed, someone said. Another added. Everyone knows. Side with the Melvingers, and your fall is instant. Yet soldiers began praising his niece, half mocking her cleverness. Isabel stood quietly beside the boy. Herman exhaled deeply. We're going to the Duke of the Shining Star. Every face around him twisted in fear. Elsewhere in the city, 2 men walked past a row of houses. Why didn't Paul become a blue lion? One asked. With his sickness, the other shrugged. Disposing of him should have been easy, but we need him back as head of the house. Quickly. As they walked, one man's eye shifted, half black, half red. He whispered, if Paul accepts, his body and power will be offered to Lord Azazel. Above them, birds circled as the evening sky slowly darkened. At the edge of the city, a carriage waited. Elric stood before it, disappointment weighing heavily on his face. He had planned to head north alone, quiet, uneventful, peaceful. Instead, a coachman climbed onto the seat. Mephistopheles' expression darkened instantly. He already hated where this was going. Then Sean climbed in. Elric's face stiffened. And then, from the left, Brother, Hayes said calmly as she crossed her legs. Don't you want to travel with me? Elric froze. Across from him sat Augustine and Tins, already settled. Augustine tapped his cane lightly against the floor. During this journey, he said evenly, you will learn proper manners, Elric. Mephistopheles groaned. With this many people, this trip is going to be torture. Elric forced a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Looks like a family outing. Hayes politely thanked the teachers for watching over her brother. Sean stared blankly out the window, pretending none of this concerned him. The white tiger sprawled out and yawned loudly. Tins laughed, clearly enjoying the situation. Augustine stared straight ahead, stern and unmoving. Elric sat stiffly in his seat, eyes hollow, silently regretting every decision that had led him here. When evening finally fell, the carriage began rolling out of the city. Meanwhile, Guy lounged comfortably in his chair, sipping tea while his secretary stood nearby. He set the cup down slowly, eyes narrowing. So, they're heading north. Dean, standing at his side, gave a firm nod. Guy leaned back, fingers tapping the armrest. Do you have good news for me, Patriarch? The Patriarch hesitated. Guy didn't wait. He rose, walking to the window, motioning for his secretary to join him. Look, he said softly. Over there. The patriarch followed his gaze. A horse-drawn carriage glided down the road, carrying Elric and everything that would soon reshape the north. Inside the carriage rode the strangest gathering imaginable. A duke's heir, two ancient monsters pretending to be mentors, a lethal sister, a demon, and a tiger. Hay sat gracefully, legs crossed, and pointed calmly at Sean. Behave properly in front of your elders, she said, using him as an example for Elric. Elric answered with his usual cold indifference, brushing her off without a glance. Hayes' smile sharpened. She turned to Tins and Augustine. Gentlemen, shall we teach my brother some manners? Tins and Augustine exchanged delighted looks. Please, they said cheerfully. Don't mind us. Teach him well. Hayes bowed politely. Thank you for the opportunity. Elric panicked instantly. No, wait, Hayes, stop. Too late. She stood, raised her hammer, and slammed it against the back of his chair. Out, she commanded. Elric froze. He tried desperately to calm her down, but Hayes pulled out her weapon fully, pointing the hammer straight at him. You were talking about manners earlier, weren't you? She grabbed him by the ear and dragged him toward the door. Ow, Hayes, stop, let go. Elric screamed. Mephistopheles stared in disbelief. Then he clutched his chest as blue energy flickered around him. To think I'd live long enough to witness this, he whispered, utterly delighted. The demon was enjoying it far more than he should have. Daylight filtered through the trees as the carriage rolled along a quiet forest road. Then Carl, the coachman, stiffened. He yanked the reins, bringing the horses to a dead stop. Elric leaned out. What's wrong? Then he saw it. 3 men blocked the path. They weren't ordinary bandits. Their eyes were wild, hungry. One licked his knife slowly. You must be fearless to cross my territory, the ogre-like man growled. Another stepped forward, drawing his blade. Hand over all your jewels and goods. Carl and Elric stared at them in silence. The old thug blinked. Why aren't you panicking? His expression twisted. He raised his knife and charged the carriage. Did you not hear me? The thug roared. Give me everything, or I spill blood. Elric sighed, irritation written plainly on his face, pushed the carriage door open, and started to step down. A powerful hand grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back. Leave them to me, Tin said calmly. He stepped forward, and behind him, his massive white tiger moved as well, padding along like a living mountain. The color drained from the thugs' faces. Before them stood a tiger, nearly 3 meters tall, its glare alone enough to crush their courage. Tin spread his arms proudly. Behold, student, this is why they call me the king of beasts. But then, a mutter sounded behind him. Mana surged. A gigantic block of ice formed out of thin air and dropped straight toward Tin's head. At the same time, the ground beneath, everyone trembled violently, forcing all sides to freeze. The thugs slammed their foreheads into the dirt, too terrified to even look up. Tins turned slowly toward Elric, eyes wide. Did you really need to unleash the tiger for this? Elric shook his head lightly. No, there was no need for a bloodbath. He stepped forward and looked down at the men, his voice calm, but sharp enough to cut. These aren't bandits, he said. They're starving villagers. The oldest man collapsed to his knees, shaking as he begged for mercy. One by one, the others followed, voices breaking as they swore they never wanted to kill anyone. Elric narrowed his eyes. If you were truly ordinary villagers, he asked quietly, tell me, what would you have done if we hadn't fought back? Silence. Guilt washed over their faces. The old man bowed his head even lower and confessed, shocking even his companions. He claimed it was his idea alone and begged Elric to punish only him. But the younger men rushed forward, voices overlapping as they protested. They were all responsible. They only turned to robbery because their village was dying. Elric didn't respond right away. Instead, he told them to stand. Then let's see if your words are true. Heavy clouds hung low as Elric and his group followed the shaken villagers back to their home. What should have been green farmland was gray and lifeless. The headman explained how years of drought had destroyed their crops, killed their livestock, and crushed their hope. The nearest village was too far away, and starvation had already claimed too many lives. He covered his face, shoulders trembling, blaming himself for everything. Augustine let out a quiet sigh and whispered to Elric, show them mercy. They haven't truly committed a crime yet. Elric watched the villagers in silence. Aristocrats, protectors of the weak. That responsibility belonged to him as well. At last, he nodded. They're not guilty. The headman collapsed to the ground once more, bowing so deeply his voice cracked as he poured out his thanks with everything he had left. Elric scratched his cheek awkwardly, clearly unaccustomed to being treated like some kind of savior. While the villagers wept in relief, Mephistopheles showed no sign of easing up. He paced back and forth, eyes constantly sweeping across the empty fields. Elric frowned. What's wrong with you now? There's demonic energy, Mephistopheles muttered. Faint, but it's coming from those fields. Elric's expression hardened. Thin smoke drifted along the horizon, and through the haze, a massive shadow shifted briefly. The sky remained clear, yet the land itself felt as though it were being slowly strangled. They pushed farther into the dried-up fields, where the earth had split into jagged cracks, and fine dust clung to their boots. Nothing moved except the crows circling overhead. Augustine swallowed, his throat dry. Elric, you're sure the energy is coming from here, right? The old man blinked, clearly unsettled. He hadn't felt a single thing. Elric let out a sharp breath. They're here. Mephistopheles dropped into a low crouch, eyes narrowing, as if he were staring straight through the ground. The source is underground, buried deep. He shot Elric a warning glare. And remember our deal. All demonic energy belongs to me. Elric clicked his tongue, then nodded. Fine, we'll dig it up. He raised his voice without looking back. Everyone, step away. Keep your distance. A blade of mana ripped across the field like lightning. The ground shuddered. Then something massive slammed upward from beneath the soil, tearing the earth apart with a violent crack. The headman staggered back, eyes wide. A miracle, he breathed. Elric leapt down from the ledge, landing smoothly in the dust, and walked straight toward the fresh crater. Mona spun like a living drill, tearing through soil until a large, ancient box surfaced. Augustine climbed down after him. Well, did we find anything? Elric tilted the box toward him. You tell me. The instant it opened, corrupted energy burst out, thick and choking. Elric and Mephistopheles locked eyes. They both knew this pressure. Something big. Something dangerous. Augustine froze as the demonic aura washed over them like smoke. Inside the box crouched a small creature. Goat's head, leathery wings, a twisted little body. Its eyes burned with raw hunger. Mephistopheles snarled. What are you doing here? He didn't need an answer. This wasn't an ordinary demon. The great demon god has 4 servants, Elric said quietly, watching the creature tremble. Mephistopheles recited them with open irritation. Est originale peccatum, Mephistopheles. Finus, Shaitan. Fornications, Lilith. And the tyrant. Insaner. Azazel. Azazel. The one whose armies eclipsed all others. The demon whose obsession with the human world had once reduced entire cities to ruins. Elric lifted the totem from inside the box. Strange markings coiled along its surface. Mephistopheles scowled. That's Azazel's sacrificial totem. Humans were killed with that. Elric raised an eyebrow. Sacrifices like the ones happening in this village. Mephistopheles crossed his arms, thinking, yes, exactly that. Elric's jaw tightened. If Azazel's followers were moving again, what were they planning? And why hide in the human world after 30 years of silence? Before the thought could settle, Mephistopheles snapped. Boy, hurry and trace the remaining demonic residue. Don't forget. Augustine's face hardened. If a demon destroyed 30 years ago is showing signs again, this is a terrible omen. He stepped forward. This has to be reported. Immediately. Mephistopheles snorted coldly. But this time, he didn't object. Elric nodded, agreeing with the decision. The demon, however, stomped forward, eyes blazing. Good. Then give me the energy. Now. Elric waved him back without hesitation. Absorbing that thing here, right now, would be reckless. And honestly, idiotic. Mephistopheles' face twisted, rage boiling over. You. Elric stepped closer, voice steady. Teach me seal magic. If I know how to use it, I might have a way to deal with this properly. No, Mephistopheles rejected it instantly. Augustine didn't waste time. He lifted the box and pressed it into Sean's arms. Take this to headquarters. Immediately. Behind Elric, Mephistopheles hovered like a maddened specter, begging and snarling for the demonic energy like a starving beast. Elric tried again, asking him to teach anything. Anything at all except seal control. But the demon only grumbled and refused, irritation dripping from every word. Meanwhile, Augustine tightened his grip on the situation, urging Sean to move as fast as possible. Sean hadn't even taken 3 steps when the air shifted. A presence. Cold. Demonic. It slid around Elric's back like a living shadow. Augustine barely had time to gasp before it struck, ripping the box straight from his hands. A dragon-shaped demon burst into the open. Wings formed of black mist spreading wide as it fled, weaving between the trees, carrying the box farther and farther away. Mephistopheles let out a shrill scream, his voice cracking with desperation. My energy. Bring it back. Augustine clutched his head in shock. What was that? Elric lowered his eyes. Frustration etched clearly across his face. That was you, a seal demon. Looks like he's after revenge. Mephistopheles continued, shrieking behind them like a banshee, but Elric ignored him. We don't have time for this, he said coldly. One small totem wouldn't cause all this chaos. There's more hidden in this village. We keep searching. Far below them, underground. 2 candles flickered against rough stone walls deep beneath the earth. A hidden chamber lay concealed. Azazel's statue, towering over rows of cloaked followers. Men and women knelt before it, murmuring prayers steeped in malice. One robed man, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, stiffened. Someone beside him whispered, What is it? The ritual was interrupted, he said slowly. An unbeliever interfered with the Great One's will. Anger exploded through the chamber. Blasphemer. Heretic. The words hissed like venom. The high priest raised both arms, eyes blazing with fanatic devotion. "O great Azazel, temper your fury. Grant us leave to punish the infidels who dare oppose you." Their voices merged, shaking the chamber. "The demon gods shall rise again. These lands will kneel." The priest turned sharply. "You, carry a message to Judas. If he goes north, he is to meet Kaya and begin the ritual of revival." The cultist bowed deeply, then vanished into the shadows. Night settled over the lakeshore, the dark sky rippling gently across the surface of the still water. The group rested at the edge, exhaustion weighing on them after everything that had happened. Elric sat on the ground, staring into the lake, his thoughts drifting far beyond the quiet night. "How?" he murmured, almost to himself. How did no one realize demons were behind all of this? In the distance, cheers echoed across the fields as water finally returned to the cracked, dying earth. The villagers celebrated, their long starvation coming to an end at last. Near the well, a young girl sobbed quietly, mourning the innocent lives lost to the drought. Augustine stepped closer and placed a hand on Elric's shoulder. "We've sent the evidence. The official responsible for this will be punished." The village chief clenched his fists, shaking with restrained fury. "If I could, I'd cut that man's head off myself. But I have no such right." Elric let out a slow breath. Augustine was right. Whatever demons had hidden here could no longer remain unseen. Not from the authorities, and certainly not from him. Yet his mind had already moved on. The Flower Temple, the winter season quest, and after that, the demons. All of them. The village headman stepped forward and bowed deeply. "You saved us. Thank you." Elric reached out and helped him straighten, a calm smile on his face. "Take good care of your people." The wanderers turned toward their carriage, preparing to depart, when the old man suddenly shouted after them. "Wait, young man, your name." Elric paused and turned back, the night wind brushing his coat as his eyes hardened with resolve. "Elric," he said clearly. "Elric Melvinger." The moment his full name left his lips, a ripple of shock spread through the villagers. Elric Melvinger, a name whispered throughout the empire, a name tied to strength and fear. The chief stared at him, hands trembling, silently thanking the heavens for sending that man of all people to their village. Soon after, the boys climbed into the carriage and continued on their journey. Inside, Hayes, Elric, and Sean sat across from Carl and Augustine, the space filled with rare, fragile silence, until the wheels suddenly shrieked and the carriage lurched to a halt. Carl frowned. "Elric, look ahead." Elric leaned out the window. "Why did we stop?" Then he saw them. A line of masked men stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking the road completely. The Imperial family's investigation department. The Empire's hunters. Elric stepped down from the carriage and walked straight toward the masked leader. "What's your name?" the man demanded. Elric's jaw tightened. He knew exactly who these people were. Monsters with official seals. The kind who could kidnap, execute, or erase someone from existence the moment their superior pointed a finger. Their authority rivaled even the Magic Tower and the House of the Great Lion. So their appearance wasn't unexpected. After all, the report had gone to headquarters. And yet, something felt wrong. If the Emperor himself were standing here, he wouldn't address Elric so casually. Which meant only one thing. Who did these dogs think they were? Elric smiled, but there was nothing warm about it. "Well, isn't this interesting?" he said lightly. The tone was bright, but the uncertainty beneath it made the masked man hesitate. One of the officials snapped sharply, "Mind your manners when speaking to the Imperial Bureau." Elric leaned his shoulder against the carriage door, completely at ease. "What's wrong with all of you?" A ripple of murmur spread. The masked soldiers stiffened. Elric's gaze swept over them, cold and measuring. "You talk about respect. Yet look at yourselves, running errands like stray dogs." His eyes narrowed. "Tell me, do any of you here actually respect yourselves? Or your rank?" Silence crashed down on the road. The masked men froze, stunned. Elric didn't let up. Minor officials, daring to treat a duke with disrespect. He let out a short, mocking laugh. Unbelievable. The commander, Patran, felt the blood drain from his face as realization struck. They bowed. All of them. Patran swallowed hard. "Are you a magician?" Elric tilted his head slightly. The village chief turned to a masked subordinate, silently urging him to explain, but the man flinched the instant Elric's gaze locked onto him. Cornered, the subordinate tore off his mask and dropped to his knees. "And my deepest apologies, Duke Melving." Patran followed immediately, bowing again and again, his forehead nearly scraping the dirt as apologies poured out. Off to the side, Mephistopheles watched with a wide grin. Watching Elric crush arrogant bureaucrats was one of his greatest pleasures. Elric flicked his coat, unimpressed. "If this happens again, I'll report you to the House of Lords." The exposed subordinate nearly choked on his next apology. Patran stared at Elric, shaken by his boldness. But rank was rank. and Patran stood far below him. Then a heavy presence pressed down from above. Augustine stood on the carriage step, glaring coldly at Patran. You dare show disrespect to my student? The old man stepped forward, eyes sharp as drawn blades. I should be the one scolding you. Augustine stepped forward, his presence crashing down like a mountain. His voice was calm, but cold enough to cut steel. If I hadn't been here today, none of you would still be standing. Your heads would have cooled on the ground long ago. Patron's face went pale. Seeing Augustine, the most powerful mage of the tower, standing there in person left him frozen. And then the realization struck him like a hammer. Elric was a student. It was impossible. He didn't want to believe it. But the truth was standing right in front of him. Patran cursed silently. When I get back, I'm kicking the entire intelligence department out of my squad. Later, beneath the shade of the forest, sunlight filtered through the leaves as Elric and Patran sat across from each other at a small table. The air between them was tight, sharp, like a blade drawn, but not yet swung. Patran introduced himself again for the second time. Elric didn't bother hiding the confusion on his face. So explain something to me, Elric said casually. Why did the Crown Prince send you personally? Patran drew a slow breath, forcing a polite expression. Let's skip the pointless back and forth and get straight to the point. Elric muttered something smug under his breath. Patran nearly snapped right there, but he held it in. He had to. We recently discovered traces of a group we've been hunting, he said carefully. Elric leaned back in his chair. Which group? Grigori. The shock on Patron's face was almost entertaining. Elric met his gaze head-on. Did you forget which family I belong to? Through clenched teeth, Patran answered. The Melvingers. Exactly. Elric's voice was calm, confident. Every member of my family is born an enemy of demons. Patran forced himself to continue. In your report, only one totem was listed. Where are the other 8? We kept them, Elric replied without hesitation. Patron's jaw tightened, so hard it nearly cracked. According to Imperial Regulation, Chapter 2.1, Patran snapped. All demonic artifacts must be surrendered as evidence. Elric smirked. In paragraph 1.8 of the possession law states that an individual may retain demonic objects for research, provided he has permission from the Administrative Bureau. He leaned forward slightly. And I have permission. Patron stopped breathing. Elric raised an eyebrow. Strange. The Imperial Bureau didn't seem to know that. Shouldn't you have been informed? Patran looked like the ground had vanished beneath his feet. Elric continued, his voice laced with quiet contempt. So tell me, how did your so-called researchers learn the exact location of our totem? Patran swallowed hard. That explanation doesn't sound official. It doesn't need to be, Elric replied coldly, unless you want my family to start exposing secrets. Patron's hands trembled, fury crawling under his skin. The boy was arrogant, untouchable, and worst of all, Patran couldn't do a single thing about it. Elric calmly brushed the dust from his gloves, as if the tension meant nothing to him. I've answered everything, he said flatly. Can we leave now? That was the final straw. Patran rose, body rigid, swallowed his rage, forced out a stiff farewell, then turned on his heel and marched straight toward his carriage. Elric watched the Imperial vehicle disappear down the road, eyes narrowing for a brief moment before he mentally erased them from his thoughts. Behind him, Sean let out a low laugh, half amazed, half terrified. Bro, you act like you're immortal. Talking to people like that. Elric only shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hayes crossed her arms, a proud smile forming on her lips. You handled that well. If you hadn't stepped in, this would have spiraled into something ugly. Tins wasn't smiling. He folded his arms, brows drawn tight. So that's it. We're just letting Patron's arrogance slide. Elric shook his head immediately. Of course not. That kind of behavior doesn't go unpunished. Irritation flashed through his eyes. His voice dropped, sharp with intent. I hate endings like this. If I get even the smallest opening, I'll turn those negotiations upside down. Augustine covered his face with one hand and sighed, already regretting ever taking the student in. But Elric wasn't finished. We're reporting Patron's disrespect, he said firmly, straight to his superior. He paced a few steps, jaw clenched, anger still simmering beneath the surface. But when he caught Augustine's disappointed stare, he stopped. The fire dimmed. Elric fell silent, eyes lowering as he thought things through more carefully. Far away, under a pitch-black sky, leaves drifted quietly onto a forest road swallowed by darkness. Patran knelt on one knee, head bowed before a young man whose ring pulsed with imperial energy. Crown Prince Nan, raise your head, the prince said calmly. Patran slowly lifted his gaze, his body trembling despite himself. Nan's ring shimmered like starlight as the young man spoke, his tone calm, almost heavy. The fault lies with me alone. Patran sucked in a sharp breath as the truth struck him. Crown Prince Nan. Above them, clinging to a silent branch, a bat hung upside down, its faintly glowing eyes transmitting everything. Elric, hidden in that form, listened without making a sound. Nan continued, his voice steady but cold with self-judgment. I am Crown Prince Nan, and it was I who underestimated Elric Melvinger, forcing that innocent boy to bear humiliation because of our failure. Patran shook his head violently. Your Highness, please. No. Nan cut him off, his voice sharpening. If my incompetence endangers my subordinates, then I am unfit to command. Patron's throat tightened. He had never heard a prince speak like this. The first priority, Nan went on, is the complete eradication of the remaining demons. Patran bowed deeply. Yes, Your Highness. And stepped closer, his gaze piercing. And Gregory's puppet. What became of it? Patran swallowed hard. The Gregory group isn't human, Your Highness. Their hatred revolves around demonic totems. Their mission is tied directly to Azazel's legacy. He hesitated, then added, to win the war for the throne, we must crush all demons. Nin nodded once, satisfied. No mistakes. Not anymore. Patran accepted the order with a trembling voice. Nan turned and walked toward his carriage. Watching his back disappear into the darkness, Patron's ward whispered uneasily. His Highness still hasn't forgotten his former fiancée, Isabel. He abandoned her because of the throne. The boy shook his head slowly. He even wanted to see her again in secret, wearing a mask. That should have eased his heart. But because of Elric, he had to beg his master for forgiveness all over again. He let out a long, quiet sigh. His Highness carries the Empire like a chosen son of destiny. He shouldn't associate with a madman like Elric Melvinger. That boy will ruin him. He needs to be erased. From the branch above, Elric heard everything. Every secret. Every intention. His eyes gleamed. Patran straightened and turned to his masked subordinates. This is demon territory. Prepare yourselves. His voice thundered with authority. Burn everything. Leave not a single blade of grass behind. A violent explosion tore through Viscount Garrett's territory. Flames roared into the sky, swallowing the land in fire. At the edge of a towering cliff, Elric, Hayes, and Sean stood still, the inferno below painting their faces in crimson light. They watched the destruction unfold, excitement burning in their eyes. Then, without hesitation, they jumped. 3 figures plunged downward like falling stars, vanishing into the chaos below. As they fell, Elric sent the bat even farther ahead, ordering it to keep tracking the Inspector Bureau. He hadn't expected tonight to hand him this much priceless information. A grin crept across his face. The Crown Prince himself, hiding behind a mask just to spy on me? Cute. His eyes sharpened. But the real prize is that shelter's location. Below, the Inspector Bureau carved through demons, blood spraying across the burning ruins as screams and roars mixed together. Elric's smile turned wicked. Perfect. Let them fight. While they're busy drowning in demon blood, his voice dropped. We loot their burning house. The plan unfolded clearly in his mind. While the agents struggled for their lives, he and the others would slip into the mansion, take the remaining totem, and vanish. Their teachers would clean up the escape route afterward. Elric reached into his coat and pulled out an agent's mask. One by one, the 3 of them slipped the white steel over their faces, exhaling as their identities disappeared. Ahead, the mansion was already collapsing, its skeleton glowing red as flames peeled it open, exposing the path to the storage room. Perfect timing. They ran. Once the agents reached that inferno, they'd swarm every corner. Elric, Hayes, and Sean had only moments to get in and out. Sean glanced around while sprinting, breath ragged. Okay, I get it. Let's just move. Elric surged ahead and abruptly changed direction. Mana gathered in his palm, the air humming violently. Cut. Hundreds of energy arrows screamed forward, detonating against the stone wall in a thunderous blast. Nearby townspeople gasped in horror. The Inspector Bureau is here. They broke through the wall. Elric's eyes hardened. He leaned toward Sean and whispered, keep watch. Then he fired another volley, this time toward the witnesses. The arrows sliced past them, kicking up dust and debris, blinding and disorienting them. Panic spread instantly. Good. That was exactly what he wanted. But then something massive shifted inside the burning rubble. A gigantic shadow tore through the flames. A demon emerged, wings unfurling, dragon wings, its snarl full of fury as it realized who had caused the chaos. Elric narrowed his eyes. He didn't even flinch. The teachers will protect the civilians. We fight. The demon slammed to all fours and charged. Elric, Hayes, and Sean ran straight into it. Sean struck first, unleashing a wind-charged mana slash that ripped across the demon's stomach, carving deep, bloody wounds. Behind it, more demons rose into the air, wings beating as they dove toward the trio and the helpless townspeople below. Hayes tightened her grip on her hammer. Stay out of my way. Hayes bent her knees and launched herself skyward. Her hammer ignited, glowing fiercely as an energy trail burned behind her like a falling comet. She swung once. Boom! The demon's head exploded. Its massive body collapsed like soaked cloth, lifeless before it hit the ground. Elric and Sean froze. Hayes. Sean breathed. Hayes casually blew a strand of hair from her face. I'll deal with these pests, she said coldly. You too, get out of here. From far away, someone shouted for her to stop, but Hayes didn't even slow down. She surged forward again, charging straight into the swarm. Elric took off across the burning rooftop, tiles cracking and collapsing beneath his feet. Inside the mansion's storage room, several demons crouched around a strange object, whispering anxiously. Careful, one of them hissed. Even the Inspector Bureau will need time to find this place. Another demon glanced toward a concealed corner, eyes lingering on the secret passage linked to the holy relic. If those idiots keep wandering, he muttered, we'll just escape through the relic exit. Mana rippled across the floor. A faint tremor, a groan from above. The demon stiffened. Slowly, he lifted his head toward the ceiling. Crash! A massive stone slab slammed down, crushing his skull in a burst of blood that painted the room red. Through the shattered ceiling, Elric descended like a falling star, flames and debris raining around him. He landed hard, straightened, brushed dust from his coat, and looked at the frozen demons with a crooked smile. Evening, he said lightly. Hope I'm not interrupting. Terror drained their faces. That speed, that violence. They hadn't even imagined someone could reach them this fast. Mana spiraled around Elric, coiling like a storm. He cracked his knuckles. Well then, he murmured, eyes glinting. What a generous buffet we have here. Elsewhere, inside the burning mansion, a table rattled as flames howled beyond the walls. Viscount, Garrett shot up from his chair, eyes wide. The Inspector Bureau already found the underground storage. His subordinate paled. And my lord, we need to flee. Garrett clenched his teeth, rage blazing in his gaze. Impossible. Only my inner circle knew about the vault. How could they reach it? Fire flared behind him, licking up the walls. Was there a spy among us? Before anyone could answer, boom, the floor erupted. Stone and debris blasted outward. A man lay unconscious amid the charred wreckage. Then Patran stepped through the smoke, composed, eyes razor-sharp. So, he said calmly, you're Viscount Garrett. Every suited figure in the room snapped their heads toward him. From the shadows beside Patran, a winged figure emerged, dark energy rolling off his body. Patron's gaze hardened. Kaya. The blonde swordsman behind him tightened his grip, killing intent blazing in his eyes. So you've been scurrying around like a rat this whole time, he said coldly. But we finally caught you. Kaya bared his fangs, laughter curling in his throat. So, Patran sent a spy, and even uncovered my private vault. His sneer deepened. Funny. Remind me, who's the rat now? Patran thrust his sword forward. What nonsense are you spewing? The vault. Kaya lunged before he could finish, long nail-like claws slicing through the air. He smiled, twisted and cruel. If you want answers, he said lightly, maybe I'll give them, after you torture me and tear off all my limbs. Patran raised his blade, voice absolute. By authority of the Imperial family, I sentence the traitor Kaya to death. The execution begins now. He bent one knee. Kaya spread his wings. Both warriors launched. Boom. A colossal explosion ripped through the mansion. Outside, masked agents snapped their heads toward the blast, weapons raised. The war within had begun. Winged demon corpses littered the courtyard, bodies still twitching as flames scorched them. One masked agent stared at Elric, voice trembling. W, what did you do this time? Before Elric could reply, another masked girl froze. Sweat slid down her cheek. Because Elric had casually called her sister, she nearly collapsed on the spot. Then, boom, a man was hurled through the open gate like a cannonball, slamming into the dirt. Two figures stepped out after him, a blonde swordsman, and a red-haired fighter with eyes burning like fire. The red-haired man barked. It has to be done now. Hayes tightened both hands around her hammer, green eyes burning. Elric glanced over and asked like it didn't matter at all. How can you laugh at a time like this? Hayes spun the massive hammer above her head, the wind screaming as it whirled like a raging storm. I don't have time to be nervous. She twisted her waist, pulled her arm back, and hurled it. Crash. The hammer ripped straight through the mansion's pillars. An explosion thundered through the halls. The entire structure screamed as it shook violently. Winged demons shrieked in panic. The mansion's collapsing. Run. They scattered in every direction. The red-haired man grabbed the blonde swordsman and shouted at the top of his lungs, to the teachers. Move, move. People who had been frozen in terror finally snapped out of it, rushing toward the exits in a desperate wave. Two silhouettes appeared ahead. The red-haired man gasped. That's the teachers. One man stood with his arms crossed, completely calm amid the chaos. I never thought I'd live to see the day my own student would ask me for this. The older man beside him chuckled, eyes gleaming. Oh, relax. You said it yourself. Playing hero and messing with the inspection bureau sounded fun. They climbed the stairs without a hint of urgency, flames licking the walls around them. So, apprentice, the teacher asked casually, looking at Elric, what now? Civilians are clear. Elric placed his palm against the scorched door. KRA boom. The explosion behind him painted the sky in blazing orange. "We're leaving," he said, calm as ever. Outside, sunlight fell over ruins. The mansion was gone, reduced to rubble. Dust rolled through the air like smoke from a battlefield. Patran stood before the wreckage, rage twisting his expression. That lunatic Kaya. He tried to bury everyone alive. Agents gathered behind him, shaken and exhausted. One snapped to attention. "Captain, we found it. The storage facility." Patran clenched his fists and followed. They stopped before a wooden structure, standing untouched despite the destruction surrounding it. Patron's thoughts burned hotter than the flames. Everything went wrong, but if I can present proof of the demons to His Highness, he'll secure the throne, and I'll become the head of the Inspector Bureau. His lips slowly curled upward. And if I find evidence tying Elric to this incident, I'll erase the Melvinger family completely. Two agents suddenly shouted, "Captain, over here." Patran hurried forward, heart pounding. They stood before the storage door. It was empty, completely empty. What is this?" Patran roared. "Captain, the demons didn't take anything," one agent said shakily. We don't know what happened." Patron's face contorted. Kai's mocking smile flashed through his mind. The blonde clenched his teeth, fury boiling over. Someone got here first. And Patron finally understood exactly who that someone was. His thoughts spiraled. How? How is this possible? Kaya didn't even know the inspector's office would be here today. He had believed the bureau sent a spy to watch him. So how was the storage emptied before anyone even arrived? Patron's eyes widened. Men in black suits surrounded him as the final piece snapped into place. It all fits now. An agent stepped forward, his voice shaking. "Captain, we believe there's a demon spy inside the inspection bureau." Patron's brow twitched. From afar, the blonde swordsman watched it all unfold and slowly smiled. Wide, too wide, almost laughing. Far from the ruins, inside a quiet safe house, the trio sprawled across couches, finally catching their breath. Hayes raised an eyebrow. "What's so funny?" The blonde waved it off casually. "I was just imagining their faces when those bureau agents opened the storage room and found absolutely nothing." Augustine burst into laughter. "Well, that confirms it. They messed with the wrong person. He is my student, after all." From the shadows, Mephistopheles emerged beside Elric. "You still sulking?" Elric asked, mildly irritated. He closed his eyes, demonic energy surging through his body before flowing outward toward the demon. "I absorbed the demonic energy and passed it to you. Since when did the great demon king become so petty?" Mephistopheles clenched his fists, trembling with frustration. Elric smirked. "I could teach you how to use your seal properly, you know." Mephistopheles froze. He remembered Elric earlier, holding glowing ingots in his hand, asking casually, "How many of these do you want?" They had stood surrounded by demons frozen midair. Elric raised his hand. The ingots shone gold, then turned crimson as his absorption skill activated. Mephistopheles nearly cried from joy. Yes, finally, real demonic energy. And the taste, magnificent. Then, it vanished. Mephistopheles howled. "Why did you take it back?" Elric shrugged. "We've known each other long enough. When you take something, you give something. Balance, right?" The blonde leaned back, amused. "In that case, hand over the seal of original sin, and I'll return the remaining energy." Mephistopheles bared his fangs, seething. Elric ignored the tantrum. He looked down at his hand, recalling the words burned into his mind. To use a seal, you must be worthy of it. To be worthy, you must understand it. He visualized the blue seal, etched into his skin. If he wanted to master original sin, he needed a lower-rank seal from the same lineage first. But there was a problem. Mephistopheles never cared about anyone beneath him. He couldn't even remember demons lower in the hierarchy. All Elric had was a faint image of a wolf-shaped symbol. His only clue. Suddenly, whoosh, a surge of black aura rippled near Elric. He turned toward the window. Below, a man walked calmly across the ground, his entire body wrapped in swirling dark energy, each step heavy with pressure, and he was heading straight for them. Beside the carriage stood a man with long, unkempt hair, his back turned, aura so cold it seemed to freeze the air itself. Riven swallowed hard, his mustache twitching as he failed to form a single word. Kaya's red eyes narrowed. "So," he murmured, lips curling, "the thieves have been caught." Deep within the forest, branches snapped. Someone sprinted through the trees. A long-eared creature halted, nostrils flaring as his expression darkened. "Patran," he growled, recognizing the scent instantly. His feet dug into the soil, claws carving deep grooves. "I'm not backing down." High above the treetops, Kaya soared, fury boiling through his veins. The relic. He could smell it, a scent only he could recognize. A purple seal shimmered across his skin as calculations raced through his mind. Absorb the totem. Reinforce the scent seal. Then I'll tear every last one of them apart. His red eyes burned with murderous intent. Back at the carriage, Augustine crossed his arms as the dark aura thickened across the field. "Demons walking around in broad daylight," he muttered. Looks like this one's angry. Hayes hopped down beside him, hammer already in hand. I'll check it out. Augustine didn't even glance her way. Sit down. Don't interfere. She snapped her head toward him. What's that supposed to mean? That the one who sent the invitation, Augustine replied calmly, is here to meet Elric, and he should face him alone. Elric glanced at the relic in his hand, faint markings glinting softly. He came because we didn't take everything. Hayes clicked her tongue. I wasn't talking about the seal. Elric smiled faintly, and it would be rude to refuse an invitation when the table's already set. A shadow fell over the carriage. Black aura swirled overhead. A whisper slipped through the air. An aristocrat's carriage, without guards. The long-haired man stood silently, his back turned toward Kaya, almost as if he were mocking him. Kaya's eyes twitched. These idiots think they can deceive me. With a trick this pathetic? His grin spread wide. I'll reclaim the totem, no matter what. A voice echoed from the darkness. So you did come. Kaya spun around. A masked figure stood at the front of the carriage, holding out an object. Is this what you're looking for? The masked boy stepped toward him. Kaya's wings tensed. Who are you? The boy raised a hand to his mask and slowly lifted it. Behind it, Elric smiled. Kaya's expression twisted. That mask, it's hastily made you. His eyes widened. A sinister presence manifested behind him. Elric tricked us. Kaya lunged forward, screaming at the top of his lungs. I'll rip you apart. Mephisto appeared above Elric, arms crossed, watching calmly. You sure you want to provoke him? Even with one arm gone, Kaya still carries a powerful seal. Kaya swung his remaining arm, claws blazing with demonic energy. Die. Elric slipped aside effortlessly. I just wanted to see. He landed lightly, flames coiling around his body. How much stronger I've become. Fire roared beneath his feet. The last time they met, Elric had made a vow. And now, he spoke it again. I decided I'll destroy every demon. No exceptions. He clenched his fist. Golden crystals formed before him, glowing like tiny suns. They hovered in the air. Then a shadow streaked down. Kaya shot forward like a black arrow. Pierce. The word rang out as Elric launched the crystals. They reflected in Kaya's burning red eyes. Purple demonic energy surged along Kaya's arm. He cleaved through the crystals and charged straight in. That's it. You think this pathetic power can stop me? Elric didn't move. Didn't flinch. Didn't even raise a guard. Kaya snarled. What kind of worthless mage lets his enemy get this close? Both fists rose. Kaya filled with killing intent. Elric terrifyingly calm. This is your Yendi. Kaya roared. Their fists collided. Boom. The explosion rocked the entire forest. Kaya skidded across the ground, crashing hard as he gasped for air. How is he this strong? Smoke rolled through the battlefield. From within it, a dark silhouette stepped forward. Elric. He stared at his hand. Veins bulged, dark, corrupted, poisoned. So this is what playing with death feels like. Demonic poison seeped into his pores, numbing his hand while burning it alive. He closed his eyes. So, this is the seal's power. Jaw clenched. Elric made a decision. Freeze it. Slow the spread. Survive later. Ice crawled over his arm, sealing the poisoned veins completely. Kaya noticed and grinned. Oh, you stopped the poison? Good. Let's see how long you last. The purple seal across Kaya's skin shimmered violently. He opened his mouth wide. How do you like this? Spreading his wings, Kaya unleashed a poisonous windstorm. Elric saw the sickly flash, felt the toxin rushing toward him, and understood instantly. This garbage is seeping into my body, and I can't freeze it just by blocking it. His pupil sharpened, but I can redirect it. Ice exploded across the ground. Snow spiraled upward around him. Freeze, in turn. Elric thrust both hands forward. The storm twisted, spun, and violently reversed. A blinding flash swallowed the battlefield. Kaya laughed loudly. You idiot. You think your own power can. He froze. Elric was gone. Wah. The boy appeared behind him, breath steady, eyes cold. Fine. Chains of ice erupted from the ground, snapping upward and wrapping around Kaya's limbs, wings, and torso, locking him completely in place. Kaya's eyes went wide. Wait. Elric raised one hand. Blue energy spiraled into his palm. No. His voice was calm. Cold. I'm not ruining my fun. The blue light surged. Power crackled through the air. I haven't used this technique in a long time. He thrust his arm forward. SHHH crack. The air split apart, and a spear of ancient ice pierced straight through Kaya's chest. The queen of the ice mountains. Kaya gagged, frozen solid, his eyes trembling with pure terror. How? You're just a human. How can you wield the queen's power? Elric stepped closer and gently placed his hand on Kaya's head. His shadow fell over the demon, like final judgment. Elric didn't hesitate. Kaya tried to force out another question, but Elric simply opened his mouth and answered with icy indifference. He didn't need to know anything. In the next instant, his hand ignited. The absorption technique activated. Kaya's body crumpled to the ground at Elric's feet, lifeless. Elric stood there, staring forward, his expression completely empty. Behind him, Nefo emerged from the shadows, replaying Elric's earlier words in his mind. The vow to destroy every demon, no matter who they were, even if they stood right in front of him. The demon chuckled softly. They couldn't kill each other yet, that much was true, but Elric's message was unmistakable. Mephistopheles was on the list too. Someday they would clash. The horned demon's grin stretched wide. Good. They were thinking the same thing. Elric stood over Kaya's corpse, his gaze steady. Then his expression suddenly twisted. A sharp, tearing pain ripped through his chest. His strength vanished, and he dropped to one knee. Elric! Voices shouted as people rushed toward him, but he already knew why. The poison. Too much had seeped into his body. The bandages wrapped around his hand pulsed faintly, yellow light blooming and spreading across his skin as the healing energy kicked in. Augustine was beside him in an instant, kneeling down, his voice sharp with concern. Are you all right? Elric let out a slow breath. Yeah, I feel better now. He lifted his hand, turning it over thoughtfully. But, are demons always this strong? The bearded instructor didn't hesitate. He reached out and answered plainly. Yes, and that one was weak. If your body hadn't already been damaged before the fight, you would have lost. Elric stared ahead, silent. Augustine looked down at him and shook his head. The kid's confidence really had no limits. Then Elric raised his hand again, a crooked grin spreading across his face. I still think I'd have one somehow. Augustine nearly choked. And yet, deep down, he knew the brat wasn't wrong. Even in that condition, they would have found a way to turn things around. Still, the instructor clicked his tongue, his expression turning stern. That kind of arrogance will send you to an early grave someday. Learn some restraint. Elric smirked. You say that, but your face doesn't match your lecture. Augustine's face flushed red. Then he burst out laughing. That night, beneath a full moon, two men stood near the ruins of a collapsed building. What exactly did the captain want us to find here? One of them asked. No idea. The other replied. Just said to look for traces of a third person. They've been searching for days. No clues. Nothing. Until a hand punched straight through the first man's chest. Blood sprayed across the second man's mask as his body froze in shock. A figure stepped out of the darkness, eyes glowing a chilling red. The surviving scout stumbled backward, trembling, trying to ask what had happened. But the stranger seized him by the face, cutting off his voice instantly. The scout's feet lifted from the ground, his body dangling helplessly as a cold whisper slid into his ear. Who is it? He gasped. Your voice is annoying, the stranger replied calmly. I'll investigate this myself. A glowing seal burned on the back of the cloaked man's hand. He tightened his grip and activated absorption. The scout's body began to smolder as the seal flared brighter and brighter, devouring his life in silence. Far away, a dark-haired man slowly closed his eyes, already sensing the result. So, Kaya lost, he muttered. The image of the winged demon Kaya had fought surfaced in his mind, but something didn't sit right. There had been another presence, a third force, someone who wasn't a demon, and had no connection to the inspector's bureau. His thoughts flickered back to the figures gathered outside the empty storage chamber. And then, that cloaked man. The dark-haired boy's eyes sharpened. This is quite the unexpected surprise. A faint red flash burned across his pupils. So even the Crown Prince himself is involved. Deep underground, an expansive hall lay bathed in dim torchlight. Worshippers knelt in silence before a towering stone statue. The cloaked man, the Crown Prince, stepped forward, his presence cutting cleanly through the murmurs. That's enough. A man in a white coat bowed deeply, his tone cautious. Please remember the wounds you suffered today, Your Highness, and reflect carefully on where your mistake truly began. Beside him, a blond man slammed his forehead hard against the stone floor. Why, yes. I'll reflect on it immediately. Nan lifted his head, frustration written across his face. A plan prepared over years, completely crushed. What will Lord Patran do now? The blonde subordinate answered quietly, choosing his words carefully. The report says Viscount Garrett wasn't the only follower of Grigori. Fortunately, our agents embedded in the other branches have secured information on their headquarters. Another man knelt before the Crown Prince. The operation wasn't a total failure. There's still a chance to recover. Patran nodded slowly. You're right. But the Viscount's blunder was unforgivable. A stain on the fourth bureau. Nan turned away, his voice cold. Clean this place up. Then proceed to the meeting point. Suddenly, the Crown Prince froze. One of the masked men collapsed at his feet, screaming, Demon attack. Steel rang instantly. Patran drew his sword in one smooth motion. Form a line. Protect His Highness. Masked troops rushed forward as demons flooded into the hall, claws and wings tearing through the darkness. Nan stayed behind Patran, while the blond boy shouted furiously, You idiots! Shield the Crown Prince. A torrent of black energy blasted forward, ripping through the stone floor like paper. Protect His Highness! Voices roared. The blond boy glanced sideways, shock flashing across his face at the demon's speed. Patran stepped in without hesitation, meeting the dark aura head-on. His blade flashed once, clean, precise, cutting the attack apart. A dark-haired demon landed in front of him, lips curling into a grin. Not bad for a human. Another demon flared its wings, lifting into the air in a rage. How dare you? The dark-haired demon raised a hand calmly. Definite. Behind him, the crown prince lifted his sword. Every demon's gaze snapped in the same direction, to the boy and the crown prince standing side by side, blades ready. The demons dove from above, shrieking, "The crown prince is down there." Patran stepped forward, sword raised high, a violent red aura erupting around him as he prepared to meet the next strike head-on. "I'll stop him. Get His Highness to safety now." His killing intent exploded across the ruins as he growled, voice dripping with steel. "I'll execute any traitor who dares lay a hand on the Empire's crown prince." The demon grinned, tongue slithering out of grotesque mouths that bloomed across its body. Patran looks delicious. They collided. A blinding flash. A thunderous explosion. The shockwave tore through the battlefield, dust and shattered stone flying as demons swarmed the masked men, then turned away in disgust as the monsters laughed wildly, babbling about delivering the prince's head to their messenger, stealing the seal, and even debating whether it could be traded for spare limbs. Through the chaos, the young swordsman stepped forward. How dare insignificant creatures insult the future sovereign of the Empire? Blood sprayed across the ground as his blade fell, a demon collapsing at his feet. "I'll clear His Highness's path myself." Nan and the masked troops watched as another demon lunged forward, laughing madly. "Hand the prince over. The seal will be mine." The crown prince tightened his grip on his sword. A mustached soldier roared from the ranks. "Who dares block the path of the lion?" White rays erupted outward, slicing cleanly through the winged demons. A pillar of holy light ignited the battlefield, reducing the monsters to drifting ash. Then it appeared. A massive lion's head formed from pure brilliance, jaws spread in a silent roar. A banner billowed behind it, like a war cry given shape. The demon staggered back, clutching a severed limb. "TCH, lucky bastards." The young swordsman clenched his fist. "We're the Blue Lions." Hooves thundered as a rider burst onto the field, furious shouts echoing behind him. "Blue Lions, advance." The bearded commander's voice boomed like thunder. "Destroy every last one of them." Two cloaked warriors swept through the demons like reapers through wheat. Nan stared in stunned silence as someone screamed from the ranks. "We're saved. The lions are here." Moonlight washed over Isabel's face as she stood among the troops, the old oak tree behind her glowing faintly in the night. The battlefield slowly settled. Soldiers regrouped, forming clean ranks. The crown prince turned toward Patran. "We eliminated most of the demons thanks to the lions," Patran reported calmly. But their leader slipped away. Nan bowed deeply, relief softening his voice. "We're grateful, Your Highness." Herman stepped forward, lowering his head respectfully. "I'm glad you're safe. As a subject of the Empire, it is my duty to escort a member of the imperial family to the palace. But now that the inspector's office is here, may I take my leave?" The prince gave a single nod. "I have matters to attend to. You may go." Herman bowed deeply, relief clear in his posture. The Blue Lion captain looked ahead, then asked evenly, "May we know where you're heading?" Herman's gaze shifted toward Isabel, and she immediately blushed. "I'm looking for Elric." Nan let out a sharp breath and deliberately looked away. Behind the crown prince, Isabel smiled shyly while her father stood quietly at her side. Herman bowed one final time and turned to leave. As the carriage began to roll away, the girl's father leaned close and whispered his farewell. Isabel's eyes sparkled, because the moment she heard the name Elric, her heart skipped. The carriage moved on. Elric leaned out of the window and froze. Stretching across the horizon stood a colossal stone wall, ancient, vast, and towering far beyond anything he had imagined. "That's higher than the rumors," he breathed. His expression slowly hardened. Somewhere beyond that great wall lay the Flower Temple. As they neared the gate, guards stepped forward. "Stop!" A soldier raised his hand. Carl stiffened, lowering his voice as he whispered that they were border guard troops. "We need to cross the border," Carl explained carefully. The short-haired guard shook his head, apologetic yet unyielding. "I'm sorry. That's impossible." The scene shifted to the Great Wall. The carriage stood before a massive fortress gate carved into ancient stone. Once again, the soldier bowed his head. "I'm truly sorry. Crossing is impossible at the moment." Elric stepped down from the carriage, his boots touching the ground. "What happened?" The guard swallowed, memories flashing through his eyes. Monsters suddenly went berserk. Strange anomalies started appearing everywhere. The entire border guard has been placed on maximum alert. Elric glanced toward the towering fortress and felt it instantly. An ominous presence. Something lurking beyond the wall. A smirk tugged at his lips. "That won't stop me." He turned his head slightly. "Carl, show them the documents." Carl reached into his coat and stepped forward, handing over a sealed scroll. The guard opened it and froze. An heir family. Melvinger. The color drained from his face. He hastily bowed and returned the letter with shaking hands. My apologies. I failed to recognize such distinguished individuals. Under normal circumstances, not even a special pass could override the lockdown. But in this case, we will grant an exception. He stepped aside, then added grimly. In return, please ascend to the highest watchtower you can find. If danger appears, go high. Elric narrowed his eyes. You're not sending help? The guard stiffened, his answer immediate. No. If something happens, it will be easier for you to locate your own forces. Elric stared at him, stunned by the blunt honesty. Then, a thunderous roar tore through the air. The ground exploded as a massive sandworm burst upward, screeching wildly. Elric stepped forward, arm extending. Fall. The monster thrashed violently as he leapt aside. More roars followed, several worms erupting from the earth at once. He clicked his tongue. No end to these damn sandworms. Another lunge from behind. Elric spun, launching himself upward in a single explosive motion. Energy flared around his body, bright, raw, unstable. His teeth clenched. After fighting that demon earlier, he finally understood. He still couldn't fully control the new power raging inside him. But even so, he was ready to burn every last drop of it. Elric landed beside the collapsing sandworm, dust swirling as its massive body sank back into the ground. If he kept collecting seals, his own mana would eventually become the bottleneck. He wouldn't even be able to draw out their true strength. The thought irritated him. He raised his hand. Appear. Another worm burst from the earth, only to slam helplessly back down moments later. Elric stared at the crater it left behind, jaw tightening. He needed more than borrowed power, more than ancient seals, more than inherited magic. He needed magic that belonged to him alone, a path no one could ridicule, a strength so absolute that not a single soul would ever dare look down on him again. Footsteps echoed nearby. Are you done? One of the boys asked, his voice tight with caution. Sean wrapped his arms around himself, teeth chattering uncontrollably. Why is it so sea-cold? I've covered my entire body in mana already. Elric didn't answer right away. His eyes swept across the land, sharp and alert. By all logic, this place should have been burning hot, an arid hellscape like the center of a desert. Instead, freezing winds tore through the air, biting into flesh like blades. So this is it, the anomalies the border guard warned about. His gaze dropped to the ground. An endless stretch of pitch-black earth spread beneath their feet. This is the Black Snow Field, he said quietly. Sean blinked. Black Snow? Elric shook his head. Just a name. The soil here is black all year. Poisoned. Rotten. When the wind picks up, the dust rises and looks like falling snow. His eyes shifted to the massive corpse of the worm nearby. The monsters here don't know how to give up. Even the Empire abandoned any thought of conquering this region. He paused. This entire forbidden zone is lethal. So lethal that even 8th Circle mages have died here. Sean swallowed, throat dry. Are we really sure the Flower Temple is somewhere in this cursed wasteland? Images from childhood tales flashed through his mind. Gentle gods, blooming gardens, peaceful sanctuaries. This place felt like the complete opposite. This doesn't match the stories at all, he muttered. Elric shoved Sean's arm off his shoulder. The temple exists, he said firmly. I confirmed it myself. Manuscripts from both my family and the Imperial family align on that much. Augustine stepped closer. So, you know where it is? Elric gave a small shake of his head. Not exactly. Written records alone aren't enough. He raised a finger. We need the beastmen who guard it. They're the only ones who know the temple's true location. Elric rested a hand over his chest. Augustine stroked his beard, brows furrowing. You're certain nothing will go wrong? Beastmen have hated humans for generations. Elric met his gaze without flinching. We'll be fine. And if we're not, we'll deal with it. Augustine let out a low chuckle, rubbing his beard once more. I don't know what kind of trump cards you're hiding, boy, but I'm starting to look forward to finding out. He gestured toward the vast, endless wasteland ahead. In a place this massive, how do you even plan to locate the beastmen? Elric exhaled slowly. I don't know yet. Mephistopheles stood quietly to the side, arms crossed, watching him, waiting. After a moment, he spoke, suggesting maps, signs, anything that could help. There's no way we can search this entire wasteland, he muttered. Elric nodded grimly. If only we had a compass. Before he could finish, Mephistopheles suddenly floated toward him. Elric, the ice crystal, it's shining. Elric's hand shot inside his shirt as he pulled the crystal free. Why now? Why is it reacting here? Before he could grasp it properly, the crystal wrenched itself from his palm and floated upward, light erupting from its core in a blinding flare. Elric narrowed his eyes and raised an arm to shield his face. It's showing us the path. He lifted his gaze. Moonlight spilled across the land, silver and cold. A slow smirk crept onto his lips. Good, he said calmly. Now we know where to go. The night grew deeper. Under the pale glow of the moon, their carriage rolled forward, until dark silhouettes swallowed the road ahead. Dense trees closed in from all sides. "Carl, stop," Elric ordered. The reins snapped tight. The carriage halted. Sean blinked. What's wrong?" Elric raised the crystal again. It stopped glowing. The moment we entered the forest, his eyes swept over the trees, bare, twisted branches stretching like skeletal fingers. Then, a flicker of light pulsed deeper within the woods. Elric moved first. The others followed, boots crunching softly against the dead forest floor. "Do you see anything?" Sean whispered. Tin's eyes glowed yellow. "I'm using my familiar from above, but no, nothing at all." Elric tightened his grip around the crystal. "That settles it," he muttered. "We should go back. Once we leave the forest, it'll guide us again." They turned. Scream. The sound tore through the silence like a blade. Elric and Sean froze for half a heartbeat, then sprinted toward it. Branches lashed their faces as they ran. Leaves crunched beneath their feet. "There's something here," Elric growled. They slid behind thick trunks and peered ahead. A girl stood there, surrounded, cornered by snarling monsters closing in from all sides. "Is she a beast man?" Elric thought. Mephistopheles squinted. "Yeah, Catgirl." The monsters lunged. The girl squeezed her eyes shut, body trembling. Anyone, please help me." Light detonated through the forest. Her breath hitched. When she opened her eyes, the monsters were no longer moving. Their bodies locked in jagged blocks of ice, frozen mid-pounce. Snap! Elric flicked his fingers. A violent wind tore through the clearing, shattering the frozen beasts into glittering shards. He stepped forward casually. "Are you hurt?" he asked. Her eyes widened. Elric chuckled softly, raising his fist near his mouth. "Surprised? If you're injured, I can heal you." He extended his hand. "Can you stand?" Smack! She slapped his hand away, eyes blazing. "I don't need help from a human." The air tightened. Bows were drawn in every direction. Beastmen emerged from the shadows, arrows aimed, circling Elric and his group. The catgirl glared at him. "You foolish humans, surrender now, or die where you stand." High above, an archer steadied his aim. Sean swallowed hard, staring straight at the arrow trained on him. Hayes glanced at Elric, thoughts racing. Was he planning now? Then, Elric smiled. Slowly, deliberately, he raised both hands above his head. "I surrender." His entire team stood there utterly at ease, not a trace of fear on any face. Elric raised his hands even higher, palms open, posture loose. Mephistopheles clicked his tongue, amused. "You really never stop surprising me." Earlier, Elric had been crouched behind a tree, eyes fixed on the trembling catgirl ahead. Yet there was no worry in his expression, only a grin. Such an obvious bait. A faint green glow flashed through his eyes. In that single instant, everything became clear. Beastmen warriors concealed among the trees, perfectly positioned, waiting to close the trap. Augustine leaned closer, whispering, "What are you planning?" Elric let out a quiet chuckle. "Simple. We follow their rules." Satisfaction flickered across his face. "We let them capture us, and let them guide us straight to their den. The kingdom of the beastmen." The carriage rattled along a narrow street, wooden wheels echoing sharply. Beastmen lined both sides, eyes filled with open hostility as the horses clopped forward. Inside, Mephistopheles leaned toward Elric. Was it really necessary to go this far? Elric's lips curled into a smug smile. To pull off a flawless deception, no price is too high. Outside, the beastmen shouted angrily at the guards escorting the carriage. "Why would you bring humans here? Have you lost your minds?" Elric observed them calmly. "I expected resentment," he said quietly, "but this exceeds my expectations." Mephistopheles sighed. "Humans took their lands and drove them into exile. Hatred like that doesn't disappear in a few generations." Elric's eyes narrowed, thoughtful. The carriage came to a halt. The catgirl stepped forward, the same one from the forest. She stood tall, shoulders squared. "My name is Irina," she announced, "Commander of the Beastmen Guard." Her sharp gaze swept over Elric and his companions. "If you wish to live, you will show proper respect." Elric's expression turned cold. Irina pointed toward a massive castle looming in the distance. "The king will decide your fate." She led them inside. Elric followed with arms crossed, steps unhurried. Mephistopheles leaned close, voice low. "You clearly have a plan. No one walks willingly into an enemy's capital without one." Elric smiled faintly. "I do. And trust me, the beastmen won't reject what I'm about to offer." The halls were packed with beastmen, whispers hissing through the air, glare sharp enough to cut. Elric walked straight through, unshaken. Then he spoke, his voice calm, yet commanding. "I possess the power your people have sought for generations." He raised one hand. The power of the tiger. He spoke of the ancient martial art of the Tiger King, a body-forging technique once wielded by the monarch who ruled all beastmen. That royal clan had dominated for countless generations, until it vanished, its legacy fading into myth. But now, the forgotten technique had returned. The martial art that once embodied a king's authority itself. Elric smirked, satisfaction glinting in his eyes as he spoke. So tell me. He took a step forward, his aura slowly rising, heavy, predatory, like a tiger stirring from a long sleep. Are you ready to hear what I have to offer? He tilted his head slightly, glancing at Mephistopheles. If you knew just how valuable this is to them. Mephistopheles returned the look with a knowing grin. Oh, I can tell. You look far too pleased for someone about to sell something that rare, at a premium. Irina dropped to one knee before the throne. Your Majesty, I present the intruders. High above them sat the great king of the beastmen, claws extending from fur-covered paws, eyes blazing with raw authority. You have done well, he rumbled. Then his gaze snapped to Elric's group. What business do humans have within my territory? His voice thundered through the hall, sharp and wrathful. If you dare deceive me. Elric blinked, staring openly. So this is the ruler of the beastmen, the Tiger King? The king leaned forward, eyes burning. You will not leave this place alive. Elric's jaw twitched. Is he a toddler? Haze flushed, embarrassment creeping across her face. Mephistopheles crossed his arms, grinning far too widely. The Tiger King is a child, he announced cheerfully. Well, Elric, looks like your plan just died. Elric groaned inwardly. Sure, a young ruler could be easier to influence, but his age complicated everything. Still, Elric stepped forward. We try. If it fails, we run. He lifted his chin. Are you truly the king? Instantly, a furious beastman beside the throne roared. How dare you question our great? Elric calmly pressed a finger into his ear. Can someone shut him up? The king's eyes flared crimson. Did I give you permission to speak? He snapped at the raging beastman. The man froze, trembling. From atop the throne, the young king glared down coldly. Human, speak. Do you have something worth saying? Elric smirked. He thinks I'm just another child standing before him. But that aura, yes. Tiger blood truly flows through him. Convincing him might not be difficult after all. Elric stepped forward, smile slow and confident. Tell me, your majesty. He paused deliberately. Have you ever heard of the art of body development? The king's eyes widened. Elric raised a single finger. If I were to sell such a technique, how much would your kingdom be willing to pay? The hall exploded. How dare a filthy human speak of that sacred art? Kill him. Blasphemy. The king raised his hand. Silence. The uproar died instantly. Elric let out a slow breath and flexed his arms. The shackles exploded into fragments. You're all far too noisy. Beastmen immediately surged inward, forming a protective wall around the throne as guards rushed to encircle Elric's group. Augustine casually snapped his own restraints and stepped beside him. This could turn messy, he said calmly. Want a hand? Elric shook his head. I've got this. Yellow energy crackled across his body, sharp and oppressive. If they want proof, then I'll show them a real Tiger King technique. The king thrust a claw forward. Guards, seize the criminal. Sean blinked, realization hitting him late. So that's why you were quiet this whole time. Dozens of beastmen roared and charged. Elric lowered his stance. His aura erupted, golden, feral, overwhelming, like a sleeping beast finally awakening. Haze watched with softened eyes, danger coiled beneath her calm. If Elric even scratches that cute tiger kid, she muttered, he's dead. Tens, meanwhile, was practically vibrating. Oh, I love fights like this. The first beastman lunged. Elric smiled, unafraid, relaxed. He surged forward to meet them head-on. He slipped past the guard's swing and drove his arm through the air. Ferocious tiger phenomenon. His strikes blurred into afterimages, tearing through the hall in rapid succession. Gasps rang out. How does a human know that technique? The king slammed his paw against the throne. Guards, take your animal forms. The beastmen roared in response. Bones snapped, flesh twisted, clothes ripped apart. Massive wolves emerged, snarling, feral, eyes burning with killing intent. We're attacking. The pack lunged as one. Elric clenched his fist. One breath. One stance. Tiger strike. His fist smashed into a wolf's jaw, the impact echoing as the beast crashed into the stone floor. Another guard hesitated, fear flickering across his eyes. Too late. Elric stepped in again. Black tiger hunt. A phantom tiger surged into existence behind him, its massive spectral paw slamming down and pinning the wolf to the ground. Irina stared, hands trembling. She rushed toward Elric. Stop, the king roared. Irina froze mid-step. Elric's lips curved into a faint smile. She turned sharply. The king was already standing. Elric relaxed, sliding the invisible blade-like aura away from his body. I assume, he said calmly, voice steady. This demonstration is convincing enough. The king's expression was sharp, grim, utterly focused. The hall fell silent. Every gaze locked onto Elric, filled with shock, awe, and fear. The king finally broke the silence. Where did you obtain the art of body cultivation? Not even our people possess it anymore. Green mana began spiraling through the chamber, rising like mist caught in a storm. Elric stood at the center of it all, his clothes soaked in magic, his presence impossible to ignore. It wasn't inherited, he replied calmly. It's magic. The king flinched. Magic? Behind Elric, glowing magic circles ignited one by one, their light flooding the hall. His voice carried effortlessly, resonating against stone and steel. Magic flows through everything in this world, he said. It uncovers the laws of nature and binds itself to their principles. The Beastmen King stared at him, eyes wide. You're saying the art of body cultivation was restored through magic? Elric's lips curled upward. That's exactly what I'm saying. Blue mana streams danced around him like living threads. The king was frozen in place, overwhelmed, delighted, completely enthralled. Floating beside Elric, Mephistopheles crossed his arms, unimpressed. He's feeding them nonsense again. Elric smirked without looking at him. They don't understand magic to begin with. Give them something unfamiliar, dress it up nicely, sprinkle in mystery, and they'll swallow it whole. His gaze swept across the hall. Not just the young king. Even the old veterans are nodding along. Mephistopheles let out a tired sigh. Beastmen really are simple. That's why they're easy to move. Elric replied lightly. Now let's finish this. He stepped forward and bowed, eyes closed, posture respectful. The art of body development, he declared, is the most sacred legacy of your royal bloodline. He bowed again. And even if this art was recovered through magic, its true power should remain only with those who rightfully own it. The young king leaned forward, completely absorbed. Elric spread his arms. That is why, through this agreement, the ruling dynasty of the Beastmen can reclaim the glory it once lost. You will rise again, and we. Enough. The single word sliced through the hall. Elric's smile vanished as his eyes shifted. An elderly Beastman walked forward, each step steady, each gaze sharp enough to cut steel. You plan to sell us the art of body development, at a price. The air froze. The Prime Minister of Anthropos, Norris. Elric lowered his brows slightly. So he sees through it. I need to be careful. Placing a hand over his chest, Elric offered a courteous smile. Yes, that is correct. And in return, we ask for information. He leaned forward just enough. We want the path to the Flower Temple. The hall erupted. Why would humans seek that place? What business does he have with the temple? Amid the rising voices, Norris spoke calmly as he passed by Elric. I understand your proposal, but this matter requires private discussion before any decision is made. He turned his back and walked away, leaving the tension hanging heavy in the air. Irina, escort the guests to the palace. Elric's eyes narrowed as they locked onto Norris. Everything had been flowing perfectly until this old man stepped in. Behind him, Mephistopheles' expression twisted, irritation giving way to something darker. A faint purple aura pulsed from Norris's body. Subtle, filthy, wrong. Mephistopheles drifted closer and whispered sharply, Elric, Norris is a demon. Around them, the beastmen were still caught in heated debate. One young beastman stepped forward, fists clenched, voice shaking with passion. We must accept. This is our chance to revive the Tiger Clan. With the Tiger King's technique restored, even the Furies wouldn't dare bark at us. Another elder snarled in agreement. The Furies threaten us far more than humans ever did. If we reclaim the Tiger King's art, they won't even dare squeak. The young king remained silent, listening, as yet another beastman advanced. What they say is true. The art of body cultivation once united all beastmen races under a single banner. With it, we can cast off the humiliation imposed by the Furies and restore the dignity of the Tiger King. The king slowly closed his eyes. If that is all. No. The word thundered through the hall. Norris stepped forward, his voice heavy and commanding. This cannot be allowed. Gasps rippled across the chamber. The young beastman who had spoken earlier trembled with fury. If we lose the very symbol of our royal family. Dark energy began to radiate from Norris's body, thick and corrupt. He lifted his head, eyes glowing crimson. You speak of ancient symbols, he said bitterly. But have you forgotten why we were cast into this cursed land? His voice dripped with resentment. Have you forgotten why we suffer? He pointed directly at Elric and the humans beside him. Humans fed us lies. They used us, exploited us, and when we were no longer useful, they stabbed us in the back. His gaze snapped back to the king. And you would trust such a creature now? The hall fell into a suffocating silence. Norris's voice sharpened, growing darker with each word. If we accept this deal, we will once again become the humans' playthings. The nightmares we endured will return, far worse than before. He turned fully toward the young king, tone heavy and resolute. For that reason, this offer must be rejected. Silence swallowed the hall. The king's expression hardened, but the young beastman clenched his fists and shouted, Your Majesty, we can't let this chance slip away. The king lifted his head. His gaze rose to the towering stone statue above them, the statue of the former Tiger King, the one who had entrusted him with a single, unwavering command. Revive the royal line. The king's eyes softened. The previous Tiger King's final wish can only be fulfilled with the art of body development. The boy nodded fiercely, eyes burning with conviction. Then we should summon those people immediately. The king shook his head. We cannot. Not with Norris opposing it. After a brief pause, he added quietly, and he does have reasons for refusing. The boy clenched his teeth. Yes, Prime Minister Norris may be wise. They even call him the Black Sage. But he's old, and some of his decisions are simply, watch your tone. The king's voice struck like thunder, echoing through the hall. The Prime Minister devoted his entire life to this kingdom after the previous ruler's death. I will not tolerate any disrespect toward him. The boy stiffened, then bowed deeply. My apologies, Your Majesty. And with that, he withdrew. Later, Veland stood alone in a dim palace corridor, pale moonlight spilling through tall windows and stretching shadows along the floor. He exhaled slowly. Norris, I still believe you're not wrong. Footsteps echoed. Norris passed through the corridor with calm, measured steps, his presence heavy even in silence. Inside Elric's chamber, Carl opened the door. Elric sat casually in a chair, legs relaxed, posture loose. What brings you here, Prime Minister? He asked. Norris stepped inside, expression grave. I've come to make a deal. Elric spread his hands lazily. Then take a seat. They sat facing one another. Elric leaned forward, eyes sharp. So how will you pay? Norris lifted a hand. I will give you the path to the Flower Temple. Elric slammed both palms onto the table. Excellent. Norris's lips curved into a thin, calculating smile. And in return, you will sell the art of body development only to me. Elric dropped his forehead onto the table with a groan. So no one else is coming. Across from him, Augustine sat with arms crossed. You really think someone who obtains the art of body development can simply claim the throne? The Prime Minister and his faction kept repeating the same warning. He allowed a tired sigh. I heard the Tiger King's bloodline was wiped out. But this situation is worse than I imagined. Augustine turned his gaze to Elric. So, who do you plan to sell the technique to in the end? Elric raised a single finger. The one who pays the most. Light mana spiraled around his hand as he leaned back. At this point, there's already a long line of people trying to buy the skill, and the price keeps climbing. Purple mana bled off him like smoke as he stepped forward, the air trembling around his body. Elric extended a hand, and in an instant, the scene snapped back to the office, where he sat across from Augustine. The old man spoke calmly, as if discussing the weather. People were already lining up to buy the skill. The price was rising by the minute, and so the question remained, what could the royal family possibly offer in return? Valence stood nearby, wrapped in crackling energy, his glare fixed forward, irritation written plainly on his face as the conversation drifted toward His Majesty. Mephistopheles folded his arms and scoffed. If these were his subjects, he muttered, their heads would have rolled already. A king who couldn't even reign in his own vassals. What kind of hopeless ruler was that? The boy clenched his fists, anger flaring hot in his chest. How could the Prime Minister dare act like this? Something was clearly wrong. Elric stepped to his side and spoke quietly, reminding him that he'd said the exact same thing moments earlier. The boy paused, then smirked. This was getting interesting. Hayes snapped, rushed in, and pulled the kid into a tight hug, scolding him sharply for talking like that. Elric frowned, his eyes sharpening. Politics wasn't a game. Hayes fell silent. The boy did too. The light drained from their expressions. The kid exhaled slowly and admitted it. He already knew. No matter the excuse, no matter the influence, without real power backing you up, it all meant nothing. Hayes watched him nervously. The boy's thoughts drifted backward, back to a time when people bowed before him and his sister, calling them the great magical family, praising them, worshiping them. Then the memory twisted. Cold stares, whispering crowds, two filthy children clinging to each other in fear. The moment their power disappeared, every vassal, every noble, the imperial family, even the magic tower, turned its back on them. Elric remembered it clearly. The boy crying in front of his shattered sister. And later, years later, the same people who once called him a disgrace, screaming his name, in all the moment he became a hero. Strength. That was all this world respected. Elric turned to face the boy in Valence, his gaze unwavering. That's why, he said calmly. You need to grow claws. The boy lifted his head, stunned. Elric knelt before him, the brooch resting in his hand. Grow them quietly, he said. Let no one notice. And when they grow back, use them. His eyes hardened. Strike once. Take everything you want in a single blow. A calm, dangerous smile crossed his face. And I'll help you. The boy froze, overwhelmed. His hand rose to his chest, touching it instinctively, because for the first time, someone wasn't merely comforting him. They were teaching him how to survive this world. Elric leaned back, fingers tapping lightly against the armrest. So that means, he said slowly, I'll have to leave Anthropos. The boy watched nervously as Hayes continued doting on the flustered Tiger King, who had gone completely red and was doing his best not to melt under her overwhelming affection. Elric folded his arms. Then shouldn't we leave now? If we stay any longer, who knows what the Prime Minister or the other officials might pull. We should gather the guard and move out immediately. Valence shook his head. We can't take the guard. He gestured to the woman standing behind him, a stern warrior with silver eyes and an unyielding posture. This is Irina Norris, head of the Royal Guard, and my adopted daughter. I assigned her to follow me in secret. Elric's expression darkened. So the Prime Minister already knows where you are? The Tiger King sank back in Haze's lap and let out a weary sigh. I left so no one would find me, but they've definitely figured it out by now. Before Elric could reply, the door slammed open. Sean burst inside, panting. There are beastmen outside. A lot of them. Elric pressed a hand to his chin. Slipping away, unnoticed, was no longer an option. Unless, his eyes widened. They didn't need to sneak out. He turned to the group. If we stick together, we could just knock everyone out and walk straight through the main gate. He clapped his hands once, folding his arms as he confidently laid out the idea. But the room tightened. The air grew heavy. A loud, metallic BOM shook the palace. Valence's ears snapped upright. That's the alarm. He rushed to the window, nearly brushing past Elric. Did the Furies really invade? Elric froze. Furies, a beastman tribe infamous for hating the anthropos more than anyone else. If they were here, the Tiger King would refuse to leave. The group rushed to the window. Explosions tore across the outer plaza. Light, dust, and smoke swallowed the sky. Elric ground his teeth. Of all times, it had to be now. The boy stared at the chaos below, hands trembling. Through the smoke, beastmen in dark cloaks marched forward, shouting warnings as they advanced toward the palace gates. Elric stepped forward, his aura sharpening. Everyone, get ready. Then he heard it. Elric. He spun around. Isabel stood in the doorway, casually brushing her hair back, as if she hadn't just stepped into a battlefield. Sean and Tin stumbled in behind her, eyes wide with shock. Elric blinked. Isabel, what are you doing here? Before she could even respond, Mephistopheles suddenly zipped around Herman like an annoying insect, circling him from head to toe, eyes sharp and curious. When he finally stopped, he jabbed a finger at him in pure disbelief. What is that thing? What kind of monster did you drag in here? Elric placed a hand over his chest and inclined his head politely. It's an honor to meet you. Herman immediately bowed in return, deep and respectful, his voice steady and humble. I'm nothing special, just a warrior who happened to inherit the title of Count. There's no need for formality, Duke of the Shining Star. Elric gestured for everyone to come inside. As Herman stepped forward, his daughter tugged lightly at his sleeve, whispering for him to slow down. The man smiled faintly and followed behind the boy. Elric glanced back with an amused grin. So, how exactly did you know I was here? Herman smiled warmly. I came to personally thank the young man who saved my daughter and cured her illness. Elric blinked, surprised, as Herman stepped closer. But by the time I reached the capital, Herman continued, I learned you had already left. The boy scratched the back of his head, awkwardly. You should have told me where to find you. Looks like we just barely missed each other. Herman let out a quiet laugh. We planned to send a letter first. Thought it would be a pleasant surprise. But clearly that was our mistake. We arrived unannounced. His gaze drifted around the room, taking everyone in. So many familiar faces, he said calmly. I didn't expect to find even the gray lion's hunting dog here. He stiffened instantly. Her brow twitched. For the last time, she snapped, teeth clenched. I am no one's dog. Elric turned sharply. Wait, so you know my sister? Herman stroked his chin, thinking, I once crossed paths with, let's call him, an unpleasant acquaintance. During that encounter, I noticed your sister nearby. To think she turned out to be a Melving, the world really is smaller than it looks. Then his attention shifted again, this time landing squarely on Augustine. And speaking of unexpected meetings, it's rare to see the infamous eccentric of the Nestor family in person. Augustine's eyes narrowed. Didn't I warn you never to call me that? Herman smirked. Then what should I call an old monster like you, if not eccentric? Augustine took a step forward, and the air instantly grew heavy. Elric quickly wedged himself between them, palms raised. Hey, let's not start a war in the doorway. The two men locked eyes for a long moment. Then, finally, they clasped hands. Herman's grip tightened deliberately. You've assembled quite the group, he said with a grin. A former Revolutionary Army commander, and even a beastman prince. Tin snorted. Velan scowled. Elric sighed and lifted his hands again. All right, everyone, let's relax. Herman looked away briefly, eyes unfocused, lost in quiet thought. This was exactly why he had wanted to meet him. Herman's gaze slowly swept over the young men, standing behind Augustine, each one overflowing with rare talent. Those who naturally drew the gifted to their side always ended up climbing to heights beyond imagination. He turned toward his daughter. Her face was bright, free of worry, filled with genuine happiness. Herman let out a quiet breath. Skipping the crown prince and coming here had absolutely been the right decision. Elric narrowed his eyes slightly. Then how did you manage to get here? Isabel stepped forward, placing a hand over her chest before bowing politely. We heard you cross the outer wall, so we followed. But the night we sent a scout, the forest reported that you'd been captured. We rushed here immediately. Another explosion rocked the building. Firelight flickered across her eyes as she turned toward the window. Our people are causing a diversion, she continued calmly. Loud enough to confuse the beast men. If we're leaving, now is the moment. Outside, homes burned. Thick smoke crawled upward, staining the sky. Elric stepped in front of Valence, his thoughts racing. Next time, we might not get another chance. He exhaled slowly. At least it's not the Fury tribe. Lowering himself, he knelt and pressed a hand over his heart, meeting the boy's gaze. So, do you still want to leave this place? Valence hesitated, then gave a small, bitter smile. I do. But if I run now, my own people will brand me a traitor. The kingdom would descend into chaos. Elric's hand landed firmly on the boy's shoulder. Don't worry, he said. I just thought of the perfect solution. Outside, the city burned. Irina stood at the front of a full formation of beastmen warriors, her posture unshakable as their instincts sharpened around her. Valence approached her cautiously. Shouldn't we be defending the city? Irina didn't even blink. Our duty is to protect your majesty. The city comes second. She clenched her fist and turned to the warriors behind her. The king has fallen into the hands of vile humans. He will be rescued. We will slaughter every last one of them. The beastmen roared in agreement. But then, Hayes and Sean attempted to slip past the formation, heading for the exit. Irina instantly spread her arms, blocking their path. Where, she demanded coldly, is his majesty? Sean scratched his cheek, forcing an awkward grin. Well, that's kinda hard to explain. Irina's expression snapped. You dare mock me. She pointed forward sharply. Everyone, assume your beast forms. In an instant, the humans twisted and transformed. Fur tearing through skin, bones shifting violently, wolves ripping their way into the open air. Irina drew her blade in one smooth motion and pressed its cold edge against Sean's trembling neck. I don't know what scheme you're plotting, she hissed, eyes burning, but you will return the king. Now, stop. Her sword froze mid-motion. Elric stepped forward with a broad, almost cheerful grin. Valence tucked under his arm like misplaced baggage. If anyone so much as twitches, he declared loudly, your precious monarch dies. The beastmen exploded. Are you mad? Put down our king, you filthy human. Unhand his majesty this instant. Valence dangled helplessly, terror written all over his face. Will this really work? He whispered. Elric smirked. When someone who has mastered the art of body development kidnaps a king, he said calmly, no one dares act recklessly. Valence did not look convinced. Elric took another step forward, and behind him, a massive silhouette of pure energy erupted into existence, roaring like a living beast. If you want your king alive, Elric shouted, voice cutting through the chaos, move. Now, Nora stood quietly behind him, hands folded, completely unfazed. Irina, on the other hand, shook with fury. Norris leaned in toward her, covering his mouth as he whispered something low. Irina's fists clenched. The beastmen immediately split apart, forming a path. Irina thrust her hand forward. Fine, have it your way. Now release his majesty. Elric glanced back, hoisted Valence a little higher under his arm, and smiled. And why would I trust you? He replied. You expect me to release him inside the city, surrounded by fire? Armed beastmen everywhere. No thanks. Irina froze. Out of the city, Elric continued calmly. Somewhere safe. Otherwise, we both know what happens if anyone tries to follow. Valence swallowed hard. Before the beastmen could react, Elric launched into the air. Gasps rippled through the courtyard. Every eye lifted skyward in disbelief. Below them, the city burned. Cries for help echoed from collapsing streets and shattered homes. Elric cut through the sky, Valence tucked securely under one arm, Mephistopheles flying beside him. Valence stared down at his people, his expression shattered. Elric noticed immediately. You want to go back? The boy's small paw trembled. I should at least guide you to the flower temple, he said quietly. You won't find it without me. Elric turned his head. And after that, you're returning to the kingdom. Valence's throat tightened. Just thinking about that palace makes it hard to breathe. Images of his people surfaced. Those who believed in him, supported him, trusted him. That's different, he said softly. They're good people. If I abandon them now, the kingdom will fall apart, especially if this really is an invasion. Mephistopheles suddenly spoke, his voice deep and heavy. This isn't the time for sentimental speeches. Elric frowned, sensing the shift. What do you see? Valence's eyes went wide as the sky ahead warped and twisted unnaturally. In the distance, a colossal tornado rose, devouring the horizon. A black sandstorm? He screamed. Elric stared straight ahead, expression hardening. The Eastern General. The tornado answered with a deep, thunderous rumble. alive, furious, and closing in. Elric came to a sudden stop midair, hovering before the churning wall of darkness. This was the catastrophe that had erased the entire northern region. If he went in there, he'd be torn apart in seconds. Mephistopheles' voice cut through the screaming winds. That's not all. He bared his teeth, senses flaring. Something else is coming. Something worse. I can feel it riding the storm. Elric stared ahead alongside him, a cold shock crawling up his spine. What is that? Beneath the colossal whirlwind, an army surged forward like a living tide. Monsters flooded the sands, countless and savage. Flags whipped violently in the storm winds. And on those banners, a fox with 9 tails stared back, eyes demonic, like a legend crawling out of nightmare. Dozens of beastmen roared as they charged across the desert. The color drained from Elric's face. Run. Now. That's the Fury tribe. His mind exploded with memories. The flag of the Furies. The monstrous tiger. The wolf dripping with pure bloodlust. The story echoed in his head. The Tiger King of Anthropos once had a sworn enemy. A beastman tribe that rejected the royal family the moment they lost the art of body development. The Furies. Valence trembled violently. Furies here. Elric tightened his grip around the boy. Teeth clenched hard. Looks like palace spies already leaked the news about the return of the art of body development. Valence frowned, confusion mixing with fear. But why would they appear here? And, exactly now, when someone with the secret art shows up? Elric froze. Slowly, he turned to the boy. Then he lifted Valence up until their eyes met at the same level. So answer what I asked you earlier, Elric said quietly. His gaze hardened. Are you going back to your kingdom, or not? Valence lowered his head. His fists shook uncontrollably. Faces filled his mind. His people's trust. Their fear. Their disappointment. Their belief in him. He raised his head again, fire blazing in his eyes. I will return, he said firmly. And I will protect my people. Elric smiled, pride clear on his face. I knew you'd say that. Valence looked away, flustered. But I'm weak. I have nothing. I can't keep relying on you. I can't ask for more help. Before he could finish. Bam. His head slammed straight into Elric's face. Valence recoiled instantly, clutching his forehead. That hurts. Elric leaned in until their foreheads were almost touching. Between friends, things like that don't matter. Valence blinked, stunned. All you have to do is ask, Elric said calmly. Just say it. Help me. He lifted the boy again under his arm. If you do that, every friend you have will show up the moment you need them. He glanced sideways at Mephistopheles, who had crossed his arms, scowling in irritation. Hard to argue with that. Mephistopheles muttered under his breath. Valence hesitated, then pressed a paw to his chest, brows drawn tight, as if bracing himself. Can I be your friend? Elric smiled, the tension leaving his eyes. Making friends is easy. Sean grinned, and Elric continued calmly. I'm happy as long as my friend is happy, especially when I'm close enough to protect them. Valence's face flushed red. He looked away, smiling like he wasn't used to hearing words like that. Elric turned back toward the towering whirlwind and the army crawling out from beneath it. Well, he said, his voice losing its warmth, my friend is in trouble, and that means I don't get to look the other way. He nodded once at Sean. Go, tell the others. Sean cracked his neck, lips curling into a grin, and shouted, All right, everyone, plans just changed. At the same time, the Fury army thundered across the land. Mount led the charge, riding atop a colossal wolf as wind tore at his armor. Faster, he roared. Anthropos is right ahead. Hugo raced beside him, eyes burning with excitement. Captain, is it really true? Did they actually recreate the art of body development? Mount sneered. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? That some insignificant human brought back a miracle that vanished from history. Above them, an eagle beast man circled. Strange indeed. A low-grade race holding one of the great magical mysteries. A bear snorted loudly. Truth doesn't matter. This is our chance. Anthropos falls today. Ron's gaze hardened. And if the rumors are real, we make sure the Tiger King's bloodline, those who lost the will of heaven, never reclaim that art. Far behind the vanguard, the bloody king gripped the arm of his throne, crimson eyes blazing. If that golden-haired, green-eyed wizard hadn't interfered 40 years ago, the Tiger King would have died beneath my feet. His long red hair lashed wildly as he stood. But now, with the art of body development finally within reach, 9 tails flickered behind him, crackling with murderous intent. I will reclaim my lost 9th tail. His grin was sharp, feral, trembling with hunger. No one will stop me. Mount dropped to one knee. Your Majesty, your command. Secure the art of body development, the king declared. Restore the glory of the Fury tribe. The army struck fists to their chests in unison. Yes, your Majesty. The king spread his arms wide. When we succeed, the world will fall into our paws. Mount surged forward again, sword raised high. The only one who carries the will of heaven. Is our bloody king. A blazing fox sigil ignited behind him. The nine-tailed sovereign watches over us. The bear lifted his weapon and roared. Wild beasts. Claim the Tiger King's head and devour it. Wolves howled. The army crashed forward like a living tide, unstoppable and hungry for blood. But then, a spell detonated. A brutal wave of cold exploded across the battlefield, freezing the air in a heartbeat. From absolute nothingness, an enormous glacier erupted upward, carving straight through the charging formation. Ice devoured the front lines. Monsters screamed as their footing vanished. Bodies slid, slammed, and piled together in chaos. A massive wolf lost control, skidding helplessly before crashing face first into the frozen ground. Soldiers slammed down hard, limbs shaking as frost crept over armor and flesh. Stop! Stop! The lead beastman shrieked as the ground beneath him crystallized, locking his legs in place. Ron froze mid-charge, sword half-raised. Around him, dozens of Fury soldiers lay scattered across the ice, stunned, immobilized, broken by the sudden halt. Atop the gate, Elric lowered his hand like he'd done nothing more than stretch. Huh, he said lightly. There really are a lot of them. Sean glanced out at the frozen battlefield and sighed. Why is it always just us fighting again? Hay swung her hammer up on her shoulder, grinning. Because it's more fun that way. Elric, Sean, Mephistopheles, and Hay stepped forward without hesitation. Calm, unbothered. Walking straight through the main gates of Anthropos. 4 figures. No backup. No fear. They advanced alone, to face the entire Fury army head-on. The man stared out at the battlefield below. Augustine, you're really just going to stand here and watch? Augustine shrugged, completely relaxed. They're not that many. Besides, Elric told us not to interfere. The others exchanged looks, then nodded. Elric wanted this fight, so they pulled back, settling along the mountainside, watching the performance he had carefully arranged, at a safe distance. As they moved along the ridge, quiet whispers passed between them. Some wondered if fate itself had dragged them here. Others cursed under their breath, realizing all too late that Elric wasn't just a mage. He was a walking calamity. Down below, a Fury monster roared in fury. A sorcerer, inside Anthropos. So they've sided with the filthy humans who drove us into exile. Snarls rippled through the ranks as beastmen locked their gazes on Elric and his companions. To destroy them is to reclaim our homeland. Weapons rose. Wolves bare their fangs. The Fury tribe prepared to surge forward. But one wolf froze. His eyes fixed on a single figure. A lone magician with golden hair and green eyes, standing calmly among frozen corpses. His pupils quivered. I remember him. That face 40 years ago. The one who erased an army by himself. He stared again, then shook his head. No, this one's different. Not the same man. The aura. The presence, it's not him. The leader clicked his shark-like teeth. Of course it's not. Just a coincidence, or some cheap trick to frighten us. He raised his claw high. Enough. Bring me their heads. The sky erupted. Wings exploded outward as swarms of ravens, crows, and monstrous birds screamed into the air. The beasts unfurled their own wings, conjuring razor-sharp blades of bone and compressed wind, launching them toward the 4 figures below. Sean tilted his head and smiled. The air behind him twisted violently. Wind folded in on itself, compressed, then detonated outward. Hurricane. Everything vanished from the sky. Birds, blades, monsters, ripped apart and hurled away. Bodies rained down like debris after a storm. 2 crow generals hovered midair, eyes wide with disbelief. What? What kind of magic is that? Sean raised his hand, spiraling wind coiling around his fingers. I may not be as flashy as our main act, he said calmly, but I'm still the 3rd son of the Nestor family. Mephistopheles smirked. See? That's why Elric keeps this slacker around. Sean shot him a glance, then smirked right back. And there's a reason they once called me the strongest mage of the magic tower. The wind roared around him like a living beast. The Nestor family specializes in wind, Elric said quietly. So for Sean. His eyes sharpened. This is child's play. The heroes tightened their grips, and the battlefield braced for what came next. It's time, Elric said, his voice sinking low, to let out all the stress we've been holding in. Sean stepped ahead, mana surging through his veins as he shouted at the oncoming horde. Do you have any idea how infuriating it is? To be treated like a background character? He snapped his fingers. Whoosh. A violent blast of wind ripped across the battlefield. Birds shrieked as their wings folded, panic scattering them in every direction. Where do you think you're going? Sean roared. But then, a massive shadow spun overhead. A rotating hammer. Sean blinked. Elric followed his gaze, and saw them. A herd of demonic bulls charging in formation. One of the leaders snorted, steam blasting from its nostrils. A weak breeze means nothing to the demonic bull tribe. Crush them. The army thundered forward. Then something lightly tapped the bull's back. The massive beast slowly turned its head. Hay stood there, smiling pleasantly. Well, I've never seen a cow with a hammer before. The bull's jaw slackened. Why you dare? Crack. Her hammer fell like a descending comet. The bull launched skyward, tumbling end over end like a shattered barrel. It hit the ground hard, out cold. The battlefield went silent. Dozens of fighters stared, frozen in disbelief. Hayes brushed her hair aside. My hand twitched. Couldn't stop it. That snapped them. Rubbish. Tear her apart. Weapons screamed through the air toward her. Hayes only smiled and drove her hammer into the ground. Boom. A shock wave detonated outward, the earth trembling beneath their feet. She spun the hammer like a windmill, enemies scattering like dry leaves. Elric watched her fling a bull aside like laundry. Mephistopheles chuckled darkly. So that's why you start shaking whenever your sister gets angry. Wolves closed in. Above, birds shattered the ice ceiling, diving like a living black cloud. Elric cracked his knuckles. Good. My hand was starting to itch. Mana surged into his palms, veins lighting up. Let's restore some order. The monsters charged. Crush them. There are only 3 humans. A cloud of glittering dust erupted among the beasts. They gagged, clutching their muzzles. What is this? I can't breathe. One of them looked up and froze. Elric raised his hand. Dozens of razor-sharp icicles formed overhead. Then they fell. A storm of ice impaled the front lines. Screams echoed as bodies vanished beneath frozen spikes. When the dust cleared, only a handful still stood. Elric stepped forward, a slow smile curling across his face. Now, it's time to show you the magic I earned with my own hands. Mana gathered around him, raw, violent, burning. Cruelty, rage, and the heart of a dragon. Frost coiled around Elric's body. Anything his fingers so much as grazed froze solid in an instant. He raised his arm. All of you, turn to fragments. Panic ripped through the remaining ranks. Stop him. Raise the shields. Rhino beastmen screamed as every survivor dug their feet into the ground. Shields snapping up, muscles shaking under the pressure. Elric stepped forward without slowing. His fist ignited with brutal force as he drove it straight through the defenses. The fierce tiger technique of the body development arts detonating on impact. Shield shattered. Armor collapsed. The ground itself trembled beneath his step. To the side, the demon's voice sank low, cautious for the first time. One of them is different. Elric felt it too. That oppressive weight. That sharpened, killing intent pressing down on the battlefield. His eyes narrowed. Someone here wasn't like the rest. Opposite him stood the leader, a 4th-link beast, grinning as if he'd been waiting for this exact moment. You're interesting. The creature laughed, eyes narrowing as they dragged across Elric. And you're the one who dragged me into this mess. Elric didn't react. He simply turned his gaze aside, calm and unshaken. If we're being honest, you're not someone I could defeat easily. But honesty didn't mean hesitation. He didn't have time to stall. The monster lunged, weapon raised, roaring that escape was impossible. Elric's eyes widened for a split second. That speed. He poured every last drop of magic into his fist. It won't break through my defense, he muttered, teeth clenched as he charged straight in. Their collision shook the chamber. The leader's sword, missing a single shard, hovered inches from disaster. Then the beast spoke again, voice low, savoring every breath. You really thought I'd let you walk away? Elric glanced down. Flying out was impossible. The entire space was sealed. The leader snapped his head toward Hugo and barked. Lead the army. Go after the anthropos. Hugo shot into the sky, beasts following in a roaring tide, shouting orders as they vanished. In the next heartbeat, Elric was alone with the boss. Mephistopheles' laughter echoed faintly in his mind, recalling how even demons once hesitated to provoke this tribe. Elric kept his gaze steady. Our race has weakened, yet monsters like you still exist. No wonder the anthropos build a wall to keep you out. The boss's grin widened. Good, just you and me. Magic surged around Elric's hands. He needed to end this fast. He locked eyes with the bear, anger and confidence blending into a cold, lethal calm. A faint smirk crept onto his lips. The monster's face twisted. For 40 years, I trained to erase the humiliation of that day. With a violent kick, the bear launched forward, closing the gap like lightning. You may be someone else now, it roared, but I'll tear you apart all the same, and reclaim my pride. Elric laughed sharply. So you trained for decades? Interesting. The beast snarled. How dare you mock me? Before Elric could reply, another presence stepped forward. Herman, steady, composed, unshaken, declared himself with a booming voice. I am a blue lion of the Empire. He glanced at Elric and shouted, Go, I'll handle this one. Elric didn't hesitate. Thanks, Herman. And he was already running. Ron spun around, eyes wide. Blue lion? From the Empire? The boss didn't hesitate. He exploded forward, leaping straight at Herman, rage pouring out of him. You think some lion can beat a bear? Elric lifted his magic sword and leveled it at Ron. Then let's find out. Without another word, he and Mephistopheles rushed off. Elric moved swiftly through the shattered debris, a faint grin tugging at his lips as he spoke. Herman isn't at full power right now, but that bear won't put him down so easily. Even as he said it, his gaze drifted. I hope my sister and Sean are all right. Behind them, the clash only grew more violent. Herman and the heroine trading blows with confident smiles, their movements sinking as if they'd fought together for years. Elric paused, watching in brief surprise at how flawlessly the two worked as one. Then his eyes hardened. With this many enemies, even I'll get overwhelmed. I need to surround the beastmen and wipe them out. Before he could move, groups of warriors stormed in from every side, the Knights of the Blue Lion. Steel crashed into monster flesh as the knights charged without fear. One knight cleaved a beast clean in half, laughing like the chaos thrilled him. Elric, leave these guys to us. Another waved him off confidently. Not even a mouse gets past us. Elric blinked. Huh? What? There was no time to ask. Fine, I'll handle the rest. Birds circled overhead as he approached a towering structure, completely unguarded. Too empty. Why is the Anthro building completely deserted? Elric muttered, stunned. Before anyone could answer, two knights began shouting at each other. We need a plan. The Fury tribe won't stop even if every soldier leaves the walls. Exactly. We can't hold them back like this. Their argument escalated, voices slamming against the stone walls as tension spiraled out of control. Then Nora stepped forward, calm and composed, standing at the center of the chaos. We should surrender. The entire group froze. The beastman stared at him, disbelief etched across his face. What did you just say? A knight clenched his fist. We protect the kingdom. Our people. One by one, others nodded, glaring at the beastman in agreement. The beastman recoiled, horrified. Are you all insane? Another knight snapped back, just as furious. You want us to gamble with every beastman's life? Surrendering now is like throwing fresh meat straight into the enemy's mouth. The last words echoed with raw frustration, and the chamber trembled, as if the chaos itself was about to explode. That was enough. Nora stepped forward again, unshaken, his voice steady. I heard all of you. Another knight immediately barked back, echoing the finance minister's stance, and the tension thickened, ready to snap at any second. The beastman stared at them, completely stunned. Words failed him. They weren't even in formation. They were scattered, disorganized, shouting over one another like a mob on the brink. What are you even doing? He roared, fear finally bleeding into his voice. The minister ignored him. His gaze stayed fixed ahead as he raised his hand, summoning an army of soul soldiers. Ghostly figures surged up behind him, silent and ominous. Heavy footsteps echoed closer. Elric turned his head. The professor was walking toward him, killing intent blazing openly in his eyes. The beastman shouted again, voice cracking with disbelief. You're really going to betray your king? Your country? The professor didn't respond. He didn't need to. The coldness in his expression said everything. Around him, the knights moved into place, steel lining up shoulder to shoulder. A wall of blades and hostility formed in an instant. Their decision already made. Right there, they chose to imprison the one they now labeled a traitor. Outside, the chaos only grew. Elric stood alone before the Anthropos building when a wave of monsters came charging straight at him. They weren't testing him. They were trying to kill him. He didn't bother holding back. All of his magic erupted at once. A crushing pressure slammed down on the beastmen, forcing snarls from their throats as their bodies recoiled against their will. Elric drove his foot into the ground with everything he had. The shockwave exploded outward, hurling monsters through the air like broken dolls. One fighter glared up at him, trembling as he struggled to rise. Elric walked forward, boots crunching debris, a cold smirk forming on his face. I'm a little annoyed I didn't get to fight that bear, so you'll have to entertain me instead. The wolves stared at him in disbelief. How did he get here so fast? One of their leaders shouted desperately, panic seeping through his voice. Ron won't lose. He won't lose. Another beastman roared in fury. That kid ran away from our leader. A coward. They rushed him all at once, claws bared, desperation driving them mad. Elric raised a single hand. Calm, unshaken. The body development art surged to life. The phantom form of the Tiger King leapt forward, its killing aura crashing over the battlefield. The monsters froze where they stood, instincts screaming at them to flee. Elric smiled faintly. Tiger energy always terrifies creatures like you. Mephistopheles laughed beside him. Beastmen and the Tiger King are top-tier monsters themselves. Then he added quickly, but how do you plan to deal with this entire horde? Elric gathered power into a crackling sphere, lightning dancing across its surface. The body development art works well, but against this many, it's still troublesome. Suddenly, sharp icicles rained from above, piercing the ground and freezing beasts mid-charge. In an instant, the battlefield went silent, every monster locked in ice. Elric surveyed the frozen scene. I need something with more scale. His steps crushed frost beneath his boots as dozens of terrified eyes followed his movement. He raised his fist and pointed it at them. I prefer hand-to-hand combat anyway. Elsewhere, Ron clashed violently with Herman. The bear strained, trying to wrench his weapon free from the ground, muscles screaming in protest. Herman watched him calmly. Your movements are strange. Your body isn't moving like it used to. The beast snarled, rage flaring. You trying to fool me? Herman didn't flinch. No, you destroyed yourself trying to force your way into the next level. Ron's teeth clenched as realization hit. He wiped blood from his chin and lifted his gaze, calm returning to his eyes. A warrior of the Fury tribe. Never bows. He rose to his feet, the two facing each other like beasts ready to tear the world apart. Herman smirked. Then beware of a lion's claws. Their battle erupted once more. Herman drove his strike into the ground with overwhelming force. Dust, debris, and shattered stone exploded upward as Ron was sent crashing down, coughing up thick, dark blood as he dropped to his knees. Herman smiled quietly. Good fight. Ron slowly lifted his head, the light in his eyes fading. You humans truly are unbelievable. He tilted his face toward the sky, voice soft, as if speaking to someone far away. Bloody King, forgive me. I am defeated. Then his trembling hand opened. A bomb. I hope, Ron whispered. You never reach your grand dream. Herman's expression twisted in horror. Ron, too late. Ron hurled the bomb with the last of his strength. Sparks tore through the sky, and a massive fireball erupted overhead, flames lighting the clouds like a second sun. Far away, Elric snapped his head up, eyes widening as the explosion burned into the heavens. The monster saw it too. The captain is dead, one whispered, his body shaking. He left his final order. Their grief hardened into pure, murderous rage. Elric felt the shift instantly. That aura. Death is inevitable, he muttered. The entire pack charged him at full speed. Elric raised both hands, erecting a massive wall of ice. One wounded beast slipped and fell, but the rest slammed into it without hesitation, cracking the frozen barrier with brute force. Clear the path, they roared. Push through. For the Fury tribe. Their intent was unmistakable. Storm the Anthropos building. Overthrow the Tiger King's dynasty. One beast broke ahead of the pack, sprinting toward the structure. Now, signal the others inside. Inside the building, the Fury leader stood confidently. The officials of Otto's have surrendered. That pathetic human mage can't stop what's coming. It's already decided. A flag hung on the wall, their symbol of victory. Then he noticed something else. Something wrong. Heads. Human heads. Mounted on spikes lining the walls. What? This shouldn't be possible. Every beast froze in disbelief. A man stood proudly atop the rooftop. All traitors, he said coldly, have already been punished. Elric appeared beside him, wearing a calm, confident grin. The warriors of the Tiger King won't fall that easily. Archers stepped forward in unison, bows already drawn. The sky turned black. Steel rained down. The Furies looked up. Too late. Arrows tore through flesh, wings, and claws. Monsters fell one after another as screams echoed across the building, the storm of arrows ripping their ranks apart. Elric glanced to his side. A small boy tugged at his sleeve, whispering in a trembling voice, Mister, what's happening? Elric looked down at him, eyes steady and reassuring. He turned fully toward the child. I told you, he said gently. I made a deal with you. His gaze lifted back to the battlefield. I'll keep my promise and protect the Anthropos. Your palace. But the moment Elric looked at the Prime Minister, his expression changed. His eyes hardened, unmistakable displeasure cutting through them. Norris avoided Elric's gaze. Calmly, almost carefully, he spoke. Elric, would you come outside with me for a moment? There's something I want to show you. Elric hesitated, then nodded. As they walked, a faint silhouette of a young boy lingered behind Norris, barely visible. Valence watched in silence as Elric followed. Soon, they stopped before a massive monument. A towering statue loomed over them, its presence heavy enough to steal the air from the lungs. Elric frowned. What exactly did you want to show me? Norris looked away, his voice lowered. There are too many hyenas lurking inside this palace. Elric's eyes narrowed. Then Norris turned fully toward him, bowed deeply, and spoke with unmistakable resolve. Please protect the Tiger King. Elric blinked, stunned. Just moments ago, this man had been ready to betray his own monarch. What is this about? Elric muttered. Even Mephistopheles echoed his confusion. I don't understand either. Norris straightened, desperation burning in his eyes. I'm prepared to pay any price, even if it means revealing the secrets of the body development technique. Elric froze. Secret techniques? You have more. We lost parts of the first and second stages, Norris admitted quietly, but fragments still remain. Elric stared ahead, jaw tightening. So far, I've never been able to complete my development, but if I obtain the lost technique, I can perfect it. He turned back sharply. Why reveal something this valuable to me now? Norris lowered his head. Elric watched, surprised by the sudden sincerity. Then the man whispered, because you look exactly like him. Norris walked slowly across the marble floor, guiding Elric closer. Elric rested a hand against the statue's base, listening in silence. It only took one glance. Norris continued. The same eyes. The moment we saw them, we knew. We called him precious. He pressed his hand against a hidden panel. Click. Elric stepped back as the wall shifted open. A blinding light spilled out, flooding the chamber. Elric shielded his eyes, and when the glow faded, his body went rigid. Behind reinforced glass stood a massive painting. His grandfather, rendered in impossible detail, so vivid it felt alive. Elric's breath caught in his chest. Norris stepped beside him. When your grandfather first arrived here, he said softly, he wore the same pendant you're wearing now. Elric unconsciously touched the pendant at his chest. He came alone, Norris continued. Helped us without asking for anything in return. If not for him, the Tiger King wouldn't exist. This kingdom wouldn't exist. Elric swallowed hard. Do you know, Norris asked quietly, what he said when we asked him why he helped us? A smile touched his lips, sad, yet strangely warm. He said, because we're friends. Norris spoke with a kind of reverence now, though his voice trembled as he continued. He told us that the Melvingers have always been friends of the Beastmen. Elric gave a slow nod. I've read that, he said, hidden deep in the old records. Norris released a long breath. That meeting was more than 300 years ago, and instead of another enemy, reinforcements arrived. His eyes drifted far away, back into memory. Back then, when the Fury tribe retreated from Anthropos, Norris stood beside your grandfather and watched it happen together. In that memory, a younger Norris bowed his head. I'm sorry. I failed you. The grandfather had looked at him then, exhausted, heavy with sorrow. No, he said quietly. I was the one who came too late. Elric listened in silence. As the present day, Norris spoke again. When a man like him appeared, when your grandfather arrived, his jaw tightened. I understood everything instantly. His fist clenched. But by the time I learned of your family's fall, it was already too late. The weight of that regret filled the chamber. The regret of a people who hadn't been there when it mattered most. Elric reached out and placed a steady hand on Norris's shoulder. It was hard for your people too, he said softly. Understand. Norris's hand shook. There's something I want to ask you. Elric lifted his gaze to the painting of his grandfather. The Melvinger descendant, he said with a faint, certain smile, will help again. Not long after, Elric walked beside Valence, explaining everything. While the Prime Minister was dealing with traitors inside, Elric said calmly, he was shielding me from threats outside. Valence's eyes trembled, tears threatening to spill. Then Sean came running, grinning like a child. Elric, the Eastern General changed course. He's coming to support us. Valence nearly leapt with joy. Elric only smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the distant battlefield. He steadied his breathing and gathered power into both hands. This war ends now. Magic thundered across the field. The Beastmen faltered, then broke. The retreat had begun. Elric stood beside the Fury boss as the Prime Minister approached. You fought well, Elric said simply. Soon after, Valence, held safely in a girl's arms, was brought before Norris and Elric. The boy stood there, watching his people. The heroes bowed deeply before their young king. Valence stepped forward, lifting his small hand high. We won. The Fury tribe erupted into thunderous roars of victory, and Elric smiled quietly as he watched them celebrate. He stepped up to Valence. The boy reached out first, small hand steady. Thank you, he said quietly. Not as a king, but as a friend. Elric took his hand, grip firm and sincere. Valence broke into a bright grin. From now on, he added, you're my friend too, Aenos. Under the night sky, a vast castle loomed while spectators watched the Prime Minister kneel before his king, and the young ruler, brows lifting faintly with quiet regret, asked his subordinate to forgive the doubt he had shown. Norris, pressing a hand over his chest, replied that the apology should be his for failing to warn him in advance. Then, closing his eyes, remarked that the boy had already grown into a great king. While across the carpet stood the citizens of Antrimorph and the Duke, observed that the tiger had built strong bonds with others, and was now capable of handling everything on his own without assistance. Letting go of his chin, the Beastman stated that since he had betrayed his ruler, he was duty-bound to resign as Prime Minister. Yet the Tiger King immediately grabbed his arm with both paws and refused, his eyes widening with frustration as he insisted he still needed him. Then stepped closer and asked him to stay at his side as long as possible and continue to help. Pressing his lips together, Norris admitted inwardly that this was what he wanted as well. Without any signal, multicolored paper fragments began drifting down like confetti, as though the Tiger King stood on a balcony beneath the falling pieces. While his aides silently wished for Antrimorph to be restored to its former glory, and as a pleased smile appeared on the king's face, Norris thought that he hoped His Majesty would revive the royal family that had lost its honor. At the same time, however, dark currents of magic coiled around his body as he realized he had already reached his limit and needed to keep this hidden from the king. A wolf-shaped mark was visible on the Duke's neck, and his pupils suddenly shrank when he was asked about contacting a demon. Standing near the throne, the boy questioned what that meant, and what the demon had to do with anything. While the Beastman leader dropped his jaw in confusion upon hearing that the demon would soon take over the Prime Minister, Elric, frowning, wondered if that was why he should not remain near him. And with clenched teeth, Mephistopheles declared that he was indeed a demon. The protagonist glanced aside and asked again, receiving confirmation, as a magical aura enveloped Norris, and the Demon King revealed that a demon had already coiled itself around the Beastman's heart. His eyes burned with a bright red glow as the undead stated that everything was nearing its unavoidable end, because soon he would no longer be himself. And at that moment, the sorcerer stepped forward behind the Beastman. Lowering his chin, the young man asked how Norris had first come into contact with the demon, and the Duke, turning his head slightly, replied that it began when the previous Tiger King died, adding that Antrimorph had been left without any hope at that time. Clenching his fist, Norris admitted he had only pursued power to protect the kingdom, and as he spoke, a grotesque cluster of tentacles covered in eyes rose behind him, prompting him to explain that this was when he found the demon tree. Mephistopheles frowned at those words, clearly angered, while the protagonist asked if this was the same tree that gave birth to demons, remarking that he believed his family had already destroyed them all. Yet the Beastman lowered his gaze and suggested they had never reached the one rooted in the black, snow-covered lands. When the mage suddenly asked whether he had eaten the fruit of the demon tree, a memory surfaced of the Prime Minister consuming strange fruit, and Norris confirmed it, adding that he had eaten every single one to gain power. Within his body, a red liquid seemed to churn as he explained that he absorbed them one after another, each one increasing his strength. Yet what took root in his heart continued to grow, steadily consuming his life force, and he stated that it would soon seize control of his mind. The Duke's expression twisted into a wide, unhinged smile as he declared that at that moment he would become a true demon, his pupils glowing intensely while he explained that this was why he intended to leave and die, because only by doing so would the cursed entity die along with him. The Beastman King raised his fists and shouted that he could not say such a thing, but Norris replied that it was the only choice, and Elric, lowering his jaw, asked what he would do if another solution existed, to which the protagonist answered with a broad smile that healing might be possible. Norris turned his head aside and warned that if he was considering something dangerous, he should abandon it, because if the demon sensed a threat, there would be consequences. With a faint grin, the sorcerer asked Mephistopheles if he was certain, and the demon replied that there was no doubt, since the soul was now bound to the demon's magic. Though if complete control over mana could be achieved, it would be possible to separate the soul from the parasite attached to it. Fixing his gaze on the Beastman, Elric thought that given enough time he could make it work. Yet Norris's body would never last that long, and realizing this, the protagonist abruptly turned back and concluded that only one path remained. Addressing the sorcerer, he asked if he could call in a favor from his teacher, lowering his head as he recalled mentioning before that he would need help, then asked if now was the moment. Bowing slightly, the young man answered that it was possible and explained that only his teacher could carry it out, prompting the mentor to agree and ask what must be done, while the Duke behind the protagonist questioned whether such a feat could truly be achieved and immediately insisted that any method requiring his death was unacceptable, only to be reassured there was nothing to worry about. Stepping forward with resolve, the man advanced as the space around August filled with radiant particles of magic, and the wizard, watching intently, realized that even his grandfather could not compare to his current mentor. While a bead of sweat slid down his cheek under the strain, and the master's eyes remained hidden beneath heavy brows. Standing behind the elder, the young man declared that he would cut the link between the soul and the heart, and take care of the rest himself, to which the old man replied that he understood his student's reasoning but urged caution, and Elric's expression tightened as his brows drew down sharply. Then, as the mentor lifted his foot, he began. In a single instant, August's black robes flared outward, and the beastmen raised their arms to shield their faces from the cascading motes of magic, as everything seemed to freeze within a luminous expanse, where Norris, watching, wondered if he was witnessing a white knight, then lifted his head in shock that such a feat could be performed by a single person. Yet that same moment, his pupils shrank. High above, the old man extended his fingers, and soon a massive arm took shape and wrapped around the Prime Minister's body, forcing the essence of a sinister wolf to erupt from Norris's chest. The creature snapped its jaws wide and roared that it had nearly taken over this body, enraged that the mage dared interfere, while the mage calmly remarked that it was an unbearably noisy demon. Instantly, Elric seized the undead by the throat with his absorption ability, blue patterns spreading across his hand as he thought that this would not only restore his energy, but also place Antrimorph in his debt. And as the sorcerer closed his eyes in satisfaction, the entity beside him commented that it had not tasted something so delicious in a long time. Shifting his gaze slightly, Elric told it to enjoy the feast, asking only that the seal remain untouched, and as a dark mark surfaced on his wrist, he realized the seal of Hall had begun to evolve, its nature changing from ferocious into something far more malevolent. In the next instant, his pupils tightened with unease as he snapped his head upward, catching sight in the distance of a horned undead silhouette, leaving him unable to grasp what was happening. The demon stood atop a massive mountain of corpses, and the protagonist was shocked to recognize it as Mephistopheles, while an army of dark warriors extended endlessly across the land. A legion of shadowy warriors spread across the land while their leader declared that every unknown and irrational phenomenon in existence had originated from him. And far away, suspended within a crimson haze in space, the sorcerer watched in confusion, questioning whether the vision before him consisted of fragments from Mephistopheles' memories, his brow tightening as frustration set in because he could not grasp why this was happening when all he had done was absorb the demon's power. Behind the Demon King, the protagonist remained hovering in place. While at the foot of the mountain, a monster stared in stunned disbelief at the sight of the sorcerer, standing on nothing but empty air, until the undead abruptly surged forward, prompting the king of original sin to lower his jaw and dismiss them outright as fools. The evil spirits lifted their blades together, and in the next instant a blinding pillar of light crashed into the ground, its shockwave ripping outward and knocking the sinister beings off their feet as Mephistopheles' eyes burned with a crimson glow, immediately followed by the Demon King delivering a crushing counterattack. The undead, their mouths hanging open, reacted with fury, convinced that defeating the king should have been effortless, while Elric watched everything from above with his lips slightly drawn down, and the protagonist quietly admitted to himself that he could no longer recall the original form of the entity he had consumed, having long since grown accustomed to existing as a spirit. One of the undead raised the severed head of his subordinate between his fingers, and within his thoughts the sorcerer acknowledged that the figure standing before him was the most supreme and exalted of all demon kings, placing a hand against his chest as he confessed he did not understand the reason, yet could feel every sensation the Demon King experienced. Mephistopheles then spread into a broad grin as a brilliant light formed high above the undead, causing the protagonist to repeat inwardly that he would never wish to be placed in such a predicament. And, as sharp fangs glinted inside the mouth of the king of primordial sin, the sorcerer accepted that he had no option but to walk the path already set before him. Behind the Demon King, the outline of a figure with blazing red eyes took shape, and the young man understood that it represented a sinner whose entire being existed solely for sin, while streams of dark magic flowed through its form, making Elric realize why the lone Demon King carried the title of primordial sin. At that very moment, an unusual wing appeared in midair as the undead's eyes shone fiercely, and a colossal, sinister creature rose up behind Mephistopheles, revealing itself to be his true form. The protagonist parted his lips, caught in stunned confusion, when a voice suddenly asked what he was staring at, and as the sorcerer noticed the glowing lines of magic spreading across his hand, the scene abruptly shifted until it appeared that the Tiger King was seated on the ground beside Norris. A drop of sweat slid down the young man's cheek as fear crept in, only for August to suddenly ask if something was wrong and whether he felt all right, while the surrounding crowd watched him with visible concern. Raising his palm at once, he reassured everyone that he was fine, then lowered his chin as he realized almost no time had passed, while the dark spirit hovered quietly behind him, and he came to understand that he had witnessed the spirit's memories just as the spirit had seen his. Within those memories remained the moment Elric reached out his hand, something he still could not explain, along with the mark etched on his wrist, and he reflected on how the demonic energy taken from the Prime Minister had been absorbed into the seal of Hull, only for him to be suddenly pulled in a Mephistopheles seal, at which point the undead explained that their souls were now merely connected. The sorcerer snapped his head to the side, questioning whether he had truly heard that, though he did not voice it, and the king of primordial sin answered by telling him to believe it, admitting that he himself was just as shocked and could not accept that he had formed a link with a human, even one who now existed as a spirit. Pressing his lips together, the young man asked if he had any idea how to deal with this, but Mephistopheles, frowning with clear irritation, shot back that he was no omniscient elder before shifting the focus to the power that had been absorbed. The protagonist fixed his gaze on the magic seal etched into his hand, as the spirit explained that the only reason he had seen so much was likely because that inferior seal had once served under him, leading the wizard to tilt his head slightly as he recalled the creature's silhouette and concluded inwardly that it made sense it resembled a wolf, angrily questioning why he had not recognized it sooner. The Demon King then declared that throughout his entire existence, he had always stood at the very peak as a king, and just as the young man himself had once said, he had never encountered anyone like him, simply because no such being had ever existed. Spreading his arms wide, the young man casually remarked that no one had ever wished to spend time with him, a statement that plainly irritated his demonic companion, and with a faintly cunning smile, Elric went on to ask what exactly had been seen within those memories, and whether anything about them had seemed out of place, which only led Mephistopheles to turn away abruptly, without offering any response. The scene shifted to a room where the heroes stood gathered around a large bed with Norris lying upon it, And in that moment, the Beastman reached out to grasp the protagonist's hand, smiling in clear relief as he began to thank him, while the sorcerer leaned in and told him that for now, he should focus on recovering. Resting his head back against the pillow, the Duke accepted those words and declared that he would devote everything he had for His Majesty's sake, and the one who had saved the King's aide closed his eyes in quiet satisfaction as the Prime Minister gently stroked Iona's hair, prompting the protagonist to think that this was the right moment to act. Folding his arms with visible displeasure, Mephistopheles commented that the sorcerer, as always, behaved properly in front of others while constantly calculating things in his mind, questioning why that should be surprising when it had only happened once or twice, which led the sorcerer to tell him not to read other people's thoughts because it felt unsettling, only for the demon, clenching his fists, to snap back that he had no choice. At that moment, the young man's focus shifted to a chest being handed over to him, and as he looked up, the Tiger King explained that, as promised, he was giving him his treasure map along with the results of his research into the art of body development. Accepting the box with both hands, Elric objected that it rightfully belonged to the Tiger King. Yet when he looked inside, his lips parted in surprise at the sight of a book and a paper scroll, while the Beastman's leader instructed him to also check beneath the cloth. Lifting his brows, the sorcerer questioned him once more, but in the very next instant his pupils shrank in shock, because at the bottom of the chest lay several brown shoots, and he exclaimed that it was the rarest plant in the East before asking why he was being given something so valuable. Lowering his eyelids, the monarch began recounting a legend of the Beastman, as clawed animal paws appeared, and the boy recited that when the world stood on the brink of collapse, the hero king, having mastered the art of the body, would arise at the proper moment to guide everyone toward prosperity. A green radiance ignited within the man's eyes as currents of blue energy drifted above the Beastman, and the Tiger King continued the tale, stating that a harsh winter would descend, freezing not only the land, but also the hearts of all, while the wizard slowly reached out his hand, and the monarch concluded the legend by declaring that the hero would emerge, the winter would recede, and a warm spring would return. Pressing his fist firmly against his chest, the Tiger King then confessed that he believed Elric to be that very hero king spoken of in the legend. The protagonist's jaw lowered slightly as his focus locked onto the mention of winter, triggering a memory of Otto. His brows tightly furrowed as he ordered him to go and finish the land, and in that instant the sorcerer understood that the winter described in the prophecy could not be mere coincidence. Within that memory, the boy, eyes filled with sorrow, apologized for arriving too late, and now he questioned whether that meant his grandfather had gone to Antrimorph under the orders of his own family. Drawing his hands in close to his body, the Tiger King stated that if he truly was that hero, then he was worthy of receiving such a gift, and as Elric replied that he understood and expressed his gratitude, the monarch added that he would personally accompany him to the Flower Temple, just as the scene shifted to a carriage pulled by horses departing from the castle. Elsewhere, a dark creature crouched low against the ground, trembling, while a masked servant bowed his head and begged the Blood King for forgiveness, promising that he would correct his failure the next time. But in the very next instant his pupils contracted, and a scream ripped from his throat as a crimson beam of magic shot cleanly through the raven's body. Fury surged as the ruler slammed his fist down, and almost immediately the assistant's head was severed and sent flying, while His Majesty coldly declared that since he had been disappointed, he would retrieve the tail himself. Red and white fur whipped violently in the wind as the king remarked that Melvinger was once again to blame, and when a cloaked servant stepped forward with confidence, he was abruptly questioned about their destination, prompting the Beastman to place a hand over his chest and state that they were heading for the Flower Temple. The Blood King, his face concealed in shadow, replied that this temple was the very path once taken by his ancestor, and behind the attendant a mass of monsters dropped to their knees, only for the ruler to issue a single command to burn it. As from his throne, the leader of the Beastmen declared that both those creatures and the temple itself were to be reduced to ashes. The scene opened with a carriage rolling into a land covered in black snow, then shifted to members of the Intert Kingdom moving through a wide hall, where the Tiger King extended his arm and asked the pet to give its paw, only for the boy to flare up in outrage, shouting that such behavior was disrespectful and fuming over how the creature dared ignore the Tiger King's command, while the white animal simply dashed away and a nearby servant burst into laughter. At that moment, the young man sharply turned his head as Herman placed a hand on Elric's shoulder, and not far away the assistant wondered aloud what the three of them were talking about, just as a warrior began pulling his blade from its sheath. Raising his palm, the man asked whether Elric had ever thought about learning swordsmanship, and as the protagonist dropped his jaw in surprise and asked him to repeat that, the head of Alcan, his eyes narrowing slightly, remarked that Elric had a knack for quickly understanding martial techniques, and had even suggested ways to improve them, calling it a rare kind of talent. The sorcerer sank into thought, bringing his fingers to his chin, while the fighter extended his hand and explained that mastering the sword would further strengthen his combat ability when combined with the art of body development. adding that he was willing to teach him if he accepted. But Augustus, his mouth partially hidden behind his mustache, cut in to say that things would not proceed so easily. Without any warning, the old man's black cloak surged upward, throwing the beastmen into alarm as they grabbed their weapons. And from within the darkness a man's silhouette emerged, calmly instructing everyone to stay still, which caused the creatures to instinctively lower their eyes, revealing a bright red beetle crawling along the neck of one of them. With a dangerous frown, the former head of the Revolutionary Army warned that a single wrong move would make their heads explode instantly, while the fighter, arms folded, calmly explained their course of action and added that the powerful winds outside would easily conceal the bodies. Nearby, the girl clung tightly to the Tiger King with both hands, trembling, as Herman raised his fingers and urged everyone to regain their composure, because children were present, his silhouette radiating a strange aura. Without any warning, the insect launched itself into the air, and at that same moment one of the beastmen grabbed at his own neck and let out a strained breath, while the clan's leader dipped his chin slightly and calmly declared that he had no intention of taking his disciple away. The man reacted with visible surprise, his jaw slack as he pointed out that Elric did not fight like a typical magician and would become far stronger if he learned swordsmanship. Yet the old man, his mouth obscured by a gray mustache, conceded that the argument sounded persuasive only for his eye to flare a vivid red, as he sharply demanded whether they truly took him for a fool and thought he could not see through what they were trying to do. Dark magic poured forward in surging streams toward Herman as he muttered that people said age brought fear, then questioned whether his mentor feared losing his apprentice. And beneath a gray sky where the sun was swallowed by the moon, a sudden burst of white light exploded from the carriage and hurled August high into the air. The elder spread his fingers and cursed him as a scoundrel, while above the warrior's silhouette a gigantic hand formed, and the teacher coldly declared that someone here would be put in their place today. With his palm resting along the flat of his sword, the fighter muttered in annoyance as a sharp blue light ignited in his eyes, scoffing at the old man's narrow thinking. When space itself suddenly flickered, and, as he dropped down, Herman's cloak snapped violently in the wind, giving the impression that the former revolutionary leader was riding atop a white tiger. Lifting his hand, he questioned whether that truly was the Blue Falcon before stating that it was time they were taught a lesson. The beastmen responded at once, swinging their weapons as they proclaimed that hunting beasts was what they excelled at, while behind the horse-drawn cart explosions erupted in rapid succession, and nearby Mephistopheles stood with arms folded, admitting he could not understand why they were even fighting over him. Elric ran a hand through his hair and replied that his talent was simply too great to overlook, though he added that the situation was becoming tiresome, and, as the Demon King floated beside him, he asked whether Elric was speaking mentally again, to which the sorcerer answered that he was merely repulsed by the idea of looking into another person's mind. At that moment, August's voice cut through as he loudly declared that the sorcerer was his apprentice, and that no one was to take him away, drawing a raised brow from the dark spirit as he questioned whether August truly intended to interfere, adding that watching two old men fight was making him sick, while the head of the vile clan muttered in irritation that the teacher already had one foot in the grave and was still acting greedy, even as heavy waves of suppressive magic spread outward and pressed down on everyone present. Lowering one eyebrow, the protagonist stepped in and told them to calm themselves, stating plainly that he would learn swordsmanship, and as the thick clouds above shifted into a yellow hue before the sky dimmed beneath a gray veil, the scene transitioned to the sorcerer, seated on a couch facing the two men. The elder narrowed his eyes and asserted that the young man still had much left to learn from them, while the other added that beyond the eyes of a mirage, he possessed many additional exceptional abilities he could pass on. With his chin slightly lowered, Elric admitted that his sole desire was to grow stronger, then clenched his fists as he explained that no matter how far he advanced in body development, without a proper foundation in martial basics, he would eventually reach a limit, further stating that demons were powerful and that learning new techniques would unquestionably raise his chances of victory. Both men rested their hands on their knees as he continued, making it clear that this choice did not mean he would abandon the path of a magician, since swordsmanship would exist only as support. Herman turned his gaze aside with obvious displeasure and stated that he had never planned to drag the sorcerer into the martial world, insisting he was only offering help, while the protagonist placed a hand over his chest and replied that if his teacher opposed the idea, he would not go against him, because above all else he remained their student. The former revolutionary leader gave a firm nod, and from where he sat, the mentor remarked that in that case he saw no reason to object, as he was first the head of the Melvinger clan and only afterward their guardian. The other man then stated that after their brief clash he had preparations to attend to, prompting Elric to express his gratitude, as Herman rose with his hands clasped behind his back and Augustus lifted his chin and told him to take proper care of his student. Squeezing his eyes shut, the warrior vowed that he would train him without rest, while the head of the Valken narrowed his gaze inwardly and thought that it seemed he had gained one, though the old man, his eyes hidden beneath thick brows, concluded that it would be only this once. Leaning forward with his elbows braced against his knees, Elric silently asked his master for forgiveness, fully aware that chances like this were rare and impossible to waste, because the Blue Lion ranked among the greatest swordsmen on the entire continent. A quiet grin spread across his face as the protagonist resolved to draw out everything he could from him. Yet in the very next instant the sorcerer collapsed flat onto the ground, a rainbow-colored liquid spilling from his mouth as the thought flashed through his mind that he might actually die. Meanwhile, the fighter rested his sword casually across his shoulders and commented that he hadn't expected him to exhaust his stamina so quickly, which led the young man, rubbing his chin, to question the purpose of swinging a stick 10,000 times a day without using mana. And Herman, with his eyes closed, answered that in his family, such training started from a very young age. Lowering his eyelids, Mephistopheles stated that he had reached a decision, then with a sly grin added that once he descended into this world, he would show great kindness to the Blue Lions, even allowing them the honor of sitting at his right hand. At that exact moment, Elric activated his dancing ability, causing his demonic companion to suddenly appear dressed in bright women's clothing, which made the dark spirit shout at him to stop at once, while the protagonist simply smiled wickedly and pointed out that he should not have pretended otherwise. The motion of the cart seemed to grind to a stop, and, as the coachman looked inside, he announced that they had arrived, prompting the sorcerer to step down carefully while thinking that he had finally reached the flower temple, then moving forward as he took in his surroundings. The sorcerer raised a brow in confusion as he found himself facing what appeared to be abandoned ruins, unsure how this place could possibly be the flower temple, until his companion turned and explained that the site had been shut down because of the General of the East, though their arrival had already been reported, meaning permission to enter should be granted soon. With his arms folded, the demon commented that everyone kept mentioning this temple and wondered whether everything inside had remained intact, which drew a questioning glance from the fighter, before Mephistopheles, keeping his eyes fixed ahead, explained that the place had originally been created as a safeguard against the world's destruction, functioning much like an ark. With a faint smirk, he added that humans, dragons, and giants, fearing the army of the great demon god, had planned to be reborn here after the world fell. Spreading his hands, their companion noted that it was precisely at that moment that the protagonist's family had stopped the invasion, while the fighter, gripping the pendant, reflected on the mention of dragons, giants, and the demon god, picturing a colossal being as he tried to decide whether it matched what he had seen before. All at once, the ground beneath them began to tremble, pulling the young man's gaze downward, when a boy pointed ahead and urged him to look as the gate before them started to glow intensely, prompting the companion to shout that the passage was finally opening. A grin spread across the demon's face, and baring his teeth, Mephistopheles realized that inside he would most likely encounter someone he once knew. Light poured out from the gates and washed over them as figures gradually appeared, and the man stepped forward while the girl, folding her hands neatly in front of her, introduced herself as the one in charge of overseeing the flower temple. Opening her eyes, she added that they could simply call her a gardener, then raised her hand and remarked that the winds outside were extremely cold, urging them to come inside quickly, to which the two of them nodded before moving forward and passing through the gate together. On the other side, a vast meadow filled with flowers stretched out before them, with a distant castle visible far away, and as they took in the scene, the gardener, now standing ahead of them, explained that the temple normally entered a period of rest when winter arrived and did not accept visitors. But because of the earnest request of the Tiger King, their long-standing ally, an exception had been granted. However, she emphasized that they must strictly follow the temple's rules and remain mindful of their conduct, as the god was currently in hibernation. The protagonist turned his head at the sound of someone remarking that they were humans, and a small fairy hovering above him excitedly exclaimed that she had not seen people in 40 years and was thrilled, while their guide glanced to the side and introduced her as the goddess of daffodils. The fairy fluttered over to her sister and praised her beauty, then zipped toward the old man and bluntly declared that he looked like a gloomy old monster, prompting the teacher to laugh and respond that it was amusing to be called old by someone who had lived for more than 1,000 years. She then darted over to Isabel and began rambling about unrequited love, urging her to put in more effort, which made the young man, glancing back, think that she was far too noisy. But in the next instant the fairy's expression shifted as she shut her eyes and flew straight toward the protagonist, crying out that there was a terrible stench. In response, the demon crossed his arms and remarked that, judging from her unattractive appearance, she must have come from pumpkin flowers, which caused her to rush at him and start shouting, while Mephistopheles calmly asked whether she truly believed everything humans said. Observing the exchange, the fighter realized he had not expected her to be capable of seeing his companion, and as Herman looked aside and questioned what she was doing, the old man asked whether anyone was even there at all, prompting the girl standing before them to explain that the fairy had very few friends and was simply playing, so there was no reason to worry. The fairy, hovering nearby, loudly objected that she was not the only strange one, then demanded to know why humans had come to the flower temple. Without any hesitation, the protagonist slipped a hand inside his clothing, and after taking out a crystal, held it forward as he explained that he needed to deliver it to the goddess Camellia. They proceeded into a place resembling a church, and, as the protagonist glanced to the side, he spoke to the demon through his thoughts, remarking that the general of the East must have caused considerable damage here since the temple did not match what he had imagined. Mephistopheles, frowning, replied that the place had originally been built as an ark meant to endure the assaults of the demon god. Yet from what he could see, the current deterioration appeared to be caused only by winter, which led the fighter to question why the general of the East had recently grown so aggressive. His companion folded his arms and remarked that, just as the beastman had claimed, the situation might be nothing more than an accident or perhaps the outcome of some arrangement with the master's family. Yet as his gaze drifted away, the demon could not ignore how excessive the coincidences felt, and at that realization the protagonist's eyes widened, a sudden clarity striking him that everything may have been deliberately arranged and set in motion the moment he arrived in the north. Thinking back to Otto, the young man became convinced that this was all part of their deal. When the girl opened a gate and calmly stated that they had arrived, they stepped into a space where fairies sat gathered around tables, one resting her hands together as she asked who he was, another immediately questioning why they had come, while a third with folded arms pressed them about their reason for seeking Camellia, followed by yet another asking why they intended to present her with an ice crystal. And from this exchange the protagonist quickly realized that Camellia was not there. He placed a hand over his chest and gave his name, which caused two fairies to rush toward him in excitement, exclaiming that he was the golden-haired, green-eyed man, their friend, after which he asked if his grandfather was present, and, as they clustered around him and confirmed that he was, one of them asked why he had come. Holding up the crystal, the young man explained that his ancestors had entrusted him with delivering it to the goddess, and asked where she might be now. At that, they grew quiet and guided him deeper into the church until they finally stopped, where one fairy revealed that the goddess had withered, prompting the young man to lower his gaze and ask whether this was connected to the general of the East, only for his companions to explain that winter had dragged on far too long, causing everything to wither since spring had never come, and eventually even the winter flowers had fallen into slumber, just as she had. Hearing this, the soldier slowly sank down beside one of the boxes, his hands beginning to tremble as the realization set in that if the ice crystal was meant for Camellia, then he could no longer complete his mission, and as he bit his lip, he understood the consequence with painful clarity, that his family would never regain the greatness it once possessed. At that moment, the demon scoffed, saying he could not accept that gods would wither from something as mild as winter's cold, dismissing them as insignificant, which immediately drew sharp glares from the fairies as they shouted at him to be silent, and reminded him that his presence was tolerated only because of their friend. Meanwhile, the fighter lowered his gaze, replaying their mention of withering in his mind, and as the protagonist lifted the lid, he understood that they had not been slain at all, but had instead withered, revealing a single seed lying within. Setting the crystal down beside him, the protagonist considered that this might actually succeed, and as a faint blue glow began to gather near his hand, the fighter watched closely while he activated his absorption ability, drawing the energy from the crystal and merging it with the power contained inside the seed, both sources shining together and casting a soft blue light across their faces, until cracks suddenly spread over the seed and a sprout pushed outward, followed by the formation of something red before them, as a figure began to emerge from the radiance. A girl appeared before them, dressed in a gown with wings spread behind her, and as she placed a hand over her chest, Camellia declared that, just as promised, this man had come. The young man raised his hand in response, introduced himself, and stated that she had once made an agreement with his grandfather, asking what that agreement was. Yet as she began to answer while looking ahead, she was suddenly cut off by the fairies rushing forward, excitedly chattering about how long it had been since they had last seen her, and how deeply they had missed her. Folding her arms, the goddess sharply ordered them to be quiet, insisting that she had something important to discuss, and that they should stay silent for at least a minute, questioning why they were always so loud, which caused the other goddesses to immediately close their eyes and fall completely silent. Watching this, the protagonist noted that Camellia felt different from the others, carrying a sense of maturity, while the demon, observing her closely, wondered where her former pride had disappeared to. With a grin, the goddess remarked that his face remained as unpleasant as ever, the only change being that he no longer possessed a proper vessel, prompting Mephistopheles to bare his teeth and proclaim himself a great king, only for her to let out a breath and reply that he had no subordinates and was the only one who called himself that. Clasping her hands behind her back, the girl then commented that the protagonist's name was truly beautiful, and as the fighter bowed his head and thanked her, she asked who had awakened her, leading him to close his eyes, and explain that he had sensed demonic energy concealed beneath the cold energy within the seed where she had been sleeping. Recalling the glow they had witnessed, he added that he believed the seal could absorb both energies simultaneously and awaken her. And since that seemed to be the case, the girl, folding her arms once more, remarked that he was as intelligent as he was handsome. With a faint smile, she asked if he would consider becoming her concubine, a question that made the fighter's eyes widen instantly, while the demon, hands planted on his hips, remarked that she had clearly gone back to her usual self and was still chasing after handsome men. Camellia replied that he remained stuck in the same inferiority complex and bluntly added that ugly demon kings did not interest her. Lowering her gaze, the goddess then turned to the guest for his opinion, explaining that such an offer came only once in a lifetime. And as the protagonist stared ahead, he realized that under normal circumstances this would sound like complete nonsense. Yet because his family held a contract with her, he had to answer carefully. Placing a hand over his chest, he thanked her for the offer, stated that he was destined to become the head of his clan and could not act recklessly, and offered an immediate apology, to which the girl, lightly touching a finger to her face, responded that it was truly a pity. Turning away, she declared that they should stop wasting time on meaningless talk and asked if he wished to hear what she and his grandfather had promised each other. Then, lowering her gaze, began recounting how that man had said his grandson would one day come here. She continued, repeating that the one who would steal the winter covering the field of black snow and bring spring with him would arrive. Words that left the young man staring in shock with his mouth slightly open. Gripping the pendant, he could not understand how he could know this, while she turned slightly and asked whether he truly had the ability to end this prolonged cold and bring the long-awaited warmth. Holding the crystal, the protagonist admitted that he did not know if he could accomplish such a task, and, as the demon turned away, he added that his ancestor had instructed him to deliver this item along with something else. Extending the stone forward, the fighter stated plainly that he had come to end the winter. Looking down at it, the goddess remarked that this sounded exactly like that old grumbler's advice, and Camellia, hovering nearby, added that the two things might indeed be connected. Stretching out her hand, the girl told him that his path now lay elsewhere, then raised her hand closer to her face, prompting the hero to instinctively step back as his pendant suddenly burst in a bright light when she said he must go there to learn how to stop the cold. In an instant, his surroundings shifted, and his body found itself standing within a meadow filled with blooming flowers, causing the young man, eyes wide, to remark that he had not felt like this in a long time. Rising to his feet, he wondered if this was the flower temple he had imagined, as a vast expanse of blossoms spread out before him, and he voiced his question about where the temple itself could be found. The young man lifted his hand against the violent wind, turning his eyes to the side just as, without any warning, the entire world around him began to freeze and shift into winter, and when he pushed himself upright, he found that he was already standing in a field of black snow. Not far away, Otto stood with both hands folded behind his back, calmly stating that this place also marked the location of the second mission, which made the young man stare ahead and murmur that it was impossible. The old man gave a faint smile and remarked that it had been quite a long time since they last met, and the fighter immediately dashed toward him, noticing at once that his follower had grown far more than before. Otto then gestured toward the mark on the young man's hand, pointing out that the seal of cruelty had finally taken root, and the young man, with a slight smile, asked how he had managed to appear here. Otto closed his eyes and replied that he planned to follow him and complain all the way until winter ended, prompting the young man to grab his head in instant frustration. Raising his gaze, the teacher said there was little time left and that they needed to begin, telling him to observe his surroundings. Standing with his back turned, Otto explained that this land had once been sacred, the very origin where life was born, yet before long it had been completely overtaken by death. The hero frowned and said it was because of the general of the East, and after repeating the name, Otto confirmed it, explaining that the general was something the demon god had left behind as it passed through. Standing nearby, the old man added that it was both a remnant of the past and a lingering curse, then lowered his head and stated that this was why the descendant had to absorb the general of the East. The young man's eyes widened immediately, and, as he looked ahead, he realized he would have to suppress a calamity of that scale. Watching the raging typhoon in the distance, he tried to measure whether he could withstand it, yet at the same time understood that if he succeeded, that overwhelming power would become his. A smile slowly formed on his face at the thought of becoming far stronger, while the old man remained silent, observing him. The young man lifted his hand and asked whether all he needed to do was seal this demon, just like he had during the first trial, and Otto gave a confirming nod. Pressing a hand to his chest, the fighter realized that since this was the second test, the opponent before him would certainly be far more powerful than the Queen of the Ice Mountains. Then, lowering his hand, he stated that he was ready and asked if his only task was to fight it. Rather than replying outright, Otto reached out and placed an object in front of him, telling him to simply take it, and the young man, fixing his gaze on the item now in his hand, questioned why it was necessary. The old man smiled and explained that the task was to nurture it over the span of 100 days, and that only when the tree born from the sea finally blossomed would the trial be considered complete. The protagonist fell silent, staring at him, then asked again with tightened brows, admitting he could not accept that the mission was merely to grow a tree. The old man adjusted his glasses and questioned whether it sounded too difficult, while the young man, lowering his gaze to the object in his hand, pointed out that trying to grow anything in this lifeless land felt impossible and demanded to know how it was even related to the general of the East. Otto simply smiled and said that he would understand in time, which only deepened the young man's frown as he found it hard to accept such a casual refusal to explain. Without any warning, Otto snapped his fingers and told him not to worry, and in that instant a strange seal began forming before them, as he added that a mentor would guide him. The protagonist raised his hand to wipe his forehead when a voice suddenly declared that they would not be excluded, making his eyes widen as Camellia appeared once more. Lifting her hand, she remarked that she had already warned them not to wake her for trivial matters, and the hero looked up at her as she smiled and asked whether he truly recognized her. He frowned, realizing that this fairy closely resembled the goddess he had encountered before, though there was a subtle difference, and as pink blossoms spread through the air, he felt that despite her small form, it was as if a towering tree stood before him. In that moment, Camellia stood against the image of a colossal tree whose canopy stretched wide enough to cover the sky itself, and he understood that this must be her true form. The old man extended his hand and introduced the descendant to her, and Camellia, brushing her hair back, remarked that it was unfortunate he came from that particular family, though she added she would overlook it because of his looks. With a playful wink, she asked once again whether he wished to become her concubine. Her eyes widened slightly as she mentioned that he had already refused her before, and the hero, staring forward, reasoned that she must have been able to communicate with her body outside this place. Crossing her arms, she brushed it aside as unimportant and said they should focus on the task, adding that growing a camellia tree was no simple feat before asking if he was capable of handling it. The fighter replied that he was prepared for anything, and the fairy, lowering her gaze, told him she would guide him, but that the cultivation of the tree would be entirely his responsibility. Looking down at the seed, the young man said that was enough for him, and the old man, now holding a plate-like device, called out to the descendant. As he passed it over, Otto cleared his throat and explained that it would allow him to monitor the tree's condition in real time, then added with a grin that he would soon come to understand its other uses as well. The object suddenly slipped from his grasp and flew away on its own, and almost at once a massive blue seal began to form as a voice announced that he was about to meet someone. The girl floating beside him explained that the Demon King's curse had descended upon this land for centuries earlier, and that he would need to gather specific materials and items she would point out, then make use of them. Turning his head, the young man tried to judge whether the natural conditions here were any better than those outside, then looked toward the goddess and asked where they should start, to which she replied that the first step was to find a place suitable for planting the seed, one that had to be fertile. Lowering his gaze, the fighter thought it might be simpler to cleanse the land than to search through the entire field of black snow, but the girl explained that this was a mental realm, meaning the environment here mirrored reality exactly. His attention snapped behind him as a creature shot straight toward him, and he barely dodged in time, while reminding himself not to ignore the presence of monsters. 3 more hovered nearby, and as he lunged toward them, energy gathered in his hands before bursting outward as a brilliant white whirlwind that surged forward and instantly froze them solid. Moments later, several black streaks tore through the air as another monster devoured what remained of one of them, and the young man, smiling, remarked that he had not expected there to be anything here he could take advantage of. The fairy touched her face and remarked that his ability was on par with those who came before him, then extended her hand and asked if he could truly find suitable land within such a vast, snow-covered expanse. The hero frowned, reasoning that the open terrain and scattered trees indicated a nearby water source, and that the ideal location would also need to be easy to defend. Glancing toward her, he asked whether Anthromorph would exist here if they had truly gone 400 years into the past, and she replied that the city was still under construction during that time. With her hands clasped behind her back, Camellia added that everything here was vastly different from what he knew and questioned how he planned to locate what he needed, but the fighter answered that it would not be difficult. In the next instant, he leapt forward and shot through the air, explaining that gorges and hills rarely change over such long spans of time and that he could use them to estimate his position. The fairy followed beside him as he spoke, until a barren forest appeared ahead. Crossing her arms, the goddess commented that he seemed to remember Anthromorph and its surroundings quite clearly, and as he declared it was time to begin preparing the land, a blue energy began gathering in his hand. The girl squeezed one eye shut against the blinding brightness as the light nearly washed across her entire face, while even the sky seemed filled with a blue glow, prompting the protagonist to ask if this would be enough for the plant to grow. The goddess smiled and said it was more than sufficient. Around them, Jagged ice rose to encircle the ground as she explained that the land here was fertile and that most monsters would be unable to pass through such a barrier. And at that moment, the fighter suddenly lifted one leg and placed his hand against the ground, making her realize it was the first time she had seen a human speak the dragon language with such fluency. Camellia smiled, almost unable to believe that she found herself liking this man, while he casually slipped his hand into his pocket, only for the object resting there to suddenly emit a sharp light. Pulling it out, the young man said the sign had reacted and that they must have succeeded, but as he raised it, symbols and text appeared across its surface, declaring that the task had failed and that they would be returned to day 0. In a single instant, they were returned to the starting point, and the young man muttered under his breath that it looked like he would have to start everything over, while his companion immediately questioned if this reset was the old man's doing. The fighter, one hand pressed against his side, explained that during the first trial he had been sent back to the beginning after dying, and that now it seemed the same kind of reset was triggered whenever the mission ended in failure. She went on to say that he was probably missing something important, and, as Camellia floated nearby, she added that since this place was the field of black snow, there could be many different reasons behind the failure. Then, lifting her hand, she stated that enough guidance had already been provided and that she planned to rest while observing the outside world. And as she spoke, a pink gate opened beside her. The young man quickly asked where she intended to go, and she answered that she would head somewhere safe while he focused entirely on the task. He pressed further, asking if she could at least leave him with a hint, but before anything more could be said, the gate snapped shut. Now alone, the fighter leaned back against a rock and admitted that he would most likely have to figure out the cause of failure on his own, then forced himself upright and began carefully retracing what they might have overlooked. His eyes glowed green as he reminded himself there was no time to waste and that he had to focus. And at that moment, a bright golden light started to shine from his foot. Far off in the distance, a faint silhouette began to take shape, and as he closed his eyes, the protagonist became aware that something was there. The ground beneath him jolted violently, and the moment the protagonist glanced down, he cried out as something exploded upward from below. A message identified it as a deathworm, explaining that creatures of this species grow large enough to swallow massive beasts whole, that this particular specimen ranked among the most dangerous of them, and that even a six-circle magician would have difficulty defeating one. At once, the creature spread, its enormous jaws wide. Its vast maw hung over him as the warning rang out that anyone who encountered such a monster should flee. Yet the young man, standing right in front of those gaping jaws, realized he had no confidence in taking it down alone. As that thought settled in, shards of ice began forming at his side, and he deduced that his earlier failure to grow the tree had likely been caused by this burrowing creature beneath the ground. At the same time, blades appeared above the worm, and he understood that piercing its hide would be essential if he wanted to kill it. The blades poured down onto its body, but the moment they struck, he found himself wondering why its skin was so unnaturally tough, and with a quick glance downward, he concluded that magic by itself would not be enough. Without pausing, the fighter lunged forward in rapid bursts, closing the gap as he resolved to finish it with the art of body development. But in that same instant, the monster snapped its jaws shut, making his eyes widen as a stream of bright green liquid sprayed from its mouth. He thrust out his hand and raised a barrier, only to see the poison begin eating through it immediately, and he realized the worm's saliva was so corrosive it could dissolve his defenses. Staring at the fracturing shield, he understood that continuing to attack so recklessly would only get him killed. Then, without any warning, the creature started to withdraw, and the protagonist immediately chased after it, knowing that if it escaped, he would lose his chance to complete the task in time. The worm surged forward, its massive body crashing against the ground, before suddenly turning back and opening its mouth again, just as the young man muttered that it had been a feint. Now standing atop the creature's body, he remarked that this opponent was far more cunning than expected, then lifted his gaze and admitted that if things continued like this, he would soon be forced to start everything over once more. In that instant, poison began pouring down from above, forcing the protagonist to break into a sprint as droplets of green liquid struck the ground and fused into a rushing wave. He spun through the air to avoid it, and when he found himself facing the monster's open jaws again, he understood that if he did not finish it now, the trial would reset, leaving him with only this single chance. Lifting both hands, he readied a weapon technique, acknowledging that there was only one move he could depend on, the skill he had obtained from the Blue Lion. Pulling his fist back, the fighter gathered all of his strength into one precise point, aware that concentrating it like this would magnify the force of his strike, and behind him, the image of a massive lion's head took shape as he drove his punch straight into the creature. The impact tore through its body, shattering it as fragments scattered across the ground, while a barrier formed around him once more. Glancing down at his hand, the young man realized that if he had not committed all of his mana to that single attack, he would have been completely obliterated. Closing his eyes, the protagonist admitted he would not be able to perform that feat again, then wondered whether he had truly succeeded. Lifting the stone plate, he read the message confirming that the condition had been met and that the first restriction had been removed. At that moment, the object in his hand blazed with intense light, and streams of blue energy flowed out from his palm as he continued to stare at it. Focusing on the seal, he realized he had obtained a fourth mark far earlier than expected and concluded that he would likely need to use it to absorb the General of the East, just as he had done with the Queen of the Ice Mountains. Rubbing his head, the hero questioned how that could even be possible when he did not know the creature's true name, and picturing the demon towering over him, he muttered that it would probably laugh at such an attempt. Pushing away the image of Mephistopheles, he told himself he would have to deal with it on his own. Rising to his feet, the young man stated that the cleansing was finally complete and that it was time to begin preparing the planting grounds. But at that moment, a voice warned him to be careful. He lowered his hands, trying to make sense of it, when a message suddenly appeared explaining that although death worms typically lived alone, under certain conditions they could gather in groups, just as several of them burst out of the ground in front of him. All of them surged toward him at once. And, as he looked up at the oncoming monsters, the young man admitted there were no options left. Clutching his head, he shouted in frustration, demanding how this could even be possible when a single worm was already a terrifying threat. Yet now he was expected to wipe out dozens. He leapt away, trying to make sense of how the generation of the Tiger King had ever managed to build a city in a place like this. And recalling the power of those creatures, he knew that only his teachers could deal with a swarm of that scale. At the same time, the overwhelming number of worms confirmed that the land here was truly fertile. And as his gaze shifted toward a distant forest, he realized his only choice was to keep attempting the task. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said that if he kept fighting these monsters again and again, he would eventually discover a way to kill them all. And in the very next moment, his eyes turned completely white. His body collapsed onto the ground as a message appeared, announcing that the 34th attempt had begun. Reflecting on all his prior failures, the young man understood that he had already tried everything. Yet defeating all the death worms alone remained impossible. Sitting atop the rocks, he recalled that he had even found another location to plant the seed, but as that thought settled in, everything around him drained into gray when he realized that nothing would grow there. Once more remembering how he had been surrounded by the worms, the fighter found himself hoping he would not remain trapped in this place until old age. Thinking of Otto, the protagonist realized that neither Mephistopheles nor the goddess Camellia were here, and that irritating old man was clearly observing everything from the sidelines with a mocking grin, leaving him with no one to depend on. Then, as he lifted his head, a realization about help struck him, and, as those monsters surfaced in his thoughts, he shouted in frustration, questioning why it had taken him so long to think of it. After all, no one had ever said he could not seek assistance. Forcing himself back onto his feet, the hero brought up the Tiger King, and almost immediately followed that thought by deciding he needed to locate the family of that beast man. Elsewhere, beneath a rose tree in full bloom, the goddess lay asleep until the sound of approaching footsteps reached her, along with a remark that she seemed overly fond of sleeping. Her eyes flew open at once, revealing the old man standing before her. Camellia rose and demanded to know what he was doing there, pointing out that no one could enter this place without her permission. But the man, glancing down, replied that as far as he remembered, someone had once asked him to come. She fired back, questioning when she had ever said such a thing, and Otto answered by asking if she had already forgotten, suggesting that perhaps age had finally caught up with her, and adding that although she had once been the queen of the Winter Palace, she now acted rudely. Crossing one leg over the other, the fairy asked again why he had come, and he replied that he was there because she had requested it. Lowering his gaze, he then asked if she was feeling all right, reminding her that the curse she had suppressed 40 years earlier could not have vanished without leaving consequences. Camellia folded her arms and answered that she was already recovering and that he did not need to worry, expressing her hope that such a thing would never happen again before abruptly asking how their young man was doing. The old man opened a portal and told her to see for herself, and within it appeared the image of the young man running as he was chased by beastmen. They chased after him, shouting that he was their sworn enemy and must be slain. And as this unfolded, the girl stretched out her hand, demanding to know why those creatures were targeting him, while the old man shut his eyes, laughed, and asked if she truly wanted to watch how this would play out. The goddess turned toward him and ordered immediate assistance, yet Otto answered that the one stirring up trouble was his own descendant. At that same moment, the young man's bright, carefree expression appeared, and when he glanced over his shoulder, he noticed the Tiger King's family had yet to show themselves. Once he landed, he understood that completing this task would require the help of those who, in the future, could establish an entire kingdom in a land infested with death worms. The monster behind him announced they had finally cornered this madman, and the protagonist, smiling faintly, realized that within the vast black snowfield, locating the correct beastman would not be simple. A huge, radiant tiger took shape at his side as he activated the art of body development, and the pursuers, who had originally been hunting the black tiger, shook with fear as they cried out in disbelief, questioning how a human could possibly wield such a method. Raising his leg, the young man reflected that he was essentially borrowing another's strength and recognized that from here onward, he would inevitably become the focus of an unending hunt. Snowy mountains filled the horizon when, without warning, something slammed into a rock, followed by a blinding flash that lit up the surroundings. A wolf hit the ground and shouted that they could not allow that bastard to escape. Meanwhile, the young man stood balanced on a tree branch, realizing he had already thrown 6 settlements into disorder, and that now was the time to assess the outcome. Lifting his hand to his face, he considered that even this might not be enough, then sat down and concluded he would have to move on to other regions as well. At that instant, a black and red hand emerged behind him, just as he told himself he needed to flee, and in the next moment the tree was cleanly severed. The young man slowed his fall with his hand, and, turning his eyes sideways, understood that without his danger sense he would already be dead. The enemy stepped closer and remarked that he was sharper than expected, making the hero frown as an image surfaced in his mind of this figure, standing atop a mountain of corpses. He recalled the entity who had once united the beastmen across the black snowfield, and who would later be known as the great ruler of the north, the one whose existence made an entire empire tremble. As the creature's eye came into view, he immediately recognized it as the great progenitor of the Tiger Kings, steam spilling from its mouth as it advanced. And while continuing forward, the king demanded to know what kind of human was capable of using the art of body cultivation. The beastman's face fully revealed itself as he halted before the hero, remarking that the intruder clearly carried the scent of a human. Then, towering over him, asked what exactly was going on here. All around them, other beasts began to gather, and the king, casting a glance to the side, questioned whether his presence was somehow unwelcome, causing every surrounding creature to fall into fearful silence. From behind him, one of them pointed out that not all tribes had assembled at once, and suggested that the king had not yet unified them all. And upon hearing this, the fighter frowned, realizing that at this moment in time the beast had yet to reach the 5th level of power. Even so, as he stared at the massive tiger before him, he could not understand why its aura felt so crushingly oppressive. The king's eyes widened slightly as he declared that if there was no desire to fight, then everyone should leave immediately. They dispersed in every direction, shouting that such a being could never ally with humans, reminding each other that humans were their sworn enemies, and that an old debt still remained unpaid, while the warrior casually dug a finger in his ear and remarked that he had finally gotten some quiet. Looking forward, the young man realized he had just been shielded, his lips parting slightly as he understood that, for once, he had not made a mistake in choosing to approach tribes hostile to Yule. Bowing deeply, he began to offer his thanks, but in the very next instant, a hand clamped tightly around his neck. The king locked his gaze onto him and demanded to know how he had learned the art of body development. And, as the fighter's legs shook, he shouted that his mentor had only told him about the technique. Yet the ruler ordered him to explain everything in detail. Trembling, the young man pleaded to be released, and once the grip eased, the king warned that if he dared to lie, his neck would be crushed. Dropping to one knee, the protagonist revealed that he was a refugee, explaining that his family had been unable to endure the empire's oppression and had fled to this place. Closing his eyes, he continued that during their journey his parents were killed by monsters, leaving him orphaned until a beastman saved him. Raising his hand, he added that this savior had taught him how to defend himself so he could survive in this land. Looking down at him, the king asked for the name of this master, and the young man lowered his head and answered that he did not know, explaining that his teacher had long ago forgotten his own name. Placing a hand over his chest, he added that he did not want to force those painful memories back on him, so even in his own thoughts he simply called him teacher. The ruler remained silent, staring ahead, while tears gathered in the hero's eyes, and, as the young man's gaze flicked toward the king's ears, he recalled that this being possessed heightened senses, able to judge truth through heartbeat and muscle tension. By imagining the flow of his own blood, he realized that such perception could be deceived through precise control of circulation, allowing him to maintain the illusion. At last, the ruler gave a faint nod and, looking at the intruder, said that they must be brothers. The young man wiped away his tears, remembering that those who cultivated the same art were often called that, which meant he had been accepted. Resting his hands on the young man's shoulders, the beast asked whether he had a place to stay for the night, and before long, the two of them were riding wolves across the land. Above them, a pink portal abruptly opened, and a voice questioned what kind of chaos this was, while the fairy perched on his shoulder complained that there was not a single normal person in his family. The fighter glanced toward her and asked if it was really safe for her to appear here like this. Crossing her legs, the queen told him not to worry, explaining that everything had been arranged so the king would not detect her presence. And as they continued moving forward, Camellia asked what his actual plan was, questioning whether he truly believed that this beast would accept him as one of its own. The young man closed his eyes and replied that he did not, but added that for now he only needed to stay close to the king, which prompted the queen to ask why he had chosen this method. In response, The hero explained that this was an era when the Beastman tribes were constantly at war with each other, so identity carried less weight than strength, and what they valued most were warriors capable of fighting. Before long, subordinates came rushing toward them, shouting that preparations had to be made since their king had returned, while the girl turned her gaze aside, recalling that this was an era when beastmen harbor their deepest hatred toward humans, making it uncertain whether the rest of the tribe would accept his presence. Suddenly, one of them widened his eyes, and in the next instant they all assumed battle stances as a voice shouted that this was the enemy who had killed his father, demanding to know why their leader had brought a human here at all. Lifting his hand, the king declared that the young man was their brother, yet one subordinate frowned and pressed for an explanation. Yul, looking forward, ordered everyone to calm down and assemble, while the protagonist, standing at his side, realized that in this time the Empire's oppression had reached its peak, further intensifying the hatred these creatures held toward humans. Frowning, the young man realized his plan would collapse if he failed to win them over. Yet in the next moment they crowded around him instead, asking why their teacher had left them, with one of them grabbing his hand and saying he was lucky to have remained by his mentor's side. The fighter cast a glance at the king, and Yul answered with a thumbs up, making the young man understand that these same people who had been ready to tear him apart moments ago had completely changed, a shift that could only come from the chieftain's influence. A faint smile appeared on the king's face, and then, without warning, he threw a punch forward, raised his other hand, and declared that the teacher had once begun to speak. Yul's body trembled as he proclaimed that although humans and beastmen viewed each other as inferior and were locked in endless conflict, he was still grateful to fate that, in his mentor's final moments, they had remained bound as teacher and student. Everyone listened in silence, eyes fixed on him as he kept his own closed, and then all at once they broke into tears, shouting that it was too cruel. The fighter pressed a hand to his face, unable to understand when he had ever told such a story. Yet they surrounded him again, as the king leaned close and whispered that he should just go along with it, because these fools would believe anything. A faint smile touched his face, but almost immediately someone stepped forward from behind and voiced open disagreement, followed by another beastman who approached and questioned whether anyone should trust the words of an ordinary human. The young man turned toward them, as the goddess floating nearby calmly explained that these figures belonged to the Black Wolf tribe, known as the Loyal Hounds of the Tiger King. And with that, he realized these were the ancestors of Prime Minister Norris. Yul lifted his hand to shield the guests, and, with restrained authority, asked whether his subordinate intended to defy his command, and the beastman facing forward denied it. Yet Ralph pointed to the young man, and declared that they would never accept someone of an inferior race as one of their own, even if his claims were true. At that instant, a dark crimson aura surged up behind the king as he asked if they had forgotten something, his eyes glowing red, forcing the guard to immediately lower his gaze while the king reminded them of their principle, that all who had been abandoned and oppressed were to be treated as one family, regardless of race or lineage, while Yul, frowning, added coldly that if anyone had forgotten, their neck would be snapped without hesitation, causing the warriors to drop their eyes at once. Stepping forward, the young man voiced his teacher's belief that all beastmen should stand as one despite their differences, then gestured toward the king as he explained that this unity was exactly what anthropomorphs sought to achieve, prompting the other man to question whether he truly understood who they were. The hero closed his eyes, confirmed that he did, and said he had first learned of them while traveling across a snow-covered field. Then, turning toward his new companion, added that, although many tribes still treated them as enemies because of those ideals, there were growing rumors that more and more people were beginning to accept the same view. Reaching out his hand, the fighter went on to explain that he himself, despite being human, had been cast aside by his own kind until his teacher gave him warmth and accepted him as a brother. And as Elric placed a hand against his chest, he stated that even that level of acceptance could already be considered progress under the Tiger King's doctrine. Opening his eyes once more, the fighter said he would likely have to prove himself through action, declared his intent to join them, and asked to be judged on that basis, noting that he had heard strength, determined rank among the beastmen. The beastman's expression hardened as he demanded to know what the human meant, and the hero stepped right in front of him to issue a direct challenge. If he won, he would gain the right to join their tribe, but if he lost, he would leave this place for good. Baring his teeth, the other man snapped back, questioning how a mere human dared challenge a warrior of the great Black Wolf clan, while the young man, still smiling, asked why he had suddenly started shouting, prompting the soldier to grin and fire back a taunt, asking whether fear had already set in. At that, the wolf bared his teeth and hurled an insult, calling the intruder a mutt, but the protagonist lifted a finger toward him and replied by asking if that meant the wolf himself was the dog. In response, the warrior thrust his hand forward, pressed it against his own chest, and declared that he would kill him, only for the young man to answer with a calm smile, asking whether he was truly capable of it. Before either could act, the king slammed his foot into the ground, forcing both of them to jump back, the subordinate frowning, while the hero lowered his head and listened as the ruler stated that a matter had to be settled before the duel could proceed. You crossed his arms and asked whether they would accept the result, even if their lives were at stake. And the wolf, with a faint smile, replied that if the human won, he would be recognized as one of them, prompting the young man to raise his hand and swear on his master's honor. After which the king looked ahead and gave a brief acknowledgement. Without hesitation, the wolf hurled himself forward, instantly closing the gap as he swung his arm and shouted that his opponent would be shredded to pieces. Yet the young man sidestepped the attack with ease and, in that fleeting moment, understood that the false legend he had created would soon unravel, leaving him no option but to demonstrate his worth convincingly before the king. Drawing his arm back, he recognized that this single duel had the potential to make everything much simpler. As the enemy opened his jaws wide, a brilliant golden glow gathered within the young man's hand. In the instant, he activated the art of body development, taking on the aspect of a fierce tiger. His blow struck cleanly against the opponent's body, sending Ralph flying backward as the man calmly asked whether he had felt the power of that first strike. In the very next instant, his fist was already closing in on the wolf's muzzle, followed immediately by an unbroken storm of punches crashing down, one after another. One guard lifted a hand to his mouth in shock, remarking that this fighter was among the strongest in the king's guard, and that it was hard to believe he was being overwhelmed so easily, while another noted the intruder's exceptional command over body cultivation, and yet another beastman raised his arm and called out to him. In the following moment, the wolf dropped to his knees, blood spilling from his mouth, as someone observed that the fight had ended far sooner than expected. The king, arms folded, declared that the outcome was enough to grant the man acceptance among them. But at that exact moment, a pair of glowing red eyes ignited as the wolf threw his head back and began to growl, prompting the young man to glance over and identify this as the berserker's state. When a beastman's fury spirals out of control, granting immense strength at the cost of reason, already, the enemy was charging again, and the fighter realized that confronting such a state head-on would be dangerous, even as his own hand began to glow with a vivid blue light. Extending his arm, the young man issued a single command for him to freeze, and instantly streams of icy air cascaded down onto the enemy, causing his paw to slip so that he crashed to the ground, while chains formed above him and, in the next instant, shot downward to bind him tightly. In the same motion, the young man raised his hand and struck the back of his neck, ordering him to rest as the opponent's body went slack and collapsed completely. As this scene played out, the surrounding beastmen began whispering among themselves, accusing the outsider of deceit and insisting that he was, in truth, a magician, while the fighter lowered his head, aware that this had been the only way to stop the berserk opponent without killing him. Brushing a finger against his face, he admitted inwardly that his powers would have come to light sooner or later regardless, then lifted his gaze toward the king and tried to recall the explanation he had prepared for exactly this situation. Yul suddenly burst into loud laughter, a broad grin spreading across his face as he clapped the guest on the shoulder and remarked that the man was far more interesting than he had expected, noting how rare it was to encounter someone who could wield both body development techniques and magic. Placing a hand over his chest, the fighter replied that he had planned to rely only on body cultivation, but since he did not wish to seriously harm someone who would become part of his future family, had no choice but to resort to magic. Tilting his head slightly, Yul answered that it did not matter whether he had taken an easier path or hidden part of his strength, because in battle only the strongest survived, after which the king turned toward the guest, asked his name, and received his introduction. Then, shifting his attention to the assembled guards, the chief declared that based on the duel's outcome, the man would be accepted into their tribe and asked if there were any objections, but they responded with smiles and raised hands in agreement, prompting the king to announce that from that moment on, Elric was one of them, as the others lifted their arms high. At that exact moment, the plaque resting against the fighter's chest began to glow, and as he took it into his hands, golden symbols spread across its surface along with words stating that he had met the necessary conditions, lifting the second restriction and revealing his true name. An image followed of a dead forest covered in snow, described as a darkened expanse where razor-sharp winds swept across the barren ground, and the name of the seal that contained the sharpest wind of that black snowfield was revealed as the North Wind. The markings along the fighter's arms began glowing once again as he realized this was a rare-ranked seal, similar to the seal of cruelty he had received from the Queen of the Mountains. Yet he still did not understand how to awaken it, and therefore could not use its power for now. Picturing the goddess who had once been beside him, the hero then noticed her absence, and concluded that she had once again chosen to remain silent about the abilities of this newly obtained seal. Stepping forward, the protagonist realized there was nothing more he could do about the matter for now. So with a slight frown he chose to put it aside and focus on completing the ancestor's second task. Soon after, all the beastmen gathered within a certain room, and at a command, the man was called in as he walked toward them, where the king raised his hand and declared that the time had come for a proper introduction, announcing that from this day forward, Elric would officially join Antramorpha's royal guard. Lowering his head, the young man expressed his gratitude for the honor, and the chief, standing directly before him, remarked that the occasion was indeed worth celebrating, adding that to commemorate it, he would assign him a task. With a smile, Yal recalled that according to the guest himself, he had been wandering through the Black Snow field and had arrived here by chance, then instructed him to make use of that same knowledge to find a suitable territory for their tribe. And upon hearing this, the young man opened his eyes as a faint smile formed, realizing that fate itself seemed to be aligning with him. While he raised a hand to his face and mentioned that he had recently come across a place that had left a strong impression on him. Envisioning a dead forest, the guard explained that the region was surrounded by mountain valleys and hills, making it easier to defend against intruders, and added that a nearby water source ran through it, while the land itself was less cursed than the rest of the Black Snow field, suggesting the soil would be better than anywhere else. However, there was still a problem, and as the king lowered his gaze and began to speak, the hero frowned and voiced the same concern, that the area was overrun with deathworms. Placing a hand against his chest, the young man listened as the chieftain admitted he had also found that location and agreed it was the most suitable among all their options, after which the young man stated that he had never encountered a better place in this land, even if it was filled with monsters. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yul then asked how they should deal with that issue, and the man, with a faint smile, put forward his proposal. The fighter's mouth opened in surprise, his brow tightening as he struggled to accept that he would have to figure out a solution alongside these particularly irritating individuals. The three of them stood a short distance away, while he reflected that, although their temperaments were far from pleasant, they were still the strongest warriors of the Black Wolf tribe, which explained why they had been assigned to him. Yet what puzzled him most was why the king had intentionally grouped them together despite their mutual dislike, leading him to suspect that this setup was meant as a test. As one of them stepped forward and pointed out that the main issue was that death worms hunted in groups, another voice nearby added that the task would be far from easy. A different wolf, smiling, agreed, and added that if not for one particularly annoying and talkative individual, they would not be stuck here in the first place, while Ralph, narrowing one eye, questioned what was so appealing about a place swarming with death worms, and remarked that it seemed more like an attempt to attract the chieftain's attention. And hearing this, the hero glanced back at them and thought they were already beyond foolish, just as the beast man spread his arms and declared that this was exactly why humans were insignificant, only to be abruptly cut off when the captain struck him across the face. The wolf slammed into the ground and shouted angrily, but you only frowned and issued a cold warning that if it happened again, he would cut off his head, forcing the other two to drop their hands at once and loudly confirm they understood. And as the protagonist watched this unfold, he concluded the king must have deliberately placed them under this captain, trusting him to control any internal disputes. A moment later, the soldier bowed respectfully, then turned away with a faint smile, leaving the hero thinking that although his comrade had merely done what was necessary, there was something about it he couldn't help but respect. The man beside him went on to explain that the death worms would surface instantly if they sensed even the slightest danger, then asked whether he had any method to lure them out, and the commander replied that he did have a plan, though it would require some time. Laying it out, the captain said they needed a demonic flower of death, since those creatures were extremely sensitive to its scent, and with one in hand, drawing the worms to the surface would be possible. At that moment, the hero suddenly started smiling as his body trembled faintly, prompting the man next to him to ask what was wrong, but the fighter simply touched his face and told him to continue, while you glanced aside, and added that although the flower could indeed attract the death worms, it was exceedingly rare, and even they would struggle to find one. Only for the protagonist, still smiling, to calmly reassure him not to worry, because he had already secured one. The wolf turned his gaze away, impressed by the man's confidence, yet still remarked that such flowers were extremely particular about their growing conditions, making them not only hard to locate, but also dangerous to harvest. And at that very moment his eyes widened as the fighter raised one into view and called it jackpot. Right after, the young man looked toward the others and tossed the flower to them, telling them to start collecting more, while recalling with a faint smile that he had encountered many of these within the blue mist labyrinth his teacher had created. As his gaze swept across the vegetation scattered through the grass, the fighter realized that because he could clearly sense their demonic energy, he could find them even with his eyes closed. And the instant that thought formed, the seal on his hand began to glow again, responding to his awareness that he also had the power to absorb that same energy. With a wide grin spreading across his face, the fighter began imagining an almost ridiculous harvesting speed, yet the instant a guard barked that it was time for the dogs to move faster, every one of them snapped their eyes open in anger, while the captain stayed facing forward despite the rising noise. Then, without a moment's pause, he drove a kick into one of them and ordered them to follow Elric's instructions. The young man continued watching with that faint smile lingering as more soldiers arrived and joined in, and it wasn't long before a sizable group had gathered. The king, standing with his arms folded, observed that in such a short time, they had managed to gather an impressive number of death flowers, admitting it was hard to even put into words how well they had done. but the fighter replied that the achievement belonged to the entire unit. Off to the side, the three of them sat near a tree, and as the chief glanced away, he told them to stop wasting time talking and proceed with the plan, after which flaming torches were thrown skyward and crates packed with the flowers were ignited. Almost at once, the ground beneath them began to shake, fractures tearing across the surface as a massive swarm of death worms erupted upward. Raising his arm, the king shouted for everyone to get ready for battle. But just then someone cried out that there was a problem, making Yul turn sharply and demand an explanation, only for the guard to report that the Fury tribe had appeared, at which point a monstrous figure was already standing directly behind them. Locking his eyes onto the young man, the creature demanded an explanation, and the answer came that they must have somehow discovered the deathworm hunt and come here to ambush them. His expression twisted into something vicious as he mocked them for resorting to such cowardly tactics, and almost immediately, monsters began surfacing. The warrior pushed forward toward the mountain while, ahead of him, the opposing leader called out to the great warriors of the Fury tribe, declaring that this would be the day they killed Tiger King Yul and erased Antramorph entirely. As both forces braced for battle, and more creatures clawed their way up from underground, the fight erupted with attacks flying back and forth, Yul answering each strike with one of his own. From above, the enemy observed that the Tiger King truly was powerful, yet reminded himself that they had spent a long time preparing for this moment, collecting magical weapons left over from their past war with humans, and reasoned that no matter how strong Yul might be, there was no way he could defend himself while dealing with death worms and incoming cannon fire at the same time. With the artillery ready, the leader grinned wildly and declared that he would crush his enemies before the Fury tribe and take the title of king of all beastmen. A sudden flash of light blinded the warriors, and, as the villain's eyes snapped open, he realized the scent filling the air was from the death flowers, while the battlefield had already fallen into chaos. Then, amid the confusion, a violent explosion tore through the area, and stepping firmly atop a monster's corpse, the king remarked on how easily they could be killed. Turning back, the creature explained that they had used magic to redirect the flower's scent toward the tribe, adding that in the end, the Fury warriors and the death worms had slaughtered one another, admitting he could scarcely believe such a strategy had been devised. Looking forward, the protagonist calmly replied that it was simply an eye for an eye and an ambush for an ambush, while his companion, smiling, added that great minds think alike. Standing atop the fallen beasts, the man declared it was time to collect the spoils, and with a sharp command, the opposing leader ordered the remaining troops to form up. Yet one soldier, pale and shaken, suddenly cried out that the Tiger King had arrived. An instant later, an explosion ripped through the area as enemies appeared, fury surging across the antagonist's face as he shouted the Tiger King's name and swung his axe, demanding how he dared to come here, only for Yul to strike without the slightest hesitation. The allies' eyes lit up as the king ordered the royal guard to capture the Fury tribe and kill anyone who resisted, and without delay the soldiers rushed forward to carry out his command, charging into combat, while the opposing sides shouted at each other not to retreat, until the battlefield plunged fully into chaos. As he watched it all unfold, the protagonist saw the Tiger King completely overpowering his enemies, and understood that this was the technique of cultivating the Tiger King's body, and while focusing on Yul, he realized that simply observing him could refine his own skills. Suddenly, someone lunged at him, prompting an immediate counterattack, and in the next moment the assailants were dead, one left with a clean wound through the neck as Ralph dropped to the ground. Without warning, the monster's eyes lost their light, and sweat formed across the young man's face as he looked down and asked if the dog was all right, only to watch a dark, spreading corruption creep across the creature's face before it collapsed completely. Keeping his expression hidden, the protagonist cast destruction, after which the body lay still until the creature's face shifted once more. Grabbing his shoulder, the mage told him the opponent had only fainted and there was no need to worry, adding that he should be taken back to camp for treatment. And as the young man watched his allies leave, he turned to the king and suggested advancing to the next stage of their plan before any remaining Fury tribe members could regroup. But the king stopped him, placing a hand over his chest as he expressed his thanks for saving them. The surrounding warriors voiced the same respect, and the protagonist responded with a faint grin as the captured enemies were escorted away. Lowering his eyes, he then noticed the girl beside him, as she remarked that in just a few days he had already become one of the Beastmen, and he replied that she had been watching the whole time, yet chose only now to show herself, while she, looking at his back, said she knew he would handle things on his own, making her intervention unnecessary. After which the wizard simply stated that he was going to get something to eat. Without any warning, a dark maw split open, and as he lifted his gaze, the sorcerer noted that the sheer volume of demonic energy far surpassed his expectations, admitting he had never imagined the wind seal would leap straight to 4 stars in a single surge. Glowing seals traced across his hand as the shadow exhaled, and looking over the ground now completely cleared, the young man wondered if it had devoured everything, adding that at least he would not have to deal with cleaning up the area himself. Carefully placing something onto the ground, the protagonist said that with no monsters left, the seed should finally be able to grow, and beneath the full moon he glanced at the package, concluding that since there were no signs of failure, he must be doing it correctly. Yet in the very next instant, surprise flickered across his face as the plant had already fully matured. Holding the artifact in his hands, it was evident his attempt had succeeded, and suddenly a blue light flared from his hand as words appeared, telling him that he had met the conditions and that the third restriction had now been lifted. A vision then unfolded before him of a palace buried in snow, revealing itself as a temple of flowers, its vast halls silent and cold as he slowly took in the scene, until a figure appeared. A girl seated upon a throne, her presence alone making it clear that she was the Demon Queen. A jolt of shock ran across the protagonist's face as the thought struck him that the goddess Camellia could actually be the Demon Queen, and given the crushing demonic aura surrounding her, there was no doubt she possessed terrifying strength. She sat restrained upon an icy throne, her face divided cleanly into two halves, suggesting the disturbing possibility that one existence could simultaneously embody both a goddess and a demon queen. At that moment, Elric's eyes snapped open as Miss, floating above him, turned toward the mage and, resting her hands lightly on her knees, asked if everything was all right. Meeting her stare, he asked whether the wind seal had once been hers, and when her gaze dipped slightly, she questioned what made him think so, prompting him to answer that he had seen her before. Her eyes locked onto him as she pressed him for clarity, and he explained that she had been alone in that empty castle, looking bored and isolated, while the demonic energy around her closely matched the aura of the wind seal. Sitting upon her throne, she casually adjusted her hair and dismissed it as nothing more than a forgotten story from a distant past. Dropping to one knee, the protagonist then asked if the spreading cold across the black snowfield was her doing, and she ultimately confirmed it before conjuring a gentle pink magic and stating that he no longer belonged to her, explaining that she was now Camellia, the goddess of flowers. Glancing toward his companion, he asked if the real purpose of this trial had been to erase the remnants of her past, and with a slight motion of her hand, she replied that she knew him, adding that the only thing she could teach him now was how to grow a seed. Still hovering above, her face hidden, the goddess told him to remember what Otto had once said, while the guide, looking off to the side, added that from here onward he would need to absorb the general of the East. In the very next instant, a raging whirlwind took shape, revealing that this so-called general was nothing more than the physical manifestation of Camellia's past mistakes. Uneasiness settled over the young man as he understood that to make the tree grow, he would have to bear all of that cold himself. And as his gaze shifted away, the goddess warned him to remain constantly wary of the general, calling it the greatest obstacle he would face. In the next instant, the scene cut to the city of Antrimorph, where the man stood before the tree and observed that 91 days had already passed since the trial began, its branches now fully blossomed with flowers. Just then, a soldier hurried over to report that the leader was calling for him, and as the protagonist turned in response, his face showed little interest. The setting shifted again to a snow-covered mountain, where the man was slammed into the ground, and as he knelt there, he questioned whether it was truly necessary to go this far, only for Yul, smiling faintly, to remind him that he had personally asked for this training as a reward for saving Ralph, and, as chief, he intended to fulfill that promise properly. With his eyes closing briefly, the young man reflected that although he had wanted to train in body cultivation, he had not anticipated such a direct and relentless beating, and as he clenched his teeth, the king declared that he regarded him as a brother, and that giving up so easily was not something he was allowed to do. Rising back into a fighting stance, the mage replied that this training was indeed having an effect on him, meaning that enduring this hardship was not pointless, while the king stretched out his hands and suggested they return to practicing the ferocious tiger phenomenon. At that moment, Yul's ears twitched abruptly, and as he turned his head, he stated that they would need to postpone the session, prompting the protagonist to ask what was wrong. Yet instead of answering, the king immediately dashed off. The scene then shifted to the castle of Antrimorph, where wounded beastmen lay scattered throughout, casting a heavy and grim atmosphere. Gripping Pier, the protagonist remarked that these were refugees and concluded that the Eastern general must be responsible, which the goddess confirmed, explaining that around this time, living beings had started to become aware of its existence. As she looked over the injured, she added that after having once been weakened, the Eastern general had now transformed into a genuine and merciless calamity, and while the man's fists tightened, it became clear that although the Tiger King had previously managed to suppress the unrest spreading among the people, he had ultimately been unable to stand against the general itself. Turning sharply, the king ordered Ralph to summon all the chiefs to his tent, and as the beastman dropped to one knee, Yul further instructed him to equip his battle gear and report there as well. The group descended, and the man directed his gaze toward the protagonist before turning fully to him. Then, without making eye contact, told him to drink it. Caught off guard, the protagonist stared at the odd liquid and asked what it was. only for the creature to respond indifferently, that it was merely something he had lying around. So he could either use it or throw it away since it made no difference to him. Yet at that exact moment, the ally suddenly leaped far into the distance, and the goddess, perched on the boy's shoulder, explained that this was in fact a rare medicine produced in extremely small amounts by the Black Wolf tribe, prompting the girl to smile as she commented on how fortunate it was that he just happened to have something so valuable on hand, adding that the boy seemed quite kind, while the mage, lowering his gaze, admitted he had not expected such generosity from a man like him. The scene shifted upward to the ceiling before revealing comrades gathered around a table. The man, facing forward, stated that his tribe had suffered devastating losses, and the elder followed by saying that their ancestors had bled to claim this land as their home. Yet now it had all been destroyed, and far too many of their family members had perished, while Elric stood quietly in the doorway. The king, his expression unwavering, asked the man for a favor, and the protagonist added that it concerned a catastrophe that had struck terror into the refugees, to which Yul, seated among them, confirmed the truth of it, and said they needed to find this cursed Eastern general, asking them to light the way with their magic. And as faint hope appeared across the faces of those gathered, the beastmen waited for an answer. The man remained withdrawn, his expression firm and unreadable, before finally replying with a smile and agreeing, which led the creature to declare it excellent and order the chieftains to gather the elite warriors of their tribes, as they would depart the following day. The elder's expressions brightened, and the beastmen immediately rose to accept the command before hurrying out of the tent, while the young man, staring ahead, reflected that everything seemed to be aligning, thinking that finding the Tiger King to cultivate the seed and joining forces to face the general must all be connected, as the comrades advanced toward battle, and the man put on a blue cloak. Amid a violent snowstorm, the soldiers continued their advance, and the king, smiling, remarked that magic had always intrigued him and would keep doing so no matter how often he witnessed it, while the protagonist asked if he wished to learn, assuring him that the fundamentals could be picked up quickly, but the man simply shut his eyes and replied that there was no need when he already had someone for that, prompting the young man to point out how casually he spoke about using him. And Yul, still smiling, answered that he would only ask, and if refused, he would relinquish his seat. The mage found himself thinking that the strongest king in the history of the Beastmen was behaving like a child, even wondering whether future generations would ever come and know this side of him, while the creature lifted his head and said that the tribe had changed greatly since their encounter, adding that at times he even regarded the protagonist as a lucky star fallen from the sky. In response, the main character thanked him for the compliment, and, as the king stepped in behind his comrade, he announced that he had a gift, causing the man's eyes to widen when he revealed that this gift was the final stage of the body cultivation arc, which made the hero turn toward his ally as the man clenched his teeth and remarked that he had known the Rap Roman staying with him had a purpose. The protagonist then looked at the king and asked how long he had been aware, and, as the creature moved forward, he explained that someone claiming to have learned body cultivation from a wandering hermit was suspicious, though not impossible. But magic was different, as it could not be mastered alone. The warrior stepped closer and stated this plainly, while the king's expression hardened with anger as he suggested that the protagonist had provoked hostile clans simply to meet him and gain deeper insight into body cultivation, leading the man to furrow his brows and ask why he had accepted him from the start if he had already seen through everything. Yet the creature kept his face concealed. With a solid slap on his shoulder, the beastman explained that both humans and beastmen act for their own interests, and since that was only natural, he had accepted him for his own benefit as well, while the girl hovering above the mage remarked that the protagonist had been following his rhythm this entire time. Even so, the young man insisted there was still no reason for him to pass down the final stage of the art, and at that moment, the monster reached out and placed a hand on the wizard's head as the man standing before him said that he had endured far too much to reach this point, and it would be unfair for him to die protecting people who were not his own, words that left the protagonist visibly startled. The king then pulled his hand back, making it clear that his goal was to train the boy so he could survive, and although the man's face remained hidden, the young man smiled and expressed his thanks, while the woman, looking ahead, apologized for interfering and added that this was not the time for such matters, causing the mage's eyes to widen in shock as a shadow suddenly appeared, carrying the unmistakable aura of the goddess Camellia. The group stood illuminated by magic, as something ahead revealed a presence so saturated with malice that it could only be described as a demon. In the next instant, the companions braced themselves against the incoming attack, and it became immediately apparent that they needed to retreat from the Eastern General's domain at once. Yet just as quickly, the main character found himself alone, swallowed by complete darkness. Turning his gaze aside, the protagonist realized he could no longer sense either the goddess Camellia or the scouting party, concluding that the Eastern General's demonic energy had cut off all mana flow, while the hidden-faced man and the fallen warriors lying lifeless made it clear that if he failed to act, he would meet the same end, forcing the young man to clench his teeth as he searched desperately for a solution. Staring at his hand, the mage reflected that the seal of icy wind was tied to the goddess just as the Eastern general was, and that through it he might be able to force open a path. Yet his hand was now covered in runes, and clutching his head, he admitted that before anything else, he would need to awaken it. Pressing a hand to his head, he muttered that this was the only seal he had, a remark that made the protagonist frown, until the man, glancing aside through his monol, added that from now on he would need to absorb the Eastern general. Focusing on his own hand, the protagonist reasoned that the demon would have to be sealed inside it just like in the first trial, and when the guide confirmed it, he stretched his hand forward, closed his eyes, and activated the spell Absorption, sending black streaks rushing out from his palm as he realized he might be able to draw on the general's cold through the seal of cruelty. Immediately, the seal flickered with a blue glow, radiant light spilling from the mage's hand as he felt the seal of cruelty connect with the seal of wind, the mountains etched within it beginning to shine until the entire mark lit up, his eyes turning green as silhouettes began forming in front of him, drifting closer until figures fully took shape. Among them, one figure stood out, and as the protagonist lowered his gaze to his hands, a boy holding flowers called out to the queen with a smile, saying the blossoms had just opened and he brought them because they resembled her. Seated on her throne, the girl asked how they resembled her, while a man glanced at his companion and commented that although the flowers were beautiful, they could never match a queen, prompting another to gesture ahead and declare such flowers could never be equal to her, as a gentleman questioned whether she would even appreciate such a gift. Still smiling, the boy insisted she would like them and challenged anyone who disagreed to step forward. Yet the queen remained expressionless, letting out a quiet breath while those around her seemed cheerful, until the subordinates suddenly began fading away one after another, leaving the boy alone before her, as the young man watching thought he could partly understand her feelings, and the woman, lowering her gaze, admitted she was very bored, revealing that she had once felt alive only because of those who had followed her. As she slowly opened and closed her eyes, nothing remained before her except emptiness and isolation, the queen still seated upon her throne before rising and walking past the magician toward the balcony, where she pushed the door open and stepped outside to the railing, revealing that all this solitary ruler possessed was an enormous palace and a land so barren that not even a single sprout could emerge, with snow falling endlessly over a lifeless expanse. Moving farther out, she passed houses, buried beneath layers of snow, and as she stared into the distance, the queen quietly wondered if she could simply fall asleep. In the next instant, her eyes turned green, and crouching down with a faint smile, she remarked that it seemed boredom would not trouble her anytime soon, her once cold, ice-like expression finally softening into a smile, while somewhere ahead, the man watched as a lone sprout forced its way through solid stone, offering a fragile sign of hope. Kneeling down, the girl said there was something she needed to tell him, and as she held her hands close to the sprout, she explained that she normally had no interest in someone like him, so he should remember how fortunate he was. Then with a faint smile added that coming here had been entirely his own choice. And, as an icy hedge formed around the plant, it became clear that whether he stayed or left would be decided by the queen alone. The girl then collapsed near the wall, and at that same moment the lady's eyes snapped open, her green gaze widening as flowers suddenly bloomed. When she stepped closer, shock spread across her face, and without showing her eyes she said this would not do. Yet the queen still moved, as the girl picked up a pot of flowers while the lady remained alone in the empty room before placing the flower into the soil, her fingers brushing a red blossom as she smiled and said they were beautiful. The protagonist watched it all unfold as flowers spread across showing that even though the world beyond remained a frozen desert buried in snow, within this place blossoms began appearing in every corner until it became a true garden, with even a tree rising atop a platform, while a single petal rested in the queen's hand as she stared at her palm, only for her eyes to widen again as she began to cough, revealing that someone meant to live within winter's embrace was slowly dying. From the warmth of spring, struggling for breath, she lowered her pale hand among the flowers as the garden grew ever more beautiful, while her smiling subordinates spoke about how many blossoms had appeared and called for her to come see them. Yet in the end the queen collapsed onto the flowers, making it clear that the life of the one who had loved this world so deeply had come to an end. Tears streamed down the girl's face, and when a single drop touched the ground, a blue flower bloomed, followed by countless others bursting into life, as fairies appeared among them, showing that dreams had finally given rise to new life. Her companions gathered around the queen's body, asking question after question, while the protagonist reflected that the gods of flowers had always been the same, both in the past and in the present, then lifted his gaze to the sky and wondered what had happened afterward, and how such a beautiful place could have changed so drastically. Without warning, the sky dimmed as clouds gathered overhead, shadows swallowing the flowers while the fairies hid themselves among the petals. and in the distance the demon god emerged, stirring a memory of a colossal demon whose eyes once flashed through darkness, making it clear that despite its changed form, this was the same god from his dream. The creature raised its hand, lifting the girl's body into the air, and as it gazed at her, it questioned whether winter should not remain as winter. While her eyes turned red and black liquid streamed from them, revealing that she had become the demon queen. At that moment, another figure appeared and declared that from now on spring would never return to these lands, as dark magic burst outward. And while shielding himself from the shockwave, the protagonist wondered if this was the Eastern general. Focusing on his hand, he realized that although the power carried the general's malice, it also contained the queen's warmth and cold, her joy and her loneliness woven together, while the stone in his grasp announced that the fourth restriction had been lifted and that the release of the essence had begun. His expression tightened as he activated his magic, saying he now understood how to use the wind seal. And as his hand began to glow, a sharp click marked the activation of a spell called Appear Because I Was Lonely, unleashing a powerful shockwave as blue essence surged forward, prompting the goddess watching from afar to state that the magician had succeeded, while the girl, looking ahead, admitted she did not know what he had seen there, to which the protagonist replied that he had seen a flower garden. Turning her head, the lady listened as he declared that he would return everything to how it once was. And as he looked at her, he asked whether, even in her final moments, all she had wanted was to see the flowers blooming in that garden, questioning if those were not the very sights she had always wished to protect, even after being reborn as the goddess Camellia. Hope filled her face as he explained that by ending the winter, he could restore the spring stolen by the demon god. And with a small smile, he added that their relationship was not one of master and servant, so she should not speak to him that way. Before the wizard pushed forward, lost in thought as he continued onward, the goddess challenged his words, saying that calling them friends was far too generous, reminding him that she had endured countless trials and had drawn a firm boundary between them, one he had crossed without hesitation. Meanwhile, the soldiers lay injured across the field as the beastmen stared at the golem in confusion, questioning how it could be so overwhelmingly powerful, their forces already stretched to their limits, until the king stepped forward to face the creature and declared that Elric would surely know how to bring it down. At that same moment, darkness spread across the battlefield as the monsters the refugees had warned about began advancing in massive numbers, and the man, smiling, remarked that the soldiers seemed more frightened by their sheer numbers than anything else, adding that once they returned, some of them would be assigned individual training, prompting a warrior to ask what he meant, only for the elder, clenching his teeth, to confirm that it had already been decided. Every wounded soldier would undergo personal training under him after the battle. Hearing this, the warriors surged forward as if it marked the beginning of the hunt, and before long the ice golems were shattered and crushed, while one beast man, staring at a monster's hand, questioned what had just happened. As the king merely smiled, beneath the moonlight, the mage came into view, and the man, seeing him, expressed relief that his brother had returned. Footsteps rang out as the protagonist closed in on the creature and offered an apology for being late, and the man answered by asking whether he had not run away, which drew a faint smile from the protagonist as he replied by asking if he had ever once seen him retreat. Prompting a smirk from the king at that very moment, another golem emerged, making it obvious that the warrior's ordinary attacks were completely ineffective against it. The man's eye shifted to green as he noted that this time something out of the ordinary would be required, his gaze catching a buildup of energy around the monster's left leg, while someone else pointed out that even targeting its head had achieved nothing. As he shut his eyes, the creature revealed his intention to bring down the golem through the art of body development, so he could imitate it. Then in the next instant the king's body burst with yellow energy as the beastman lunged ahead. Watching from below, the young man remarked that it looked like the king was about to personally demonstrate the fundamentals, and he immediately followed, leaping forward as well, and together they launched a synchronized assault on the monster, even as severe weather began to gather. As he pressed on, the king explained that while some people believe body development to be nothing more than an instinct-driven fighting style, that belief was wrong, because it demanded a solid command of its basics along with precise timing in each movement to produce maximum efficiency and destructive power, and he stressed that the final result also hinged on the order in which those movements were executed. When the monster lashed out, the king met it head-on, kicking off a glowing blue platform to propel himself forward as he swung, declaring that the same sequence of movements had to be reproduced exactly, and in the following instant a crushing strike detonated, an attack called the appearance of a ferocious tiger. The armor had already deteriorated badly, and as the creature turned, he commented that although the principle might seem straightforward, mastering it was anything but simple and required careful focus. While the mage moved with smooth precision, and the protagonist drove his attack into the ice golem, blasting a hole through its armor. The ally could only stare in disbelief, realizing that he had not only copied the technique after seeing it once, but had also merged it with his own style, which made the king grin as he called him a true beast, And with that, the fight continued. As he swung once more, the protagonist sensed the three seals beginning to fall in a sync, linking together as the desperate techniques of body development fused into a single system. And while he continued to mirror the king's movements, he delivered a decisive blow that split the golem cleanly in half. Springing backward, the man observed that its energy was fading, and the young man, with a smile, stated that they could now attack any part of its body, which made the man draw his brows together in approval as he announced it was time to teach the final stage of body development. From both of them, twin lines formed out of mana, making it evident that if the first stage of body development was the gate of the beast, then the following stages represented its claws and fangs. And in the next moment the ground fractured as the man's hand shone yellow and his pupils vanished, while their allies charged in, proving that one must bite as deeply as possible, because once the fangs pierced their prey, they would never let go. In a flash, the world drained into gray as magic surged through the creature's fists, and the monster was slammed onto its back. And the man cautioned that it could not be allowed to stand again, insisting it had to be torn apart and consumed, because even a moment of hesitation would cost them their chance at victory. And to win, one had to become a true calamity to the enemy. The king carved through with claw-like strikes, as the mage followed with his own attack, both ripping across the monster's body before vaulting over it. The beastman striking once more while the man swung and declared that they now stood as kings who ruled the battlefield. An explosion erupted, and the protagonist found himself within a raging blizzard, realizing that as his awareness expanded, a sixth sense had awakened, his eye glowing with shifting colors as he looked into the distance, and understood that this world was shaped by the unity of his mind and that sixth sense. Turning toward his ally, the man asked how he felt, and the young man replied that it felt incredible, prompting the king to point at him and say he couldn't believe he was smiling while standing on the edge of death, calling him utterly insane, while the magician shot back by asking whether the beastman himself wasn't smiling, to which the man answered with a smirk that he had never been normal in the first place. Without any warning, the king's eye flew open wide as the wizard stood before the swelling surge of magic, making it evident that he had grown stronger once again. And when the man lowered his gaze to his own hands, he realized he had reached the seventh circle, declaring that he had finally shattered the barrier that had restrained him. The protagonist glanced toward him, watching as the man placed his hands on his hips, and in that instant he began to understand why the king had shown him such warmth despite there being no blood relation, because there had never been any obligation for him to train him in the first place. Taking a step forward to face the beastman, the young man asked directly why he was helping him, and meeting his eyes, the king replied that once he acknowledged someone as a brother, he would trust and believe in him until the very end, then set his hand on the mage's head, and added that even if there were things being kept from him, that was no reason for brothers not to stand together. Hearing this, the protagonist's eyes widened as memories surfaced of people joining hands, making it clear that he had never truly placed his trust in anyone other than his sister, fully aware of how easily people could betray. Yet a question remained. If he had no desire to lead others, did he really need to open himself up as much as Yo? The creature still wore a smile, but in the next moment a snowstorm swept across the area as the monster climbed back to its feet, prompting the young man to tighten his fist and, fixing his gaze ahead, ask his companion if he would mind going another round. Elsewhere, under the night sky, a palace sat in silence as several people occupied the sofas, the girl nervously biting her nail while the man turned to his daughter and told her that worrying would solve nothing, asking if she could calm down, but lowering her eyes, the lady replied that he had already been gone for 4 days. Another young man crossed his arms and remarked that it had indeed been a long time since their son-in-law had entered that place, then questioned whether there was truly nothing they could do, to which the lady, closing her eyes, answered that they were currently dealing with family matters and appreciated the concern, but insisted there would be no intervention. Turning his attention back to the girl, the man concluded that it seemed they did not want outsiders interfering in their affairs, adding that the protagonist was with a white knight and the king of monsters, so there was no real reason to worry. Yet at that exact moment, a violent tremor shook the ground, and as the lady hurried to the window and flung it open, shock spread across her face. The city burned as 2 warriors stood overlooking the spreading flames, and behind the captain, a deer reported that the Bloodwolf King's breath had already been fully exhausted, prompting the man to kindle a flame in his palm and declare that, if that was the case, this would be the final strike. His army waited at his back while the buildings ahead were consumed by fire, and without a moment of hesitation, they surged forward toward the castle, deciding it was time to set their plan into motion. Herman lifted his hand, irritation clear on his face, and demanded to know how such scoundrels dared to attack the sacred temple, while the beasts bared their fangs and shouted that they would eradicate the humans before charging straight toward a group of 3 warriors. In the next instant, a wolf suddenly turned in alarm as a white tiger rushed at them with a soldier mounted on its back, the rider frowning as he shouted that there was no room for such foolishness, while Isabel, drenched in Sweat sensed something was wrong, thinking that the enemy should have been fully aware of their strength. Yet for some reason, they were acting recklessly and throwing themselves into the fight without hesitation. As the tiger collided with the wolves, Isabel kept analyzing, realizing this was not an ambush, her brows tightening with unease, while a warrior, wearing a smirk, suggested to his companion that they should end things quickly to reduce casualties. But before either of them could move, Isabel suddenly stepped in front of them and loudly warned that danger was coming. The man only laughed and replied that she was too kind to worry about them, though it was fine, which made the guard member frown and shout that Elric was in danger and that this was nothing more than a diversion. At that moment, the lion and the deer burst forward, revealing that their true objective was the protagonist, and soon a massive white door etched with golden patterns appeared before them, only for the beast to shatter it with a single punch, while the deer, standing just behind, mockingly questioned what kind of childish place it was. Inside, the fairies glared at the intruders and demanded that they leave immediately, but the predator calmly placed a hand over his chest and apologized for disturbing the goddess's rest, adding that they would humbly accept whatever punishment was given for their sin. Without warning, black smoke coiled up beside his face as he pointed toward the door and declared that their target lay inside, prompting Ar to thrust out her hand and shout for the intruders to be stopped. But the lion's eyes burned red as he warned that if the fairy chose to block their path, she would be treated without respect. Sweating, the girl realized they could not allow these invaders to pass, recalling the image of the protagonist seated in a lotus position and the goddess, explaining that if the mental world were destroyed, both of them would be trapped there forever, which meant no outside interference could be allowed. And with that realization, the goddess of daffodils drew her brows together and resolved to stop the beast no matter the cost as she raised her hand. In an instant, the predator pulled out his sharp blade, crimson streaks cutting through the air as his eyes flashed, and he declared that resistance was meaningless before lunging at the fairy, forcing her to shut her eyes and cover her mouth, only for them to snap open at the sound of thunderous impact as someone sent the attacker flying back and blue light flooded the room. Lev fixed his gaze forward and said he knew exactly who had appeared. It was Herman, his body radiating immense power. While the man frowned slightly and turned his eyes aside, and Air watched in fear, the warrior raised his sword and declared with unwavering resolve that no one would pass, while the protagonist glanced to the side and responded that they had already destroyed this thing countless times, yet it continued to restore itself without fail. A massive monster stood before them, as the Tiger King asked Elric if he also felt that it was growing stronger with each passing moment, and after exchanging looks, they reached the same conclusion. They could not defeat it. Yul turned to his subordinate and stated that the enemies revived every time they were killed, while their own side had already suffered heavy losses. The creature remained motionless, as the Tiger King pointed out that now that they had found the Ice General, their objective had been fulfilled, but this golem clearly had no intention of letting them leave. The protagonist frowned and said he was discarding that line of thought, adding that he did not need to hear the predator speak to understand exactly what he intended. The sinister-looking man quickly grasped Yul's intent. He meant for the squad to retreat, while he alone stayed behind to hold the enemy off. And when the king cast a sidelong glance, it confirmed that the protagonist was now the only one who could guarantee everyone else's escape. The young man refused at once, insisting he would stay instead while the captain led the others out, drawing a silent frown from Yul as his dark brows pulled together. Sweat formed on the man's skin as the thought crossed his mind that he could always begin again. Yet he could not accept watching his ally die for nothing a second time. Then he froze when the Tiger King questioned whether he truly planned to abandon their chief and flee, and as his brows pressed tightly toward the bridge of his nose, he understood that the moment to repay everything he had been given had finally arrived. Elric turned, a drop of sweat trailing down his cheek, just as Yul struck his fist into his palm and commanded the protagonist to lie down and obey orders for once. Without pausing, the young man spun around and sprinted off, shouting that he understood and would be back soon, while the rest of the squad chased after him as he resolved to get them out safely before returning regardless of the cost. The king watched their retreat with a faint smile, and in the very next instant, a streak of yellow light tore across the air before erupting, as Yul took the form of a rail tiger and declared that he would not let those bastards touch his comrades. The beast men pushed forward toward the gate, and the sweating man felt a wave of relief that they had survived, when suddenly another scout shouted that he would go back to the chieftain with the protagonist because he wanted to fight as well, yet Elric did not look back. His expression locked in shock as Camellia blossomed, and the moment the young man pressed a hand to the stove embedded in his chest, an inscription appeared announcing that every restriction had been lifted and the contract was now in effect. At that exact instant, the sky split with a sharp crack, and the man realized that the trial had finally come to an end. Without any warning, he abruptly turned and ran back the way he came. Teeth clenched as sweat poured down his face, driven by the realization that there was still someone he had yet to say goodbye to. The goddess turned toward him and questioned the point of it, reminding him that this place existed only within the mind. Yet the warrior gave no reply and kept his eyes fixed forward as memories surged up. Faces of those who had betrayed his family, the image of himself and Hayes as children, and the many people who had cast them aside without a second thought. He saw once more the noble striking the girl who begged desperately for help, the crowd watching with cold, unfeeling eyes, and those hyena-like opportunists smiling as they plotted to take the last scraps of what remained to them. He remembered the boy crying out, begging someone not to leave, even as countless people he had trusted as friends and companions turned away and walked off without hesitation. As he passed by, every gaze followed him, and after enduring all that humiliation, he had shut his heart away and hardened himself, knowing that if he had not forced himself to stand firm, many would have come after him. Yet now, he recalled each of his current comrades and realized he had finally found people who allowed that guarded heart to open, slowly thawing the ice that had encased it for so long. The image of the Tiger King's smile surfaced in his mind, and he acknowledged that there was still someone who trusted him completely and called him brother. He frowned, admitting to himself that this was nothing more than a mental world he would not even remember, while the fairy watched him leave and understood that he'd come back only to say goodbye, lowering her head in silence. Camellia, however, showed a faint smile, thinking that she had never once felt any desire to hate the Elric bloodline. He continued across the frozen ground beneath a sky laced with cracks, his face heavy with quiet sorrow, until he found Yul sitting calmly in a lotus position, greeting him with a warm smile. Lowering his gaze, the young man asked what had happened to the ice general, though what he truly wanted to know was whether the chief had been hurt. The man responded with booming laughter, and the protagonist realized it would be better to let him talk about what he clearly wished to share, the victory he was proud of. The Tiger King shifted slightly and asked if it was that obvious he had won, and the young man, sensing his friend's overwhelming confidence, drew his brows together. With a faint smirk, Yul asked if Elric had truly expected him to lose, and in that instant, the protagonist felt a quiet desire to become someone like the chieftain. Placing his hands on his waist, he replied with a smile that he had never believed such a thing, prompting the king to declare that defeat simply did not exist in his vocabulary. Not far away lay what remained of the fallen enemy, and the young man felt a trace of regret that he had not been there to witness his friend's clash with the ice general. But that thought was abruptly cut off when his eyes widened in surprise as the man suddenly asked if he had come here to say goodbye. Yul smiled and asked whether he was shocked that he had guessed correctly, though in truth he had known nothing beforehand and had only just realized it himself. Both of them lifted their gazes as the chieftain admitted he had long been curious about why Elric was learning the art of body enhancement, raising a finger toward the fractured sky as he added that he had assumed the answer would reveal itself in time. As cracks spread across the heavens, he explained that after passing through the radiant wall, he could now see and understand many things that had once been beyond his grasp. The protagonist frowned, finally understanding why his friend appeared so radiant even after such a fierce battle. The chieftain's body was emitting a golden glow, and he realized that Yul had surpassed his limits and reached the level of an exceptional fifth chain, which also made it clear that everything around them was not real. As the young man tried to speak, Yul lifted a paw to stop him, then closed his eyes and said he was no longer particularly concerned with who his comrade truly was, because what mattered was that he had come to understand himself. Together, they stared at the fractured sky as Yul said they should focus on the present, then lowered his head and asked for the protagonist's real name. The young man parted his lips and answered that his name was Elric. Then, with a slight frown, repeated it once more. Noticing the scratches along the tiger's cheek, Yul suddenly slapped his forehead and burst into loud laughter before rising to his feet and declaring that the young man had kept his promise. He had survived and once again protected his family. Out of gratitude, the chieftain said he would show his friend something interesting, lowering his head as he explained that this would be his farewell gift. At that moment, Yul's hands began to shine with a golden radiance as he explained that this was the very power he had used to repel the ice general. Then he closed his eyes, and the young man immediately understood that every step and movement was being shown intentionally, so it could be observed and remembered. The tiger shifted into a different stance, lifting one hand with a focused frown, and Elric's eyes burned with determination as he resolved not to overlook even the slightest detail. Behind the captain stretched a vivid sky, while the protagonist carefully absorbed this final lesson, and as Yul bent forward, breathing heavily, a hint of sadness surfaced on the young man's face. With a gentle smile, the man said he hoped fate would allow them to meet again, even as the sky above continued to fracture and split apart. The scene shifted, and now the young man lay on the grass, turning his gaze to the side as the man approached and told him that Elric should take pride in having accomplished more than he realized. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man asked if he could attempt the test again, but the tutor replied that he would not succeed, then furrowed his brows and questioned whether the protagonist truly believed he could achieve victory within 100 days. Camellia lowered her gaze with sadness as Otto explained that the Flower Temple had been created in the first place because the Ice General was an unstoppable force. The young man's brows drew tighter as the guide continued, explaining that the demon god's curse was extraordinarily dreadful, then introducing Dustin and revealing that the true reason behind arranging this trial, and even the old man's assistance, was to help his grandson. Hearing this, the protagonist's mouth fell open in shock as the man mentioned his grandfather, while Otto clarified that their intention had been to guide him through the ordeal so he could learn how to absorb the Ice General and understand how to deal with it. Folding his hands behind his back, the guide lowered his gaze and added that in the real world, the young man would be able to resolve the problems he had failed to overcome within the test. Elric observed him closely as a dark sky loomed beyond the window, while he himself sat in meditation, until suddenly a surge of dark energy gathered in the corner, and a dense fog began to spread. A voice rang out, declaring that the protagonist had been found, and a red-eyed deer locked its gaze onto him. Drawing a knife, it let out a scornful sneer, mocking that a pathetic man would dare stand in the path of the Bloody Wolf King, then suddenly lunge forward and declare that such an offense could only be repaid with death. Yet even as the blade closed in to within inches of his face, the young man remained completely still, his eyes shut. In the very next instant, his eyes flew open and a violent blast erupted outward, revealing the lion standing upright with a sword in hand, the warrior's gaze burning with intensity as the beast suddenly broke in a loud laughter, leaving Herman baffled by the reaction until he abruptly turned toward the door and froze in shock. At the same time, the deer closed the distance to the young man, clearly intent on punishing him as its blade hovered right in front of his face. Yet Elric snapped his green eyes open and released streams of ice from his body that instantly locked the enemy in place, its eyes bulging with disbelief as the protagonist stepped in without pause, struck it across the nose, and with a faint smile declared that his opponent had just made a fatal mistake. Above the frozen creature, Hull appeared, summoned by the young man for assistance, and the deer's eyes widened in fear as Elric looked up, raised his hand, and explained that after passing the test, the monster seal had grown stronger, while Mephistopheles, arms folded, added that his master could now command cold winds and even form snow and clouds to summon winter itself. Touching his own face, the young man questioned why he felt pleased to see such an ugly worm, which made Camellia smile at the Demon King as she pointed out that it was time he admitted his face looked ridiculous. And although Elric looked at them both with warmth, his attention suddenly shifted when he noticed a snowflake resting on his hand that quickly hardened into ice. All three turned at once as the doors slammed open with a thunderous crash, and Elric, breaking into a sweat, muttered a curse under his breath when he saw Herman sitting on the floor with a bruised face, saying he was relieved that the protagonist was safe, prompting the young man to rush over to the injured warrior without hesitation. Placing a hand on Herman's shoulder, Elric listened as the man explained he was only overexerted and exhausted, then smiled when the protagonist observed that he already looked much better, after which Herman glanced aside and asked whether the young man understood what good had come from meeting him after he had fallen ill with that scheming disease, leading Elric to study him carefully and ask what he meant, at which point the general raised a finger and declared that he had finally taken a step toward the goal he had pursued for so long. While nearby a large crack split through the wall, beneath it lay the unconscious lion, and the two of them stood surrounded by the wreckage of a ruined room. The protagonist warned that he would share a portion of his mana with his comrades, and as their bodies began to radiate a golden glow, the man turned to watch, realizing that Elric had once again broken past another limit, while Herman, with a faint smile, remarked that he was already starting to feel better. At that same moment, a loud noise rang out behind them, prompting the young man to rush toward it without delay, only to find flames spreading outside and wolves clutching firecrackers in their hands. Elric's expression tightened as he threw an insult their way, then lifted his hand and released magic, sending a freezing wind sweeping across the enemies, causing the wolves to look up in alarm and shout as they recognized the mage, while the protagonist's eyes burned with anger. The enemies immediately tried to flee, but the young man declared that although they had come here their own will, they would not decide when they left, and in the next instant, blocks of ice shot past them, cutting off their escape and forcing the beast to stop as they turned back in fear, soaked through, while lightning flared brightly around him as he lowered his gaze and activated his skill, and the raging wind knocked the wolves off their feet. The warriors nearby watched with furrowed brows, their attention fixed on the mage, and in the distance, a streak of yellow light came into view. Fairies drifted through the air, celebrating amid the falling snow, while Eir raised her hand and looked ahead as snowflakes floated before her. The young man then shifted his focus to a tree that had grown from the ground, a smile forming on his face, while beyond the window, white clouds stretched across the sky. Raising his hand, Elric declared that he would use the ice crystal to absorb the power of cold, awaken the winter flowers, and imbue them with the divine strength of the flower goddesses. And Camellia, folding her arms, added that this was the same way he had awakened her. As everyone focused on him, The young man went on to explain that if they could gather all the powers of the flowers and cultivate these winter blooms, they might be able to plant the ice general within them, and even place some in spring. Mephistopheles turned away with a displeased look, while the mage reflected that, just as the Demon King had said, ending the winter would require more than simple frost and biting winds. It would need a fusion of multiple elements. Holding a snowflake in his hand, the young man watched as it suddenly rose, tracing a circle through the air and leaving behind a streak of white light. Within it lay the combined power of Camellia and the elements. As the snowflake solidified into stone, and the young man reflected that winter would come, only for spring to return again afterward. The fairies gasped in awe, drifting joyfully through the air, while the guards nearby murmured among themselves, until Isabel's eyes suddenly widened, and a smile spread across her face as a warm spring breeze swept through, carrying the fragrance of flowers and revealing a vibrant green field beneath a clear blue sky beyond the castle. Sean hurried over to his friend, who insisted that they needed to kill the ice general, but the young man raised his hand and warned that they should not act without proper information, to which the magician replied with a smile that their target was within the Fury tribe, while his companion closed his eyes and commented that the protagonist had once again taken everything onto his own shoulders. The members of the Blue Lions all turned their attention toward Elric, as Hayes held the small tiger cub in his arms, and Sean, pressing a hand to his forehead with a sigh, said he would stand by his comrades since they had made it this far, after which the group gathered behind the mage and moved out together, setting forth with the shared goal of restoring order. A fist crashed down onto the table as Wolf ground his teeth in rage, furious that such a simple task, the burning of the temple, had ended in failure, and though he sat upon his throne declaring that he did not care about the temple itself, the demon standing before him understood that the real source of his anger was his subordinate's failure to kill Elric. The predator's eyes flickered with malice as the man simply shrugged and remarked that he and the king were the same in that regard, since both were tired of hearing that name, prompting Wolf to turn his head slightly and state that they could rebuild their strength and wipe out their enemies, though first they needed to finish their negotiations. However, his expression suddenly shifted as his eyes widened and the bloody king clenched his teeth, realizing that his tales were beginning to disappear, while the demon, wearing a faint smirk, suggested that the beast now had need of their assistance. Meanwhile, a violent hurricane tore through the city ruled by the Fury's dolphin as the protagonist flew through the sky, commenting that the scene was rather pleasing before his expression tightened, and he noted that they should have expected some form of countermeasure. Camellia remarked that it felt as though a century of pent-up sorrow had been swept away, while the young man held a blue sphere in his hands, inside which the faces of his companions appeared, smiling as they asked whether there was anything else left for them to do there. Mephistopheles shut his eyes in irritation and called them insane, yet his master replied that he was no different, then added with a smile that everything was going smoothly thanks to his friends. Together they shattered a stone statue, with Sean raising his hand and Hayes wielding the hammer, as terrified beasts fled from the storm, crying out desperately for the bloody king to save them. The fairy lowered her gaze and explained that the Fury tribe was an alliance that encompassed most of the cities across the Black Snowfield, making it no simple task to bring down so many places at once. But the protagonist answered with a faint smirk that they would move step by step, adding that destroying the Guardian Stone was only one part of their plan. Meanwhile, the wolf remained seated on his throne as the young man continued, explaining that those cities had submitted to the Fury tribe because of the overwhelming power of the Bloody Wolf King and the protection provided by the Ice General. As blood streamed from the predator's eyes, Elric continued, explaining that if the cities came to understand that the Ice General was still a threat, they would be driven into despair and disbelief, emotions that would inevitably turn into anger, and with a faint smile, he concluded that in time, they would reclaim what they desired. Beneath a darkened sky hanging over the kingdom, the deputy commander of the Fury tribe slammed both hands onto the table, arguing that there was no justification for undertaking something so dangerous, while a map lay spread out before him, and he struggled to comprehend their true intentions, until Nada's expression suddenly tightened, as though he had realized something crucial. His fist trembled beside the drawing of a forest, and the fox clenched his sharp teeth, recognizing that this must be where the Ice General's true body was hidden. And as he turned toward the window, he thought that if it were exposed that they had concealed the monster's body and ruled through fear, then the cities that had pledged loyalty to them would rise in rebellion. Below, a crowd had already gathered, while the deputy declared that they needed to mobilize their forces. Snow continued to fall over the mountains, where a figure stood atop a cliff and stated that somewhere within the Fury tribe's territory existed a knight's domain, though its exact location remained unknown, and with his hand resting on his knee, Elric added that if they began stirring trouble near that domain, the alarmed Fury tribe would act on its own to protect the Ice General, bringing the surrounding beast territories along with it. Camellia lifted her gaze as she listened, while Mephistopheles smirked and remarked that he wanted to see their faces when they realized they had been played, after which the mage looked into the sphere and reported that the enemy tribe had already begun to move, and within its surface appeared Herman's face, prompting the protagonist to say that this time he would go alone since the others needed to stay behind. The man frowned, hoping the young one would not take unnecessary risks. But Elric simply slipped the sphere into his pocket and declared that it was time to leave. Deep within the forest stood a cluster of tents, where the commander of the 4th unit, wearing a serious expression, announced that the monarch of Nitair had entrusted them with an important mission, as another lion fixed his gaze on him. Yet Temple turned and called out to someone standing at the back of the group. The group parted, shifting their attention toward a warrior the commander did not recognize, while the predator, covered in sweat, introduced himself as Rickle, the newest member of the unit. The leader's expression hardened as he insisted he had received no such directive, concluding that another error must have occurred. Yet the newcomer remained stiff and unmoving, while Temple coldly declared he would not permit even the smallest mistake. With that, the lion turned his back and added that the mission details would be explained on the way. Hovering above the supposed recruit, Mephistopheles and Camellia argued back and forth, baffled at how the warriors could be fooled so easily, while the protagonist merely shut his eyes and commented that acting had always been his strength, made even more foolproof through 7-circle magic that guaranteed the enemy would never detect the disguise. Then, casting a sideways glance at the demon with a faint smirk, he warned that if the criticism continued, he would force him to watch a dance of passion. At that same moment, Temple lifted his hand and commanded that from this point forward they would secure the area so tightly that not even a rat could get through, as the protagonist stood just behind him with a subtle smile, snow continuing to fall around them. Without any signal, he triggered his magic, and the wolves abruptly turned as something slipped past their guard, while Elric and his familiars rushed ahead, the young man detecting the concentration of magic as they wove quickly through the trees, stating that once they arrived, they would encounter the Ice General, all while he still maintained the form of a lion. He dropped down, only for surprise to flash across his face when he spotted hooks driven into the ground, chains stretching out from them to hold someone firmly in place. It was a woman completely wrapped in bandages, and as the protagonist studied her, he frowned inwardly, noting the rust along the chains, and realizing she had been bound there for a very long time. Mephistopheles, grinning broadly, commented that he never expected the demon god's lingering curse to look like this. Then, after opening his eyes, added that it probably explained why she had suddenly fallen asleep 40 years earlier, while Camellia voiced agreement, and the demon, examining the aura clinging to the chains, observed that they carried a faint floral scent and had been created through divine power. The goddess narrowed her gaze and said that 40 years ago, she and Austin had been connected in much the same way, explaining that although the seal itself was not especially strong, the fact it had endured this long meant someone must have been continuously restoring it. At the same time, all three sensed a tailed demon's presence lingering near the Ice General, prompting Elric to frown as he stated that the tail's blessing had already been applied. That blessing soon took form as the Bloody Wolf King, and as the young man moved toward the restrained general, he admitted he never thought he would feel thankful to the Wolf King. He went on to admit he had no idea how to defeat the Ice General, yet as he reached out his hand, he reasoned that since she was already restrained, sealing her inside an ice crystal would be easier. At that exact moment, the girl suddenly screamed and struggled violently, while the young man formed a snowflake of ice in his palm, only for a portal to open behind her without warning. Elric reacted instantly, leaping back as a man stepped through and questioned what a beastman was doing there, while Mephistopheles, hands on his hips, remarked that he never expected to encounter him in this place, and the protagonist agreed, adding that he had sensed that same energy many times before. From the portal came Camellia, a Grimary demon, who approached with a puzzled look, unable to understand why an ordinary soldier showed no fear toward his seal. His expression then darkened as he declared that he belonged to the Melvinger family, prompting the young man to let out a chuckle and respond that he was quite impressive for a demon. Camelia's eyes narrowed as understanding set in. Melvinger had been meddling with the Fury Tribe's scheme. His mission had been to aid the Wolf King in uniting the Black Snowfield, secure his allegiance, and then seize control of the Ice General, orders he had accepted while kneeling in submission. Now, as he faced the young man before him, he thought that without this interference the task would already be complete, yet a grin surfaced in his thoughts as he decided this twist might actually work in his favor, earning him recognition and gratitude from those opposing the Melvinus. His nails extended while dark mana poured into the tattoo etched across his body, and Mephistopheles, observing the forming vortex, remarked that Camellia carried a bloodline, adding with a quiet chuckle that this would not be an easy opponent. Taking a step forward, the young man said he had just reeled in a massive catch, something even more valuable than a totem, while Camellia frowned at the sight of such a calm smile. Pulling his arm back, he gathered mana and released sickles of darkness that sliced through the air toward Elric, and in the next moment, the young man's body seemed torn apart and brought down. The demon burst into mocking laughter, declaring that this so-called enemy of all non-humans was nothing special, Yet the illusion broke instantly, revealing Elric standing there completely unharmed. Camelia's jaw dropped in shock as the protagonist, focusing mana into his hand, remarked that he had never expected to meet someone so much like himself, then fired a beam of energy directly at the demon. Camelia reacted at once, raising slabs of stone as a shield, but the beam cut through them without resistance, leaving him frozen in disbelief as he struggled to grasp how the young man could wield the Ice General's power, how he could command the northern wind and call forth a winter blizzard. Around Elric, a violent storm erupted, winds that devoured and crushed everything in their path, a blizzard that turned the entire world white and froze whatever it touched. He spoke of one of the demon god's great powers, a force necessary to bring down the Empire and revive the Lord of Azul, the demon king destined to rise from flames, while narrowing his eyes as he realized the Ice General had to be taken at any cost. Fixing his gaze on the raging storm ahead, he remarked that it was astonishing for someone so insignificant to wield a winter blizzard that even they found difficult to control. The protagonist frowned, questioning what his opponent could possibly be thinking about in the middle of the fight, and in the very next instant he appeared right in front of him. Then, using body enhancement techniques, cut off Camelia's arm with a single clean strike. The demon immediately jumped back and raised a wall of stone between them. Then, after regenerating his severed arm, stated that his enemy should have been no more than a magus. Yet this level of power was completely different. Clenching his teeth, he concluded that the opponent had to be at least at the 7th circle, the rank of an archmage. Producing a parchment, he muttered that since the enemy could also use body enhancements so freely, there was no chance of victory, and as he tore the parchment, he decided it would be wiser to escape through magic and report this to his superiors. However, the paper suddenly darkened to black, and Camelia's pupil shrank in confusion when nothing happened. At that moment, the protagonist placed a hand on his head and calmly stated that he had already made sure escape was impossible. With force, the young man slammed the demon into the ground, then lifted his hand with a soft chuckle, remarking that he had been worried about appearing stronger than the last demon he fought, yet this encounter had turned out to be far too easy. Mephistopheles looked away and commented that this was not the real Azazel, while the demon king frowned, astonished by how powerful the boy had become after everything he had gone through. Sitting in front of the corpse, the protagonist admitted he had not expected Gray's influence to reach even this place, and after channeling mana into the seal, he said he wanted to learn more. But since the enemy was already dead, he would instead absorb the demonic energy. As the Devourer opened its mouth, the seal on the corpse's hand suddenly began to glow, causing the Devourer to recoil immediately and warn Elric to be careful. In the next instant, the demon struck out, forcing the young man to jump back as he tried to understand what had just happened. The corpse then rose upright as darkness gathered around its head, and with a grin, the demon declared that he was the one who had killed Camelia. The protagonist began to tremble, overwhelmed as he recognized the unmistakable aura of the Demon King. Mephistopheles' expression darkened as he immediately recognized Azazel's aura within the figure before them, recalling that 30 years ago humanity had not triumphed over the demons due to inferior numbers. The demonic army had been overwhelming, but because they lacked a supreme ruler to unify them. However, if the great demon king Azazel, the tyrant, were ever to return, it would become a matter of life and death for both the imperial family and the Hexag, as the awakened king was an existence of true terror. The protagonist cast a glance at Mephistopheles and suggested that retreat would be the wiser option, even turning as if to leave and stating there was no need to continue. Yet as he faced the enemy once more, he asked what exactly the king meant. Mephistopheles frowned and explained that what stood before them was merely a copy, an inferior imitation of a demon king that could never truly become Azazel. Folding his arms across his chest, he added that all 4 great demon kings, himself included, were either sealed or dead, but as long as their true names remained, their existence would persist. Elric's expression tightened as he asked whether that meant Azazel's true name still existed somewhere, and Mephistopheles replied with a grin that otherwise the Grimoire faction would not exist, as they were carrying out countless experiments in an attempt to restore that true name. As the young man reflected on this, recalling the image of the crying girl, he realized that the Grimm were also responsible for the incidents in the human world, including the totem that had drained the lives of peasants. His face darkened further, and although he acknowledged aloud that the impostor had indeed killed Camelia, inwardly he resolved that he would one day have to face the Grimm. The demon's grin widened as he summoned 2 enormous tornadoes, declaring that the young man had to die while a violent storm surged forward. The protagonist's expression twisted with irritation as he mockingly repeated the demon's words, then raised his hand and asked Azazel if he was incapable of speaking properly. The 2 tornadoes collided with explosive force, and in that same instant, chains shot out and pierced the demon's body, making its eyes flash. Yet with a simple wave of his hand, Azazel shattered the bindings. In the next moment, Elric appeared behind him and stated it had only been a feint as mana gathered into his hand and he propelled himself forward using the body enhancement technique, White Tiger Bite, smashing the ground beneath them. Azazel intercepted the strike with a grin, and the young man's teeth ground together in shock as his gaze locked onto the demon's hand. Yet he did not hesitate and followed with another blow, only to watch the injury mend instantly before his eyes. And as the demon clenched his fist tighter, the protagonist felt the threat closing around him, his jaw tightening as the realization set in that the tide had already turned against him. A violent blast erupted, raising pillars of light, and though the young man managed to raise a barrier in time to block the attack, he saw fractures spreading across its surface and understood that even in a possessed state, this opponent was overwhelmingly powerful, and beyond that, Azazel's true body still remained. He flung away the opponent's severed limb, noting that as time passed, body and soul would continue fusing, steadily amplifying the demon's strength, while Azazel, wearing a calm grin, regenerated his arm right before him. Mephistopheles let out a scornful sneer, remarking that even as a mere copy, this was still a fragment of the Demon King, and that losing to nothing more than a boy like Elric would be disgraceful, prompting the young man to bite his lip as he acknowledged that with his current power, the best he could manage was a draw, before turning his attention to a more urgent problem, and stating that the Fury tribe, led by Temple, was already closing in, meaning his original plan to secretly absorb the Ice General had completely collapsed. As Azazel opened several portals and casually noted that he might have an idea, demons began pouring out from the rifts, while Elric remained motionless. Then, after glancing at the enemies in front of him, admitted that although he could escape using his mana, the arrival of the Fury tribe would make doing so far more difficult. Without warning, the young man lifted his hand, puzzling the Demon King, and hurled a curved blade of mana toward Azazel, who casually erected a barrier and dismissed the attack as pointless. But with a cold smirk, Elric remarked that his family had a rather unique tradition, and at that exact moment, the demon let out a thunderous roar. Smiling, the protagonist declared that if the general could not belong to him, then no one would have her, and in the next instant, the mana sickle abruptly shifted course, cutting through the chains binding the Ice General. Azazel went still, his mouth hanging open in disbelief, while Mephistopheles, grinning widely, called the young man insane, and Camellia, frowning, said that although she understood he was a Melvinger, this went far beyond reason. Yet the Demon King burst into laughter, declaring that this was perfectly in line with the Melvina's spirit and the most entertaining thing he had witnessed since making a contract with him. The Ice General unleashed a thunderous roar as her aura burst outward in all directions, while Camellia lifted herself into the air and questioned how he planned to restrain her again if sealing her in ice was no longer an option, and the young man, his body wrapped in mana, answered that he had no alternative, then drove his foot down with force and launched himself forward with a grin. Elric broke away at once, sprinting ahead as Azazel pointed forward and commanded his forces to give chase, with the Ice General advancing alongside them. Although restraining her again was still necessary, since her next target could not be predicted, the protagonist continued widening the distance, fully aware that if they lost sight of him now, he would become a major threat to everything they had planned. The demon pressed his palm against the ground and declared that this Melvinger sprout had to be uprooted before it could grow any further. Yet in that very moment his body shook violently, and he coughed up blood, a dark smile spreading across his face as the vessel's life force finally reached its limit. Behind them, the Ice General kept pursuing Elric, roaring as she advanced, while Mephistopheles and Camellia exchanged looks, the demon unable to understand why the giant was chasing him with such persistence. The fairy explained that Elric carried a strong trace of Melvinger mana, the same force she herself was bound to, and as Mephistopheles looked ahead, he pointed out that the beastmen who had reinforced her seal shared that trait as well. Even so, it did not explain why her pursuit of him was so intense, prompting Camellia to let out a tired sigh. She glanced back again, unease creeping in as she realized something was off, because the Ice General's fury had always been indiscriminate, directed at all living things without focus, yet now it was clearly locked onto a single target. Having known the general for a long time, she had never seen her this enraged, and a chill ran through her as she turned to the protagonist and asked if he had done something to provoke her. Elric replied that it was nothing significant, then revealed an ice arrow and explained that when he broke her seal, he had planted a command for her to pursue by striking her with that very arrow, leaving Camellia staring at him in disbelief as she questioned him again, grabbing his shoulders in frustration and demanding to know why he would do such a thing, only for the young man to answer that he needed her chasing him so he could lead her precisely where he wanted. Two beastmen, spotting the giant, shouted in panic as they realized she had been freed, while a flying demon pointed at the protagonist and ordered that he be captured. Yet in the next instant the Ice General crashed into him and sent him flying, giving Elric the opening to shake off those relentless pursuers. The three continued flying onward as the screams of those crushed below rang out, and Mephistopheles, grinning, asked what his next move would be. With things having reached this point, the young man stated that he would only escalate the chaos further, which drew laughter from the demon, who admitted that for the first time, he genuinely liked him. Elric allowed himself a faint smile, but was immediately pressed about what he was doing, as the commanders watched him through a sphere, noting that the fluctuations around him had intensified and wondering if he had been injured. He told them not to worry and explained that the entire situation had been set up by his own design, causing the captain to exhale with a mix of relief and excitement as he cautioned Elric to stay careful, joking that if he got hurt, his niece would never forgive him. Another warrior demanded an explanation for the chaos he had caused, and all three commanders shouted in disbelief when a young man casually revealed that he had simply captured the ice general, leaving Herman's jaw hanging open as the others burst into laughter, the large man remarking that Elric was even more unhinged than they were before asking if he had a plan and whether they could help. The young man replied by telling them to follow his lead, his eyes fixed ahead with confidence, and when asked if he had a destination, he confirmed that he was heading directly toward the Fury tribe. At that same moment, inside the Fury fortress, urgent voices rang out as reports came in that the domain's encirclement had been broken, with confirmed sightings placing the ice general near the wolves, and noting that Idadu had been gravely wounded after encountering her and was later seen in Tychon. The fox slammed his fist onto the table, demanding to know how the Melvinger had managed to release the ice general from her seal, while Nader trembled as a subordinate reported that inquiries were pouring in from every direction, questioning why the ice general had appeared within Fury tribe territory and what had happened to the blessing of the tale. The fox stared forward with a dark expression, thinking that the giant had only ever been a tool meant to secure his authority. He understood that this truth could never be revealed, because if it came to light, the entire governing system of the Fury tribe would collapse, and pointing at his subordinate, he ordered that a mobilization command be issued immediately, along with a warning that any city acting recklessly would lose its voting rights. The Fury rushed off to carry out the order, prioritizing control over the other cities, knowing that once the ice general was suppressed, they could ensure she would not escape again. His claws carved deep grooves into the table as he struggled to grasp how everything had spiraled so far out of control, baring his fangs as he concluded that it was all because of Melvinger, and that the boy had to be eliminated no matter the cost. Nader signaled to the mages and ordered them to locate the protagonist, stating that he was the source of the current chaos, and before long the signalers reported that they had identified someone believed to be Melvinger. The fox fixed his gaze on them and demanded his position, but the subordinate turned back, visibly shaken, and answered that the target was standing directly in front of the central gate of the Fury tribe. Nader's eyes narrowed with anger as he questioned what kind of nonsense this was. Yet in that very instant the ground shook violently, and the commander rushed to the window, only to freeze at what he saw. Melvinger was flying straight toward the fortress, with the ice general charging behind him, while a confident smile rested on the young man's face as everything began to fall apart. The Fury cried out in alarm, shouting that the general was completely consumed by rage, unable to comprehend what was unfolding, while Elric paused briefly to wipe the sweat from his forehead, clearly worn down by the relentless pursuit. Mephistopheles glanced around with disdain, once again thinking how unfortunate it was for anyone forced to deal with the protagonist, then looked toward the giant and questioned what she had done to deserve this, pointing out that Elric had provoked her with that strike. The young man simply replied that the demon already knew this was how he operated, then raised his hand as the tattoos across his body flared to life, and a cluster of ice arrows emerged from a portal. This was the moment to unleash true chaos. He sent the arrows crashing into the castle's barrier, commanding them to pierce through and shatter it, as Fury forces rushed into the courtyard, and an officer shouted for them to stop the madman. At the same time, the army led by Herman entered the domain, and the commander-in-chief declared that they would not allow Elric to advance any further. The fox ordered the wolves to attack, but suddenly went rigid as the barrier above them began to crack, while the deputy could only mutter in disbelief that it was impossible. The ice general was already bearing down on the castle. Elric smiled and chose to lead her straight into the fortress's core, while the ice encasing the castle fractured under the force of her advancing steps, and from the ground below, a figure dressed in lavish garments and thick furs slowly rose into view. The Wolf King released a tremendous burst of energy and let out a thunderous roar, demanding to know who had the audacity to intrude upon his domain, as the massive white wolf locked its gaze ahead. In response, Elric activated his magic and carefully examined this new foe, identifying him as the Blood Wolf King he had heard of, though the energy surrounding him felt unusual. A green flame burned around the beast, repelling the ice general's freezing aura, yet it was neither mana nor demonic power. The king studied the young man in turn, taking note of his green eyes, golden hair, and the unpleasant scent clinging to him, immediately recognizing him as Melvinger, his tail flicking with excitement, because under the demon's influence he had already regained his 8th tail, and to reclaim the 9th he required the art of body enhancement, something that had conveniently come to him on its own. At the same time, the ice general pressed her assault toward the castle, shouting as she set her sights on the king, who bristled with satisfaction at the prospect of battle. Spreading his arms wide, he roared that such a pitiful being, one lacking even a will of its own, dared to oppose him. And as their forces clashed, he ordered her to disappear from his territory immediately. A violent explosion erupted, forcing Elric to raise a barrier against the debris and surging energy, his eyes narrowing with fatigue as he questioned why the Ice General had suddenly redirected her attack toward the Bloodwolf King. Camellia observed closely and concluded that the general must have recognized him as the one who had strengthened the chains that once bound her, marking him as an enemy. The three remained suspended in the air, watching the collision of the two overwhelming forces, while Elric drifted into thought until Camellia asked whether something was wrong. Without replying, he suddenly surged forward. The spirits chased after him, calling out for him to stop, but he had already drawn out the Ice General's seal, prompting the fairy to ask why he was bringing out the ice crystal at this moment. As green energy coiled around the giant and forced a cry of pain from her, Elric rose to her level and remarked that the Bloodwolf King had been a great help, extending the crystal as he stated he could not afford to let this opportunity go to waste. The artifact began to draw on energy, and Mephistopheles watched with a grin, clearly entertained by the way his master claimed what he desired while crushing his enemies without ever confronting them head-on, laughing as he commended the young man for mastering such calculated and cunning tactics. Without warning, Elric's body trembled as he abruptly turned toward the White Wolf, a smile spreading across his face while he activated the power of his tattoo and unleashed a tightly focused beam of energy directly at the king. Raising an arm to intercept it, the Wolf King asked in astonishment what the young man thought he was doing, only for Elric to answer with a grin, questioning whether he had truly believed they were on the same side. Mephistopheles clenched his teeth as he realized the protagonist intended to eliminate both forces at once, while the beast responded by releasing an even greater surge of power to push the attack back. The demon observed that the wolf was clearly being driven into a frenzy, and the king glared ahead in fury. Melvinger. If he had already possessed his ninth tail, he would never have endured such humiliation, and his entire body shook with rage. One of his tails slammed violently into the ground, and in that same instant he launched himself upward at blinding speed, propelling forward in an attempt to pierce the man, making Elric stare in surprise as he questioned what kind of attack it was. Then an explosion erupted, and the battlefield suddenly filled with countless White Kings. The young man merely grinned at the sight, dismissing it as a pitiful trick before releasing a freezing current toward them and commanding the cold to immobilize everything, his expression turning icy with killing intent as blades of frost tore through the clones, which Elric cut down without hesitation while ascending higher into the air, unsure of the king's strategy, yet convinced it would lead to nothing. At that moment, a protective barrier off to the side shattered, forcing him to spin instantly and thrust his hand forward as blue mana surged outward, while the wolf looked on with satisfaction, convinced the boy had been caught. The young man's body began to lift under the influence of the spell, his strength draining away as his eyes turned white. Because once the king extracted the body enhancement art from his memories, restoring the ninth tail would finally be possible. Frowning, the king looked into the dull gray landscape of this Melvinger spawn's mental world, causing the monster to tremble as a small blonde boy appeared before him. He found it ridiculous that someone known as a magician would conceal their soul in such a miserable place, drool slipping from his mouth as he concluded that this only made things easier, since all that remained was to tear the soul apart. A gigantic paw stretched toward the child, poised to seize the strengthening art. Yet in that instant, a terrifying aura descended upon the White Wolf, accompanied by a voice that demanded how such a miserable beast dared to covet something that was not his. Sweat broke across the king's face as he failed to comprehend the crushing presence, and in the next moment enormous fangs lunged at him, while the voice ordered him not to resist and declared that he would be devoured, causing the Wolf King to clutch his chest as his vision blurred, unable to grasp what was happening to him. At the same time, Elric drew in a sharp breath as he regained consciousness, while the beast struggled to understand what existed within the boy's soul. Turning to Mephistopheles, the young man asked what had just occurred, saying he only remembered being attacked by the Bloodwolf King. Yet the demon merely looked away with irritation and claimed he knew nothing. The beast let out a furious roar, spreading his arms as an immense surge of strange energy erupted outward, swearing to reduce his enemy to ashes as the surrounding furies scattered in terror. And the Bloodwolf King's rage intensified while Melvinger raised a barrier against the incoming wave, unable to comprehend what the enemy had done. Yet the barrier began to crack, leaving the young man stunned as a green wave swept across the castle before fading away. The Wolf King stood frozen, breathing heavily as he realized it had been far too long since he had exerted such power, while the Ice General cried out in agony. And even so, he still could not destroy him. He shouted, convinced that at the very least he had burned that cursed Melvinger to nothing. But in the very next instant, a voice rang out, making the king lift his head as the young man casually scratched under his chin and remarked that if the flames had been hotter, they might have actually burned him, then clenched his fist and called upon the fox to grant him greater strength. Meanwhile, within the castle, Valence clutched his chest as someone nearby reassured him not to worry, while Norris dropped to one knee before him with a smile and declared that the tiger boy, the king of the mountains, must uphold the dignity of a true tiger. However, Valence lowered his eyes, his expression troubled, and replied that the situation was not so simple as the Duke believed, since these beastmen had already betrayed the anthropomorphs and had long been showing their fangs to them. The man listened in silence as the boy questioned whether his words could truly move them, pointing out that they would see him as too young and look down on him. And just then another figure stepped into the room, drawing their attention toward the beautiful sunset outside, where the hero's sister reminded them that the king had vowed to restore the Imperial Seven and ensure all beastmen could live in peace and happiness. Hay smiled at his majesty and affirmed that only Valence was the true king of the anthropomorphs, and the only one capable of achieving this, while Sean gave a playful grin, adjusted his hair, and told him not to worry because they would stand firmly behind him. With that, the Tiger King began walking slowly toward them, nodding as his confidence grew, deciding that he could do this. He had their support, and as king, it was his responsibility. He thought of Elric, reminding himself that this was for those who believed in him and for the hero who had given him the chance to chase his dream. And as he moved forward, he imagined that if Elric were here, he would take control of the meeting without effort, laughing as if nothing mattered while crushing anyone who dared stand against him. Just before stepping through, he paused at the faint light shining at the doorway, and Wellens resolved to act more like Merbinger as the door slowly opened. The Tiger King entered, drawing stern looks from the gathered intelligentsia, each representative wearing a severe expression. Yet in the very next moment, surprise spread across their faces as a commanding aura radiated from the king. He advanced with calm authority, and one by one those present lowered themselves before him, while Valence cast a sharp glance behind him, his eyes burning with intensity. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the young man crushed an ice crystal in his hand, smiling as he commented on how satisfying it felt, while Camellia watched him with a dark expression and warned that no matter how much of the Ice General's energy he absorbed, it would not weaken her. But the young man already understood everything. The Ice General struggled against the restraints of that foreign energy, while Elric understood clearly that she was carefully observing her opponent, learning from every exchange and gradually becoming stronger. The crystal began to rise slowly into the air, and although the hero's team had still gained something from this, most notably the seal of winter growing far more powerful, what mattered most was the steadiness of his smile, now filled with confidence, because he had already discovered a way to absorb the Ice General. With that realization, he moved upward toward the screaming woman, then cast a glance at the fox and noticed the exhaustion weighing him down, which made him question why the creature still refused to give in. The Wolf King glared back with burning fury, unable to understand why he was once again forced to confront a Merbinger, something that should not even exist, as his thoughts drifted back to the past, to the moment he had died alone in a dark and frozen place after being cast out by his own tribe, only to encounter a figure wielding a strange power, an old hermit beast who took him in and trained him over the course of centuries. Through that long training, he gained overwhelming strength, enough to gather an army under his command and challenge the world in his pursuit of kingship, intending to cross the black snowfields and bring the empire to its knees. Yet a massive barrier stood in his way, a wall known as Merbinger. Floating in the air before his forces was the hero's grandfather, facing the beast army as he calmly urged them to turn back, telling them that if they simply withdrew, no one would be harmed. However, the fox pointed directly at the magician and demanded that he overcome this obstacle, determined to erase that arrogant man, only for everything to collapse into complete ruin as he lost both his tails and his entire army. Even then, the fox refused to yield, gathering another army in defiance, only to have yet another obstacle appear, this time someone even closer to his own ideals than himself, the Tiger King who had defeated the Bloody King. And afterward, utterly drained, the fox wandered into the wasteland, unable to understand why he continued to fail. He slammed his fist into the ground in frustration, demanding to know why he was destined to lose so miserably to mere mortals. Yet he recognized one truth. He needed greater power, and with madness burning in his eyes, he sought a strength beyond anyone's reach, abandoning everything he had learned over centuries and turning toward forbidden power, stepping into the domain of the demons they all feared, convinced that no one would be able to stop him. Even so, people kept getting in his way, leaving a single name resounding in his thoughts: Merbinger. As the king roared in fury, demanding to know why that existence alone continued to oppose him. Beneath the overwhelming pressure, Elric's body bent slightly, while the monster bellowed that he would never forgive the Merbinger, a crimson aura flaring up around him as his pupils shrank into pinprick dots of red in the darkness, and the fox swore he would kill the hero. Yet at that exact instant, a slicing spell cut through the air and cleanly severed all of the monster's tails in one stroke. Blood poured from the creature's eyes as it screamed in desperation, crying out, No. Elric dropped onto the beast's head and stated that he had always been bound to his kind by a cursed link, offering to end everything here and now, before immediately launching his attack. Empowered by the LD element, a violent explosion detonated, hurling the Blood King down into the ground as ice rapidly spread across his body, while smoke swallowed the battlefield and fragments of frozen debris rained down without pause. The mage landed softly as the beast's body gave only the faintest twitch, releasing a low growl while muttering curses, his eyes slowly rolling back as he insisted this was not the end. Yet that instant became the true death of the Bloody King, and Elric gave a small nod, unconvinced there was anything more to it, before turning his back. Behind him, the Ice General screamed and struggled violently, but the hero casually remarked that he would handle her himself, so there was no need to hurry, smiling as he added that she was being driven, while Kalia and Mephistopheles looked on uneasily as he played with the Ice General. The demon folded his arms and suggested the hero must have realized something, which the fairy could not grasp, prompting the demon to explain that their master had spoken of this before. After absorbing a seal, he could perceive memories that revealed the owner's nature. Most likely, Elric had seen something when he absorbed the Ice General's power, and Camellia remembered a similar incident between herself and the young man, causing her to glance toward him and quietly wonder if he had witnessed the Ice General's memories. Even so, that towering existence remained an unfathomable mystery, something beyond even a fairy's full understanding, leaving her to wonder whether he could truly comprehend it at all, while he himself questioned why the giant feared him so deeply, assuming instead that she simply wanted to play. The general ground her teeth, as Elric reflected that he had once believed the Ice General to be nothing more than the corrupted body of the goddess Camellia, twisted by malice. Yet as his gaze settled on the crystal, the memories sealed within that fragment revealed something entirely unforeseen. In his vision, a woman appeared curled into herself, a solitary child, who had not been born with hatred for humans, but instead had come into existence as an Ice General through the demon god, carrying the innocent curiosity of a newborn, a curiosity that gradually warped into hostility. The beastmen, frightened by her freezing presence, drove her away with sticks and stones, warning her never to return, even though all she had wanted was to play with them, to run across the dark snowfields beside the children, to laugh, to share meals, and to live among them. She lingered behind trees, wishing she could hunt monsters at their side, race through the forest, and splash in the water, her desires simple and harmless as she approached them. Yet every time, the beastmen raised their weapons, choosing to protect their homes rather than accept her. Even the monsters fled, terrified of the overwhelming power she carried, while the trees withered into darkness and the river froze completely, its flow brought to a standstill. Yet all that unfortunate girl had ever wanted was friendship, and despite that modest wish, she froze everything around her without intending to. With no parents, no companions, and only a recent birth into the world, she had no understanding of how to connect with others because she knew nothing at all, and in the end, everything she touched was destroyed, leading her to believe that the world itself rejected her, pushing her to make everything around her suffer as she had, until she became a true monster filled with hostility. Even then, one small wish lingered within her heart. Not anything grand, but the memory of the first children she had seen after her birth, playing joyfully together, a sight that left her in awe and made her wish she could join them. Now, even as she trembled at the suggestion, whether intentional or not, the way he had drawn her into the lands of the Furies reminded her of a game of catch, and although anger showed on the surface, Elric smiled faintly, having realized after absorbing the fragment that deep down she was enjoying the chase, which was why he chose to continue playing with her. With a grin, he pointed to himself and told her that since she had failed to catch him, it was now his turn to be it, prompting the Ice General to stare in surprise as he casually added that she could start running. Then Elric placed his hand against the ground and released his mana, warning that if he called it out, he would reveal the fragment, and if that happened, she would lose. The general bit down on her teeth, turned sharply, and fled at once, while the familiars hurried after their master, and Mephistopheles watched in disbelief that she had agreed to something so simple, a game that felt almost childlike. As Elric kept reaching out to the cursed girl, Camellia quietly remarked that who could have imagined that saving the Temple of Flowers and Fields, a weight she had borne for so long, would come down to something as simple as a game, and the fairy lowered her eyes with a sorrowful look, thinking that perhaps the answer had always been clear, since the general had been born from her own flaws. She reflected on her past, and realized that she too had likely been lonely, just like that girl, and that the general must have carried the same unbearable solitude, just like winter, as the wind brushed through her hair, and, far off, the Ice General's expression softened into a smile, perhaps because Elric had become the friend she had never had, easing that loneliness. Sharing in that moment, the young man smiled as he continued playing with the giant, glancing toward the ice fragment and remarking that the girl was doing quite well at running from it, before using magic to shrink it down, reducing the ice general until she stood at his height, her body continuing to diminish as the bandages wrapped around her loosened and fell away. At last, Melvinger stepped forward and placed his hand on the little girl's shoulder, telling her that he had caught her, and as that instant settled, her tangled black hair softened and shifted into pink, lifting lightly with the wind. Now filled with happiness, the girl turned to the magician with a bright smile before her form dissolved into space. Pink light drifting upward into the sky as a voice echoed that she had fun. A hand reached toward that fading glow, grasping the ice crystal as the young man stopped it and ordered it to disperse. A gentle pink glow enveloped him, gathering above his head, while the floral scent sealed within the ice crystal rode the winter winds and spread outward in all directions, passing over cities and sweeping across the black snowfields, driving away the darkness that had long suffocated the world, melting the frozen earth and awakening life that had lain dormant. Though the air remained cool, the wind now carried a refreshing softness, a quiet sense of renewal that lifted the weight everyone had borne for so long. Camellia looked around as tears shimmered in her eyes, recognizing it as the frost of spring, a sign to all that winter had ended and spring would soon follow. And as the fairy gazed upon fields now filled with blooming flowers, she gently declared that spring had arrived. Meanwhile, the Tiger King and his prime minister made their way down into the ruins, acknowledging that the Fury tribe had fallen as the young ruler stood beside his companion, both of them watching the break of dawn, while Valence listened as word reached him that the ice general had been defeated, finding it almost unreal to see everything unfold before him. A faint smile formed on his face as he admitted to himself how unbelievable it all felt. That in a single night, the long-awaited dream they had pursued had finally become reality. Yet Norris turned toward the young master and reminded him that what lay ahead mattered far more, because even with the Fury tribe gone, restoring the Tiger King's house and bringing unity to the snowy fields would be no easy task. The young king met those words with a bright, steady expression and agreed, understanding that he needed to be more composed and resolute than ever. When suddenly fairies fluttered overhead, celebrating the coming of spring as they pointed excitedly to the side and urged him to look. Through the ruins, Elric approached with a smile, fairies circling around his face as they eagerly asked how he had managed it, to which he simply shrugged and replied that it was all thanks to the floral scents they had given him, since nothing worked better to drive away winter. Anna paused, confused by what he meant, and her companion shared the same puzzled look, prompting Camellia to fold her arms and fix them with a stern gaze as she clarified that Elric was simply saying everything had succeeded because of all of them, and if that was hard to understand, they should just accept his gratitude. At once, the fairies burst into joyful motion, dancing together in celebration of driving winter away, while nearby the magician stepped up to his majesty and asked how things had gone on their side, leading Valence to place a hand over his chest as he explained that they had managed to persuade the others thanks to Elric. Melvinger answered with an easy nod and a cheerful expression, acknowledging that while he had arranged the meeting, it was the king who had truly convinced them. Norris observed the mage closely, and as he recalled watching their leader negotiate with the chiefs of the Fury tribe, it felt as though Elric himself had stood in that position, prompting him to clench his fist as he reflected that the man admired by the Mountain King possessed the qualities of a true ruler, and that the actions of the Melvinger family would surely influence the future of the entire continent. With that realization, the Duke's expression grew firm, knowing they had no choice but to align themselves with the hero. Across the shattered battlefield, dust hung in the air as two guards kept watch over the Blood King's corpse, still struggling to accept his death, unable to believe that someone as overwhelmingly powerful as Melvinger had truly brought him down. When, from behind them, black shadows slid forward, took shape, and suddenly pierced through both guards, as a voice followed, murmuring that it knew it was him. Azazel appeared beside the fallen body, anger fixed in his gaze, his form barely holding together as it fed on the life force of his own subordinates, only to arrive too late, with both the Blood King and the Ice General already defeated. Staring at the corpse, he reflected that decades of effort had been poured into the Blood King to secure the Ice General, and if that fox had succeeded in uniting the Beastmen, everything would have turned out differently. His demonic hand clenched as the thought crossed his mind that claiming the North Wind and the marks of winter would have been only a matter of time, while he slowly lifted his eyes toward the sky, realizing they should have erased Melvinger when he had been weakened by the plague, leaving not even ashes behind. Yet their arrogance had brought them to this failure. A dark glint passed through his eyes as he decided there was only one path left, and after one last look at the corpse, he resolved to awaken the demon sealed within the Blood King. Dropping to his knees, Azazel called out to the Demon King and the Demon God, thrusting his hand into his own chest as he declared he would offer them his life. At once, black flames erupted across the vessel's body, and a dreadful voice answered that his wish had been granted, as the fox's eyes snapped open, a flicker of sorrow passing through them before it was forcefully suppressed. Those emotions gathered instead as fuel. Thick black smoke coiled around the reviving form while red and black fumes wrapped around the beast's feet and the demon within demanded endless indulgence in negative emotions as the flames continued to burn, time dragging on while the fox ground his teeth in fury. The voice explained this was the path to becoming a supreme demon, and with eyes blazing with rage and mana, a new path began to unfold for the Blood King. Not far away, someone asked the hero what he planned to do with the Ice General, and as Elric looked down at the crystal, he answered that now that he had gathered all the elements that formed winter, his expression turning solemn as he concluded that it was time to bring winter to an end. Camellia asked how he planned to achieve that, and Elric turned to her, admitting he had never even heard of such a method, then asked whether she knew anything about it, only for the fairy to spread her hands and answer that if she knew, she would say so, and if she didn't, then she didn't, leaving him just as uncertain as before. Without warning, the ground began to shake violently, forcing Elric to fix his gaze ahead as he wondered whether the Blood Wolf King had been telling the truth when he said his death would not be the end. And in the very next moment, a terrifying resurrected figure rose above the city, red smoke pouring from its body while its eyes blazed with a feral yellow light. The creature tilted its head back and unleashed a scream that carried for miles as an immense surge of mana gathered into its body, setting the houses below ablaze, while soldiers rushed in with reports that someone had offered their life to invoke the demon god's power and revive the Bloody Wolf King. Elric stared ahead, alarmed, as the soldiers warned that if this continued, a new Ice General would be born, prompting him to reach into his cloak and pull out an orb, uneasy at how smoothly everything had unfolded until now. Turning to Hayes and Sean, he ordered them to gather all the beastmen and evacuate the city, while he himself leapt toward the threat. His sister called out, asking what he intended to do, and as he moved toward the resurrected demon, he declared that he would handle it alone. But Mephistopheles quickly caught up, questioning how he could possibly face such an enemy by himself, and insisting that this was not a foe he could defeat alone. Camellia, watching with concern, sided with the demon, reminding Elric that he had only managed to defeat the fox earlier with the help of the Ice General, and that this time he would not have that advantage. But Elric simply took out a crystal and said he had an idea, even though he had planned to study it more before using it, which only left the fairy confused about what he meant. Without any hesitation, Elric placed the artifact on his tongue and declared that he would end winter at once, causing his familiars to recoil in shock as they shouted for him to stop and spit it out. But it was already too late, as the mage's body became sealed within a layer of ice, his breath turning heavy and visible while arcs of lightning flickered through his eyes. Raising his hand forward, he called for winter itself to descend, and in answer, a colossal storm burst forth, so overwhelming that even Mephistopheles was driven back, cursing that this fool was once again dragging them into disaster. Camellia struggled against the force of the blizzard, fighting to keep her footing as she resisted being pulled in, fully aware that the ice crystal was a mystical object of immense power, dangerous even on its own. And now it also contained the Ice General, the very existence that had brought winter upon the black snowfields for so long. A drop of sweat ran down her face as doubt began to take hold, because although she believed Elric might succeed, attempting something like this without any preparation was a risk far beyond reason. If this continued, either his humanity would be altered or his body would collapse under the strain of the rampaging mana. So what exactly was the hero trying to accomplish? Elric clenched his teeth as hot steam forced its way out from between them, fully aware that he was about to endure an overwhelming surge of power, while the markings spread across his body flared brightly and the seals of bitter cold and winter wind rapidly intensified, drawing in energy at a terrifying rate. His chest tightened painfully as he lowered his gaze to his own hand, realizing that his mana circuits could barely withstand the violent currents surging through him. Even so, he locked his eyes onto the maddened fox and told himself he had to endure no matter what, as light spilled across his face and his heartbeat pounded violently against his ribs, threatening to burst free. Then, in the next instant, the mage opened his eyes again and found himself standing within the snowy forest of his mental world. Behind him, Otto spoke gently to the girl, asking if she would come with him, and she answered with a soft smile and a small nod, prompting him to smile in return as he asked how she could agree so easily without knowing whether he meant her harm. The girl paused in thought, then shook her head, and the guide looked at her kindly, remarking that she was truly gentle. How could he ever see her as an enemy? Before letting out a light laugh, and suggesting that if she followed that path, she would never be bored again. Without hesitation, the girl leapt happily into Otto's arms, but the moment she noticed Elric nearby, she quickly slipped away and hurried over to him, stopping a few steps short before bowing silently, while Elric leaned slightly toward her and told her to watch carefully how he would handle things on the other side. Otto walked over and gently patted her head, remarking that the young man had performed even better than he and Austin had expected, since they had originally assumed the hero would defeat the Ice General and seal her inside a crystal. Yet instead, the girl smiled and explained that Elric had seen her true self, understood who she was, and eased the weight in her heart. The guide looked at her with a hint of regret, admitting that if he had once tried to understand her the way Elric had, perhaps she would not have suffered as much, as heavy snow continued to fall around them. Regardless, Otto had deliberately left aside the final method, though the hero had advanced far more quickly than anticipated. Elric, however, folded his arms and reminded him that it was time to hand over Winter, his dissatisfaction clear, while Otto replied that it truly reached that season. He needed to keep moving forward. The hero still had more to learn and had to study each season step by step. Growing frustrated, Elric argued that after everything he had done, Otto still refused to give him Winter, but the man calmly scratched his beard and clarified that he had never said he would not give it, only that the hero was not yet worthy of wielding Winter, and that it would be granted when the proper time came, so he should wait. Elric responded with a grin and called the girl over, remarking that this man was no good, and without hesitation, she immediately went to him. Taking her hand firmly, the hero decided that the guide was clearly trying to take her away for his own purposes, but he would not allow that without his approval, prompting Otto to sigh and shake his head as he muttered that this Melvinger was overstepping more with each passing day, wondering how their lineage had ended up like this. Elric simply smiled at that, remarking that it was not something the man should be saying when he was clearly thinking of ways to mock his own descendant, while the ancestor fixed his gaze on him and clarified that, jokes aside, even if he handed over Winter now, it would serve no real purpose for the young man, who still needed to build a stronger foundation before he could wield such power. Elric let out an awkward laugh, admitting he would have preferred that approach as well, but the situation outside was far from ideal, and at that exact moment, Camelia's voice broke through as she poured magic into him and shouted for him to wake up immediately, warning that the demon fox was already rushing at them with killing intent. Sliding a finger across his neck, the hero joked lightly that otherwise his head would be blown off, which made Otto release a heavy sigh and question how he could speak so casually to his own ancestor, before pointing at him and declaring that once everything outside had settled, he would have to come visit his private residence. As Elric tightened his hold on the essence of Winter, Otto explained that all the materials required to create true Winter were gathered there, while in the real world, the hero's body still hung motionless and unconscious, as Camelia desperately called out to him, urging him to open his eyes while channeling all her power into him, even striking the monster's palm and tearing a hole through it. At the same time, the markings across Elric's body began to fill with Winter itself, taking on a cold and merciless nature, while the ancestor silently hoped his descendant would not be consumed by demonic influence, as new symbols spread over his skin and his clenched fist drew in all surrounding light. Then, in a sudden flash, the prey disappeared. Elric reappeared suspended in midair, his presence imposing as his eyes glowed a vivid green, prompting Mephistopheles to let out a nervous laugh as he remarked that even with Otto's help, the speed at which this man had absorbed a general-level seal was absurd, proving that the talent of the Melvinger was truly monstrous. The fox opened its jaws and unleashed torrents of destructive red mana, but the young man simply extended his hand and commanded the seals to break as the massive beast lunged toward him, while Camelia watched intently, realizing that Elric had truly obtained Winter and now wielded it freely. The Blood King slashed down with its claws, only for the hero's counter to impale it with towering spikes of ice, and though it struggled, Elric calmly raised his hand and smiled, realizing that the strength of his magic had reached an entirely new level. This was the result of combining all the elements that formed Winter. His eyes flicked for a moment toward the seal of Winter, just as the creature smashed apart the ice that had bound it, tearing itself free while its injuries rapidly knit back together. And as it fully broke loose, it let out another deafening roar. Yet the mage only regarded it with clear irritation, remarking that it was far too noisy before shifting his cold gaze forward and commanding the seals to silence it. Frozen chains snapped tight across the fox's jaws while the hero, standing with a grin and both hands resting at his belt, announced that silence had finally arrived. Then with a casual flick of his hand commanded the monster to be restrained, prompting additional chains to spiral around the demon as it howled and thrashed in a futile attempt to break free, just as Elric sprang onto its head, declaring the moment had come before delivering his strike and shouting that it was time to finish it. At that very instant, the fox ripped the chains apart with its jaws and began gathering mana for a counterattack, forcing Elric to lift his arms and block as he noted the creature had grown even more powerful. So he cast a barrier that started absorbing the incoming energy. Yet this force was beyond even what the seal of Winter could stop. While his eyes flashed green upon realizing the monster was drawing in the demonic energy scattered through the air to amplify itself, meaning the only way to kill it was to destroy the red core. Though approaching it was nearly impossible due to the flames encasing it. Through smoke thick with blood, the fox's dreadful stare surfaced, and its voice echoed directly in the hero's mind, repeating that it would kill him, which made Elric frown as sweat slid down his face, aware that if this continued, a new demon king could be born. So he tightened his fist and thought that even the smallest opening might be enough, yet none revealed itself. Then the spirit of the seal asked if he required help, and Elric answered with a strange smirk, suggesting the spirit merely wanted to devour the demon entirely, to which the spirit laughed and asked whether his master truly intended to stubbornly refuse assistance, commenting on how much pride he had gained as it bared blue fangs and declared its hunger, surging forward without hesitation while stating there was no reason to turn down such a meal. Above the fox, an even larger entity from the seal manifested and instantly tore off the monster's head, yet the king regenerated at once, only for the seal spirit to grab its neck and slam it into the ground, and with Hull forcing it down, an opening finally appeared. Elric fixed his gaze forward, shaken yet fully aware that half measures would never be enough, then launched himself ahead with the resolve that even if it consumed every last drop of his mana, he would finish it in a single blow, unleashing the final revelation passed down by the Tiger King as his eyes flashed yellow and a warm radiance spread through his body, strengthening him while he executed the technique called 1,000 Tiger Cuts, releasing a relentless storm of strikes that tore through the enemy's flesh and caused the fire in its eyes to dim, only for the bloody king's eyes to snap open without warning as the flames surged back with even greater intensity. The backlash hurled the hero away, yet he smiled, knowing the attack had succeeded, as the fire burning within the creature's heart began to fade, while Elric clutched his chest in pain, his strength rapidly draining until his legs gave out and he began to collapse. At the same time, Hull and Lee continued their clash, and the young man realized that if he let this opportunity pass, there would never be another, just as his seal began to glow and he wrapped his arms around himself, unable to comprehend the strange reaction triggered by Mephisto's demonic energy, which had shown no response when he absorbed a low-rank seal, but now stirred violently as the demon appeared at his side and looked ahead, concluding that the remnants of his dragon heart, once suppressed by the cursed Shineake's energy, were reacting to the demonic power he had taken in earlier. The force within him surged as he raised his hand toward the enemy and said he hoped they would never meet again, then clenched his fist and gave the command to crush, causing the Blood King's core to fracture, split, and finally shatter as a blinding burst erupted from the stored energy, sending a massive beam shooting skyward while a violent explosion thundered through the heart of the city. The surviving onlookers turned in shock, and Veilance focused on the distant flash, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the intense light as they flickered, thinking that spring had finally arrived. Yet if that scorching wind continued to spread, it would reach the snowfields and bring drought and heat too severe for life to survive. Norris shifted into his wolf form and immediately ordered the royal guards to protect his majesty as a crimson tornado rose along the horizon, drawing horrified stares from the beastmen at the advancing wall of heat, while the duke's expression tightened, fully aware they could not stop it on their own, sweat slipping from beneath his sleeves as he bitterly reflected that moments like this made one regret being unable to wield magic, and that their current situation existed only because the beastmen had arrogantly abandoned civilization. Yet as long as their king survived, they could rise again. Norris waved his hands in urgency, commanding that the king be protected even if it meant burning alive, as the sky filled with blood-colored mana and streaks of white lightning, and within moments that white radiance tore through and scattered the red energy, after which a mage descended to the ground. Augustus stepped calmly across the scorched land, remarking that they could have entrusted everything to him from the start, recalling how he had already spoken about this with his disciple and had asked whether his help was unwelcome, to which Elric, standing with his hands resting on his belt, had replied that he could not rely on him forever, prompting the old man to question what was wrong with that, while the hero, gazing up at the star-filled sky, explained that as both his disciple and the patriarch of his house, he could not lead if he lacked the ability to stand on his own, since no one would follow such a patriarch. Melvinger's expression hardened as he resolved to walk whatever path lay ahead, just as his grandfather had done, no matter how dangerous, so that his house, and the entire world, could shine. This was the fate of the Melvinger placed upon him, and August fixed his eyes on Elric before asking if he truly intended for his master to simply stand by and watch him die. But Elric only laughed and replied that such a thing would never happen, insisting he would not die, then asking him instead to protect the king of Veilance and the Antrimorph in his place because they were deeply important to him, which made the old man glance aside in thought before frowning slightly and answering that such a responsibility belonged to a teacher, after which he called out to the beast man, standing behind him. He asked if they had met before, then told him to look closely as mana began spiraling around his body and his eye flashed, prompting the old man to wonder aloud which of them was the more dangerous mage, while Norris could only stare in fear, his hand trembling as he felt the overwhelming pressure pouring from him and questioned just how powerful he truly was. August lifted his leg and stepped forward, and with that single motion, energy erupted outward across dozens of meters, as though where the ice general's darkness manifested as a blizzard that swallowed light. This presence instead erased light altogether, and Augustus continued his advance. The White Knight, a terror that devoured not only death itself but even existence, while the roar and blinding brilliance drove many beastmen to the ground, clutching their ears as an unbearable helplessness took hold. Something no one could believe came from a human. Space itself began to crack as the light disappeared, replaced by the calm tones of a sunset, and the beastmen stared ahead in fear, asking what they were witnessing, only to realize the flames had been completely extinguished, while Norris looked down at his shaking paws and understood that the old man had suppressed a catastrophe of immense scale. Valence hurried forward as the Duke asked if the gentleman was unharmed, and the boy, filled with worry, insisted they must return to the city at once because Sir Elric was in danger. Yet August only looked ahead and coughed before asking whether the Tiger King truly believed his disciple would fall to something like this. Soon, a group approached to meet them, and Valence, eyes brimming with tears, smiled as Elric appeared at the front unharmed, though clearly exhausted as he glanced toward the Tiger King, while the boy waved his paw, and the mage returned it with a faint smile, attempting to speak, only for his eyes to suddenly widen as he collapsed. Isabel caught him before he could hit the ground, and Sean rushed over in alarm, only to realize Elric had simply fallen asleep, leaving his friend standing there as he nervously ran a hand through his hair and muttered that his comrade had a habit of scaring him like that. Meanwhile, afternoon faded into night, bringing an end to the chaos that had consumed the black, snow-covered field, and later, Elric lay asleep beneath a tree in the middle of blooming meadows until he finally opened his eyes, still weighed down by fatigue, only to find a smiling girl standing before him. She sat between his legs with a soft smile, and he asked if she had come to say her goodbye, to which the girl quietly nodded without losing that gentle expression, while the mage answered with warmth, lightly patting her head as he told her to enjoy herself and keep playing after he was gone, adding that hurting anyone was never worth it, then drifting into a calm silence as he admitted that although he did not know where she would go, wherever that place might be, he only wished that she would never feel wrong there and that nothing but happiness would be waiting for her. The general closed her eyes and smiled with quiet gratitude before slowly standing, the wind rising to play with her hair, and then she asked if he would play with her again, which made the young man's eyes widen slightly in surprise before a mischievous smile formed as he answered, "Of course," drawing a shy laugh of thanks from the ice general. Petals drifted through the bright sky and slipped in through the open balcony into the bedroom, one brushing softly against his cheek as he slowly opened his eyes, then abruptly sat up and wondered how long he had been out, after which he turned toward the person seated beside him. Valence greeted him with a warm smile, and the young man asked how long the king had been there, to which the Tiger King replied that Camellia had said he would wake soon, so he had only just arrived, then quietly passed him a book, prompting a surprised look as Elric asked what it was, and the king explained that it was the research he had intended to give him, a diary left behind by the Tiger King. Melvinger, looking worn, questioned why something so important to the Tiger family was being handed over, but the king answered that he had discovered it by chance while searching the library and had found something interesting inside, believing Elric would gain from reading it as well, and added that he had marked the page for him. Elric focused and began reading. On February 14th, Yell recorded that he had discovered an interesting man and brought him back to the tribe, noting that the man claimed he had been raised in his youth by an unknown beast man and possessed knowledge of body enhancement. On February 16th, he wrote that he had questioned whether a human could adapt so quickly to the tribe, yet in a short time the man had become one of them, proving those concerns unnecessary. On February 17th, he found himself weighing the idea of settling down, and when that same man proposed what he described as the ideal location, they ultimately decided to make their home there. By February 29th, he had begun to notice the man's increasing fascination with his method of enhancing the body, recognizing a resemblance between their approaches, and after the man offered to guide them personally, the two of them departed together on a journey with the goal of defeating the Ice General. The hero stared at the diary in disbelief, unable to comprehend how any of it could be real, because the person described within those pages could only be himself, and even the encounter with the Ice General, along with everything that came after, aligned perfectly with what he had lived through during the trial. His hand hovered over the paper as he recalled how Brother Yull had disappeared just as suddenly as he had arrived, leaving behind nothing but the statement that his name was Elric Melvinger and that he was a descendant of their house from the future. Elric's hand rose to the artifact resting against his chest, unease settling in as he realized the trials had felt far too vivid to be dismissed as mere fabrications of his mind. Yet if they were truly real, then it pointed to the existence of magic capable of turning back time. Something so absolute it should not exist, which led his thoughts to Otto, even though he knew almost nothing about him, except that the descendant had told him to find him at his personal residence. With that realization, Elric swung his legs off the bed at once, fully aware that he needed to return to the Empire without delay. But before he could take another step, Sean rushed into the room in visible alarm, saying he had feared Elric might never wake up. Elric, however, only smiled and remarked that he doubted Sean had come running merely because he had regained consciousness, then asked what had happened. Sean held his gaze and answered in a grave tone that war had broken out in the Empire, leaving Elric standing there, completely stunned. Sean stepped in closer and stated again that war had already broken out within the Empire, and Elric, both confused and on edge, shot back demanding what kind of nonsense he was hearing. Sweat gathering across his face as his thoughts immediately leapt to the possibility that the Red Lion had risen in revolt. The Count of Winds, an unmistakable figure whose house stood among the 8 vassals safeguarding the Empire, governing the military colonies along its borders with forces considered among the elite. Without hesitation, Elric got to his feet and moved for the exit, fully aware that if someone of that level had truly rebelled, it was a matter that could not be ignored, while Sean hurried after him, unease clear in his voice as he added that before the day was over, the Count of Winds would be formally declared an enemy of the Empire. Elric slowed just long enough to rub his chin, a sense of unease creeping in as he felt something about the situation did not add up, then picked up his pace again, questioning how a house known for absolute loyalty could suddenly turn traitor, prompting Sean, visibly strained, to reveal that rumors were spreading that the house had been working with demons. Elric halted abruptly and turned back, demanding an explanation, but Sean only frowned and continued, saying that what made the situation even more suspicious was that the Crown Prince himself was at the center of it all, which drew a faint smile from Elric as he remarked that the same Crown Prince who had been chasing Gregory was now leading this affair, and that it did not just seem suspicious, it stank to high heaven. With that, the two pushed forward, knowing there was no time to lose and that they needed to return to the Empire immediately, while the Beastmen gathered to see them off, and Valence lowered his head, weighed down by the feeling that despite everything the hero had done for them, they had not been given any real chance to repay him. The mage sat down, took the king's paw into his own, and asked if he truly intended to go through with this. But the young man simply smiled and told him to become a great king, adding that he would wait and expected the debt to be repaid with interest, which caused the boy's cheeks to flush as farewells were exchanged, and the Tiger King gave a firm nod, promising that he would grow into a worthy ruler and stay by his side. Would that be enough? To which Elric laughed and answered that it was the right decision. At that moment, the fairies arrived, unaware that the guests were already preparing to leave, and the girls immediately surrounded the hero with downcast expressions, clinging to him as they begged him to stay longer and play with them, repeatedly asking why he had to depart so soon, until Camellia flew up, scolded them to behave, then fixed a serious gaze on the mage and fell silent. Elric smiled gently and told her he had planned to stop by the temple before leaving, and she replied with a grin that he seemed to be in quite a rush and that she would not try to hold him back, though after observing him closely, she gave a small nod and warned that the road ahead would not be easy, prompting Elric to bow slightly and answer by asking if any road ever truly was, which earned him a knowing look from the fairy. Having come north under orders and gained far more than expected, he boarded the carriage alongside the others, then laughed and waved as it began to move, thinking that restoring his family's name and securing the ruler of Black Snow as an ally gave him strength few could contend with, while adjusting the locket at his chest and reflecting on the legacy left behind by his grandfather and ancestors, resolving not only to cherish it, but to build upon it further. As the carriage continued forward, Camellia fluttered past the window with a smile, and Elric returned it before sinking back into thoughts about the responsibilities he now carried as the head of his house. Elsewhere, the demon leader listened with cold indifference as his subordinates offered their apologies, the demon kneeling before him, trembling uncontrollably under his gaze until the leader ordered him to go back immediately, declaring that once the matter was settled, the sealed order must be destroyed, and then, releasing a surge of dark energy, he began devouring the guilty servant alive, turning the entire hall into a scene of blood and chaos as he commanded that no trace be left behind. The letter in his hand ignited, and, as it burned away, he resolved to erase all evidence and return to the main base, wondering if the great mission was finally beginning, grinding his teeth at the thought that if not for the interference of that accursed Melvinger, they might have already delivered the northern winds and the winter blizzard to Lord Azul. Though for now, he had no choice but to withdraw. A fierce aura burst from the demon as he vowed they would meet again, his gaze turning savage with intent while he resolved that he would personally present Elric's head to Lord Azul. Meanwhile, atop the Great Wall, Sean lounged inside the carriage and stretched, casually asking if they were finally on their way out, when the coachman's voice suddenly rang out, shouting for an immediate stop. The sudden halt jolted everyone inside as Carl peered forward in confusion, prompting someone to demand what was happening, and he answered that it was something the master needed to see personally, leading both Sean and Elric to step out. Along the wall, archers already had their crossbows raised and trained directly on them, while the captain called out that any refusal to comply would result in them being treated as intruders and executed on sight, which made the hero's expression harden as he noticed ballistae lining the walls, armaments reserved strictly for wartime, making him question whether this was connected to the Red Lion. The guards demanded their identities along with the size of their escort, and Sean gestured toward the carriage behind them, explaining that they had passed through this very place 2 months prior as members of the Naristar family. At which point a magic circle lit up atop the carriage, and Naristar himself raised a hand, calmly ordering that the gates be opened. The commander leaned over the wall, disbelief clear in his voice as he asked whether the young master truly meant they had returned after 2 months, when everyone had believed them dead, and Sean, clearly losing patience, nearly shouted for the gates to be opened at once, prompting the commander to issue the command as the massive doors began to groan and swing open. Vanilla stepped forward and bowed deeply, apologizing for both the discourtesy and the misunderstanding, but Sean waved it off with a smile, saying it was nothing of importance, and that seeing how thoroughly they defended the Empire's borders only filled him, as one of its citizens, with pride, which made the commander laugh as he remarked that receiving such acknowledgement from the third son of the Naristar family, after 30 years of service, was something he had never experienced before. After a brief pause, the man added that something unusual was unfolding that day, explaining that notable guests had been arriving one after another in such a remote location, which caused Sean to look at him in surprise and ask who else had come, to which the commander smirked and revealed that the fourth prince was currently present, asking if they wished to meet him. Sean and Elric traded stunned glances, then gave each other a silent nod, both recognizing that the prince had undoubtedly been waiting for them. And, as the hero fixed his gaze forward with a hardened expression, he questioned why someone as significant as the fourth prince would travel all the way here in the midst of such unrest. Inside, the lord sat upon his throne, staring ahead in contemplation as he awaited the arrival of his guests. What exactly was he aiming for? The man lightly tapped his finger against the golden ornament while recalling what he'd been told, that he and Elric had shared a close bond since childhood, and, placing a hand over his chest, Rodeo stated with certainty that if he were to step in and persuade him, Elric would undoubtedly choose their side. From the throne, His Majesty remained silent, his expression pensive as his gaze dipped toward the floor, weighing his next move, while beside him the fourth prince, Cromwell, supported his chin with one hand, the sword at his side flashing with a sharp gleam that reflected his reputation as a prodigy of the imperial family. His mastery of the blade had been recognized by the Golden Lion himself, granting him the title of Black Lion. In the dim backdrop, the silhouettes of 3 heroes took shape, marking him as one of the Empire's 3 guiding stars, a man who might even earn the confidence of the one already hailed as the future emperor. Leaning back into the throne, the king chose to entrust the matter to his subordinate, prompting the young man to bow deeply in sincere gratitude. While not far away, the protagonist's childhood friend drew his brows together slightly, coming to the quiet realization that the day would come when he would inherit the position as the next head of the front's house. Sitting in his chair, Sean questioned whether Elric truly meant to meet him, pointing out that he had always avoided entanglement in imperial family matters. Yet Elric, fingers interlocked, answered that he had decided to stop wavering, which made the third son of the Naristar family lift a brow in annoyance as he asked if that bastard had begun scheming again. Dropping his gaze, Elric calmly denied it, explaining it was nothing like that, and that he had simply come to understand he could no longer remain inactive, then added that he had made up his mind to restore his house, leaving Sean stunned as his jaw slackened, and he asked if Elric intended to use the fourth prince as a stepping stone to reclaim his former standing. With his elbows resting on the chair, the sorcerer responded that such a choice would come after he met him, and Sean, closing his eyes, exhaled softly in relief, taking that answer to mean Elric was preparing to throw himself back into the battlefield once more, while the protagonist formed a faint smile and admitted inwardly that Sean was correct. If he wished to rebuild his house, take on a meaningful role within the Empire, or aid one of the princes in claiming the throne, then this route would be among the fastest available. Behind him, the faint outlines of 2 imperial family members seemed to linger, and he thought to himself that since he had already cut ties with the crown prince, the fourth prince might serve as a powerful ally. Just then, the door creaked open and Herman stepped in, asking if they had summoned him, and Elric, still seated, answered that he had been waiting for him, causing the head of the Vile clan to narrow his eyes as he remarked that he had assumed Elric had come back to resume his sword training, though from the mood in the room, that clearly wasn't the case. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, Elric said he would request that again another time, but not now, before gesturing for Herman to sit, and as the warrior placed his hand on the table and asked why he had been called, Elric responded that there was something he wanted to ask. Slightly extending his hand, the Duke of the Shining Star brought up the Black Lion, and after thinking it over, the swordsman rested his chin on his hand and replied that, at least outwardly, the man appeared highly ambitious. He continued that although such rumors were widespread, his own judgment differed, and stroking his beard as he spoke, Herman explained that in reality, the man was simply a lion wholly devoted to the pursuit of swordsmanship and martial skill. At that, the young man's pupils contracted in realization, and as Herman raised a hand, he added that whether the sorcerer would personally get along with him was unclear, but once they met in person, he would see that the man wasn't as bad as he might expect, prompting Elric to thank him, admitting that the explanation had given him a clearer sense of how to approach him. As Herman continued talking, Elric grew briefly distracted, while the former observed that his apprentice seemed different from before, and beside Elric, Mephistopheles hovered in the air, commenting that he looked forward to crossing blades again, to which Elric replied that he also wanted to measure his martial prowess. With a slight smile, Elric asked if Herman would be willing to have a friendly spar, and lowering his chin, Herman confessed that he had been waiting to hear those exact words. Before long, they relocated to an open space beneath the sky, where a sizable crowd of fighters in matching uniforms had already assembled, making Elric drop his jaw slightly in irritation as he asked whether his master had called all of them here. Yet Herman, glancing off to the side, claimed he had no idea what he was talking about, which led Mephistopheles to narrow his eyes and comment that he was quite adept at playing innocent. A drop of sweat traced down the Duke of the Shining Star's cheek as he explained that the spar had only just been arranged between them, so he couldn't fathom how news had spread this fast. And at that moment Isabel peeked out from behind her father, prompting someone to suggest she was likely responsible. With his hands folded, the Dark Spirit remarked that she was clearly no ordinary child, noting her sharp political sense and calculated mindset, and Elric agreed, admitting she was exceptional, while also recognizing that she had orchestrated this to demonstrate her capability in safeguarding the borders and to elevate her standing ahead of meeting the fourth prince. Spreading his fingers as he took his stance, Elric realized that both the swordsman and his daughter were trying to give him the push needed to climb even higher, while Herman, gripping his sword hilt, cautioned him not to expect any leniency and told him to remain sharp. His cloak fluttered in the wind, and in the very next moment, they crossed the gap between them, their collision leaving radiant streaks from countless exchange blows suspended in the air. The surrounding warriors stared at the aftermath of the explosive clash in stunned silence, shaken by the realization that such destructive power had been unleashed without relying on mana or aura, while one of them lifted a hand to his face and questioned how the heir of a famed Magi lineage could contend with the Blue Lion using only his bare fists, unable to comprehend it, only for another to interject with an even more unsettling thought. What if that same Magi chose to fight using magic as well? Fragments of hardened earth burst outward as the sorcerer was forced back by the impact, and the protagonist narrowed one eye just as his opponent remarked that his movements had become far more refined, while Herman, sliding his sword back into its sheath, commented that there was still plenty of unnecessary motion in those techniques, prompting the Duke of the Shining Star to bow his head in exhaustion and admit that he would need many more lessons to improve. In that instant, every gaze shifted in unison toward the same point, locking onto the gap between the lines of fighters as the fourth prince appeared, Cromwell stepping forward while applauding. And as his hands came to a stop, the young man noted to himself that a member of the imperial family had arrived, prompting the two who had just been exchanging blows to bow with respect before his majesty. Beneath a sky scattered with bright stars, Elric walked calmly along a castle corridor until Rodeo suddenly stepped into his path, greeting him with a broad grin and loudly declaring that it had been far too long since their last meeting, which made Mephistopheles frown with clear displeasure as he questioned what kind of disagreeable face this was and whether the protagonist even knew him, receiving the answer that this man was the legitimate heir of the House of France. Squeezing his eyes shut, the king of primordial sin asked if that house was the one referred to as the Red Wall, and once that was confirmed, he concluded that the man standing before them was a traitor, while Rodeo, lowering his hand after noticing the silence, asked why his old friend had nothing to say, leading the young man to raise his brows slightly and suggest that perhaps it simply felt awkward after so much time had passed since they last met. With a strained smile, Rodeo admitted he was well aware of the resentment aimed at his house. Yet now that the legacy of the Merbinger rested with his family, he could no longer regard them as enemies. While Elric's eyes remained hidden in shadow, and his former companion realized inwardly that they were no longer mere vassals, but had grown into a dominant force within the imperial court, meaning he would not dare stand against them. A sly grin crept across Rodeo's face as he decided that if his house offered to return the Merbinger legacy, then the protagonist would have no choice but to align with them. And with that, the heir of House France casually slung an arm around Elric's neck, beginning to talk about the inheritance connected to his family, which lay near their territory, insisting they resolve the matter before meeting the prince. Elric told him to remove his hand, yet even as he spoke, a bead of sweat slid down his cheek, and the Duke of the Shining Star, his brows drawing together in anger, repeated the demand more forcefully, insisting he take it off immediately, while behind him the phantom of the demon king hovered with fangs bared. And Mephistopheles remarked that this alone showed that those who claimed to be the right hand of the Merbinger understood absolutely nothing about them. Clenching his hand into a tight fist, the sorcerer stated that Count France should be showing him the utmost respect, while the Dark Spirit added that this was a grievance House Merbinger had carried for a long time, and with anger swelling in his widened pupils, Elric demanded to know how a mere third son could dare behave so familiarly toward a duke of the Empire. only for his companion to remark that such resentment would never truly disappear. Rodeo slowly drifted toward the window, where beyond the glass stood an immense red wall. The territory of House France, a colossal fortress that had served as Merbinger's shield for 1,000 years, a vassal house that had shed the blood of countless enemies who targeted them. While memories rose of children running into the arms of a grown man, and the protagonist recalled that this was why he and his sister had called the head of that house uncle, placing more trust in him than anyone else. A crimson light flickered in the Count's eyes as the truth came into focus. They had sided with the imperial family, taken the legacy for themselves, and played a role in the of House Merbinger, while the young heir of House France wore a cruel smile. And even worse, they had tried to force that very name onto the noble magical bloodline when they attempted to bind Rodeo to Hayes. Behind massive gates, the children once remained seated as the sorcerer recounted how, after they refused, they were abandoned in a deserted mansion where even survival became a daily struggle. And with a darkened expression, the protagonist could not understand how they still had the nerve to act so boldly after everything that had happened. Bowing his head, Rodeo admitted that he had shown disrespect to His Excellency, and without even sparing him a glance, the Duke of the Shining Star replied that since he was aware of that, he should vanish from his sight immediately because he had no wish to see him. And at that same moment, the young man turned away and left with his dark companion, while the heir of House France clenched his teeth in frustration. Placing a hand over his chest, Elric formally introduced himself and conveyed that the head of the Merbinger family sent his greetings to Prince Cromwell, prompting the imperial prodigy to smile and say he was pleased to meet him, while the protagonist noted inwardly that although the prince had clearly heard everything from near the doorway, he showed no reaction whatsoever. Hovering just above the sorcerer, Mephistopheles remarked that the prince's lack of reaction to his subordinates' insults came from his attention being fixed elsewhere, since he had been watching Elric with clear interest, leading the protagonist to realize that Cromwell likely already understood Rodeo's nature, expected nothing from him, and was instead far more interested in how Elric himself would act. When he was suddenly asked whether he had employed the art of body development during his duel with the Blue Lion, the protagonist's lips parted in shock, while the sorcerer's eyes widened uneasily at the thought that the technique might have been recognized. Yet the fourth prince remained composed with his hands clasped behind his back, and the talented swordsman, shutting his eyes tightly, admitted that although the magic tower had labeled that art forbidden, there was no cause for concern, since its knowledge would not fall into the wrong hands. Touching his chin lightly, Cromwell suggested they proceed directly to the real issue. Then, wearing a faintly sly smile, asked what Elric thought of his family's former lands, which made him bite his lip in alarm as Mephistopheles pushed his lips forward in a broad grin and commented that Elric had been completely caught off guard, adding that this prince had a reputation for taking control of negotiations from the outset, while the sorcerer, facing him, admitted inwardly that he had anticipated a gradual lead into the subject, only for the prince to go straight to the core, making it clear that a single mistake could cost him control of the entire discussion. A blue magic circle flickered across the protagonist's hand as he lowered his chin, apologized, and asked what exactly the imperial prodigy intended, and the prince, lifting his palm, answered that he was not one for indirect speech, stating plainly that if the head of the Merbinger family were to offer his support, then he would present what he could provide in return, which made Elric frown as he pointed out that his family's land had already been reduced to a cursed wasteland where even grass could not grow, then questioned what value such territory could possibly hold. At that moment, Cromwell's attendant covered his mouth and leaned close to whisper into the prince's ear, prompting a sharp gleam to flash in the swordsman's eyes as he lowered his gaze and admitted he might have misspoken, offering an apology, after which the fourth prince, with a slight grin and a quiet clearing of his throat, began to describe a region equal in value to the Merbinger family's former domain, gesturing behind him as he cited the borderlands of House Red Lion as his example. A vision of an opulent estate spread before him, and the protagonist found himself wondering whether what was being placed on the table was land worth its weight in gold, especially as the prince added that any dissatisfaction from allied nobles who might oppose such a decision would be handled personally by him, while Cromwell stood tall among the assembled dukes, and the sorcerer reflected that hardly anyone would dare act with such boldness. In the end, the protagonist lowered himself in a bow, asked for forgiveness, and stated that he was simply a subject of the empire who acted only under his majesty's command. With his brows drawing down, the patriarch realized that the prince had never intended to conduct proper negotiations from the beginning, while the fourth prince maintained a faint smirk as the sorcerer understood that this entire exchange had merely been a test to assess his worth and judge what kind of person he was. And with that same composed confidence, the prince raised his hand and declared that his offer remained open, urging him to reconsider, and even adding that if he desired more, they could continue discussing what else might be included. The Duke of the Shining Star pressed his lips together, uncertain, recognizing that the prince had no intention of yielding, and when he suddenly asked whether he might make a single request, The tension in the air felt as though something were striking hard against an unseen wall, while nearby Rodeo staggered slightly as he spread his shaking legs, burning with anger at how Elric had dared behave this way. And the sole heir of House France clenched his teeth in fury, unable to understand whether his former friend believed that a more prestigious name gave him the right to humiliate him, swearing inwardly that he would repay this insult 100-fold. The young man jerked his head to the side when his name was called, and with hands folded behind his back, a servant informed him that His Highness was summoning him, prompting Rodeo to step forward and ask if he had been called, only for Cromwell to casually wave a hand and clarify that he had summoned a member of the France family, then ask what request was to be made. Elric closed his eyes, while his former companion assumed that this wretch would try to use him as a bridge after failing in negotiations, lowering his chin as he wondered whether this fool truly believed such a move could mend what stood between them. And with fury rising in his gaze, Rodeo inwardly urged him to make a demand that would give him the chance to return today's humiliation 100-fold. Then, pointing forward with a single finger, Elric voiced his demand. He asked for one of the hands of the sole heir of House France. Cromwell's lips fell open in shock, and the young man lifted his brows in disbelief, questioning whether Elric had lost his mind, while the imperial prodigy, seated calmly, asked if he truly understood that House France stood firmly on his side, to which the protagonist, eyes still closed, answered that it was indeed unfortunate. The fourth prince pressed his fingers lightly against his mouth, thinking, as Rodeo formed a cruel smile and wondered if his enemy genuinely believed he would cast aside his own house for someone like him, reminding himself that House France had remained loyal to the prince for many years, while the skilled swordsman, resting his folded hands on his lap, asked whether it was true that Rodeo was his vassal, receiving confirmation that both he and his house had pledged allegiance to His Highness. Lowering his gaze, Cromwell then said that if that was the case, he would forgive him for what he was about to do, prompting confusion as he was asked what exactly he meant. Without any warning, the fourth prince began to draw his blade, and in the next instant, the imperial prodigy brought it down, severing his own subordinate's limb as the hand of the sole heir of House France dropped heavily to the ground, while the sorcerer stared at the table in shock, thinking the man before him had completely lost his sanity. Even though this entire situation had started as nothing more than an attempt to disrupt negotiations, and as his former friend screamed in agony while clutching the mutilated stump, the master swordsman calmly asked for his opinion. Cromwell shut his eyes tightly and asked whether this would now be enough for them to be considered friends, leaving the protagonist certain that he was insane. And although the sorcerer forced a strained smile as he observed that the prince was going to extreme lengths to force a connection between them, he still pointed out that House France and the other nobles would inevitably turn against him, only for the imperial prodigy, lounging casually on the couch, to dismiss the concern, stating, "There is no need to worry because that family would never abandon him." It became evident that the fourth prince regarded his subordinates as if they were bound in chains, and the Duke of the Shining Star reflected that the man likely believed House France was completely under his control, perhaps even the rest of the noble houses as well, while Elric let a satisfied smile spread across his face, thinking that if he continued engaging with him, things could become rather interesting. And Mephistopheles, watching from above, remarked that the two of them shared a similar nature. Holding out the severed limb, the skilled swordsman asked whether this was enough to demonstrate his sincerity, and just as the protagonist began to raise his hand in reply, the sorcerer suddenly turned his gaze to the side, while Cromwell's expression tightened into a dangerous frown. Gray smoke drifted in through the shattered window as the silhouettes of soldiers took shape, and a servant, mouth agape in alarm, shouted to His Highness, while warriors dropped down from above, and a subordinate urgently called for retreat. Yet the protagonist, leaning back slightly, could not immediately tell whether these figures were assassins, even as the sorcerer's fingers lit with gathering power, and he questioned how such an assault could occur despite the patrol, his own presence, and the prince's guard. A wave of freezing air surged toward the intruders as the protagonist clenched the cold magic in his hand, then turned his head and decided he needed to move quickly to secure the prince, while Cromwell swung his blade in rapid arcs to strike the attackers, and the young man found himself briefly surprised that he remained unharmed. The fourth prince dropped to one knee as fragments of stone burst outward, and the skilled fencer slid his boot along the floor while the assassins slipped past his strikes, drawing a sharp frown from the imperial prodigy as the warriors were suddenly flung backward all at once. And as he rose with both fists clenched, Elric allowed a knowing smirk to appear, thinking that this result made sense. It was the Black Lion, after all, and his earlier concern had been unnecessary. At that moment, a squad of guards rushed into the building, shouting that it was the prince. Lifting a brow in disbelief, the protagonist wondered if these fools had a death wish, while the black-hooded attackers turned in confusion, unable to understand how anyone had closed the distance so quickly, just as an enraged voice thundered at the audacity of anyone daring to strike His Highness, and Herman thrust his hand forward, shouting that the assassins must be stopped and the prince protected. Dark knights flooded the room as defenders took positions on both sides of Cromwell, and the sorcerer quickly realized that not only the prince's personal guard but even the Blue Lion had joined the battle, while more enemies burst through the doors, seemingly unaware of what awaited them, prompting the protagonist to think that they had charged in blindly without understanding what they were facing. The Vile clan's leader dipped his head with unwavering resolve, and the fourth prince returned a quiet nod. In the very next instant both factions surged forward, the Imperial prodigy slicing through the air with his blade, while the master fencer drove a strike into an opponent's head, and as Elric bit down on his lip, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of pity for the assassins who now had to face not one, but two lions at the same time. At that same moment, his eyes flared green, revealing yellow silhouettes scattered throughout the chamber, and deciding to deal with those still hiding, he moved toward the figures concealed behind the hall's pillars, where one fighter, clutching a dagger, muttered that confronting the Blue Lion head-on was meaningless since their real target was the prince. The commander suddenly lifted his hand and indicated the direction of attack, prompting the assassins to leap from hiding, only for shards of ice to shoot toward one of the prince's foes as a focused beam of magic cut several of them down, leaving the survivors stunned and unable to comprehend what had just occurred. From within the shadows, a concealed warrior's eyes glowed red, while Elric extended two fingers with a wide grin and fired a stream of energy directly into his opponent's face, activating his piercing skill, then casually formed a gun shape with his hand and blew across his fingers, making Mephistopheles question what kind of pose that was, to which Elric simply spread his arms and admitted he didn't know, only that it felt right at the time. As the sorcerer kept releasing beam-like blasts from his fingertips, the Dark Spirit commented that these attackers were truly unfortunate, noting that although their stealth was impressive, they had run straight into their natural predator. And with a hardened expression, the Duke of the Shining Star demanded to know who these people were and what could have driven them to attempt an assassination of the fourth prince. Dropping down onto one knee, the protagonist said they needed to capture some of them alive for questioning, only for someone to respond that taking prisoners wouldn't be possible, and as the sorcerer leaned back slightly, his expression shifted to alarm when he saw his sister's silhouette appear before him. Turning toward her, he asked what she meant, and Hayes, lowering her gaze, explained they had been trained specifically for situations like this, while the battle with the assassins continued behind them, adding that even if they were prevented from ending their own lives, a hypnotic trigger planted within them would still activate and kill them regardless. Clenching his fist, Elric demanded to know the identity of the attackers, and Hayes answered that they were called the Red Ghosts, which made him stare forward and admit he had never heard of them, while the Black Skull Association member shut her eyes tightly and explained that the group had only been established recently and all information about them was strictly hidden, prompting her brother to ask how she could know of them at all. In response, she opened her bright eyes and revealed that their leader was the sworn enemy of her mercenary captain, adding that the story behind that feud was long. With a finger resting against his chin, the sorcerer began to piece together that this was a covert organization whose existence remained unknown to the public, just as the enemy commander lifted his sword high and ordered a full retreat, and with a faint, knowing smile, Elric noted that they were running. Magical insects surged after the withdrawing enemies, and the protagonist realized that by attaching a familiar, he could trace their destination. Though as he pressed his lips together, he wondered if they had already prepared for such a tactic, and his thoughts were cut off when someone warned that if they were allowed to continue operations like this, their entire organization would be wiped out, a statement that made the Duke of the Shining Star raise his chin in disbelief. A black cloak rippled in the wind as the patriarch of the Melvinger family sensed something unnatural, unable to detect any flow of life in the figure before him. And there, standing upon the balcony, was a warrior wearing a wooden mask, gripping his sword as he remarked that it seemed they were enjoying themselves here. In the next instant, the masked assassin brought his blade down, and flashes of light erupted across the backs of several warriors, drawing a furious clench of teeth from the young man as he realized his familiars had been discovered, while Cromwell looked up and demanded to know if this man was their leader, who they were, and who had sent them to kill him. The enemy's eyes glowed deep red as he answered with a question of his own, asking whether His Highness truly expected him to reveal everything so easily, and as streams of magic coiled around the skilled swordsman's blade. He remarked that it was only fair, though he added that if the answer came so quickly, it would be rather dull. Without the slightest pause, the fourth prince lunged straight ahead, with Herman immediately following at his side as both of them closed in on the shadowy figure. While the assassin's form began to distort and blur, his voice echoing outward as he warned that being encircled by lions would not end well for him. At that same instant, the soldiers jerked their heads aside as the swordsman raised his blade and met the incoming strike directly, halting it in place. But the assassin instantly leapt away to another position and, in a casual tone, remarked that although he would have liked to toy with them, the situation was not ideal. Placing a hand over his chest, he declared that he would take his leave, only for shards of ice to rush toward him a heartbeat later, as Elric muttered that perhaps he had still managed to break through. With a sharp snap of his fist, The protagonist shouted that escape would not come so easily, then lifted one leg and activated the art of body strengthening. Spreading his fingers wide as the Duke of the Shining Star unleashed a relentless barrage known as the Thousand Tiger Cuts. Yet in the very next instant, he clenched his teeth when the enemy, clearly taken aback, exclaimed that he had thought he was facing a mage. Beyond the shattered gaps in the wall, the dark blue sky stretched outward, and as the assassin cast a glance toward those openings, he remarked that even forcing a path through them would be dangerous. Just as glowing chains of magic lashed toward him, the sorcerer attempting to bind him in place, the shining links coiling tightly around him until the warrior struck them with his fist and complained that he could not even have a moment of peace. In a sudden shift, the assassin leapt toward the boundary, but sharp ice arrows chased after him as Elric activated his piercing technique, only for the enemy to deflect them with a spinning slash, scattering the projectiles as snow-like fragments drifted near his head, drawing laughter from him. And at that exact moment, Hayes descended from above, while her opponent remarked that she was the only woman within the Black Skull. The assassin sprang backward to avoid the crushing swing of her massive hammer and questioned whether she and the patriarch of the Melvinger family were working together. And though the siblings gave no verbal reply, answering only with firm resolve, he commented that this turn of events was quite unexpected, his eyes glowing a vivid red as Cromwell and Herman quickly shifted to the side, one of them noting that the situation had become increasingly difficult to follow. In an instant, the heroes closed the distance and surrounded the masked figure from every direction, his wooden mask partially swallowed by shadow as he stated that he had no other choice. And then a violent explosion burst outward, sending the swordsman flying back while the protagonist slid across the ground, stunned that the enemy had just repelled a coordinated attack from 4 people at once. The cloaked figure lowered both sabers, and in that very moment his body split into multiple copies, leaving Elric biting his lip in confusion as he sensed a change in the air's flow. While the fighters encircled their opponent, and the protagonist realized that only moments earlier there had been a faint breeze, yet now the air had gone completely still, not a single current stirring, as though the figure before them were nothing more than a bodiless phantom. Herman's pupils burned with anger as he shouted for the enemy to come back, while a faint trail of gray smoke stretched across the floor. Cromwell ground his teeth. Hayes narrowed her eyes in alarm, and a bead of sweat slid down the sorcerer's cheek as he turned his gaze aside, trying to determine where the assassin had gone. Scanning the room through the yellow silhouettes of everyone present, the protagonist was struck with shock as he realized that even his perception could no longer detect the enemy, and just as a spark flickered beside him, he cursed his own carelessness, only for a thin beam of energy to suddenly pierce his shoulder, followed instantly by the assassin's presence appearing behind him. As the man admitted, he was impressed that the attack had been avoided. A moment later, the figure blurred again, and the protagonist's expression hardened into a deep frown as he realized he had dodged purely on instinct. While grinding his teeth, the sorcerer concluded that this ability behaved like a curse. Without knowing where the enemy was, there was no way to strike back. Dropping one knee to the ground, the patriarch of the Melvinger family steadied himself, prompting the unseen opponent to remark that he must be trying to track his footsteps, as the royal knights gathered behind him, and the hidden attacker questioned whether it was truly because of him that the assassination attempt had failed. Suddenly, black liquid spilled from Soldier's mouth, causing the sorcerer to snap his head toward the scene, while the surrounding warriors stared in confusion at their collapsing comrade, unable to grasp what had just happened, until invisible strikes ripped through the guards, piercing their bodies as they cried out in agony, the kingdom's emblems clearly displayed on their armor. The knights quickly formed a defensive barrier around Cromwell as a voice rang out with orders to protect his highness, while more soldiers advanced in formation under their commander's command to tighten the perimeter. Yet one after another they were cut down by unseen attacks, thrown back under the relentless assault. Turning sharply, the protagonist called out to his sister and asked if she knew anything more about this enemy, while Mephistopheles, arms folded, admitted that this was a troublesome opponent since even he could not perceive him, prompting the young man to lift his gaze as the thought of a ghost crossed his mind. The Demon King lowered his brows and asked whether he had found an answer, and the protagonist silently confirmed that he had. Then in the next moment, the Duke of the Shining Star crossed his arms as currents of freezing wind spiraled outward, swallowing the surrounding space in a rapidly expanding blizzard. As the storm grew harsher, the knights lifted their arms to shield their faces from the freezing wind, while the sorcerer, observing with sharp focus, lowered his gaze to the ground and realized that although the enemy resembled a ghost, unlike the king of primordial sin, he still had a tangible body, and if that was the case, then he would inevitably leave traces behind. Through the churning snow, faint footprints began to reveal themselves, and from behind the defensive formation, one of Cromwell's subordinates called out that he could see the assassin's trail. The assassin spread his arms and stated that this method was exactly how they had been tracking him, then suddenly lunged straight toward the fourth prince, insisting that this would not change the result in any way. Suspended in midair, the fighter caught the incoming weapon with his bare hand, while the young man flicked his wrist and sent blocks of ice surging upward as streams of magic ripped through the air toward the assassin. And at that same moment, shards of ice burst outward in all directions. Turning his head, the soldier caught sight of the patriarch again, just as the villain's eyes burned with a bright red glow, and he declared that he would deal with this Melvinger bastard first. In the next instant, Herman appeared behind him, angered that he would dare look away while standing so close. And as Herman drew his hand back, the head of the V-clan shouted that the man before him had already fallen into evil. Between them, the air itself bore the traces of their exchanged blows, and the assassin understood that facing the Blue Lion head-on would not be easy. Elric rushed forward, while the enemy inwardly seethed that because of this man he could not even use his stealth. Gusts of wind blasted toward the exit. The warrior's eyes glowed red. And at that precise moment the swordsman released a wide, sweeping circular strike. Raising his gaze, the villain recognized that what stood before him was an overwhelming and merciless force that permitted no resistance. High above, Augustus hovered in the sky, and the assassin showed unmistakable surprise at his sudden arrival, while the old man clenched his teeth in anger and remarked that all of this turmoil had been caused by nothing more than a single rat. At the sight of him, the soldiers relaxed into relieved smiles, convinced they were finally safe. The assassin let his arms drop and admitted there was nothing more he could do, while the Duke of the Shining Star gave a faint sneer and thought to himself that regardless of how strong that man might be, he could never act recklessly in front of his teacher. Bringing a hand to his chest, the villain remarked that it had been a long time since their last meeting, and with his fist hidden behind his back, the killer addressed Augustus as teacher, a word that made the nearby young man's jaw fall open in shock. Still suspended in the air, Augustus demanded to know who he thought he was to use that title, and the spirit replied that he had always regarded him that way, both before and even now, though he quickly acknowledged that the feeling was not shared. With a deep frown, the old man dismissed the rambling and ordered him to disappear, while Elric clenched his fists in frustration. And at the same time the ghost continued, saying that Augustus had searched so desperately for someone to inherit his techniques, had finally found such a disciple, and offered his congratulations. Extending his fingers, the White Knight stated that he had already made it clear he was nobody, then added that if they still could not understand him, he could simply cut off a few more ears to help them hear better. Raising his head, the mercenary captain's sworn enemy said that would not be necessary, and declared he would be leaving. With his eyes hidden beneath Elric's hair, he added that he had no intention of revealing himself again. Placing a hand over his chest, the spirit added that if the opportunity came, he would pay an official visit. At that moment, the fourth prince, Cromwell, appeared, and the protagonist, biting his lip, thought that once his teacher had decided something, even a prince would have difficulty changing it. Seeing Augustus's stern expression, he also found himself wondering what kind of connection existed between his teacher and the man wearing the wooden mask. As the imperial prodigy approached the sorcerer, he offered an apology, explaining that he had hoped for a longer conversation, and the response came that when they met again, there would be more than enough time to talk. Hearing this, the talented swordsman raised his brows slightly in surprise and replied that when that moment arrived, they should take the chance to deepen their friendship. Placing a hand on Mega's shoulder, the young man remarked that the body enhancement technique he had shown was remarkable and expressed his wish to cross blades in their next encounter, to which the Duke, wearing a faint smile, answered that he would be waiting for that day, leaving both of them with satisfied expressions. With eyes closed, the fourth prince, Cromwell, declared that he would be departing, and shortly after, the imperial prodigy turned and walked away. A quiet smile formed on Elric's lips, while the protagonist noticed his friend let out a heavy sigh and asked what was wrong. Looking straight ahead, Sean explained that his father had urgently called for him. After some time, it felt as though the protagonist was sitting across from his teacher, who stood with his arms folded and remarked that he hoped everyone had returned by now, while Herman, standing beside the mage, said it seemed their paths would separate here, adding that the Blue Lion's appearance in Hexig could lead to trouble, so it would be best for them to disperse. Isabel, her face faintly flushed, told the mage to stay safe, and the Duke responded with a small smile, while Mephistopheles watched the children with obvious delight. Moments later, Elric waved his hand in irritation, and it seemed the protagonist released a deep sigh before turning to his teacher and asking what kind of connection he had with the killer who wore the wooden mask. Augustus lifted his head and brought his palms together, and the White Knight, parting his lips, replied that it could simply be considered a tie to the past, leaving the Duke staring ahead in quiet contemplation. Opening his mouth, the mentor stated that this was something they must not learn, as the scene shifted to a carriage moving steadily along the road, revealing the looming silhouette of a massive castle ahead. Inside, a spirit drifted through a dim corridor, and the red ghost reached out to grasp the doorknob before stepping inside. The man seated in the chair remarked that he had left with confidence, then turned toward the entrance, as Andre added that now he looked terrible. In the next moment, the mercenary captain's nemesis collapsed onto the sofa, prompting the Red Lion to jump to his feet and demand to know where the fourth prince's head was, warning him not to say he had returned empty-handed. As the spirit began to remove his mask, the gentleman questioned whether he was serious, remarking that he had made such a grand departure, while the young man's expression darkened as he listened to the observation that someone who claimed he could kill anyone in the world should not return empty-handed. Sitting beside him, Andre continued pressing, asking where he had hidden the head and whether he was planning to surprise him, only for the red ghost to slap his hand away and tell him to be quiet. With a faint smile, the gentleman concluded that the mission had indeed ended in failure, and as the red lion closed his eyes, he recalled how someone had once boasted that killing the fourth prince outside the palace would be effortless. The mercenary captain's sworn enemy grew increasingly irritated by the constant chatter, while Andre demanded an explanation for the failure, and the spirit, glancing to the side, answered that it was because of Elric. Raising his brows in disbelief, the man questioned whether the patriarch of House Melvinger could truly be capable of such a feat, pointing out that although he was known as the White Knight's disciple, he was supposedly only a magus, and concluding that their information must have been outdated. With a threatening frown, the red ghost explained that the Elric he faced was at least level 7 and possessed powerful close combat ability. Leaning back, the gentleman wondered when everything had begun to unravel, mentioning the arrival of the imperial family's prodigy, while the red lion questioned whether the turning point had been when he refused the crown prince's support, or when he declared he would relinquish his title and retire, provoking the golden lion and losing his backing. Slamming his palm down on the documents, Andre reflected that regardless of the cause, he had already been labeled the leader of the rebel army and had no way to clear his name, while the man bared his teeth and muttered that everything had started with the attempt to abduct the fourth prince, either to negotiate once more with the crown prince or to take him hostage and force the imperial army to withdraw. Clutching his head, the master realized that everything had collapsed as the spirit sharply touched his face, and at that moment 2 girls appeared, prompting the red ghost to recognize that only a single path remained. Resting her hand at her side, the lady stated that this could only mean he had failed the mission, after which the second woman followed by asking whether he had finally given her an answer. The man leaned forward as the red lion reflected that, because of his decision, tens of thousands of loyal followers could end up dying for nothing, while Andre, standing beside the 2 women, stated that this was no longer the moment to weigh risks. Drawing his brows tight, the man muttered that they had already been labeled traitors and accused of colluding with demons, while the gentleman stretched out his hand and said that, with no other options remaining, he would have no choice but to give them exactly what they wanted. The scene shifted to the castle, where a man seated across from the boys acknowledged that they must be worn out from the long journey, yet explained that there was a reason he had summoned them in such haste. Then, as a 9th-level magus, he brought out a scroll, which the protagonist unfolded moments later. Interlacing his fingers, one of the greatest revealed that the command had come directly from the emperor himself, and upon hearing that House Melvinger was required to take part in the war within their own territory, the protagonist's face tightened into a deep frown. With the scroll in hand, the Duke announced it as an imperial decree, making it clear that refusal meant death, and as the document was reviewed, the sorcerer clarified that such orders were tightly restricted, issued only a limited number of times, targeting only high noble houses, with Melvinger granted the right to invoke it just twice, while the mage, fingers tightening around the parchment, pointed out that the imperial family had avoided using a golden sealed decree for centuries to preserve leverage over Melvinger, then questioned why they would suddenly act now, as Elric, wearing a faint smile, quietly sensed that something in the situation did not add up. Arms folded, Mephistopheles remarked that it felt like being ordered to dig their own grave and jump in, adding that the message was practically an open threat, while Sean abruptly sprang up, shouting in anger as he demanded what kind of nonsense this was, given that the Melvinger were not even vassals of Nerer. Then, face tense, turned to his father and asked if he truly intended to let this pass, prompting Guise, staring straight ahead, to tell him to control himself. From the couch, the 9th-level magus admitted his own dissatisfaction with how the imperial family was handling their house, noting they could not possibly be ignorant of the pact with Melvinger, and as one of the greatest figures present spoke, he questioned whether the emperor's aim was to fracture that relationship, acknowledging that such a move was entirely plausible, before frowning deeply and concluding that everything about the situation was far too suspicious, to the point that even the emperor's personal involvement in signing the decree was uncertain. The master then observed that the head of Melvinger had already reached the same conclusion and asked what course of action he would take, to which the protagonist, still holding the scroll, replied that refusing the decree would hand the empire justification to eliminate him under the pretext of defiance, while obeying it would send him straight to the battlefield where death could conveniently await, and with a faint smile, he concluded that either path left the imperial family with nothing to lose. After a brief silence, the Duke closed his eyes and laughed, drawing a sharp question from his friend about how he could laugh at a time like this when he was clearly stepping into a trap, and clutching his head, the sorcerer answered that they would have ended up at war anyway, so there was no reason not to laugh. Then, staring forward, added that the only thing on his mind now was how to bury that bastard crown prince. Turning slightly, Elric told the Demon King that since the crown prince was also chasing Gregory, they could deal with both targets at the same time, and Mephistopheles, arms folded, answered that this was exactly the kind of work he excelled at. Standing just behind the protagonist, Sean pointed out that there was still a full month before the deadline written in the decree, then asked what he intended to do with that time, and the reply came that there were 2 matters to handle. Hearing that his assistance would be required, the young man stared ahead in surprise. The scene shifted to the central office of the magical administration, where inside a dimly lit room, a gentleman muttered in irritation while holding a document, scoffing that he could not believe there were still idiots who relied only on status, as nearby a young man organized piles of paperwork, and the gentleman, his expression turning grim, spoke the protagonist's name. Elsewhere, seated across from his friend, the third son of the Naristar family asked whether obtaining this license was truly necessary at this moment, and was told that holding a mage license would allow one to take on an officer's role in the war. With sweat visible on his face, Sean questioned why there was any urgency when he would receive an officer's authority regardless. But the Duke, eyes forward, explained that such a path came with limitations, adding that there was another reason as well. Crossing his arms, the young man asked for clarification, and after a brief pause, the sorcerer apologized and admitted that the matter was tied to his family. Parting his lips, Sean asked if he was certain no preparation was needed, since the exam was far from simple. But the mage, giving a slight smile, responded by asking whether he had forgotten that despite failing repeatedly due to an illness that held him back, he had always ranked first in theoretical knowledge. Stunned, Sean's mouth fell open as he asked if he truly thought the mage license exam was comparable to a mere student test. Raising a finger, the third son of the Naristar family explained that each examiner designed their own questions, adding that examiner Brian passed only 0.1% of applicants. And as Elric gazed out the window, he replied that this only meant most candidates failed to understand the material. Adjusting his sleeves, the protagonist asked whether the test really lasted 8 hours, and was told that, as far as anyone knew, it did. Resting his hands on his knees, he told his friend to get some rest, then suddenly stood and declared that he would return in half an hour with a perfect score. After some time, a gentleman stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back, introduced himself as a 5th-rank examiner from the Central Bureau of the Magical Administration, and asked whether he was the examinee Elric, standing opposite him. The sorcerer confirmed his identity and immediately asked if he could begin, but as Brian turned away, he stated that identity verification would come first before anything else. Nearby, the Demon King, arms folded, asked if this was the examiner his friend had mentioned, and whether things would proceed without issue, and in response, the magician simply spread his hands as a bright light radiated outward. Approaching the table, the 5th-rank examiner explained that the first stage would cover elemental disciplines, physics, necromancy, alchemy, ancient history, black magic, and more, adding that the written test alone consisted of 600 questions. As Elric picked up the book, he was informed that using magic would count as cheating, prompting him to scratch his ear and casually ask why anyone would even need magic for this. Turning his head, the examiner muttered that he already knew the man had cured his illness and become the hero of Lenta, yet showed clear irritation at what he perceived as arrogance. And biting his lip, Brian whispered that this application was nothing but a bid to draw attention and restore the reputation of a fallen house, warning him not to think otherwise. Turning back, the 5th-rank examiner gave permission to begin, and after a brief pause, the protagonist opened the textbook, while the man nearby assumed he would simply be scribbling nonsense as expected. With his brow slightly furrowed, the examiner reflected that even Tasha, who once achieved a perfect score, had needed time to consider her answers and had never been completely certain. Yet in the very next moment, the sorcerer lifted his gaze with a faint smile and calmly stated that he was finished. Picking up the book, Brian realized that only 15 minutes had passed and questioned whether he intended to show even the slightest effort. Then, placing his hand on the text, muttered that he had once respected House Melvinger, when suddenly, the ring on his finger began to shine with intense light. The result displaying the number of correct answers appeared, leaving the gentleman completely stunned at the flawless score, while sweat formed on Brian's face as he struggled to understand how such a result could exist at all. Looking at the examiner, Elric calmly asked if he could proceed to the second stage, and after a brief pause, received a silent nod of approval. With a snap of his fingers, the 5th-rank examiner suddenly recalled that this was the very man who had taken first place in theoretical knowledge at the academy, while the master's assistant approached carrying a strange artifact, assuming it was obvious the candidate had devoted himself only to theory up to this point. At that moment, a faint grin appeared on the protagonist's face as the young man placed a magical device on the table, and Brian remarked that the second stage, the mana control test, was not something that could be cleared through study alone. With a slight smile, the examiner instructed him to place his hand on the crystal sphere, and as the protagonist did so, he explained in a low voice that both the amount and refinement of controlled mana had to exceed a strict standard, which was why even skilled magi often failed at this step. In the next instant, a brilliant aura burst from the protagonist. The crystal sphere began to crack, and within moments, the artifact shattered into countless pieces. The examiner stood frozen in shock, his jaw dropping, while the Duke scratched his head and casually remarked that he might have broken the device, then asked if that meant he had failed, leaving the gentleman biting his lip, unable to answer right away. Outside, Sean waited beside the carriage, and when he saw his friend returning, he immediately asked why he was back in only half an hour. With a faint smile, the third son of the Nair family asked how it had gone, and the sorcerer, sounding quietly satisfied, responded by holding out a temporary warlock license, prompting the patriarch of House Melvinger to question why he had even bothered asking in the first place. Holding a newspaper, Sean read aloud the line claiming he would return before the tea had even cooled, commenting on how confident his friend had sounded when he stepped out of the carriage, then lowering his brows as he exclaimed that he had practically written a whole novel about it. Meanwhile, Elric stared ahead with clear satisfaction as his friend called him lucky and asked how he had managed to finish the exam in less than half an hour. Sitting down on the sofa, the young man then asked whether he had already decided where to carry out the third stage, the assignment, and received the answer that he planned to go to the Forest of Red Souls. Raising his eyebrows, the third son of the Neurostar family remarked that it sounded easier than expected, then questioned why he would not choose something more difficult since it would barely attract attention. But the protagonist, closing his eyes, explained that time was short, so he intended to complete everything as quickly as possible. Then, biting his lip, turned to the Demon King and asked if it was true that his saga was located there. He added that whether to believe it or not was entirely his choice. As the scene shifted to the night sky, where Mephistopheles explained that the saga was hidden in a place overflowing with ghosts, reinforced by the sight of countless undead, after which the King of Original Sin remarked that if it truly came from Otto's writing, then it was not difficult to accept, and it was even possible that the spirits filling the Forest of Red Souls had been created to guard the saga itself. In an instant, the group snapped their heads toward the door as it suddenly swung open, and Hayes stepped inside, asking her brother if they could talk. The scene then transitioned to a vast castle, where the woman walking beside the Duke asked whether he had said he was heading to the border province of Vins, and he confirmed it, replying that with the Golden Seal order issued, he had no other choice, then adding that not only he, but also the Magic Tower and the house of the Duke of Lion had been summoned. Turning his gaze toward the mercenary, the sorcerer asked why she would be going as well, and she explained that her organization had also received a conscription order, meaning she would be deployed there alongside them. At that moment, a shadowy box appeared, and as sweat gathered across her face, the magician asked if she could refuse, pointing out she was not even a full member, only for his sister to answer that even associates had to obey, warning that refusal meant expulsion. Elric frowned and tried to object, but the box suddenly slammed onto the ground, and Hayes turned to him, saying he could not just tell her to walk away simply because he had started living a more respectable life. Keeping her hand pressed against the heavy box, she went on, explaining that it let her live without worrying about money. Yet she loved her work and took pride in everything she had built with her own efforts. Casting him a sidelong look, the mercenary asked if he was seriously telling her to give up her weapons and rest, adding that if he dared suggest something as absurd as marriage, she would smash his head open. While the protagonist shut his eyes and calmly replied he would never say that, because it was her life to decide. Observing all this, the Demon King stroked his chin and remarked that his sister was even more daring than he was, leading the protagonist to wonder aloud whether their family could even function without her, adding that if she had possessed talent for magic, she might have taken the position of family head instead of him. In the end, the Duke told her to stay safe and said they would meet again on the battlefield, and she answered with a smile, expressing her hope that his plans would succeed. As well, striking her chest, the sorceress declared that she had been the one protecting the family until now, then added that he no longer needed to worry, because from this point forward he would take responsibility. In the next instant, Hayes reached out, placed her hand on her brother's head, and with a faint blush remarked that he had truly grown up, her face filled with warmth. The scene shifted to a dark forest, where a girl stared in shock and questioned why a banshee was acting as a reaper, when suddenly one of the men tripped over a root, and Elton lost his footing, falling hard to the ground just as a monster appeared behind him, and in the very next instant, blood sprayed into the air. The woman looked ahead in confusion as the young men tightened their grip on their swords, one warrior gaping as he asked what they were supposed to do, while Sophia, biting her lip, wondered if this was the end for them. Without warning, shards of ice swept past the group, revealing Elric standing among the trees, and as he raised his hand, he unleashed a piercing technique. The girl cried out in shock, insisting that ice arrows would not work and that physical attacks had no effect. Yet as she watched the magic projectiles slam into the undead bodies, her astonishment only grew. The banshee lifted its side to defend itself, but the ice fragments ripped through its weapons, and in the next instant, one shard drove clean through its head, after which the creature collapsed to the ground. The warriors stood frozen in disbelief, while the protagonist clenched his fist and, closing his eyes, muttered that he had finally managed to catch one. Furrowing his brows, he explained that because of Sparta, ghosts kept escaping, making it impossible to complete his task, since he needed 10 portions of ghost essence, but had gathered only 2 so far, adding that although he wanted to help, he knew he could not. Standing with his arms hanging at his sides, Mephistopheles remarked that Hannon had been right, saying that not bringing him along would have been much better for his mental state, while the blue-toothed magical creature appeared and complained that the Demon King was nothing more than a shell, that everyone kept talking endlessly, and that even ghosts ignored him, opening his mouth wide. The master demanded how ghosts could possibly understand the greatness of such a king, which made Elric frown in disbelief. Lowering his gaze to his hand, the protagonist questioned what a Banshee Reaper was doing here, since such beings were meant to exist deeper within the forest, then shifted his attention to the seal as he considered the energy contained within that demonic aura. Suddenly, the seal of winter began to glow, and turning toward the forest, the Duke realized that the saga had to be somewhere nearby. At that moment, the group leaned forward and said he had saved them, but the sorcerer simply answered that he had only done what was necessary. Then, with a faint smile, asked how they had ended up being chased by a Banshee Reaper, noting the traces of blood staining their belongings. The patriarch of House Melvinger frowned sharply as Elric's eyes fell upon the stained textbook. The boys flushed red with embarrassment, exclaiming that it was unbelievable and insisting that only someone at least of mega class could have pierced the Reaper Banshee's barrier, while the girl asked whether he belonged to a magic tower, causing the protagonist to tighten his fist. Fixing his gaze ahead, the protagonist questioned how they could even dare, then glanced again at the bloodstained belongings, where red smears marked the book, and wondered how anyone could have the audacity to touch something that belonged to his family. With his arms folded, Mephistopheles commented that he had ended up rescuing a group of grave robbers, and the mage replied that perhaps that was for the best. Confused, the Demon King asked what he meant, and Elric, his expression turning cold, answered that those bastards would end up digging their own graves. The girl hesitated before speaking, apologizing for having to ask, then requested his help again, lowering her head as she explained that their companions were still trapped inside the dungeon, and promising they would reward him with anything he wanted, pleading alongside the others who leaned forward in desperation. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist agreed to help and asked where they were, and Sophia, blushing deeply, asked if he truly meant it as the others voiced their thanks. Pointing forward, the girl urged them to hurry before the Reaper Banshee returned. Yet at that same moment, the group's expressions twisted into unsettling grins, causing the sorcerer's face to darken. Raising his brows, Mephistopheles dismissed them as insignificant and remarked that the instant they crossed paths with him, they had already signed their own death warrant. Gesturing toward the cave, the woman said it was the dungeon, and soon after, the mage stepped forward, lifting his foot as he moved toward the shadowed entrance, while Sophia watched him with a thoughtful look. Placing a hand over her chest, she asked if she could at least know the name of the one who had saved them, and turning slightly, the protagonist gave a false name, prompting the Demon King to question whether that was yet another alias, and to remark that he truly lacked imagination. Throwing her arms around him, the girl said his name was as impressive as his magical ability, but he answered that his skills were still lacking. Sophia then asked, as politely as she could, what school of magic he belonged to, adding that she sincerely wished to repay her debt, only for the Duke, his expression tightening, to reply that she need not concern herself. Clenching his fist, the sorcerer said he had to go, reminding her that she herself had said her companions were in danger, while the girl, baring her teeth, could not believe he could keep such an indifferent expression even as she clung to him so openly. With a faint smile, the woman remarked that his magical ability was impressive, yet his demeanor resembled that of a recluse, while behind Elric, Sophia muttered quietly that she was superior, already deciding that while this so-called hermit dealt with the dungeon guards, she would drive a blade into his back and take every piece of treasure for herself. At the same time, the traveler glanced at her companion, who stood with her hands clasped behind her, whispering that they were relying on a gullible noble, and their behavior made it clear how closely the group followed behind the protagonist. Looking back over his shoulder, the protagonist asked where her comrades were, and she answered that they had been inside during the escape and might still be alive, after which the woman added that they were most likely hiding at the corner of the fourth corridor. The Duke warned everyone to remain cautious, reminding them that no one could predict what awaited them here, and Sophia, wearing a sly smile, replied that they would be careful, so there was no need for him to worry. Without warning, grotesque monsters burst forth, slamming the traveler hard to the ground, and in the next instant the Reapers lunged. Squeezing her eyes shut, the girl cried for help as the sorcerer extended his hand, and a strange aura suddenly wrapped around the undead. leaving the woman seated on the floor wondering what he was doing as an intense chill spread, making her question whether he understood that banshees were unaffected by such attacks. Yet frozen forms of the monsters appeared. Anyway, and at that same moment Sophia thought it was impossible, since elemental magic should not work on spectral beings. Opening his mouth, the magician asked if they were unharmed and received confirmation that they were, prompting the traveler to stand and thank him, while the girl, sweat running down her face, admitted under her breath that he was stronger than she had expected and wondered if he possessed some extraordinary power. Crossing her arms, the woman commented that she had not expected him to deal with the lower-level guards so easily and reaffirmed that once he finished, they would strike. All at once, Sophia went rigid, her jaw slack as she failed to comprehend what she was seeing, while Elric walked past the immobilized enemies and stated that they were short on time and needed to move quickly. The traveler's eyes widened as she thought that with the amount and type of magic he had used, his mana should have been exhausted long ago, yet he still looked completely composed, with his hands tucked into his pockets. The protagonist remarked that thanks to them, he no longer needed to search the forest for Otto's tomb, and that the stolen artifact had already been returned to where they belonged, while Mephistopheles, wearing a wide grin, explained that he had managed to obtain a portion of demonic energy. Spar, standing just behind him, commented that this was quite an interesting turn of events, adding that he had heard the Melvinger were enemies of all Inhumans. Yet here he was wielding their power. The Duke brushed his chin and admitted he still did not fully understand this part, while the sorcerer, looking down at his own hand, reasoned that in order to restore winter, Otto had created a seal by reshaping demonic relics into something entirely new. Nearby, a monster lay sprawled across the ground, and the mage noted that the guardians of this place carried fragments of that very seal. As the sky above darkened, the patriarch of the Melvinger family explained that in their pursuit of greater power, they had allowed demons to consume them, ultimately bringing ruin upon the world. And Elric, glancing to the side, murmured that he understood part of it, but not everything, adding that the full truth would soon reveal itself. Raising her index finger, the girl warned that turning right at this point would lead them straight into the depths of the dungeon, and soon after, the protagonist reached the corner of the corridor where a massive door stood before him. His pupils flared yellow, and sensing the unusual aura, the Duke observed that all the mana within the dungeon was being drawn toward that door, meaning it must lead further down. Turning to the woman, the sorcerer asked if their companions were sealed behind it, and she confirmed this, adding that something dreadful lay beyond and urging him to proceed carefully. Moments later, the mage placed his hand against the gate and said he would open it, and, as it slowly parted, a brilliant light poured out through the widening gap, flickering from within. The patriarch of the Melvinger family stared in astonishment at the sight of a container filled with green liquid, while beyond it unfolded a grim scene where eerie knights stood among wounded people scattered across the floor. Without warning, the monsters snapped their heads toward the entrance all at once, and Sophia, her mouth falling open, realized they had reacted simultaneously, while the traveler bit her lip, remembering that when they had first entered, only one had moved, yet that single creature had slaughtered their entire group on its own. The girl cast a quick glance at her companion, and muttered that although the mage was undeniably powerful, she doubted he could take on a dozen at once, warning that if he were to die here, it would mean disaster for all of them. The woman turned back and concluded they needed to escape immediately, yet in the very next instant, every one of them froze, staring ahead in stunned disbelief, their jaws dropping at the sight unfolding before their eyes. Turning back, Sophia demanded to know what was happening, only to witness something that defied belief as the knights appeared to kneel before the protagonist. Without speaking, he stepped forward, and the living armor slowly rose, causing the others to watch in fear as they whispered among themselves in trembling voices, wondering what they should do and whether following him might provoke an attack, until the girl ahead of them declared that if they wanted to leave, they should go on their own, because the mage had just uncovered the dungeon secret. With a frenzied smile, she mockingly asked if they were foolish enough to give up at a moment like this, and at her words, the others hurried after her, saying they would go as well, just as the doors behind them slammed shut. From the artifact, a bright green light began to radiate, while the protagonist continued forward at an unhurried pace, glancing to the side at the living armor and wondering if these were Otto's servants, and sensing the immense magic emanating from them. He concluded they were retainers preserving their master's legacy even after death, which made him question whether, when he rebuilt his home, he could gather allies as loyal and steadfast as these. Elric moved deeper along the corridor, surrounded by these unwavering guardians, until after several steps he stopped, sensing a powerful magical presence ahead that he immediately recognized as the same energy within the tomb of the Ice Mountain Queen. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, holding the artifact toward it, and the moment it responded, it burst into a vivid purple glow, causing both him and Mephistopheles to stare in shock at what appeared before them. Inside, seated in a rocking chair, was a man, the great ancestor who had founded the House of Melvinger. who had been waiting for his distant descendant, Elric, for centuries. Approaching quietly, the protagonist said he had come, only to find the old man lying motionless with his eyes closed, after which he placed the artifact around the man's neck and, with a faint smile, remarked that during the trials he had appeared middle-aged. Yet here he looked extremely old. After a short pause, he tilted his head slightly and asked in confusion how many years the man had remained here like this. At that moment, the demon covered his face and burst into laughter, his aura shifting as it grew, increasingly unrestrained, while Mephistopheles' eyes blazed as he shouted the old man's name. Grinning like a madman, the demon said he could not be certain, but the man was still human, adding that he had once believed he would torment them forever, and though he looked no different from a true monster, he was, in the end, still human. Otto remained exactly as he was, unmoving and lifeless, as Mephistopheles hovered before him, declaring that he had sworn countless times that if he ever broke free, he would take revenge with his own hands on him and all who followed him. Yet in the end, those vows had come to nothing. Watching from the corner of his eye, the protagonist thought such a reaction was only natural, since the demon god and the 4 demon kings had once tried to devour the continent, only to be stopped by the Melvinger wall created by the founder, and as he leaned closer to the old man's face, he continued observing him carefully. Mephistopheles shouted that this could not be happening, that it could not end this way, his eyes burning with rage and hatred as he cried that the man had simply closed his eyes with a smile, then demanded to know what would become of the resentment filling his chest, of the screams and sorrow he carried, asking what he was supposed to do with all of it before striking the back of the chair and ordering him to answer, to say anything at all. The boy watched in silence, questioning what secret Otto had been hiding, his gaze dropping to the seal of winter on his hand as he wondered what it truly was and what the real secret of their family might be. And as the snowflake-shaped mark began to glow brightly, the old man's form suddenly started to dissolve. Seeing this, the protagonist's mouth parted in shock as a powerful surge of magic flooded the air, prompting Elric to realize it was Otto's mana, which intensified with every passing second until it completely enveloped him. Moments later, the protagonist's eyes flared, and in an instant everything around him shifted. Staring ahead in confusion, Elric asked where he was, only for that confusion to turn into shock when a familiar voice spoke, telling him he must have many questions. And there, not far in front of him, sat Otto, who added that with his current understanding, he likely grasped very little. Without hesitation, Elric drew his brows together and demanded to know who the Melvinger were. But the old man, without opening his eyes, replied that he could not answer every question, though as a reward for reaching this point, he would answer a few. With that, he brought his hands together, and in the same instant, the surroundings shifted as a man in a long robe appeared, and the moment the protagonist saw him, he immediately recognized him as the founder. The man's face remained concealed beneath a hood, and Elric, staring in astonishment, realized that although he had not understood it before, he could now clearly sense the overwhelming power of the one who created the Melvinger house, a force so immense it made his entire body tremble. Suddenly, 4 figures emerged behind him, and one of them told him to stop chattering like a sparrow because the noise was giving him a headache, and his head was already spinning, so he should stay quiet. Startled, Elric turned at once, just in time to see a girl strike the young Otto on the head with a stick while shouting at him to keep talking, only for him to shout back that he would stay silent. And noticing the girl's long red hair, the protagonist concluded that she must be the only woman among the 4 vassals, known as the strongest in both mana capacity and destructive power. The girl set a smoking pipe between her lips, and Christina Melvinger exhaled a stream of smoke as a powerful aura spread from her, while the protagonist, glancing at her from the corner of his eye, concluded that with her explosive temperament and the warmth she gave off, she must represent summer among the 4 seasons. Then, all 4 suddenly turned their heads at once, sensing what was about to begin, and as Elric raised his gaze, he saw an overwhelming mass of dark magical energy spreading across the sky. From that darkness, a foot stepped forward, and a moment later Mephistopheles appeared before them, followed by the rest of the demons, prompting the protagonist to realize these were the demon kings. But then an existence formed entirely of darkness emerged, its eyes blazing as Elric recognized it from before, when they had faced the Snow General. This was the demon god. The founder and the 4 seasons faced the intruders without any trace of fear, while the demon god and the demon kings met, their gaze with wide, confident smiles. They stood facing one another, and in that very instant, the war began, as the protagonist, watching with a frown, muttered in disbelief, recalling how he had once seen Otto deflect Mephistopheles' attacks, and had thought himself quite strong, yet now he could not even begin to imagine how he could stand against such power. Suddenly, a massive explosion of magic erupted as 2 overwhelming forces collided, the demon god extending his hand to form a sphere of darkness, only for it to be instantly obliterated by lightning born of pure light as the founder held his hand out before him. Unable to tear his eyes away from the clash, the protagonist questioned what exactly he was witnessing, observing both demons and humans as they fought, and realizing that although their magic was vastly different, it somehow felt familiar. Each combatant chose their own opponent, and shock filled Elric's eyes as a thought began to take shape. But before he could complete it, the old man rose and declared that they had repented, explaining that by devouring, absorbing, and draining all the mana of the world, they sought to destroy, to slaughter, and to cleanse the land of all non-humans. Hearing this, the protagonist questioned whether the Merbinger had originally been inhuman, and in response, the old man formed a sphere of magic in his hand and answered that it was not so, his power intensifying as he continued, saying that they were both Merbinger and Inhumans, known together as Ma, two opposing aspects of the same coin born from a single principle. A faint smile appeared on the founder's face, while the demon god looked upon him with clear malice, leading the protagonist to realize that the founder and the demon god shared the same origin, yet had come into conflict when their purposes diverged completely, something he had never imagined, that the founder stood on the same divine level as the demon god. With those words, the image of an all-powerful founder formed in the protagonist's mind, while Otto looked at him and explained that the Merbinger and the Inhumans, born from the same root, had sought each other's destruction, which was why the war had never ended. As the battle raged on, Azazel was erased by a surge of overwhelming magical force, and his comrade Lilith met the same fate, while Christina, with a single swing of her blade, severed Satan's head from his shoulders, leaving only Mephistopheles, who alone managed to escape unharmed. A blinding burst of light tore across the sky, and when it faded, the war ended in their favor, prompting Ada to look at the protagonist with clear excitement before abruptly adding that something was still wrong. They might have won the war, but the battle itself was lost. High above, the demon god stood opposite the founder, and as that monstrous form began to break apart, the incarnation of absolute evil calmly revealed that he had once been human and had willingly chosen this road, while the founder, silent, wiped the blood from his lips, and just before disappearing, the demon god declared that this arrogant decision had led to his downfall, and even if he vanished, he would leave something behind somewhere. But in truth, he would not. Hearing this, the founder gave a faint, quiet laugh, while below, the protagonist stared upward and asked the old man if the founder had truly been defeated by the demon god, to which Otto answered without hesitation that it was so, explaining that the curse laid upon the founder had taken his life, whereas the demon god still possessed the power to be reborn anywhere. Even so, before shutting his eyes for the last time, the founder left behind several prophecies. As Otto finished speaking, he brought his hands together in a clap, and the scene shifted to the four seasons kneeling beneath the shade of a massive tree before the founder, each of them crying uncontrollably, until Otto suddenly tightened his fists and shouted at full voice that no matter the cost, he would restore their family. After the founder passed, he put on his cloak and assumed the role of the new family head, carrying on the founder's will and leading the family toward prosperity. Even as winter preparations began and snow steadily drifted down from the sky. Elsewhere, Idol appeared in the mountains, kneeling on one knee, and when the view returned to the vast estate, fairies could be seen endlessly fluttering through the air. In his younger days, Otto always wore a bright smile, yet as time moved on, that expression slowly disappeared, because they continued to wait, giving up love, youth, and everything else while holding out for the descendant spoken of in the founder's prophecy, the one destined to save the world. Back in the present, the old man showed a gentle smile and said the moment had finally arrived to fulfill that legacy, then placed his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and explained that it was because he had finally found him, tightening his grip slightly as he declared that the protagonist was the child named in the prophecy. And at that, shock filled the protagonist's eyes. After a brief silence, he shut his eyes and quietly repeated Otto's words in his mind, accepting that he was a descendant chosen by the founder 1,000 years ago. Yet almost at once his face tightened, his teeth grinding as anger surfaced, and he thought that this felt less like a blessing and far more like a curse. Watching this reaction, the old man placed a hand against his chin and calmly remarked that, just as he had anticipated, the boy was clearly not pleased. Elric then brought a hand to his chest and, unable to hide his dissatisfaction, questioned what exactly there was to be happy about, insisting he wanted to walk a path of his own choosing instead of living as someone else's puppet, which drew a faint smile from Otto as he explained that a prophecy was only that, a prophecy, and that the world split into countless paths shaped by the choices people made, constantly changing its course, something he believed Elric had already started to witness. At those words, the young man's eyes widened, and the image of the ever-smiling king surfaced in his thoughts, while the old man opened his arms and continued, saying that prophecy or not, the decision would always be his, and even if he refused it, no one could force him. Right after, Otto gathered a dense surge of magic into his hand and reminded him that he had asked this question once before and would ask it again, his form shifting into that of his middle-aged self as he asked whether Elric would halt the wheel or let it continue turning. In answer, the protagonist broke into a broad grin and said his response had not changed, adding as he met Otto's gaze that this was the quickest way for him to grow stronger, questioning why he would ever turn down such a chance before telling him proceed. Caught off guard, Otto raised his head and asked what he meant, and the young man, still smiling, reminded him that he had been told to come here to end the winter, then asked if, after everything, he planned to go back on his word. Hearing that, the old man closed his eyes and let out a grin, admitting he could scarcely believe what he had just heard. Elsewhere, inside the tomb where darkness hung thick and unmoving, the girl and her companions lingered off to one side, as one of them questioned what they should do next, and whether staying put was their best option, while another answered that remaining where they were might not be so bad, since charging in recklessly would only get them killed by the guards. All at once, their attention snapped toward a sudden, brilliant glow flaring from deeper within, and in that instant, their faces twisted into manic grins as they realized the treasure had awakened. Without warning, one of them swung his weapon and cleanly took off his comrade's head, shouting that the treasure would be his alone, then immediately rushed toward the protagonist, raising his sword behind his head as he yelled that the boy would die here like a dog, while he himself would make proper use of everything left behind. The moment his shout ended, blood erupted from his mouth, and his body collapsed lifelessly to the ground with a dagger buried in the back of his head, while the girl, her eyes faintly glowing, looked down at him and remarked that greed had completely blinded him, dulling his awareness so much that he failed to notice the overwhelming and unnatural surge of mana pouring from the mage. From the protagonist, a dense wave of magical energy spread in all directions as she calmly pulled the dagger free from her fallen companion's skull, thinking that without this mage, they would not even make it out of the dungeon alive, making it clear that their best option now was to take the belongings of these two dead fools and stay close to him until they reached the exit. With that decision in mind, her gaze shifted toward the dead man's backpack, but her expression suddenly froze in shock when she heard Elric's voice sound out behind her, calmly noting that her instincts were quite sharp, and she immediately spun around. When she looked up, she found the protagonist standing over her, an ominous smile on his face as he remarked that she was quite capable for a tomb raider. And at those words, her body gave out and she dropped to the ground, her voice shaking as she demanded to know how he had figured it out, only for him to respond with a question of his own, asking if she truly did not understand, with both hands resting in his pockets. He stepped closer and explained that they had been obvious from the very start, leaving no chance for him to miss what they were trying to do. The girl froze, her mouth hanging open as the realization struck that it had never been them luring him into a trap, but him guiding them all along, intentionally drawing them here. And as that truth sank in, she lowered her head and pleaded for forgiveness, begging him spare her. Leaning down toward her, the protagonist spoke in a mocking tone, asking why he should show any mercy, reminding her that they had attempted to kill him first. So what reason did he have not to return the favor? His eyes glinting as he pressed the point. Tears streamed down her face as she cried that they would do anything if he would just let them live. And after hearing that, Elric gave a casual wave of his hand and said he had no interest in dealing with extra bodies anyway, telling her to leave before he changed his mind. The moment she was allowed, the girl scrambled to her feet and bolted, shouting her thanks as she vanished into the dark corridor. As he watched her disappear, Mephistopheles crossed his arms and grinned, commenting that she was running like a beaten dog, then questioned whether letting them go like that was really wise, since it would only raise the chances of the dungeon's location being exposed. Without shifting his gaze, the protagonist replied that they would not be leaving the dungeon at all, which made the demon ask, surprised, what he meant. In response, Elric slowly raised his hand and answered briefly, a dark, crooked smile forming as he added that something else was more important. Sensing the change, Mephistopheles' expression tightened into a frown as he stated that he had already ended the winter, just as the main character became engulfed in a massive surge of magical energy. Sometime earlier, he had stood before the old man, who explained that the Seal of Winter, in the language of demons, existed on the level of a warlord and was also its true name, one created with the sole purpose of destroying even demon kings. After saying this, the old man brought his hands together in a clap and continued, stating that the Seal of Winter came into existence through the awakening of two separate forces. In an instant, the surrounding space shifted, and Elric's eyes widened at the sight as enormous magical formations appeared, while the old man explained that if magic meant drawing out the laws and truths of the world, then power was the act of bending those same laws and truths through sheer will, which was why such forces were sometimes called divine. Pulling energy into his hand, Otto condensed it into a dense sphere of magic and explained that the forces behind winter were known as the North Wind and the Blizzard, and the moment he spoke, his power burst outward in all directions. Nearby, a massive tornado, the North Wind, began to take shape, and the old man clarified that it was completely dry, leaving only devastation in its wake, a disaster that withered crops, stripped the land bare, and heralded famine and ruin as it erased everything in its path. At the same time, not far away, the blizzard rose, and Otto described it as an unending snowfall that drained life from anything that once thrived, bringing only death. While with each passing moment the snow accumulated higher across the ground, he continued, explaining that such a quiet death could offer peace and rest to the living, yet still instilled fear, since no one could ever know when it would descend, and that if someone could truly command both the freezing cold and the slicing wind, then winter itself could be brought to an end. Watching it all, the main character stood frozen, his mouth slightly open in shock, the seal on his hand shining brightly as he thought that if he could master these forces, he would gain the same overwhelming strength Otto once possessed. A satisfied smile formed as he looked down at his clenched fist, and seeing this, the old man remarked that it was a good expression before raising his own fist and adding that this situation was unique, because he would personally train him. The instant the boy heard those words, Otto's reflection ignited within his pupils, his gaze blazing with intensity, snapping back from those memories. Elric folded his arms across his chest and muttered that even recalling it was terrifying, then questioned what kind of ancestor would subject his own descendant to something like that, while Mephistopheles, watching him from the side, silently noted that Elric had nearly reached the level of the void. A sudden surge of demonic power gathered in his hand, and as he clenched it into a tight fist, the demon observed inwardly that his own spiritual force had increased by the same degree. Elsewhere, Otto stood alone and remarked that the boy had already departed. Turning back, he added that he had even passed on all the mana he had left, now wondering how long it would take that arrogant child to realize it. And as he walked through the snow-covered mountains, he muttered that he could finally finish his business and rest, then quietly questioned whether she would accept him again. His form began to change rapidly, and ahead, not far off, stood a figure. As he approached her, Otto asked how long she had been waiting and apologized for keeping her there so long, prompting the girl to turn toward him with surprise in her eyes, while he placed a hand over his chest and, clearly unsure, said that if she was willing, he hoped she could give him another chance. A bead of cold sweat trailing down his face as she stared at him with her mouth slightly open before suddenly closing, her eyes and laughing. Tears welled in Otto's eyes as he thanked her, and in that moment, another girl rushed forward and hugged him from behind. Closing his eyes, he let out a soft laugh, then turned to her and promised that he would never leave again, lifting the girl into his arms as he suggested they go together to another world and enjoy themselves there. And soon after, the three of them walked toward a portal. Just before stepping through, Otto glanced back over his shoulder and remarked that it would be truly difficult for the next one. At the same time, the protagonist turned toward the old man's chair and wondered if he had actually heard something or only imagined it. When no answer came, he gave a faint smile and admitted to himself that although the old man had put him through a great deal, he was still grateful for everything he had done, then bowed his head and quietly wished that wherever Otto had gone, he would find peace. As he started to walk away, the demon suddenly stopped and turned back, fixing his gaze on the now empty rocking chair as he muttered that Otto was his old enemy, and that someday they would meet again to settle the battle left unfinished. With that thought lingering, Mephistopheles turned and followed after the main character. Meanwhile, the corridor remained dim as the Tomb Raider ran forward at full speed, thinking that not only had she been forced to flee in such a state, but she had also lost every treasure she had gathered. And after some time, she finally reached the exit of the tomb, where she bent over, breathing heavily, lowering her head as she wondered whether she should hide somewhere nearby, and, once that man came out, sneak back inside to steal something. After weighing the idea briefly, she raised her head and firmly dismissed it, telling herself that if she were caught, it would be the end of her, making it far better to simply leave. With her decision made, she lifted her leg and prepared to step forward. Terror suddenly filled her eyes as she realized that the moment even a single step carried her outside the tomb, she would die. And at that exact instant, she raised her head when a voice spoke, remarking that she was quite perceptive. The cleaners of the Blue Line family had already arrived around her, and as one of the boys stepped forward with a hand resting at his side, he asked if Elric was inside. Cold sweat poured down the girl's face, and upon hearing that name, she wondered if this mage might be the hero Lenta, trembling as she hurriedly replied that she had nothing to do with him. But before she could finish, blood burst from her throat in all directions. With a single clean motion, the man cut off her head, then walked past her and casually remarked that he had only asked out of curiosity, before turning back with a chilling smile and adding that none of them would be leaving alive anyway. Within the Paulval residence, a man sat upon a throne and questioned whether Elric's head would finally be delivered to him this time, and a man standing before him responded calmly that there was no cause for concern. Hilton, captain of the first squad, allowed a faint smile to form as he explained that Tanant, their most elite operative, had already been dispatched, making success all but certain. Val rested his head against his hand and remarked that, given Tanant's reportedly unusual relationship with Elric, it would only sharpen his resolve, then slightly widened his eyes as he added that in 1 week there would be a duel against his brother Herman for the position of head of the house. Hearing this, Hilton bowed his head in acknowledgement and said he understood, further pointing out that if Elric were to enter uncharted territory, his death could easily be dismissed as an accident. Satisfied with that, the man let out a faint smile. Under the moonlight, a girl stood beside Herman and asked whether they had left the imperial capital in combat uniforms, only to be told that they had not, as it was Paul who had sent Tanant, and based on their direction, their target was Elric. The moment Herman heard this, his expression tightened into a deep frown, and after a short silence, he lifted his gaze toward the sky and wondered aloud whether the brother he once knew no longer existed in this world, adding that he wished they could at least share one more drink. Isabel watched her father with clear dissatisfaction, thinking that he was still far too soft toward his own people and that she would have to find a way to make him more ruthless. Keeping her hands calmly folded, she introduced several men and explained that their uncles had already set out with their forces in pursuit. Hearing that, Herman lowered his gaze to his daughter and said that Tanant was a dangerous man known as the Sword Paul, and the fact that he had been deployed meant that serious measures were already in motion, which was exactly why Elric must not be allowed to encounter him. At that same moment, Tanant and his group entered the tomb. Without warning, Reapers appeared directly before them, causing every man to snap into a combat stance, until a single voice suddenly ordered them all to step aside. In the next instant, Tanant's lone eye flashed with light, and with a wide grin, he surged forward, cutting through the Reapers in a rapid series of strikes. When it ended, he slid his sword back into its sheath and remarked that cutting down ghosts left an unpleasant taste, then licked his lips and added that things would be different if real people appeared. But before he could finish, a flicker of surprise crossed his eye. Fixing his gaze down the passage ahead, he quietly observed that this was where the cold wind was coming from, then smiled in satisfaction and said that they had finally met. The main character moved toward them at a steady pace, and with his arms folded across his chest, the demon commented that he had let that woman go because of those bastards, to which the boy replied that someone had been following him ever since he entered the forest, so he chose not to dirty his own hands. Hearing this, Mephistopheles let out a low laugh and said he sounded just like them, then asked what he planned to do next. In answer, Elric stretched out his hand and said that since he had learned something new, it was worth testing, and with that, he released a surge of powerful ice magic toward them. Seeing this, Tanant pulled a scroll from his coat and ordered everyone to prepare for ice magic, tearing it open as he reminded himself that both the second and third squads had already fallen to this power. In the next instant, flames wrapped around them as chains of ice shot forward, fire igniting along Tanant's blade as he thought that with 7th circle fire magic, such an attack would never work against them. Acting on that belief, he cut through the ice chain above him in a single stroke, then swung his sword to deflect the incoming attacks, while asking if that was all Elric could do, grinning as he added that such tricks would not work, and that he should at least try to block their vision. But before he could finish, shock filled his eyes. The flames vanished entirely, replaced by a creeping cold that closed in around them, and with glowing eyes, the main character continued walking forward, forcing them to question the nature of this ominous presence. His face showed no emotion as he activated the snowfall ability, releasing waves of freezing energy that swept toward the intruders, each of them falling under the grip of ice magic as the temperature dropped further with every passing moment. Frost spread across Tanant's face and clothing as he stood with his hands raised, realizing that his lungs had frozen in an instant. And as that thought settled in, he questioned whether a human could truly wield such power, before ultimately deciding that retreat was the only option. Most of his men, elite fighters shielded by 7th circle magic, had been erased in a single strike, their bodies frozen solid into ice. Locking his gaze onto the protagonist, Tanant thought that he had been told this boy had only recently become a mage, yet the strength before him far exceeded expectations, and while that doubt lingered, Elric stood motionless with his arms still extended toward them. Without warning, Tanant turned sharply and shouted the order to retreat. At that same moment, the main character closed his eyes and reflected that since ancient times, the cursed wind of the north had always carried death, bearing the resentment and indignation of countless fallen while stealing the souls of the dead. As that thought took shape, Reapers and ghosts began to emerge from the walls, sealing off every route of escape as their numbers grew with each passing second. This was the second force of winter. Without lowering his arm, Elric called forth the north wind. The Reapers surged ahead, mercilessly cutting down anyone attempting to flee, their swift and crushing blows slicing through bodies as blood scattered in every direction. Seeing this, Tanant clenched his teeth in fury and swore that he had to report everything to his master, even if he ended up the only survivor. Yet as he tried to move again, his leg was suddenly bound by chains of ice. At the sight of this, he frowned in irritation and barked that they should not interfere, then shattered the chains with a single strike, and still burning with anger, he turned back and hissed that the boy should wait, because next time he would. Before he could finish, The main character remained standing with his eyes closed, completely still. In the next instant, both his own vision and Tannen's world seemed to invert as his severed head fell to the ground, a reaper reflected in his fading eye. With their enemies dead, the evil spirits slowly disappeared. The main character then collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily as he admitted that this was not a power meant for normal use, since even a single activation had completely drained his mana, while the demon looked down at him and remarked that he had used both Snowfall and the North Wind, meaning he had now become a true heir of winter, before asking whether spring would come next. Caught off guard, Elric shot Mephistopheles a surprised glance, then looked away and softly repeated, "Spring?" In his memories of Otto, the old man had displayed overwhelming magic while explaining that winter was only the beginning, telling him he would need to gather all 4 seasons, as they were fragments of the ancestors' immense power divided into 4 parts, and that if he managed to collect them all, he would uncover the founder's magic, a force born from the union of all 4 seasons that stood above all others. Faced with that possibility, the protagonist had been left speechless, realizing that winter alone was already extraordinarily powerful, and that obtaining the remaining 3 would grant him strength beyond imagination. As that thought formed, he pictured the founder and concluded that if he could surpass him, he would be able to break the shackles the founder had left behind. Returning from those memories, the young man pushed himself back onto his feet, and with a faint smile lingering alongside those thoughts, he stepped forward. As he reached his hand forward, the main character told himself that winter was already behind him, meaning the time had come to begin spring. Raising both hands over his head, he wondered where she was, yet in the very next instant his expression shifted with surprise as he questioned it again, asking himself where she could possibly be. A memory surfaced in his mind. He saw himself standing before Otto, clearly recalling how the old man had told him where spring was when he gave the order to complete all 4 seasons. Yet now, no matter how hard he tried to recall it, the answer refused to come back, and that contradiction made him question why it had disappeared. In that same recollection, Otto stood in front of him with a completely emotionless face, explaining spring. Returning to the present, Elric turned his head toward the demon and began to wonder if someone had interfered with his memory. His brow furrowed as his gaze locked on a Mephistopheles, and noticing that stare, the demon's expression turned irritated as he demanded to know why he was being looked at like that. Elric then averted his eyes, reasoning that it couldn't be him, since Mephistopheles lacked the ability required to place such a restriction, and, more importantly, truly wanted his power to grow. A cold bead of sweat slid down Elric's face as he considered who could be responsible, realizing that anyone capable of imposing such a restriction without him noticing could just as easily have killed him before he had any chance to react, and that realization caused his expression to tighten. At that moment, the Blue Lion army charged forward at full speed, their leader shouting that they had to catch up to the Blue Wolf no matter what. Before long, they reached the entrance of the tomb, where the man abruptly came to a stop, his eyes landing on the girl's severed head as he muttered that some had already died. His brother stepped up beside him and asked what they should do next, and he answered that for now, they would continue further inside. Pulling his sword from its sheath, a powerful wave of magical energy surged around him as he declared to himself that if even a single hair on his nephew's head had been harmed, he would settle it with his blade. But before that thought could fully form, shock overtook him at the sight in front of him. The Blue Lion cleaners had all been frozen and killed. Halting in front of Tannen's severed head, the man admitted to himself that even he would not have handled this situation with ease, and with that thought in mind, he carefully lowered himself onto one knee, only for an unusual sound to rise from behind him, prompting him to turn sharply and see that his comrades had already been surrounded by reapers. Reacting instantly, he gripped his weapon and shouted for whoever was responsible to reveal themselves if they dared, and a reaper immediately lunged at him. He moved to counter the attack, yet in the very next instant, everything came to a halt as a voice ordered them to stop. At that command, the evil spirits withdrew at once, pulling back and flying away while bowing their heads toward the figure approaching them. The protagonist, who stepped forward and calmly asked what they planned to do if casualties started to occur. The man could only stare, his mouth hanging open in shock at the scene before him. Not long after, they all stood outside, where the main character clenched his hand into a tight fist before extending it forward and issuing a single command, to break, and immediately, the surrounding stone collapsed inward, completely sealing the tomb's entrance. Watching this unfold, the man's brows knit together as he remarked that, even at a glance, the place was clearly an extraordinary dungeon, then questioned whether he was certain about what he had just done. In response, the boy clarified that he hadn't destroyed it, only hidden it so that no one would ever be able to find it. Casting a glance toward the now-sealed passage, the young man thought to himself that from this moment onward, the location would become a sanctuary and stronghold for the family, something made possible entirely because of the magical amulet. With that in mind, he placed his hand over the artifact hanging at his neck and, envisioning it clearly, explained that the necklace acted like a lockpick, capable of revealing or concealing any secrets that belonged to their family. At that moment, the man raised his hand and asked if he regretted leaving the guards behind, since they could still be useful, and the boy replied that of course he would take them. As soon as he said it, he stretched out his hand and activated the absorption ability, causing the Reapers to immediately free themselves from the dungeon and rush toward him, where Elric absorbed them without hesitation. The men could do nothing but watch in stunned silence, thinking to themselves that he had grown even stronger since the Black Snow Field, exactly as expected of their nephew. After completing the absorption, the boy clenched his hand again and pulled it back toward himself, then raised his eyes to the demon, who remarked that Otto had truly left him something outrageous. Elric answered that although the guards were strong, they weren't especially powerful. At those words, Mephistopheles looked at him with open displeasure and questioned what kind of foolish statement that was, asking if he truly didn't understand, before bringing up Otto, the man who had once commanded an enormous army, and pointing out that the protagonist had no real comprehension of how powerful that old man had been when he summoned winter and ruled over ghosts. Remembering this, the demon cast a sidelong glance at Elric and added that Otto possessed extraordinary abilities, able to control souls through sheer will alone, including even the very ghosts now under his command. Yet before he could continue, he turned his head away and told him to forget it. Watching him from the corner of his eye, the protagonist wondered whether those who had served Otto in life had all been exceptional individuals, reasoning that if they had been personally chosen by Otto, the one who led the house of Melvinger through its golden age, then each of them could be considered a hero. With that understanding, he clenched his fist once more, picturing a vast army of powerful undead under his command, and realized that if he could truly control them, he might restore his house to its former glory, meaning that no matter what, he had to claim Otto's full inheritance. With his thoughts settled, the main character stepped forward, telling himself that after 2,000 years, winter had descended upon this land once again, and that the time had come to announce to the world that House Melvinger had risen anew. Ahead of him, the Blue Line warriors formed two lines, and after some time, beneath a clear blue sky and bright sunlight, a large crowd gathered outside the central office of the magical administration, including reporters eagerly waiting for official confirmation that Elric had reached Omega status. As they exchanged looks, some remarked that he appeared to have completed the task in only 3 days, which should have been impossible since even Tasha had taken longer, meaning there had to be another explanation. At that moment, one of them suddenly turned in surprise as a Blue Line carriage sped down the road and came to an abrupt stop. In an instant, the crowd surged forward and surrounded the carriage, and the moment the main character stepped out, reporters rushed him, saying the public had been closely following his recent accomplishments, then asking if it was true he had already completed his task, pointing out that if so, he had surpassed both his grandfather and even Tasha, while others claimed that instead of 3 rising stars, there were now 4, and demanded to know his thoughts as well as the secret behind it. Without giving any answer, Elric walked on in silence until he reached a man who said he had been waiting for this moment. Extending his hand, he formally declared that the Central Bureau of the Magical Administration now officially recognized Elric as having attained Omega status. Holding his identification, the protagonist stood as reporters pressed him loudly for a response, asking how it felt to be the first member of the Melvinger family in 30 years to receive official Omega recognition, urging him to share his thoughts. At that, he suddenly turned toward them and said he did have something to say. But before anything else, there was a matter he needed to make clear. Raising his fist as his expression hardened with anger, he revealed that during his mission, he had been attacked by a group of unidentified individuals and had nearly lost his life. Shock and horror spread across the reporters' faces, yet he continued, stating that thanks to the intervention of the Vile House, he had survived, but after careful consideration, he had decided that such humiliation would not go unanswered. Not far from the carriage stood members of the Vile House, and, as the reporters watched in stunned silence, the protagonist faced them directly and, without the slightest hesitation, declared a war of possession. Cameras flashed from every direction as voices erupted, questioning whether this was truly the kind of war that would only end with one side completely destroyed, and how such a declaration could even be made when only 2 members remained in House Melvinger. One reporter, frowning deeply, shouted and demanded to know who could have ordered an assassination attempt against the head of such a great magical family. And Elric, his face utterly expressionless as his eyes burned with intensity, answered with a single name, Paul, then added that he was a traitor to House Vile. Meanwhile, in the Central Bureau of Magic Administration Director's office, Brian presented himself to resign. After hearing about the resignation, the director was surprised and wondered if it was because of what the head of House Melvinger had said. Brian remained silent, only tilting his head slightly as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He remembered Elric's words from not long ago, from the speech he had given, where he had said that the person he intended to fight was someone who was once considered a candidate for the title of Blue Lion. Although he knew that he might lose if he fought head-on, he would still stand and fight. He had requested everyone's support so that the stars would not fall and become shrouded by darkness, and so they could shine once more. He had declared with determination that as long as he had people's support, the stars would never lose their light. His words had truly moved Brian, as he had personally heard the speech given by Elric right beside him. Now, before the director, Brian admitted knowing that with the decision he had made, he could lose everything he had achieved thus far. He sincerely lowered his head, yet declared his wish to follow Elric's path and dream for a new era. The director sighed but accepted Brian's decision. Brian then respectfully bowed and left the office. The director internally praised how Elric had cleverly utilized the media's attention and the public's goodwill to his advantage, admitting that it was an obvious ploy. Standing up from his seat, he went to a large window nearby and observed the starry night sky. He felt that a new star, even brighter than the others, was about to rise. Meanwhile, the news of the declaration of war spread through all the newspapers until it reached Paul, who dismissed all of it as meaningless nonsense. The news reports contained headlines stating that Elric Melvinger had made a shocking declaration: the revival of the domain wars, the confrontation between Melvinger and Whale, how it would end, and the failed dream of the Viscount who attempted an assassination, and what his fate would be after the House Whale family and the Magic Tower's letter of protest. Paul sternly asked Hilton whether there was anything else that he had to say about this. Hilton, however, lowered his gaze and remained standing there silently. Paul then told Hilton that if he had nothing else to say, he declared that he was going to die. As Paul reached for his sword, a voice emerged and stated that it simply would not do. Paul became visibly annoyed as two ladies emerged from the shadows, declaring that the boy belonged to them. Hilton turned with a smile, feeling relieved upon seeing the duo. Paul, however, did not seem pleased as they stopped him from attacking Hilton. Enraged, he gritted his teeth furiously. The elf twins stared at Paul with their yellow eyes. In mockery, one of them questioned whether he honestly thought he could still seize the Blue Lion's seat now that he had lost his power. The other reminded him that even so, their offer was still on the table and wondered if he had changed his mind. Paul, visibly annoyed, remained silent for a moment before asking them to discuss the details. Seeing Paul's interest, the two women smiled maliciously. The next day, at the Blue Lion estate outside House Whale, Elric blushed slightly in surprise at Isabel's hair. Isabel, who had cut her hair to shoulder length, timidly asked how she looked, adding that she had trimmed her hair a little. Elric practically stammered while trying to compliment Isabel, saying that her hair looked a little more lively and that she gave off a stronger, more confident aura, while Mephi beside him laughed. Isabel suddenly approached Elric, closing the distance between them and directly staring into his eyes, making it clear that this was not what she had asked. This made Elric immediately correct himself and say that she looked beautiful. Isabel quickly turned away and commented that today she could finally claim her enemy's head. She then turned to look at him again and gently explained that she could not afford to look weak. She then slightly bowed and sincerely stated that this was all thanks to Elric and, on behalf of her entire family, she genuinely offered him their gratitude once more. As soon as Isabel made such a declaration, dozens of reporters appeared and began taking photos of the two. Shocked, Elric realized that Isabel had already predicted all of this. He understood that Isabel was trying to expose the alliance between the Blue Lion and House Melvinger to put psychological pressure on Paul Whale. Seeing Isabel approach him so that photos could be taken of the two together made Elric understand that, as expected, her tactical judgment was extremely remarkable. She had ended up becoming someone he could not help but desire proximity to. Some time later, Elric and Isabel sat side by side on the upper floor, observing the arena below them. Elric's eye glowed with a faint light, allowing him to see the strength of the Blue Lion family more clearly. The aura surrounding each knight showed that they were far stronger than Elric had imagined. It was hard to believe that they had gone through internal conflicts, as their unity seemed rock solid. Elric ended up clenching his fist anxiously. He inwardly stated that if he had such a powerful force as his wings, House Melvinger could then truly spread its wings freely. A worried look dominated his expression as he knew that, in the end, everything would depend on the type of results he achieved there. At that moment, Herman Whale had just arrived in the arena, as had Paul. Both stood facing each other on the battlefield as Herman spoke first, stating that in the end, they would finally clash like this after all. Paul responded with a mocking look, wanting to shed that thick layer of hypocrisy now. Herman was slightly surprised by his brother's words, but before he could say anything, Paul stated that Herman had always been the victor while he had been the loser. It had been so in the past, and it would likely be the same today. Paul stared at him with a piercing gaze, furiously expressing that he had always hated that and resented how Herman always acted superior, winning everything, claiming everything, and taking everything for himself. Paul added that there was never anything left that was his. Hearing his words, Herman only looked at him in silence while gripping the sword's hilt as the symbol embedded on his hand glowed crimson. He swore that he would now show Herman that not everything in the world belonged to him. Drawing his sword and facing Herman with bloodshot eyes, Paul declared that he had had everything until now, so it was his turn to take it all. Herman then slightly lifted his head, his tone turning cold as he stated that no matter how unfairly Paul had been treated, his actions could not be justified. Grabbing his sword and drawing it to unleash a torrent of energy, Herman declared that as his older brother, he would be the one to end his younger brother's sins. With that, he unleashed his overwhelming blue aura and swiftly charged forward with his sword emitting a brilliant blue aura. On the other side, Paul raged while wielding his sword and being engulfed in crimson energy. Both of them unleashed their intense powers as they confronted each other. However, a shadow emerged amid the powerful clash of the tremendous attack that should have swept away everything surrounding them. Herman quickly retreated, using his sword, which he plunged into the ground, to stop himself. Paul also retreated and, furious, shouted at the unknown person, demanding to know who was there and who dared to interrupt their duel. In the middle of the two, a man stood there and introduced himself as Triton. As the attack halted, the tremendous power left the floor beneath them cracked. The man revealed that he was the director of the First Inspection Bureau and that he stood there to deliver His Majesty's decree. Triton's words surprised both Herman and Paul. Triton bravely asserted on behalf of the king that there were those on the eastern frontier who, despite the Empire's benevolence, dared to dream of rebellion. Triton looked upward and stated that instead of uniting to punish such traitors, they had turned their blades upon each other, adding that His Majesty lamented this deeply. While Elric sat up there quietly, Mephi quickly approached Elric and whispered that it sounded like a direct warning to him. Elric responded that it seemed that His Majesty was not pleased that he had declared a domain war without his sanction. As soon as Triton finished speaking, Paul burst into mocking laughter and stated that not only did His Majesty wish to strike down the Red Lion, but he also intended to bind the limbs of the Blue Lion. Upon hearing Paul's insolence, Triton became furious. He questioned how a subject of the Empire could presume to interpret His Majesty's will as he pleased. Paul waved his hand at Triton's anger and dismissed him, questioning the grounds on which Triton believed he could stop their duel when he was not being taken seriously. Triton gritted his teeth and called Paul an insolent traitor. At that moment, a voice full of mana swept across the entire arena. It stated that the domain war against the Red Lion should be separate from the Imperial punishment mission. Triton was surprised to feel the intense mana that entered his ears. He turned, looked up at the upper floor, and faced Elric Melvinger standing there. The protagonist leaned on the railing and calmly, yet decisively asked whether Triton agreed. Hearing Elric's words, Triton gritted his teeth and accused him of wanting to defy His Majesty's commands. Elric Melvinger smiled confidently in response and openly admitted that this was exactly what he intended. His direct response visibly annoyed Triton, who questioned what he had said. Elric crossed his arms and stated that, as the Radiant Star Duke, he openly refused His Majesty's decree. Elric's defiance of the Emperor made Triton utterly furious. He questioned how Elric dared to do such a thing and insisted that, as a subject of His Majesty, Elric was obligated to obey the Emperor. However, Elric corrected him, explaining that a decision concerning someone's life within the Whale family should certainly bow to His Majesty's words, but as the Radiant Star Duke, that command did not apply to him. Triton internally cursed Elric for knowing about the treaty. The Melvinger house had existed long before the Empire was founded and was once known as an ancient noble house of magic. When the first Emperor established the Empire, he offered great concessions to ensure the Melvingers' loyalty. Unless the offense amounted to high treason, no imperial interference would be allowed. Without a golden edict, no imperial order could be imposed by force. Triton was enraged because, even though the Melvinger Treaty had been forgotten after the family's decline, its power still remained active. Elric then extended his hand and asserted that even if the duel ended there, the Melvinger territorial war had not yet been concluded. He would exercise that right there, and then, as the representative of his house. Looking at the arena, Elric declared that he appointed the Blue Lion, Herman Whale, as the one who would represent him. Herman understood that Elric's decision meant that he would assume the political burden of the Empire, while the Melvinger would reap all the benefits, inwardly stating that Elric was clever. However, Herman did not oppose the idea and accepted. Elric then declared that, as the representative of the Melvinger, Herman should deliver his judgment to Paul Whale. Hearing those words, Paul furiously gritted his teeth. Triton tried to take a step forward to stop the fight, but he halted and was utterly shocked upon seeing Herman unleash the powerful energy of a Blue Lion. He realized that this was beyond what he could handle, so he quickly backed away. Paul took his stance and immediately drew his sword to stop the overwhelming attack. He struggled to dodge the attack, as the power was too intense for him to withstand. However, Herman's mana-infused sword cut away little by little at Paul's sword. Noticing this, Paul's face filled with shock as his sword trembled until his weapon was damaged before his eyes. He could not believe that his sword had been cut in half as the attack reached him. The extremely oppressive energy passed beside him with tremendous force, causing the ground beneath him to shatter and taking his arm with it. Paul screamed in agony and fell to his knees, with his fallen sword on one side and his severed arm on the other. With his hand on his shoulder, he gasped irritably and acknowledged the pride of the hawk. Herman, however, confidently stood over his fallen brother and corrected him humbly, explaining that he had only completed the beak of the hawk, while the talons and wings still needed to be finished. Triton, standing nearby, quietly observed that the aura shining on the sword marked the aura of the spear, the symbol of the fifth chain superior. Triton could see that the blue lion had recovered his original strength and become even stronger. This meant that they would now need to classify Herman Whale as a grade 1 threat, equivalent to the White Knight. At that moment, Paul clutched his wounded shoulder and shouted in frustration over why Herman had to have everything. With those words spoken, he charged toward Herman even while unarmed. Herman, however, stood still, and as Paul approached closer, Herman delivered a single definitive attack and eliminated his adversary by precisely cutting off his neck. As Paul's body collapsed, his supporters in the arena fell silent, while on the other side, the Blue Knights loudly erupted into cheers and celebration. Herman plunged his blood-stained sword into the ground and covered his own eyes in respect for his brother. Elric, alongside Mephi, quietly observed the result of the battle. Isabel, standing next to him and looking below the arena, remained silent, with the sword plunged into the ground like the cross that would be on a tombstone. Herman turned and declared that all the mistakes and crimes committed during those chaotic times must now be forgiven and buried. He further stated that no one should ever again doubt the authority of the lion or the pride of the hawk. His last words pleased the protagonist, his daughter, and the Blue Knights, as they faintly smiled. Herman then sternly questioned everyone about whether they had understood his words. Before him, all the Blue Knights raised their swords and shouted in unison that they had understood. Meanwhile, in a forest, Hilton was running hastily, desperately gasping for breath as he inwardly cursed the situation. He did not understand why Paul had not used the seal he had given him. He also did not understand why Paul had succumbed to the knight's pride if it would get him killed. He understood that, having failed the mission, they would never let him live, so he needed to hide. Before his escape could be completed, a dark-eyed woman suddenly emerged beside Hilton, startling him, and curiously asked where he was going in such a hurry. The other woman also appeared at his side and questioned how things had worked out after he had boldly declared that he would make the Blue Lion his pawn. Hilton was utterly shocked upon seeing Lady Lapis and Lazuli and began to stammer. But before he could utter anything, both women swiftly attacked him with their bare hands, putting an end to his words and slicing off his neck, causing blood to splatter around the area. The atmosphere turned somber, and one of them declared that she had not come to ask for his excuses. One woman then told the other that all the preparations they had made had turned out to be useless and asked what they would do next. Her sister replied that they would have to be content with capturing the Red Lion instead. Passing her fingers close to her lips, she commented that she had to hold herself back the entire time. Unleashing her aura, she declared that Elric Melvinger had become the first person who had seemed so delicious to her. Both women displayed eerie looks of desire, while the other woman commented that she felt the same way. Both women could not even wait for the upcoming war with the Empire. Amidst their desires, they slowly turned into smoke in the wind and disappeared without a trace. The only thing they could imagine at that moment was how much more delicious Elric could become. Oblivious to what was happening, Elric frowned as he looked around. Mephi, curious, asked if he had felt something. The protagonist responded with an uneasy expression that he had felt a chill for a moment, but did not think it was anything. Noticing his worried expression, Herman stated that the inspection bureau had said something to him before leaving and wondered if he was in trouble. Elric replied that they had said they would keep watching him, but that was fine, as he had already expected a conflict against the imperial family. Herman bowed his head slightly, thanking Elric. With his hand on his chest, he slightly bowed and affirmed with honor that, once again, on behalf of his house, he offered his gratitude. The photographer's cameras were already approaching as Elric spoke. He told Herman that he would have risen alone even without him. Herman denied this and gently explained that it was not true because Elric had saved his daughter, cured his reflux disease, and personally treated him afterward. Herman slightly glanced at the reporters and declared that the medicine Elric had created had accelerated his recovery beyond his expectations. Hearing Herman's words, Mephi shook his head negatively and referred to him as the cunning fox, believing that he seemed to be making their connection public this time. Maintaining his composure, Elric replied that it was not the Blue Lion's idea. Mephi then looked at Isabel, realizing that she must have planned everything again. Herman then continued by explaining that his family's tragedy stemmed from his failure to name an heir. Elric silently wondered what he was talking about. Herman then placed his hand on Elric's shoulder and stated that he had a request to make. Hearing those words, the protagonist became confused and anxiously asked what it was. Smiling brightly, Herman declared that he wanted Elric to become the next Blue Lion. The request was so surprising that Elric felt his soul leave his body as he froze, gaped in shock, and remained speechless. Reporters and many people began gathering at the entrance of the Whale family residence, where the guards blocked their way. Curious, they wondered whether the head of a magic noble family would become the next Blue Lion and questioned whether a magician could become a Blue Lion, considering that the position was famous for swordsmanship. Among the crowd, one man pushed his way through and approached the gate, wondering aloud in confusion whether Lord Elric had received the Blue Lion's offer. It was Brian, wearing a hood, his face filled with shock and confusion as he wondered what was really happening. Soon, more and more flashes went off as photographs were taken. One of the reporters spotted someone approaching and realized that Elric Melvinger was coming out with the Blue Lion. Elric walked alongside Herman and Isabel while being bombarded with questions about whether he would accept the Blue Lion's offer and being urged to give an answer. The protagonist approached the main gate of the residence and decided to provide the answer they wanted. He firmly announced that he had decided to inherit the position of Blue Lion. Amid the crowd, Brian sighed upon hearing Elric's decision, inwardly realizing that he was really becoming the Blue Lion. Elric then continued with his announcement, clarifying that this would only be to become a Blue Lion and nothing more. He would fulfill his duty not as a Vile, but as the head of the Melvinger house. The reporters became shocked and confused by Elric's words, with one of them asking what he truly meant by that. At that moment, Herman firmly placed his hand on Elric's shoulder and stated that he would only pass down his swordsmanship to the head of Melvinger. He then stepped in front of him to explain that the Vile family would be inherited by his daughter Isabel. Under Herman's words, the banners of the two noble families were raised together. From that day forward, he declared that the Vile house and the Melvinger house would form an alliance. Elric cheerfully completed Herman's words by declaring that the Red Lion would march to suppress the rebellion. Sometime later, people in the streets were astonished to see the march taking place under such a great name and commented on how grand the march was. A carriage rolled down the streets carrying two small flags, blue and gold, representing the Vile family and the Melvinger family respectively. Behind the carriage followed the members of the Blue Lion troop. Whispers spread among the citizens, who commented that they had heard about how determined the Blue Lion's troop was as they made preparations to wash away the humiliation it had suffered in the past. Curious about another group, a citizen pointed behind the Vile family knights and wondered in shock who they were. Several people marched in silence, most of them wearing hoods. The group looked like a bunch of ragged wanderers on some kind of pilgrimage. Another man explained that they were those who followed the head of the Melvinger house, a group known as the March of the Stars. Brian was among them, and he removed his hood after hearing what they were called. He reflected on the March of the Stars, a name taken from Wusden Melvinger's epithet, the Magician of the Stars. Brian believed that although their beginnings were humble, once this campaign ended, surely the stars of Melvinger would shine brightly once again. Inside the carriage, Elric was not as excited. Looking out the window, he commented that the Corps still did not seem to acknowledge him yet. Herman reassured him, explaining that it was only natural for them to be confused because a wizard becoming the Blue Lion was not something they saw every day. The Blue Lion stated that once Elric proved himself worthy as the Blue Lion, the knights would offer their loyalty of their own accord. Herman stated that it must have still been difficult for him before calmly placing his hand on his chest and genuinely thanking Elric for accepting his proposal. The protagonist revealed that he had been in doubt, but had accepted for one reason. When Herman asked about the reason, he stated that he wanted to become stronger, and that was why he had inherited his master's Greenfield and accepted the Blue Lion's proposal as well. Herman replied that it was just like Elric. Elric began warming up his body and, excitedly, asked what he should do now. Herman revealed that first, he would need to complete the basic training that he had postponed for so long. Once he mastered the fundamentals, he would begin learning something much better and more important, his sworn brother's long-held desire. When the end of the day arrived and the sun began to set, the group stopped and set up a tent to rest. Outside, Elric spoke with one of Isabel's uncles. He asked the protagonist whether he had heard from Herman about the spirit of the hawk. Elric replied that he had not heard about it in detail. Upon hearing that, he began explaining that about 20 years ago, Herman and their sworn brothers were in the southern forest region when, by chance, they discovered an ancient manual called the Spirit of the Hawk. Haman stated that he was the third of the Blue Hawks and revealed that it was a sword manual divided into 4 parts, so the 4 of them each studied one. Herman contracted tongue paralysis while trying to perfect the hawk's beak, but Haman added that thanks to their nephew-in-law, it was finally completed. Elric quietly remembered the technique Herman had used when slicing off Paul Vile's arm and realized that it must have been the hawk's beak. Haman continued the explanation, revealing that Brother Rassel took the talons, Alan had chosen the eyes, while he himself had studied the wings. Now he intended to pass the techniques to Elric so that he could complete the spirit of the hawk. Haman smiled deprecatingly and commented that they themselves could not achieve such a feat, but he believed Elric would surely succeed. He then changed his attitude and moved to the first question. Among the various weapons, including swords, blades, and spears, he wanted to know which one Elric considered supreme. Haman then extended his own spear toward Elric, hoping that he would accept it as his main weapon. Instigated by Haman, Elric replied while still in doubt that it might be the spear. Haman laughed joyfully and declared that it was exactly what he had expected from his nephew-in-law, adding that the spear was the root of all weapons. Haman cheerfully belittled the other weapons, explaining that a sword was merely a fragment of a spear, while a blade was essentially the same thing with a little extra weight. Haman was very happy to be the first to teach Elric and tried to persuade him to master the spear because once he reached its peak, all other weapons could naturally be used. Elric awkwardly agreed and muttered that this was overwhelming. After convincing Elric, Haman stepped away and intended to demonstrate the 6 fundamental spear movements. He explained that if Elric could learn them, he would never need to learn another martial art again. Haman took his stance as he thrust forward his spear and was confident that even for a genius like Elric, the technique would not be easy to learn. Those were not basic forms, as they were his personal secret techniques after all. While brandishing the spear, Haman thought to himself that a true genius had to endure difficulty and fail before rising again through perseverance. Haman executed the spear arts that he expected would surely frustrate Elric. However, he knew that as soon as the young man overcame that barrier, he would be completely captivated by the path of the spear. Haman was so confident that he internally apologized to his brothers and reasoned that recruiting a prodigy required using some tricks first. Haman finished executing the spear arts by spinning his weapon above his head and launching a vertical blow against the ground. He then asked Elric what he thought and, with a bright smile, wondered if Elric could do it. The protagonist scratched his head, somewhat confused, and admitted that it did not seem easy. Haman extended his spear to him and explained that if it were easy, it would not be called martial arts but would merely be a trick. After handing the spear to Elric, he laughed confidently, explaining that martial arts were like climbing a staircase, steadily moving step by step until he reached the summit. Haman then told the young man to try to repeat what he had seen. Elric began by brandishing the spear forward. Through his perception, he remembered the movements. Haman was utterly surprised to see Elric repeat what he had done. Speechless, he realized that Elric's eyes for movements were incredible. Elric had memorized everything Haman had executed after watching it only once. However, Haman knew that merely imitating the movements would cause the forms of the movement to falter. Contrary to what the uncle expected, Elric's movements carried a mysterious energy created by the spear art. Haman was speechless and could not believe what he was seeing. Elric had already managed to flawlessly demonstrate the strength of the secret art that Haman had spent his whole life learning. Haman could not understand how the young man had managed to learn the spear art so perfectly. Mephi nearby laughed upon seeing Haman's shocked expression and mocked him for not even noticing that the whole thing was just an act. While listening to Mephi's mockery, Elric faintly smiled and replied that his words were really harsh before spinning the spear above his head and finishing with a vertical blow, the same as Haman's, that struck the ground with the spirit of an ancestor by his side. He firmly concluded the demonstration of the spear movements by revealing that necromancy was also one of his abilities. Hearing Elric's words, Mephi shook his head in denial, remarking that the Merbiger men had mouths as sharp as their magic. Elric allowed the specter to retreat. He felt that the specter had reached an exceptional level in spear techniques while alive. Elric had never imagined that the North Wind possessed such a function as well. Elric recalled that he had recently learned about the North Wind's abilities when he began learning swordsmanship with Herman. Like Haman, Herman brandished his weapon while demonstrating his technique. The sword Herman carried dragged the wind along with it, creating whirlwinds and making a powerful demonstration of his skills. As dust and leaves flew around, Elric extended his hand to protect himself. Herman also stated that Elric had to learn this sword style before mastering the Hawk's Beak. As a novice, Elric placed his hand on the hilt of the sword and laughed nervously, feeling that it would be somewhat difficult. Herman reassured him that it would not be easy, but if he learned it, it would guide him to a world of exceptional swordsmanship. Elric held the sword firmly with both hands, believing that with enough repetitions, he would eventually be able to execute the movements. Before Elric could brandish the sword, the North Wind symbol on his arm glowed. A specter's voice emerged in his ear and instructed him to take one step to the left. Visibly confused and anxious, Elric followed the voice's instruction and placed his foot farther to the left. He remained confused and tilted his head slightly, wondering if the specter was trying to teach him. The specter continued speaking and taught Elric the necessary movements, including moving to the right and following a diagonal line. Herman, who could neither see nor hear the specters, watched Elric's movements with an impressed smile. In the present, after executing the spear skills, Elric commented to Mephi that he had been right, and that the specters Otto left behind had truly been top-tier warriors of their era. Mephi irritably responded that although they had no logic left and only lingering instincts remained, they would not present Elric with new paths. Elric did not care because even if they could not create new milestones, they were still shortcuts to the destination, and that would be more than enough. Changing the subject, Mephi mocked Elric by suggesting that he give that person a bib immediately, or he was going to drool all over himself at this rate. Elric turned his face and saw that Haman was drooling, while still in disbelief at the movements Elric had perfectly replicated. Later that night, under a full moon sky inside Herman's command tent, a small meeting took place. The Blue Lion was with his daughter, and they sat at the table while talking. Herman stated that Elric had truly surpassed what he expected, and that he might reach the spirit of the hawk much faster than anticipated. Isabel was surprised by this. Herman confirmed that Elric's understanding of swordsmanship was impressive, and that his instincts were extraordinary. He had heard that the Melvinger house balanced intellect and martial skills, but Elric exceeded the rumors. Herman was certain that Elric would surely complete the spirit of the hawk, surpass it, and one day defeat the Golden Lion. However, Isabel remained silent and did not seem pleased upon hearing her father's words. She faced him with a frown and crossed her arms in jealousy, stating that everyone only praised Elric and everything seemed to be about Elric. She found it exciting but also a little disheartening, as it made her feel left out, with somebody spending all day handling paperwork without being recognized. Herman was surprised and ended up stammering that this was not true. He assured his daughter that everyone knew how hard she worked, and although they did not say it as loudly, everyone was truly grateful. Isabel sighed and turned her face, feeling that it sounded like a forced excuse to her. It was then that something her father said reached Isabel's ears. Herman revealed that Elric had personally told him to take good care of her. Isabel jumped over the table excitedly, startling her father, and eagerly reacted to the news. Herman felt that something was wrong because his daughter never listened to him when he said something, but whenever he mentioned Elric, her attitude completely changed. Isabel returned to her chair and, while avoiding her blush, cleared her throat. She quickly changed the subject and asked whether Herman planned to leave the nights as they were. Herman revealed that, for now, yes, but he did not want to interfere. Whether Isabel kept the nights or not would depend entirely on Elric. He further stated that Elric would decide whether he carried this house with him or left them out of the Blue Lion blueprint. Herman smiled at his daughter, showing that he was not worried, and he knew that she was not worried either. Isabel smiled back and commented that, as expected, she could not hide anything from her father. She then stood up and warned that she did not plan to simply stand by and watch. Before Isabel left the tent, Herman repeated that he did not intend to intervene in the matter. Isabel opened the tent curtain and, with a smile, affirmed that this was already enough for her. With his daughter's departure, Herman sighed. He knew that at the end of the war, it was likely that some dissatisfied knights would resign. It seemed that the change between generations was finally about to happen. 10 days later, as the carriage rolled along, Elric looked out the window and saw that they had finally arrived at their destination. From where they were, they could see the main camp of the Suppression Army forces above the trees. Huge walls surrounded the tents where the army trained. A Blue Lion knight galloped alongside the carriage and raised his hand, ordering the flags to be raised. Immediately, the flags of the Melvinger and Whale houses were raised. Elric reflected that ever since his grandfather passed away and their house began to fall, the Melvinger crest had disappeared from the public eye. On the crest was a book representing knowledge and magic, held by an owl symbolizing wizards in search of the truth. Just as an owl saw through the darkness of night, they cut through the unknown and the irrational, representing their resolve to pursue truth and reason. Now, the Melvinger banner with that meaning rose high and began to flap proudly in the wind. When the carriage approached the entrance gate, 2 rows of knights awaited it on both sides of the road. In front of the gate stood someone of important appearance. Herman got out of the carriage, and his brothers followed him. They walked among the men wearing masks and proceeded toward the man, who welcomed them by acknowledging that they had traveled a long way and thanking the Blue Lion for his efforts. He was none other than the Crown Prince. Herman did not expect the Crown Prince to personally welcome them. The prince walked with a smile and reminded Herman that he had once saved his life, so he owed him a debt for that. He explained that he had come to repay that favor, even if only a little. Looking around, the Crown Prince noticed that Isabel was not there and soon assumed that, given the circumstances of the place, Herman must have decided not to bring his daughter to the battlefield. The 3 brothers accompanying Herman were irritated by the disrespectful tone the Crown Prince used. One of them even considered teaching him a lesson, but the looks of the other 2 prevented him from doing so, reminding him that he should endure because he did not need to respond to such childish bait. Herman responded that his daughter was his successor and the future heir to his title, so of course she would be with him. Surprised, the prince quickly asked where Isabel was and mentioned that it had been a while since he last saw her, and that he wanted to greet her. Herman avoided any conflict and responded with humility, acknowledging that it would have been appropriate for her to greet the prince and accepting the fault himself. He then revealed that he had seen her not long ago with the patriarch of the Melvinger house. Upon hearing Herman's words about Elric, The crown prince gritted his teeth to the point that the veins on his face bulged. The door of one of the carriages then opened. Herman saw his daughter descend, but immediately afterward, he and his brothers were shocked to the point that their faces darkened. Isabel displayed a flushed face as she descended from the carriage. The crown prince was equally stunned to see her. Soon after her, another person descended. Elric followed right after her, visibly awkward, and everyone could see the lipstick mark on his neck. It was evident that Isabel had kissed him. When everyone saw the kiss mark, silence settled over the area. The prince remained silent, but his men could clearly see the dissatisfaction in his gaze. Meanwhile, Mephi immediately burst into laughter and began mocking him. Irritated, Elric questioned what he found so funny. Even Mephi ended up blushing when he remembered what had happened and joked about whether this was how Elric was going to end up getting married. Mephi pointed toward the people standing before them. The prince's guards were sweating heavily, knowing his highness's temper. Elric had caused a major problem in broad daylight, yet he was not even thinking about taking responsibility. The protagonist brought his hand to his face, hiding his shyness and awkwardness while inwardly cursing the situation. Earlier, inside the carriage after Herman had gotten off, Isabel had asked Elric if she could ask him a favor. Curious, Elric asked what she wanted. Isabel lowered her head with a somber gaze and revealed that she no longer wanted to have any relation with the crown prince. She squeezed her hands tightly as she continued, explaining that a long time had passed since they had broken their engagement. Yet people continued to whisper behind her back, which she found disgusting and very uncomfortable. Isabel revealed that she thought focusing on work would eventually make everyone forget the matter. Instead, people began interpreting it as her desperately trying to forget the prince. Elric listened attentively to Isabel's outburst until she stated that she wanted to break those chains once and for all. Apprehensively, Isabel affirmed that Elric could refuse to help her if he thought it would be problematic. The protagonist, however, contradicted her concern. He assured her that if she needed help, he would help her with whatever was necessary and asked what he needed to do. At that moment, Isabel completely blushed, her face becoming red as she anxiously gathered her courage, stood up, and approached Elric, closing the distance between them. Upon seeing Isabel approach, Elric became tense and began sweating profusely as he could not believe what was happening. After getting out of the carriage, the two stood together, and Isabel straightened his clothes. Elric knew that now this gossip would become the biggest scandal in the social world. He could see the enormous irritation on the crown prince's face, and that ended up cheering him up a little. Mephi, who knew that the kiss had been staged, mocked him through his expression, suggesting that the prince seemed to think something had actually happened. The crown prince turned away irritably and headed back inside the training camp. Mephi, upon seeing him leave, started provoking Elric again. He had not expected Isabel to suddenly grab Elric by the collar and kiss him. At that moment, Mephi believed Elric's face must have looked a certain way, so he mimicked the expression Elric had made. Flushed, Elric looked upward in complete astonishment, his mouth open as he remained speechless. His entire expression was that of someone paralyzed after interacting with a woman for the first time. Elric became annoyed with Mephi and denied looking like that. Mephi, however, was certain of what he had seen. He insisted that Elric had looked exactly like that, as if it were his first time kissing a woman. The protagonist fell silent with a somber gaze. This drew Mephi's curiosity, and he soon understood the truth. Elric, still annoyed, denied the situation. Mephi then laughed, mocking Elric for having bragged so much, only for the great head of the Melvinger house to turn out to be an idiot in romance who had never even held a woman's hand. Suddenly, Isabel noticed that Elric was burning with anger and frustration. He seemed extremely irritated by Mephi's actions. Sometime later, while the Melvinger and Whale House flags continued to wave under the light of the setting sun, Elric commented to Mephi that he could not believe they had been assigned to a campsite so close to Lord Winds of the Border. He believed that was basically asking to get trounced in this war. Mephi had already recognized such blatant plans. The protagonist, having spent the day at the campsite, ended up commenting that it was hard to believe that the next leader of the empire was such a pathetic man. Mephi replied that still, because of what he had done, Elric ended up alongside the Lion Fellows. Elric revealed that part of the reason for agreeing to Isabel's plan was because it would keep him away from the members of the Vile House. Despite being sent to dangerous front lines, Elric believed that this actually worked in his favor. The more they could combat the Crown Prince's interference, the more his reputation would grow. Mephi admitted that although this was true, he still wanted to know whether Elric was sure it was okay with those four guys training behind. The protagonist looked around toward the group. The men who had followed him were arguing, and they could not even work together to set up a tent. Despite their arguments, they somehow succeeded. Elric ended up sighing and stated that the difference in skill compared to the Vile House Knights was significant. Mephi, however, commented that thanks to two certain persons, things were going more smoothly than expected. Meanwhile, Brian had taken leadership of the group and instructed them on how to do things properly. He instructed the men to be careful, adding that if the central pole was not firm, the roof would collapse. He also instructed them to make sure to fireproof the tent's fabric to prevent it from catching fire. Elric observed him and reflected that Brian was the examiner during the mage qualification test. As expected from someone who had worked in an organization, he brought order to things. Mephi looked to the other side and pointed out that the man over there was taking care of discipline. A powerful knight marked by battles, named Ave, used his large body to intimidate the others. He sternly told one of them to stop acting foolishly, reminded them that they were not on vacation, and pointed out that everyone was working, warning them to go away if they were going to behave that way. Elric believed that if Brian was the strategist, it must be the true leader of the group. Elric commented to Mephi that thanks to those two, things had gotten smoother, but still it was too early to take the Star Battalion into a real battle. He knew that taking untrained and untrusted people into combat would only lead to chaos, and the casualties would only increase one after another. Mephi had already imagined how things would happen. Those who could not handle the pressure would leave after a few battles, while the remaining people would become stronger, so there was no reason to worry. Elric, however, had a strong opinion. He did not want to strengthen a unit through sacrifice lives. Frowning, Elric wondered if there was a better way to do this. Suddenly, the protagonist heard someone excitedly call him and greet his dear friend. The protagonist was surprised to hear the familiar voice and wondered why the person was there. The Black Lion Prince, Cromwell, walked toward him, followed by several knights in full armor. He expressed his delight at meeting Elric again and stated that he had never expected they would meet once more in a place like this. Upon seeing the Black Lion Prince, the people in the group became apprehensive. One of the men stated that he had heard rumors that the two were close to each other, but they had not expected the prince to personally visit Elric. Unexpectedly, the prince hugged Elric while whispering in his ear that he had always known Elric was not normal, but he had never expected him to do something so bold and insane right in front of his brother, the Crown Prince. The protagonist simply responded that things had just happened. Cromwell stepped away from Elric and held him worriedly, questioning why he was acting so distant and reminding him that they had agreed to be friends. Elric reminded the prince that many people were watching them. The prince took advantage of Elric's words to provoke him. He whispered that the same person had acted like that before his brother. Since it was useless to argue with Cromwell, as Elric realized that he was not easy to handle with words, the protagonist followed his words and suggested that they should treat each other as friends. This made the prince smile with satisfaction. He explained that this was not an official environment, so there was no need for excessive formalities. The prince looked around, asked whether all those people had followed Elric, and affirmed that if they were Elric's friends, they could be his friends as well. The prince clapped his hands twice, signaling his men to bring something, and stated that since they were friends, it was only right to share a cheerful greeting. He then walked toward the group, drawing their attention. Cromwell acknowledged that everyone was busy, but encouraged them to take a moment to drink together, as they must have been exhausted from the journey. A barrel was brought to the prince, who presented it with a smile as a gift. He explained that drinking a little should wash away the fatigue they were feeling. The whole group shouted excitedly as they erupted into loud cheers while praising the prince. Elric understood Cromwell's actions. He had drawn so much attention in order to improve his reputation. However, Cromwell was also there to warn the crown prince that Elric was one of his people and under his protection. Upon realizing his intentions, the protagonist smiled, grateful for the help. During the night, the soldiers split among several tables, enjoying the banquet offered by the prince. Someone then approached Elric and offered him a drink. After pouring the wine into a glass, the person stated that it was a liquor brewed only in his homeland, adding that it was well-aged, so the flavor should be very deep. Elric gently tasted the liquor and gave his verdict, admitting that although he did not know much about alcohol, the taste was truly good. Brian smiled upon hearing the response. At that same moment, another glass was extended toward Brian. The prince cheerfully requested some as well, saying that it looked good and asking Brian to pour him a glass. Utterly startled to see the prince, Brian did not think it would be proper to serve royalty. This caused Cromwell to show a disappointed look, as he thought everyone had grown closer to him, but it seemed not to be the case. Hearing the prince's words, Brian hurriedly responded that this was not the case and quickly served the liquor. The prince happily savored the crimson drink and honestly praised it. He recognized it as Artigo grapes brewed in the year 21, noting that the harvest had been scarce that year, but that he had heard the grapes possessed exceptional sweetness. Hearing the detailed description given by the prince, Brian nodded, still surprised. He flushed at the prince's praise and gratitude for serving such fine liquor. As the night progressed, several soldiers had gone to their tents, while the remaining soldiers prepared to leave as well. Soon, only Elric and the prince remained at the table. The protagonist shook his head and declared that Cromwell was a fraud. Smiling awkwardly, the prince questioned how Elric could say such a thing since he possessed vast knowledge. However, Elric countered that the prince had simply read the label on the bottom of the bottle. The prince openly dodged the accusation, stating that he had no idea what Elric meant. Sipping his drink, Elric inwardly stated that perhaps because he was part of the nobility, the prince possessed an incredible ability to handle people, or maybe his character was simply that big. The prince then sat down and brought up a new subject by asking what Elric was going to do next and whether he should help him. Elric quietly observed, realizing that it meant the prince would block the crown prince's hostility for him. He understood that if Cromwell stepped in, the crown prince definitely would not be able to touch him, but accepting help would mean officially joining his faction. Therefore, Elric shook his head, explaining that he did not want to be tied to anyone. To avoid being dragged into imperial disputes, Elric suggested maintaining a friendly relationship where they could help one another, rather than one where one side became subordinate. Cromwell calmly placed his glass on the table, having already expected Elric's answer. He explained that his brother, the crown prince, was persistent and greedy and used any means to get what he wanted. He was skilled at turning things in his favor, warning that things could become dangerous. Cromwell extended his closed fist in a vow to help as much as he could. With a simple greeting, the pair wished for each other's victory. Thus, with the sunrise from the main headquarters to the Melvinger encampment, an official order was issued. The order instructed them to advance. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Herman slammed the table furiously as he read the paperwork and cursed in anger that the soldiers had not even recovered from the journey and were already being sent to the battlefield. For Herman, at least 10 days of rest should have been given to the soldiers considering how far they had marched. Alongside Herman, Isabel, standing nearby, was also analyzing what they could do. Elric was also seated nearby, as Mephi warned that assigning the first battle to raw recruits was basically telling them to die. Elric also saw another possibility, believing that they might want to use them as bait. Herman hurriedly asked Elric to refuse the order, as he could not help him and assist the Star Battalion because he had been assigned to another mission. Surprising the Vile family, Elric bluntly stated that he planned to follow the order. Herman could not believe it and asked if Elric was out of his mind. Elric casually replied that even the Crown Prince did not actually expect him to follow this order, and if he refused now, he was aiming to issue an even more outrageous one. He seriously stated that even for him, refusing the Crown Prince's orders twice would be extremely difficult. Herman understood that the Crown Prince planned to use Elric exactly how he wanted. Elric agreed, stating that even so, he did not know what the prince was planning to gain yet, but it would definitely be worse than the current situation. Calming down, Herman questioned whether Elric would really follow such a ridiculous order. For Elric, however, this was an opportunity to strike the Crown Prince's weak point. From the beginning, Elric needed to create an image where he was the victim attacked by the Crown Prince. That way, he stated that the future political landscape would shift in his favor. Seeing Elric plan so many steps ahead from a simple order startled Herman. Elric was already imagining the scenario ahead and stated that if he and the Star Battalion carried the Melvinger flag into the first battle and brought a brilliant victory, he believed there could be no better propaganda. Still, Herman asked if Elric was confident leading raw recruits, and also asked what Elric needed him to do. Elric stood up and firmly requested Isabel. Upon hearing this, Isabel blushed, her face turning completely red at the sudden declaration. Herman laughed, making his daughter even shyer. He wondered if it was an actual marriage proposal, causing Elric to finally realize the error in his words. Startled, he also blushed just as much as Isabel and stammered as he clarified that this was not what he meant. Restraining his laughter, Herman reassured him that he was only joking and understood that Elric wanted Isabel, so she could be his brain and strategist while also keeping her out of the Crown Prince's sight. Hearing Elric confirm this and declare that he needed a capable adjutant to help command the Star Battalion, Isabel smiled confidently. Herman then laughed again, imagining how the Crown Prince would be made a fool once more, just like yesterday. Deciding to allow Isabel to go, Herman also stated that he would assign some more knights to accompany them as well. Elric thanked him for the help, but Herman explained that he was only paying him back. Compared to what Elric had done for their house, this was nothing. Herman also had future plans, believing that if Elric wanted to be the next Blue Lion, defeat was not an option. The scene then shifted to the Crown Prince's chambers. After stepping out of the bath, the Crown Prince asked his assistant whether Elric had set out for the mission and whether Isabel had followed him as expected. Upon hearing both confirmations, he quietly put on his royal robes. Clutching his head, he stated that the Azure Lion should already know his intentions and yet continued to act this way, which truly irritated him. A cold look appeared on the prince's face. As he left, the subordinate bowed in respect. Before leaving, the prince commented that he did not know why the Melvinger had accepted the order, but they would eventually fail and would be lucky if they even made it back alive. Satisfaction and longing rose in the prince's eyes. At the same time, Elric and Isabel set off on their journey. In the distance between the mountains, they saw a castle ahead of them. Isabel revealed her assessment that even if it was only for reconnaissance, this was the start of the war. Still, no one from headquarters had come to see them off. To Elric, this only had one meaning. No one was expecting anything from them. However, he stated that was exactly what they needed to drag things in a different direction than everyone expected. Turning to look at the Star Battalion, Elric declared that for them, who had not even stabilized a complete structure yet, the mission would not be easy. He stated that the eastern fortress of the Wind's frontier they had to assault was known as an impregnable stronghold. No one believed they would emerge victorious, making it like throwing an egg against a rock. Under the bright sunlight, Elric firmly placed his hand on his chest and declared with the conviction of a winner that if they believed in him and followed him, then when the war ended, their star would shine brighter than any other. Faced with Elric's inspiring words, the army raised their swords, cheering with the conviction he carried. Leading the battalion, Elric then instructed them to advance, and with that, the group rode into the battlefield with great determination. Following Elric closely, it asked about the specifics of the mission. He stated that they were meant to either attack the Ketline fortress in the Eastern Winds frontier or thoroughly investigate the current situation there. Aid honestly stated that he believed a successful siege would be impossible with their current forces and asked if they were merely acting as scouts. Elric then revealed the true purpose of the mission, which was to destroy as much of Ketline's strength as possible and divert the Red Lion's attention toward that side. Worried, Brian asked if they could truly attack the unshakable fortress with their current group, especially since the Red Lion should be guarding Ketline. Elric grimly reflected that the Wind's frontier had created numerous fortresses to protect its territory from the barbarians living in the giant Dragon Mountains. Each fortress was guarded by one of the four claws of the Red Lion House: Sagnad the Claymore, Teddan the Sword Bastard, Nerf the Rapier, and Genova the Saber. These warriors, who bore sword names, had helped the Wind's frontier expand its power, becoming heroes whose achievements even threatened the imperial family. Among them, the one commanding Ketline Fortress was Sagnad the Claymore. As the area they were passing through was full of ravines and ridges, Aid warned that they did not know when enemies might appear. Elric responded that regardless, their movement would be discovered quickly. No matter how careful they were, their lack of experienced soldiers would make them look sloppy to seasoned soldiers. Aid frowned in concern, but Elric cut through his worry by revealing their move. He firmly stated that they were going to attack quickly and decisively from there on. Aid was shocked upon hearing this, as the battalion only consisted of 100 men. Catching up to the pair, Brian warned that Ketline held over 3,000 soldiers and wondered how they could possibly beat them. Still, Elric remained confident and stated that they would never imagine that they would attempt a siege with so few people, allowing them to attack when the enemy least expected it. Aid remained worried, so Elric reassured him further by stating that only he would fight in the siege. The declaration made Brian and Aid think they had misheard. Brian was the first to despair, unable to understand how Elric could possibly lay siege to a fortress alone. Isabel, smiling softly, then turned back as she and Elric exchanged glances, having already devised a plan. Seeing that the plan was Lady Isabel's idea, it felt slightly more at ease and agreed. Thus, they continued marching through the canyon, and Elric firmly commanded Aid and Brian to focus on the march and the command. Aid and Brian looked at each other and nodded, continuing to ride as they led the troops. After advancing for some time, Isabel commented that she could see it now. Just ahead, at the end of the gorge, past a mountain, stood the eastern fortress of the Wind's frontier, Ketline. Advancing forward, Isabel warned that Sagnad was the most brutal of the four claws, meaning he would never hesitate to throw himself into battle. She advised Elric that if he started a total attack, Sagnad would move immediately. Therefore, Elric had to attack them like a storm, giving them no time to react. They needed to eliminate Sagnad instantly if they wanted a chance to win. Elric nodded, understanding Isabel's strategy. After stopping before exiting the canyon, Elric said his goodbyes. He swiftly rode alone toward the fortress. While following him, Mephi asked Elric what he would do now. Elric reminded him that the key to the operation was speed. As he approached, carrying the Merbinger flag, Elric's eyes glowed with a sinister green. The world turned emerald with the magic of clairvoyance. For Elric, the deciding factor was instantly eliminating Sagnad, the enemy commander, and for that, he had to locate him. With the magic Elric used, the entire region ahead began to be mapped, and every person found appeared as if in a geolocation system. A tower caught Elric's attention. Focusing his magic on it, he managed to see the shadow of a knight behind the window. He had found Sagnad. In that same instant, the enemy commander felt the energy watching him and abruptly turned toward the window. Sagnad quietly observed the outside for a moment, and concerned, the knight beside him asked what was wrong. Spreading a map over the table, Sagnad asked whether a unit carrying the Merbinger flag was approaching the fortress. The soldier confirmed the information, but offered reassurance that there were only 100 of them, and that they expected them to observe the perimeter and retreat. The enemy commander found it confusing for a reconnaissance mission to be assigned to a magic noble house, so he asked the soldier if there could be another motive. Sagnad reached the conclusion that it was a diversion, adding that they were trying to pull their attention toward the Merbinger flag. Hearing those words, the soldier became shocked and confused. Sagnad then pointed to a spot around the fortress. Believing the Imperial army was moving along a nearby route, he firmly ordered them to find them no matter what. Upon finding Sagnad's aura, Elric realized he was stronger than expected. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's face, as he knew the battle would not be easy. On the fortress walls, several archers were at the ready. One of the archers frowned, catching his companion's attention. He asked if his fellow could see that someone was swiftly approaching alone on horseback. It could have been a messenger, but his fellow stated that the person was carrying a white flag. The archers wondered if such an individual desperately wished to throw his life away. Smiling maliciously, the first archer stated that there was nothing to think about, and that if he wanted that, they could oblige. With that, he raised his arrow, but before he could fire, he suddenly halted as they could clearly sense the crackling aura around them. The men looked ahead in shock, wondering what was happening. One of them pointed up at the sky, where Elric emerged within a glowing fiery orb surrounded by crackling golden energy. They immediately recognized that a mage had appeared. Beside Elric, Mephi asked if the plan would work, as he pointed out that breaking through that defensive magic circle to take the enemy commander's head would not be an easy task. Despite the difficulty, Mephi noticed that Elric was relishing the approaching battle. Elric faintly smiled and commented that Mephi would not understand how long he had waited for this moment. He wanted to raise the Merbinger flag as high as possible so the world could see it. A Merbinger flag flying high, surrounded by enemies, was the vision he had waited so long to see more than anything. Raising his family's banner, Elric confronted the archers, activating each of his attributes and becoming completely engulfed in a crackling aura. The archers did not stand idle and fired dozens of arrows toward him. Elric conjured his magic. Allied with the winter left by his ancestors, the first authority of winter was released, freezing the air around Elric and creating a whirlwind of ice that instantly blocked the arrows. The archers at the fortress wall gaped in utter shock at what stood before them. Countless orbs of ice appeared in the sky above the archers as the protagonist activated Handseal, Snowfall of Death. As the skill was unleashed, the orbs burst in the sky, falling like a shower of meteors and crashing down to destroy the wall. The archers collapsed to the ground in terror, accepting their fate. However, when they opened their eyes, they discovered that the attack had been blocked by the defensive magic circle. They confidently boasted that it was not a defensive magic circle that could be broken so easily, but their relief lasted only a few seconds, as one of the great ice orbs shattered the mana barrier and continued its relentless advance. Once again, the archers saw their lives flash before their frozen eyes. They tried to flee, but the sheer number of ice blocks was too overwhelming for them to dodge. As the onslaught continued to rain down on the enemies, the archers told everyone to get back. Mephi warned Elric that his use of authority was good, but it seemed that he could not fully handle it yet. Elric gritted his teeth in frustration while sweating profusely. His hand trembled as he reflected that neutralizing a fortress-level defensive circle required an enormous amount of power. Using the authority was more than enough, even though it consumed a vast amount of mana. However, with only Elric's strength, completely breaking the barrier was difficult. Soon it began to regenerate. A blizzard raged inside the fortress, making it difficult for the archers to even spot their target. One of them cried out that the path was frozen and they could not move. Knowing that he could only sustain the authority of winter for 5 minutes, Elric forced himself to eliminate Sagnad within that window. He approached the tower where he had last seen the commander, frowning as he searched for his prey. Mephi grew curious about Elric using one of his powers so early and wondered if he was also planning to use the North Wind too. Elric asked if Mephi was crazy, as he would be branded a necromancer for that, so he wanted to save it as a last resort and muttered for Mephi not to talk to him because he was concentrating. Searching the surrounding energies, Elric managed to find a surge of power beneath a pile of rubble. Gathering his mana, he planned a powerful strike to finish Sagnad in one go. However, just as he began to conjure the attack, a giant boulder flew toward him. With a clenched fist, Elric used his gathered energy to punch the massive rock, shattering it. However, along with the thrown boulder, an oppressive energy struck him. The enemy commander emerged from behind the rock that Elric had spent all his energy destroying. The shadow of the Dark King appeared over Elric's shoulder, warning him that if he did not dodge, it would be goodbye. Elric managed to leap backward, evading the blow of the heavy sword swung at him. With the strike of the claymore, Sagnad pulverized the ground where the tip touched. When Elric pulled away, Sagnad curiously asked if he was a war mage. Placing the massive sword over his shoulders, Sagnad walked forward with oppressive crimson energy overflowing from his body. With such strength, he allowed himself the luxury of praising his foe, noting that for a mage, Elric's movements were quite sharp. Elric, gasping lightly, felt a wave of relief after dodging, as blocking that attack had not been an option. Sagnad advanced furiously, leaping into the air while brandishing his blade, and challenging Elric for daring to show his face against him and clearly not valuing his life. Despite Sagnad showing great speed in such a heavy body, Elric remained calm. He settled into a battle stance, waiting for the impact, inwardly realizing that being crushed under rubble had left him in rough shape. As the enemy commander descended his sword toward him, he swiftly moved back, dodging once more. Immediately, Elric firmly utilized the body reinforcement art, the White Tiger's advance. With a closed fist, Elric launched a powerful punch at Sagnad, who was forced to block with his claymore and commented on the fierce strike. Elric clicked his tongue at the miss, but had no time to lose focus. Sagnad was already attacking again. The swing of the heavy sword passed, right over Elric, who ducked at the last second. Seeing an opening in Sagnad's high guard, Elric aimed for the side of his body. His fist concentrated massive energy into the strike, but the experienced Sagnad tucked his arm in to close the gap. Elric unleashed a sequence of attacks, launching a high kick at the knight, but Sagnad was agile enough to grab Elric's foot, taking control of the fight, though not for long. Countless ice shards manifested and flew sharply towards Sagnad as Elric commanded Pierce. However, Sagnad swung his sword, mocking the attack, effortlessly destroying the ice shards aimed at him and pushing Elric away. Elric realized just how strong Sagnad was. Despite the barrage, Sagnad did not seem like someone who would ever break. Visibly exhausted, as the giant knight's shadow loomed over him, Elric realized that he was like a wall of iron. At this point, Elric saw that eliminating Sagnad and escaping would be difficult. The situation worsened as numerous warriors rushed toward him to block his exit. They ordered everyone to cut off his retreat and surround him. As Elric looked around, he bitterly cursed this turn of events. Mephi also alerted him that 3 minutes remained. Including the time to escape, he had less than 2 minutes to defeat him, leaving him to consider what he would do. Sagnad's energy burned like crimson flames. Arrogantly, he warned Elric that there was nowhere to run and that he would take his head and use it as a warning to the Empire. Elric gritted his teeth. He would have to contradict himself. He had planned to use his true power only as a last resort, but he was forced to activate the second authority of winter. As the air around Elric grew colder, Sagnad gripped his sword, engulfed in crimson aura, and firmly warned him not to think about going anywhere. Elric was not going to run, quite the opposite, as his eyes glowed like luminescent ice when he activated the north wind. The air seemed to turn pale as the wind began to stir. Time felt frozen for Elric, who could see Sagnad's every move. He did not yet fully understand the technique he was using, but the path the Azure Hawk showed him was enough. Extending his hand, Elric unleashed the first form of the poised hawk spirit. He advanced as fast as a hawk, his hand moving with the snap of a wing. Sagnad did not complete his attack, as both his sword and his arm plummeted to the ground in a trail of blood. The knights were shocked to see the damage dealt to their commander. Elric gritted his teeth, feeling his mana drain rapidly, even though he had used only a small portion of the north wind. Sagnad wore a dark expression of irritation, his gnashing teeth expressing the fury in his heart. At that moment, Mephi noted that only 1 minute remained. Even with only one arm, Sagnad charged at Elric, gathering all his energy into one final strike. Elric saw that there was no other way to win. To end this battle, he would have to squeeze out every last drop of his mana. The frigid wind surged around him again, forcing Sagnad to halt his advance as he cursed the situation. Elric executed the second form of the poised hawk spirit, instantly appearing behind Sagnad before the knight even noticed. The fortress knights tried to rush toward their commander to protect him, but they were too far away. To everyone's eyes, Elric raised a leg, mimicking the talons of a hawk seeking its prey. Elric's kick struck Sagnad's neck dead on in an explosion of frost energy. The desperate knights watched the scene with dropped jaws. Mephi then announced that Elric's time was up. Elric, coughing up blood from the exhaustion, grabbed his battle trophy by the hair and leaped away, taking Sagnad's head with him. However, escape was not guaranteed. Ahead of him were the numerous magic circles representing the fortress barrier. The knights chased after him, trying to block his path and prevent him from taking their commander's head away. In a distant forest, Isabel and the others observed the fortress. Aid was worried about whether Sir Elric would really be all right on his own. Brian shared the concern and wanted to go to the fortress. Isabel, however, looked toward the horizon, waiting for an answer. She suddenly smiled and told the others that there was no need to worry. Breaking through the wind barrier, Elric approached the group rapidly. He landed before Isabel, returning to the battalion. Seeing the result he had achieved, Brian and Aid were stunned. Elric had invaded the fortress alone and returned with the head of the enemy commander. Aid could not believe his eyes, as he had never imagined that such a ridiculous plan would actually succeed. After all, their opponent had been a masterclass knight of 4 chains. Elric, however, quickly dampened the battalion's spirits by grimly warning them that the battle was not over yet. Their goal had not only been to eliminate the enemy commander, but also to take the fortress. As he spoke, Elric faltered and nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Brian immediately rushed toward him and caught him with a worried look, asking if he was all right. Elric gasped heavily and called for Isabel. Isabel nodded with a serious expression, knowing exactly what was required. She turned to the battalion and firmly ordered them to prepare to retreat. Eighth took the lead of the soldiers and commanded all units to fall back. Riding swiftly, they returned toward the canyon. At the same time, enemy knights streamed from the fortress walls in hot pursuit, desperate to recover Sagnad's head and capture Elric Melvinger. Elric lay hidden behind a large rock. Nearby, Isabel urged him to be careful. Elric wished the same for her, and she immediately set off, leaving him behind. The fortress knights recognized the Imperial battalion's flight and gave chase, never noticing that the man they sought was hiding right beside the path they traveled. Elric immediately cast Obscure, manipulating the shadows around him. The shadows slipped past the advancing enemy knights. As Isabel rode, she was well aware that these enemies spent more time on horseback than on the ground. She looked back and noted the fatigue of the knights in her company. It was clear that the caliber of the Red Lion's knights was on a completely different level compared to the Star Battalion. However, this was not a problem, as they had never planned to face the enemy head-on. Their goal was to exhaust the enemy forces as much as possible. In this battle, Isabel wanted to prove her worth and earn the right to stand by Elric's side. Approaching Brian as they reached a fork in the road, she commanded him to turn left at 90 degrees. The dozens of knights led by Isabel vanished into the forest, bypassing numerous enemies blocking the path ahead. Even after noticing their presence, the fortress knights continued the pursuit, relying on the superior stamina of their mounts. When the enemies drew close enough, Isabel turned back and signaled aid to tear scroll number 3. Immediately, he tore a spell scroll. The scroll, etched with 3 red magic circles, activated, and massive fire meteors plummeted from the sky onto the enemy cavalry as they desperately tried to dodge. The explosion sent horses and knights flying through the air, turning the earth into a literal hell of fire. Walls of flame erupted from the impacts. The leader of the fortress troops found himself staring at the blaze and cursed, questioning whether they would not be captured easily. Sagnad's deputy, Faker, gritted his teeth and vowed to hunt them to the ends of the earth. Having eluded the army led by Faker, Elric sat recovering his energy. Beside him, Mephi wondered if he had grown attached to Elric, finding himself actually rooting for him. Watching a future enemy grow was quite entertaining. He reflected that Elric was still far from being someone who could face Mephi once he was revived. However, with each passing day, both were drawing closer to the old days. Mephi knew that if he absorbed Azazel's shadow, he could recover part of his strength, but Elric would grow in equal measure. If Elric obtained the remaining power of the 4 seasons, he might even awaken the ancestral power of the Melvingers. Mephi grew increasingly concerned about the arrival of that day. Hours passed, and sunset approached. Elric woke from his meditation. Despite his exhausted body, he could feel his senses sharpening. Mephi recalled the battle and believed that, having experienced a forced advancement through possession, the after-effects must still persist. After standing and composing himself, Elric assessed his condition and realized that he was in good enough shape for another strike. If there were another enemy like Sagnad, it would be a problem, but Elric was confident that he could defeat his subordinates. Walking ahead, Elric observed the fortress and noticed that the gates were wide open. Mephi scoffed internally, thinking that they were not even worried about intruders. Elric corrected him, believing that they did not even have time to worry about that. This was proof that Isabel had managed to complete her part of the mission perfectly. Elric's eyes glowed as he activated his mind's eye to assess the situation at the fortress. Only 2 soldiers stood guard at the fortress gates. He stated that it looked like most of their forces had left the fortress just to catch him. Smiling mischievously, Elric wondered if they should add a little more fuel to the fire. At the fortress entrance, one of the guards asked his companion when the brigade would return, suggesting that they should at least close the gate. The other did not think there was any cause for concern. With the Claymore Knights advancing, the enemy should have been defeated by then. Suddenly, both noticed something in the distance. A shadow was approaching. The figure was not on horseback, but was walking calmly while hoisting a flag. As Elric drew near, the knights recoiled in shock, recognizing his blonde hair and green eyes. With the appearance of Elric Melvinger, they immediately ordered the gate to be closed. Elric smiled in response, knowing that it was too late. The enemy knights frantically ordered everyone to stop him no matter what and not let him enter the fortress. But the protagonist had already surged toward the gate before it could shut. Advancing forward, he reflected that the wall's barrier was difficult to breach without using an authority, but with the main gate open, the situation was entirely different. Ice energy began to form around Elric and spread outward. Like a frost tornado, he reached the guards at the gate. From atop the walls, the senior commanded the archers to fire and instructed them to stop him from getting closer. The archers loosed their arrows, trying to halt his approach. They believed Elric had been weakened by his previous fight, and that, now alone, they could take him. They fired with confidence. As the arrows rained down, Elric continued his advance, facing the arrows head-on while increasing his physical destructive power with the seal of the evil star. He broke through in one push and lunged at the gate in a single burst. A massive demolition explosion occurred on impact, and a thick cloud of smoke covered the fortress entrance. The remaining knights unsheathed their swords in anticipation. A flag was raised alongside Elric's declaration as the head of the noble magic house Melvinger. He identified himself as Duke of Chanseong, Elric Melvinger, and advised them to surrender. Unleashing his terrifying golden aura, he stated that those who surrendered would be treated with respect under the law of imperial prisoners. Projecting his voice throughout the entire fortress, Elric issued his final ultimatum. Those who resisted would be executed immediately on the spot. Faker rode through the fiery battlefield, bitterly cursing the situation as he struggled to believe that the Claymore Knights, who had reigned with terror, had been swept away like common barbarians. The surroundings were completely destroyed by the raging flames. In the midst of his despondency, his path was blocked by dozens of approaching knights, with Isabel leading the battalion. Seeing the woman who carried the title of the Scentless Flower, Faker gritted his teeth in frustration, overcome by loathing. He had always thought Isabel was merely an unfortunate woman who could not accept her place as the Blue Lion. However, as he met her gaze and observed her terrifying aura, he realized that she was a true lion herself. From the elimination of Lord Sagnad to being lured into the canyon, Faker knew these meticulous strategies had been crafted by Isabel to seize the neck of her prey. He swiftly rode toward the fortress while reflecting that, in an era where countless strong warriors shone, he had heard that a military advisor like her had actually disappeared into the background. Yet there she was, exposing herself. Faker had allowed his fury to blind him, causing a fatal mistake. Fortunately, there were cavalrymen who had not joined up at the canyon, allowing Faker to flee toward the fortress. He thought that if he could rally them and gather the troops left behind at the fortress, they might still have a chance. Despite the delay, Faker remained confident, inwardly stating that his poor judgment had cost them this time, but next time this would not happen. However, as he approached the fortress, shock struck him. A single figure stood atop the ramparts, raising a new banner. Faker halted his advance beneath the shadow of the fluttering flag. It was the banner of House Melvinger, held high by Elric Melvinger. The scene then shifted to the main camp of the subjugation army, where rumors spread like wildfire. They said that the head of House Melvinger had captured Keterine Fortress single-handedly. Many knights questioned whether it was a lie, while their subordinate responded that there were eyewitnesses. Despite the whispers, many knights refused to believe that the story made sense. The scene then shifted to the Imperial Palace Grand Hall, where the Crown Prince sat calmly upon his chair with the nobles gathered around him. One of the brown-haired nobles adjusted his mustache and mockingly commented that the Duke of the Radiant Star certainly loved to perform stunts that did not suit him. Another noble agreed, stating that it seemed Elric was making a reckless move because his lack of experience was evident. The brown-haired noble replied confidently, believing that Elric would be exposed sooner or later. His companion nodded, explaining that he was still young and that the last remaining flame of a prestigious family of mages would therefore be extinguished with this. As the pair continued to whisper, they eventually mocked the Blue Lion for supporting Elric and wondered if he would hit rock bottom too. As Herman entered the Grand Hall, whispers continued, with people already saying that he could not even manage his own household. The brown-haired noble commented to his friend that he was merely concerned that the whole situation might become a nuisance for the fourth prince. The prince, however, remained silent, wearing a faint smile with his eyes closed as he calmly stood beside Herman. At that moment, a representative entered the Grand Hall and bowed before the Crown Prince, announcing that the delegation from House Melvinger had arrived. The Crown Prince allowed them to enter. Brian, still wearing a grime-streaked cloak, entered the palace hall carrying an iron box. The pair of nobles laughed among themselves, imagining what would happen and stating that they could guess how things had turned out just by looking at him. Brian knelt and placed the iron box on the floor. The Crown Prince on the throne looked down at him dismissively and asked what was in the box. Bowing slightly, Brian announced that it was a gift from Elric Melvinger presented to His Highness. Murmurs erupted among the gathered nobles as they stated that it looked like he had brought a gift to win back the Crown Prince's favor. Others added that it was more like a bribe. Brian opened the iron box and presented the gift, revealing the head of one of the four claws that supported the red lions. The nobles gasped and gaped in utter shock as they saw Sagnad's head resting inside the box. The Crown Prince appeared quite satisfied as he smiled and realized that, in just a few days, they had defeated Keterine Fortress. If Elric had captured a four-chain master, it meant that the head of House Mervinger had already surpassed the circle. Seeing what lay before him, the Crown Prince suddenly lost his composure. He ground his teeth and bit his lip, stifling his disgrace. He had expected Elric to struggle at Keterine, allowing the prince to monopolize all the attention with his own glorious victory. Trembling with rage, the Crown Prince never imagined that the place where he had sent Elric to find defeat would instead bring him such a massive triumph. Restraining his fury, the Crown Prince managed to thank him and stated that the head of House Mervinger had worked hard. Brian glorified Elric in his response, explaining that the Radiant Star Duke had merely fulfilled his loyalty to the Imperial family and his duty to the Empire. Brian felt relieved that they had followed Isabel's advice. She had said they should strike the main camp by surprise at the hour when the largest crowd gathered. Meanwhile, the nobles were too stunned to speak. He recalled her words that after the rumor spread, that would be the most effective moment. Otherwise, the Crown Prince would simply hide this achievement as if it had never existed. Facing the terrified Crown Prince, Brian smiled inwardly, recalling Isabel's words that most people would have dismissed it as a baseless rumor. So if they overturned that in one stroke, they would gain much more in terms of spectacle and impact. Receiving the gift, the Crown Prince asked if there was anything the head of House Mervinger needed. Brian bowed, responding that the Duke of the Radiant Star intended to continue stirring the north around Keterine Fortress, actively cooperating so that His Highness could focus on the war. He also asked for additional support. The Crown Prince grew pensive. He inwardly realized that he could not exactly interfere since Elric claimed to be helping him. He thought that if public attention focused on Elric, that bastard's political standing would only rise. He considered inventing a suitable pretext and annexing some mediocre units to him. Amidst these thoughts, Herman then took a step forward and wished to help the Duke of the Radiant Star. Another figure appeared behind Herman, declaring the same desire. The Crown Prince's brow furrowed furiously. The one who had stepped forward was Sailor Holmes, the Grey Lion. Among the 8 lions, he was considered the most experienced political figure, a recluse famous for being nearly 80 years old, though he did not look like one. Furthermore, Sailor Holmes was the leader of the strongest mercenary group in the Empire, the Black Skull. It was not just about martial arts. Those who received Sailor's help in academia, politics, and trade called him the Godfather. Smiling broadly, Sailor spoke as if he had mentioned it before. The truth was that the disciple he had chosen over the last few years was the daughter of House Mervinger. Upon hearing those words, the nobles looked at each other in complete shock. The Crown Prince ground his teeth even more fiercely. Sailor continued, explaining that since their house was linked to him, he could not just leave them alone. He firmly stated that he had been slow and unable to help much before, but this time he would. Meanwhile, in the distant mansion, Count Andre sighed upon receiving the report about Elric Melvinger. He thought that Elric was not satisfied with just capturing Keterine Fortress and was even aiming for the rear. With only the rear forces there was no way to catch him. Of the 4 claws, now that Sagnad had been eliminated, the others, Nirf, Genova, and Tedan, begged to be sent for revenge. Nirf dismissed the others' pleas, stating that he should be sent since the others could not leave their posts right now, and he could be easily replaced, so he should be the one to go. Count Andre understood the knight's feelings, adding that he wanted to go as well. But right now, he reminded them that there were more important things than vengeance. The 3 remaining paws forcibly restrained themselves, harboring fury for their lost comrade. Count Andre looked out the window with regret. He reflected that he had told Sagnad countless times not to act rashly if he sensed danger, and wondered why Sagnad continued to torment him even after leaving. He mumbled and vowed that he needed to bring at least 2 great heads, like a lion or someone from the hexagram, for this to be fair. Suddenly, hurried knocks on the door alerted Count Andre and his claws. They drew their swords, their eyes fixed on the entrance, and fiercely demanded to know who was there. A dark voice then entered the room, declaring that they would do it. Dark shadows spread throughout the room, and the knights turned toward the room entrance. Noticing who had returned, Count Andre commented that he had thought the man would stay out of this as much as possible. The man who entered exuded a dark energy. On his back was a pair of wings, along with pointed ears and somber eyes. He spoke in a mischievous tone, explaining that this still held true, but this was a matter in which they had a personal grudge.